over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates, like what's the best ice cream flavor or who gets the good pool noodle. But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish, and they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Julio from San Francisco. Used RNS of SF a few times now for our business. Great guys to work with. Special thank you to Marcelo, Roberto, and Alex for making this last project as seamless as possible. I will definitely use them again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Red, white, and recline. It's the Lazy Boy 4th of July sale. Recliners, sofas, sectionals, and more. Stop by your Bay Area Lazy Boy store today. Comfort worth celebrating.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
From paws, hands or feet.
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
San Jose, partly cloudy, going up to 79.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Rise.
Woo! Hello there. Good morning and welcome into the morning roast. No, it's not the voice of one Joe Spadoni. There are no Joes on this roast on this fabulous Thursday, July 2nd. Almost said the 3rd, July 2nd. Let's get our dates right, Sam. Yes, that's right. Sam Lubman here. Usually I'm producing the show today. I'm hosting alongside, of course, Carter Chickering, doing double duty hosting and sitting behind the glass today. That's just because Carter is that kind of a warrior. Not a Golden State warrior like LeBron James is going to hopefully be soon, but he's definitely got the size for it, though, too. Carter, good morning, man.
Good morning, Sammy. How you doing?
Doing pretty good today. I'm feeling, it's a great week. It's the first week of July. It's Independence Week. You're a couple days away from Independence Day, obviously, when America told those Brits, hey, get out of here. Unfortunately, that did not work with the Congo yesterday in the World Cup, but the real World Cup match that we got to talk about to start things off. I never thought I'd be starting off a show talking about soccer, Carter. Here I am. Team USA 2-0
This is America.
over Bosnia-Herzegovina last night at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. No, it was Levi's Stadium last night. Levi's was popping last night. Team USA was popping last night. Flo Balogun. Oh, the red card that should not have happened heard around the world. How about that soccer match last night, Carter?
Well, we wouldn't care about the red card now since they won, but since he potentially is going to be out the next match, and it feels like the U.S. has always had a huge hurdle when it comes to the Belgians. I don't know what it is about the Belgians.
Freaking Belgians, man.
God, great chocolate, great beer, but Sammy, in the FIFA World Cup.
Eggo waffles are better than Belgian waffles. I'm saying it right now. Loud and proud.
That'll be the hottest take of the show, probably.
888-957-9570. Eggos over Belgian waffles. Call in and agree with me. Don't even debate me. You can only agree with me on that one. Unless you're Belgian, in which case, I don't like you this week.
Yeah, I don't blame you. My sister-in-law is Belgian, and my brother is obviously
so awkward.
Yeah, she was born and raised there, and my brother's obviously American, so it's an awkward time in the household. So, but hey, let's just hope that the Americans can keep the momentum going. I know that they'll be without one of their best players, but man, this has been a fun run. There's no doubt, Sammy.
Absolutely. Again, this is the first time that the U.S. has won a knockout stage game since 2002. And so they're making some big history here. Of course, that 2002 win was in the round of 16, I believe, to get to the round of 8, or, it was America, the Sweet 16 to the Elite 8, if we want to use our own specific terminology there. So the U.S., again, making big inroads here, getting a lot of people on board. And I'll say this, Carter, we live in a sports society where people get very defensive when you try to hop on a bandwagon. But if there's any sort of bandwagon you are absolutely allowed to hop on, whether you're on it already or not, it is the Team USA bandwagon. If you are living in this country, if you're an American like you and I are, Carter, or anybody else who lives in this country, I'm pretty open about who can be an American. Everyone's welcome here in my book. This is the team you hop on. This is the time to do it. Let's go nuts. Let's just enjoy it. We don't know how deep this team will go into this run, but it's hard to ignore, Carter. The pathway for this Team USA, to actually make a legitimate run at this World Cup final, it's kind of there.
Yeah, I think we've heard enough former players say that it's not there, but let's just hope they keep proving us wrong, right, Sam? I think that's all we can do at this point, and take every game one at a time. You keep hearing, like Tim Howard, for instance, said that they need to play 4 perfect games in a row. Well, yesterday wasn't perfect by any means, and they got it done. So let's just see what happens.
What I liked about yesterday, it's a great point. You don't have to play perfect. No, their group stage play, there were some good moments. Obviously, the Paraguay win, that looks a lot better after what Paraguay did to Germany in their knockout round. U.S. absolutely blew them out of the water. Well, it was like 4-1 or something, right? And then, obviously, there's that testing match against Australia in Seattle, which is where Team USA will be facing those Belgians come Monday night, 5 o'clock. That'll be a fun one. And then, it looks shaky after that Turkey tie to end group stage there. And a lot of people who know a lot more about soccer than I do were kind of wringing their hands about that one. Joe Spadoni was in absolute shambles the next day after that match. As you can recall, Carter, we can both attest to that. Truthfully there on that one. And what we saw yesterday was a Team USA, or a USA team, that they could still win if they have to win an ugly one. They could battle it out, and they did. When Balogun went down, took out that red card, for the last 30 minutes, Carter, I'm thinking, all right, just try and hold on to this 1-0 lead or 1-0 lead. Let's at least pretend like I know what I'm talking about. And survive and advance, right? I think it's what Spadoni kind of texted into our thread at that time. Just survive and advance, get through this. They did not just survive, Carter. They added on and added a goal in the 84th minute. Malik Tillman on the free kick. That was a sweet kick there on that
Nasty free kick. Yeah, Sammy, that was quite something. Look, I'm totally with you on the bandwagon thing, Sam. You cannot gatekeep international play to me, right? Like, there's a different energy that goes into international play in general. It just feels like we all put our differences aside and we come together in every country. Every country does this, every country has differences, and we all put our differences aside, and it's about one thing. It's a common goal. And I think there's a different juice that goes into international play, whether it's the Olympics with basketball, whether it's the FIFA World Cup. You can just feel it. And you can tell when you look at the ticket prices of these games, too. I think the cheapest ticket to get in yesterday was $4,000.
Yeah, it was a first round of the knockout stage. Those tickets were going for basically the same price as, like, a Super Bowl ticket.
It's insane.
The same price as, like, a national championship game ticket. Like, that's not even the final. God only knows what that final is going to look like that's being played in MetLife, New York, New Jersey Stadium, whatever the hell FIFA is making us call it. I cannot even imagine what those ticket prices are going to be like.
I guess you're competing against the rest of the world as far as buying the tickets.
That's true, and other countries probably have more money than most Americans these days. So.
Yeah, so I guess it kind of makes sense, but it's just shocking. I can't believe some of our coworkers went, Sam. That was shocking to me. Where are they getting all this money?
You know what? That you're talking about, of course, our friend Ken Luttrell, who's going to be doing a double duty this afternoon behind the glass. So good, but. Again, good for Kenny for being able to get there, get our social coverage down there. It looked like a great time. I guess Bonte was also there yesterday, sitting in the King's Suite down by the field there, so he had a pretty good view of everything. It's rough being Bonte Hill these days.
Yeah, Bonte has been on call for this LeBron thing. potentially with NBC.
Well, he has to go and potentially pick him up from the airport and escort him to Chase Center, I believe, right?
But NBC's
the royal welcome.
NBC's been pretty serious with him, apparently. Like, you better be ready if this thing breaks to come in.
Could you imagine if that broke right at the start of the match? And Vontae's sitting there with his ticket just like, oh, baby, what do I do?
That's what I just kept telling him. It's going to break tomorrow at 4 o'clock. You watch.
No, we all know how this works, Carter. You and I were on from 6 to 10 this morning, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio, Laughing Monk, Righteously Boone, San Francisco. We're going to end the show at around 9:54 today. And at around 9:55, 9:56, beep, boop, beep, up, breaking news. Here he comes. That's not what our breaking news. That's not what our breaking news sounder sounds like. Don't forget, though, the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who likes to be treated like one. Yes, soccer was fun yesterday. I want to talk about that Florian Balogun red card in just a minute. I never thought we'd be talking about a red card on the Morning Roast. Look at us.
Well, yeah.
Who could have seen this happen? I feel like I'm Paul Rudd. Who saw this happening?
We grow, Sammy. We grow.
We really are. But again, this is how big, it's a big time. We had a massive soccer match here in our own backyard yesterday. It's absolutely worth talking about today. But that does not distract from the fact that we are on day, 2, 3, 4, 5? I don't know. I don't know what days are anymore. LeBron watch.
I guess ever since Draymond declined. So
basically, yeah. So that was Monday morning at around 7:30ish. So
sure.
Yeah, something like that. Well, way to remember when things happen. So, yeah, we are on, I guess this is day 4 of the LeBron watch, and when we're going to be hearing when that's going to be happening. Nick Friedel joined the Marks yesterday, and he said basically it's 50-50 between the Warriors and Cleveland right now, and it's feeling more and more real, but at the same time, you're also starting to feel like what if it doesn't happen? Pull starting to seep in here.
Yeah, I'm staying very, very pessimistic on the whole thing, Sam, because I don't want to get my feelings broken here about it. Look, Chase and I were back here talking, and he said this, and I agree with him. Like, this would be like, for the money you're going to pay him, it might be one of the best signings in the history of the NBA as far as money and the player you're getting back. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably... Period. The Chase course you're mentioning is Chase Cork, one of our new producers. He's going to be holding down the fort behind the glass alongside Carter this morning. Thanks for coming in early in the morning, Chase. Appreciate your time here. We'll introduce you to the audience later on in the show. But yeah, you're basically bringing in a guy who, I don't care that he's 41 years old. I don't care that there's more salt than pepper in that beard that he posted on Instagram the other day. I don't care that he's probably going to buy a truckload of Just for Men's when he does get here to make sure that beard stays, pristine looking all year long.
Salty and peppery.
There you go. But, yeah, you're still bringing a guy who, at 41 years old, LeBron James, one of the 3 GOATs in history of this sport, in my opinion, along with Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. And he's still one of the best players in the league. You're bringing him in for probably about $15 million, which is pennies on the dollar for a guy of that caliber. Absolutely right, Carter. Bang for buck signing, that is pretty up there.
Yeah, and look, you can bang on about his age all you want. He was the reason the Lakers got through the first round, period. I mean, he basically single-handedly did it, and if you look at the numbers, they attest to that. I mean, I think he had 30 in both Game 3 and Game 4. So, I mean, this is a 41-year-old who did that. Like, I understand people's, hate toward LeBron for what, maybe the pain he brought you in 2016. Look, Sam, you and I talked about it. At the end of the day, the Warriors were 4-1 against him in the finals. Like, you can feel that way, but I just think, it might have been 3-1. I apologize. You can feel that way. That's fine. I just think that now it's time to move on. They're very serious about making this work. Steph Curry is still here. Like, we haven't started this rebuild fully. And signing a guy for $15 million who is top 25 in the league and still putting up 20 points a game is something the Warriors need, whether you like him or not. So
no, and you bring up a good point there, Carter. They have not started the rebuild yet. And Nick Friedel, who again joined the Marks, Willard and Grandy yesterday, he kind of talked about how he wrote a thing for The Athletic yesterday talking about what all this really means for the Warriors youth movement. And basically writing about how Steve Kerr is going to have basically 2 teams that he's going to be coaching next year, with the fact that if LeBron does come here, you'll have 41-year-old LeBron James, you'll have 40-something-year-old Al Horford, 38-year-old Steph Curry, 36, 37-year-old Draymond Green, and potentially maybe the 37-year-old Jimmy Butler, or potentially maybe the 32-year-old Anthony Davis, if that is still a thing that could happen. Not a lot of guys on that list that I just mentioned are going to be playing a lot of back-to-backs. So on those nights when your older players are not available, there's going to be a lot of minutes to go around for the rest of the roster, and that is why Nick described it as kind of a split squad situation that the Warriors are going to have. There's going to be the nights where all your older guys are playing. There's going to be your nights where they're all off, and all the younger guys are playing. The Podses, the Yaxels, the Guy Santoses, the DeAnthony Meltons. I assume he won't be on as much of restriction this year, 1 year more removed from his ACL. But that is kind of where the Warriors are at right now, just playing this new version of a two timelines almost.
They just can't get away from the two timelines, Sam. I mean, let's call it what it is. I think that, there's just no negative here with bringing LeBron to me, Sam. And so that's why this game of the two timeline, again, I am willing to play with him, because you're just signing him. You're not trading for him. You're not giving up assets, right? There's nothing hindering your future. You're just giving up money,
exactly.
Yeah, and you're giving up a very, very, very small amount of money. This is the best player you could get for that amount of money. That's not even debatable, frankly.
Yeah.
And anyone who wants to call and say they hate him, as I said, that's your personal prerogative. That is not a factual or, that's just an opinion, really.
And I get why people do hate LeBron as much as they do. I do think there is some level of there are certain lines in sports that you just don't want to cross with certain players. I know for me, I have my list of players that I don't care how available or good you are, I never want to see you in one of my team's uniforms. For me, James Harden is one of those guys. I would never want to see James Harden in a Warrior uniform, partly because I've never really respected his game. I think his entire premise is based off the fact that he can use his beard to draw phantom contact and get to the line, and that is what has allowed him to get the spacing that he has been able to succeed with his entire career. I honestly think if James Harden played in the 80s and 90s, he'd be a bench player, because he's a guy who has benefited from the NBA making it easier for players like him to draw fouls. So I've never been enamored with James Harden. Also, when James Harden broke a huddle by saying the Warriors weren't as good as the Rockets back in the 2014-15 season, call me petty. That always resonated with me, that he actually thought that his Rockets teams were better than Steph Curry's Warriors teams. No, there are a few people I enjoy watching lose more than James Harden, so I never want him to be on the Warriors.
No, I don't think James Harden ever wants to be on the Warriors either.
Exactly.
Thank
It should
God.
stay that way.
Yeah.
But LeBron, though, is different, because through those battles, Carter, eventually there comes a period where you hate him, you hate him, you hate him. But eventually you get to a point where it's but damn, he's so good. You can't just hate on the greatness like that. It's painful to say, but I'm sure there's some Cleveland Cavaliers fans out there who went through the same process with Steph. From, God, I hate Steph, to the dude is that good. And that's where it is, I think, with LeBron James, where it's you could not like him, but you got to recognize the greatness. But I'm at a point where it's you know what? For a year or two at the end, just for the fun of it, to see what it's like, let's do the partner up. I'm fine with it. I really am.
I would say, Sam, their whole thing is meaningful basketball. And I think adding LeBron adds to the potential of creating meaningful basketball here, at least what they would call meaningful basketball, which is getting into a playoff series, right? Mm-hmm. Adding LeBron gives you the best chance to do that.
Maybe even win that playoff series.
Yeah, and I think this notion of meaningful basketball is they're still trying to figure out what that means to them to some degree. I think it's the idea of saying the word contention seems crazy at this point, but I think that there is a way that Steph Curry can ride this out and LeBron can ride this out, and they'll feel good about it, even if a title doesn't come their way necessarily. So I think that they have a lot of stars together that align. And look, I'm not going to jinx this, Sam, but I feel pretty good about it. Let's just put it that way.
That is Carter Chickering there. We're going to keep this conversation going throughout the show here. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Warrior fans, just where we are at right now on this wait for LeBron James. We're going to get into some other conversations throughout the show as well. There was a trade in the NBA yesterday that we're going to be talking about as well. 8:30 this morning. Anthony Slater, our friend, Warriors insider for ESPN, he's going to join the show again. That's at 8:30. Maybe he breaks some news. Who knows? Wouldn't that be cool? Hey, Slater, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. Really quick, though, I do have an announcement on LeBron James. Hey, we can always hope, right?
That's quite a dream, Sammy.
Yeah. And also on the other side, probably the biggest win of the night last night. No, it wasn't down at Levi's. It was down in the desert. That's right. The Giants finally off the schneid, beating the Diamondbacks 6-4 last night. Bullpen tried to not let that happen. We'll do a little what do you hear, what do you say on the other side. And, of course, the red card heard around the world. I want to get Carter's thoughts on that as well. What's coming up the game is sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef mega pack 6 pounds or more for $4.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Julio from San Francisco. Used RNS of SF a few times now for our business. Great guys to work with. Special thank you to Marcelo, Roberto, and Alex for making this last project as seamless as possible. I will definitely use them again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infinity QX65. The United States is on to the round of 16 after a tense 2-0 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. They played the final half hour of the match down a man after a controversial red card, but Malik Tillman's free kick goal in the 82nd minute clinched the USA's first win in a knockout game since 2002. I'm Mike Conti.
Now back to the morning roast
Want to talk about basketball?
with Joe Spadoni
Anything about the game?
and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
There are no Joes on this roast this morning.
Hey, Joe.
Got the B squad in. Sam Lubman alongside Carter Chickering here on this Thursday, July 2nd. Coming off a big Team USA win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. If I gave you a map, Carter, would you be able to point that country out?
I would just point to Eastern Europe somewhere.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, Southeastern Europe. It's part of what used to be the Ottoman Empire for those who are aware of the old Ottoman Empire. It's right next to Croatia. It's actually the country, like Croatia kind of blocks Bosnia and Herzegovina from being on I believe, the Mediterranean Sea. So
correct, Sam.
Yeah, there's your... Yeah, I could have just been lying and you would have just said correct. How do you know I'm correct?
Well, usually with those countries that sound like that, just point to Eastern Europe. You'll probably get it right.
Yeah, those Balkan nations or whatever. Yeah, it's either...
There's so many tucked in there.
Oh, there are. It's like 6 of them equal the size of California or something like that. But yeah, for those who don't know, yeah, it's eastern side of the Mediterranean Sea.
Being a little cat.
Is where the little tiny nation's located. And Team USA in an ugly little bit of soccer still pulled it out there. And again, Florian Balogun, what a day that he had down at Levi's. First off, he had the first goal, what was it, around like the 20th minute or something like that. He gets called back for offsides.
Sure.
Replay, nice contribution there. Replay definitely showed that, yes, he was offsides. Then he gets such a sweet move there. He had 3 guys on him. Does a little stop-start kick move to get in. That's how much I know about soccer.
Don't quit on the play, Sammy. That's the key to that goal, right? Do not quit on the play. Great lesson for any youth sports people, any sport, honestly.
Mm-hmm. And that is what we did there. The one I thought they were going to regret, though, was that one right before the half when he had it right in front of the net. He just kind of pooched it over the net off the crossbar there. Mm-hmm. And when he gets that red card, those last 30 minutes, I'm thinking, man, are they just going to regret not converting on that chance? Because they had so many chances in that first half there to add another goal and playing down a man, and they still find a way to get another goal. I mean, that was pretty tense, and that was fun.
That free kick was really quite something, Sammy. But I agree with you. This is a sport, especially in soccer, it feels like, where you cannot let opportunities go by the wayside. Like, you just get so few of them that it just hurts so much when you don't, hit it in. Seemed to me he was going to get it there, and the Levi's crowd, in fact, seemed, if you looked in the background, they were convinced he had gotten it. So, brutal break for the U.S., but doesn't matter in the end. It's not the knockout stage. You don't count the goals. It's just win and move on. So, thankfully, we move on, Sammy. We get Monday night in Seattle, and hopefully they'll be smoking some cigars in the Seattle locker room. Make up for what happened here at Levi's in February.
Well, that's what's kind of cool about this match on Monday at Lumen is finally that noise at Lumen's actually to come in handy. It's not going to just be something that the Seattle Seahawks get to use to their benefit when they're pumping the crowd noise in on top of their incredibly loud fan base. Oh, am I allowed to say that out loud, that they pump in the crowd noise? That's just conspiracy. But so that will be fun to see there. Regarding the red card, because I'm not an expert on soccer. I'm as casual as they can casually come when it comes to watching soccer. once the World Cup ends, I will not watch a single second of soccer willingly until the next World Cup. Yes, I am one of those ugly Americans. But that's not going to stop me from at least, doing the homework of trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm, a smart enough man to figure out that contact that is incidental is not a red card. It's kind of like in the NBA, if it's incidental contact, it's not going to be a flagrant. That looked pretty incidental when Balogun tripped over what's his name from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Yeah, see, I'm taking my American in me, and I'm relating it to the NBA too, which is flagrant fouls. And to me, there has to be a level of intent when you're giving a red card. And that play, I mean, I had a huge issue with that call, frankly, especially if he's going to be, not allowed to play against Belgium. I mean, how ridiculous was that call?
So they can appeal it. Hopefully it gets overturned on appeal. The fact they had to go to video replay to figure it out, and they looked at the video and they saw him. Again, both guys are going for the ball at the same time, so you're going to have contact there. There's a lot of contact all evening long in this match. There's a couple shin kicks that I saw that I don't know if that gets called or not. I saw a lot of people complaining about jersey tugs.
Well, I mean, you saw Pulisic on the sideline there. He looks back and is like, "You're not going to give a card for that?" And just chuckled when the guy, he shook his head basically at him. I mean, what a joke.
So there was a going around on Twitter last night. There were a lot of people were posting, I guess, a screenshot of Lionel Messi doing a similar move in a past match here that wasn't called. But I guess it gets called on Balogun. So I don't know, maybe Messi gets the superstar whistle there on that one. So hopefully it gets rescinded and they're able to get him back on the field against Belgium. But again, then you're down a man for 30 minutes. And rather than just hold on and win, they added on, Carter. That is, as we like to say, a gutsy performance to be able to hold on there and add to that lead. And credit to Mauricio Pochettino, a.k.a. the Italian Russell Crowe. He has done an incredible job from what I've read and heard of just setting a culture on that team of just not backing down. And you saw that in effect yesterday at Levi's.
Yeah, honestly, so Jurgen was the last coach. Jurgen
Klopp, yeah.
Jurgen Klopp. No, Jurgen
Klopp?
Klingen, right? Klingen.
Klingons are from Star Trek.
Sure. Yeah, so we'll just go with Jurgen. He was the last coach. Honestly, you can just feel the energy is different.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is. And there's just a feeling of more hope. And you're seeing the country rally around it. Like, this is not a soccer country, but somehow we've been able to add hydration breaks and make it our own. And, I think, look, if they could beat Belgium, Sam, oh my God. If they beat Belgium, this country's going to go insane. I mean, it's going to be just a show here.
So it will be a kind of show. If they do beat Belgium, more than likely they're probably going to get Spain in the Elite Eight. I'm calling it the Elite Eight, not the round of 8. This is America. That will be down at SoFi. That is the potential. I mean, you talk about great wins. Beating a country of that magnitude to go to the Final Four, LA might burn that night. Not really, but that's going to be an insane show there. So some very special things potentially could happen for Team USA. And then again, it's a revenge game on Monday. Because after what happened in 2014 when the Belgians took us out on our Independence Day, no less, down in Brazil back in 2014. Ugh. I don't know if you remember watching that match, Carter. Again, I locked in that one. It was scoreless through the first 90. They go to extra time. Belgium outscores them 2-1 in the extra time. And that made the 4th of July celebration that night a little bit more painful, to say the least.
Yeah, we've had some great 4th of Julys, though, Sammy. I mean, come on, here in the Bay Area, I always, my friends and I joke, 4th of July will always be KD Day.
That is true.
It is not America's birthday.
Well, that was 2 years before KD Day even happened. So KD Day, 10 years ago on...
10 years ago.
Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. So 10 years ago on Saturday. Wow. Jeez, I hate getting old.
Isn't that crazy?
And it is crazy.
We could be potentially looking at a similar situation in the fact that a huge name is potentially eyeing you.
Yeah. Really quick, we got a couple minutes before this break. Giants won yesterday. You want to do a quick, what do you hear, what do you say?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that, Sam.
All right. Yeah.
What do you hear?
Again, Giants win 6-4 last night. Trevor McDonald, 6 innings, 1 hit allowed. Ryan Walker, Eric Miller tried to blow it. Luckily, that did not happen. Caleb Killian got the save. Victor Barracoto, though. Guy's got 4 home runs. He's put his cheeks in every single one of them. And I know Giants fans want to see more of Victor Barracoto. Is he getting close to everyday playing status there, Tony?
I think just what he's doing is kind of taking the pen out of the manager's hands, so to speak. We do want to keep those other guys involved, and it's not a great position to be in when you pull those 2 guys for defensive replacement, but Cox is very unique on the bases or for defense. There's not really an argument to be had because he's so much faster than everybody else. But hey, we've already experienced this in Chicago. If for some reason we give up 2 runs there, those are guys you love every time they're at the plate because they give you a very competitive AB. They do it with confidence, and they can hit the ball at the park at any moment. He and Ramos. But yeah, we want to keep all those guys involved, whether it's base running, defense. So we'll see how we kind of juggle it a little bit. If anything, it might be a little bit easier to get Jung Hoo a blow every now and then, because he carries a huge load for this team.
That will be great to get Jungie some days off there because he does do a lot for this team. But again, that lineup last night, no Willie Adames, no Matt Chapman. Can you imagine if that was what the lineup if that is what the lineup looks like after the trade deadline? Could be. Well, no, who knows? But anyway, Giants finally get a win against the Diamondbacks. They will not go winless against them. And God, I hate how I'm saying that like it's an accomplishment, Carter.
So do you really, really want Elliot Ramos gone before the trade deadline, Sammy?
He tanked one yesterday, too. I actually picked him up on my fantasy baseball team yesterday, so I'm going to try and ride that heat wave, which means he's going to go on an 0 for 30 now because I picked him up. Listen, if someone wants to take him, so be it. I don't know if he's part of the Giants' future, but we will find out. Who will be part of the Warriors' future, though? Could it be LeBron James? Well, I know who it's not going to be in the Warriors' future. Jaylen Brown. That was a pretty big trade that went down yesterday. Jaylen Brown going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Sixers sending Paul George 2 firsts and a couple seconds to the Celtics in return. And I was listening to the Marks, Willard and Grandy yesterday. They got into a back and forth about it as to whether or not the Warriors could have pulled that trade off. I don't think it's as simple as a yes or no on that one, Carter. We can get into why on the other side. Hey, make sure you sign up, become a member of Game Pass Pro, and become a member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts like Joe Shasky or Daryl Guru Johnson, who did his own AMA from Boston the other day, apparently talked about LeBron James and bringing that Thundercat to the Warriors. I can't stop thinking about Guru and Thundercats. You can get exclusive contents from events and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. It is absolutely worth it. Jaylen Brown, because the Warriors have done it. On the other side, What's Coming in the Game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We need Thundercats.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here and taking family fun to a whole new level. Kid-approved bites, carnival rides, and animals, plus movies on the lawn, drone shows, and fireworks. Don't miss out on monster trucks and arena cross action. Stay for the Big O Tires concerts like a tribute to Demon Hunters and Twist on Taylor. Plus, the fan favorite racing pigs are back. And don't forget to stop by the Safeway Barn for all things farm animals and agriculture. Open Wednesday through Sunday through July 12th. It's all here. Visit AlamendaCountyFair.com.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. Win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round, and DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957TheGame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Some matches are too big to watch alone.
That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Welcome into the Sam Carter show here on the Morning Roast. The Joes, Spadoni, and Shasky are off today. They are getting an early jump on their 4th of July weekend. Shasky's got some meats that he has to slow cook for the next 2 days. He made sure to tell us at least 4 or 5 times yesterday that is what he's going to be spending the next couple days doing. So I hope neither one of them are awake right now. They should be asleep. That is how it works.
Dude, did you see what he sent us yesterday in the group chat? That is so sick.
No, I did not see what he said. So, I try not to pay attention to what he says.
Totally. I understand that. But for all those who don't know, Shasky has a second house up in the Russian River, and he kind of lives on a golf course.
He's mentioned that a couple times.
Yeah, here and there.
Going up the river, doggy.
He lives on a golf course, and he was standing at the driving range, and Bryson DeChambeau was in the stall right next to him.
No way.
Yeah, and he took pictures with all of his nieces and nephews, and he said he was the nicest guy in the world. He was filming a video up there.
Because he's not a Bryson guy, is he, or is he not?
The guy adores Bryson. It's like his favorite golfer in the world.
Oh, that's right. Spadoni's the one who's not the Bryson guy.
And he was just in the stall up there in the Russian River. Pretty nuts.
I can only imagine what that conversation was like.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Bryson, Joe Shasky, I wish I could be as cool as my producers, Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering. And Bryson's like, wow, that's a really weird way to introduce yourself. That's how I imagine that conversation going.
He said, hey, doggy, instead of hey, Bryson.
Bryson, let me show you how to work your swing out a little bit.
Yeah.
I could absolutely. If there's one person who would try and show a pro how to do their sport better, it is absolutely Joe Shasky. Hey, Willie Adames, let me show you how to actually field a ground ball. Brock Purdy, we need to work on your drop back here a little bit.
And then Bernsey would call in and tell him how ridiculous that was.
Oh, we laugh because we care. We love you, Shasky. Again, I hope you're asleep right now. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. There was a trade that happened in the NBA yesterday, but before we get to that, I want to go to my man, RJ in Fairfield. RJ, how you doing this morning, man? You're on the roast.
I'm good, man. I just wanted to tap in with you guys because I hear a lot of LeBron James talk for Warriors fans. As you know, I'm a Kings fan, and if I'm LeBron James, it doesn't make it. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. Yeah. Well, if I was LeBron James, why in the world would I want to go to the Warriors? Honestly, like the Warriors, I mean, obviously the Warriors want them. They want to sell tickets. They want the talent. They want the hoopla. But for LeBron James, why would you want to go to the Warriors when the Warriors haven't been in contention for years now? You know, you got bounced out the playoffs from the Sacramento Kings, and then, you know, you guys are playing every year. But LeBron James he's a corny dude. He's going to finish his legacy with the Cavs. He started with the Cavs. The Cavs were in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's a lot easier in the East. He doesn't have to be the guy. They have Mitchell. They have Harden. They got Mobley. So I think LeBron James is going to stay with the Cavs just because, you know, LeBron James is all about legacy now. How does he want to finish his career? Why would he want to finish his career with another team jersey? You know, why don't you just finish your career with the Cavs? So I don't know. The reason why I called in was just because, you know, the Warriors fans, I get it, but I don't think he's coming here, man. You know LeBron James, he a corny dude. You guys should know that. He's going to end it at Cavs, so appreciate you guys taking my call, though.
Appreciate you, RJ. Thanks for calling in. You're one of our favorites on this show. Listen, I guess to answer RJ's question, why LeBron would want to come here instead of Cleveland, I think the biggest draw is he would want to play with Steph and Draymond. He has played with both of those guys at various points in the past on the Olympic rosters. We saw how much fun they had in Paris a couple of years ago. And I do think there is a part of LeBron James that wants to answer the question, what would it look like if I teamed up with my good friends Stephen Curry and Draymond Green? And I'm curious how much that curiosity is, among other reasons, I don't think it's just that. I guess if he wants happiness, maybe he can find happiness here. The Warriors still have that reputation of being a fun place to play. But that's how I say. I think the number one draw is LeBron just wants to play alongside Steph. And honestly, like, that's a pretty good reason, right?
I think we're underrating at this point in his career the whole I want full happiness thing. And I think RJ has a lot of good points, frankly. I don't know if I agree with some of them, but I definitely think he has a lot of great points. And RJ, definitely call us back. We haven't heard from you in a while. Look, if he moves to Cleveland, he's got to move his family to Cleveland too. And he said, apparently, that this is a family decision. So I'm not going to say he's not going to do that. He's been to Cleveland. They've lived in Cleveland. She's from Cleveland. But I do think he's made it very clear he's an LA guy at this point. And that's important to him. And Rich Paul, we have sound of Rich Paul saying he will still continue to live in LA. So I think it's Steph Curry, it's Draymond Green, but it's also Steve Kerr, who's a coach that I think is probably the coach he respects the most that's currently coaching right now in the NBA. That would be my guess, at least.
I know we've talked about in the past, like how his relationship with Spoelstra is. I know things got a little bit icy there at the end of his time in Miami, which is kind of par for the course with LeBron. Sometimes things just end on an icy note when he leaves teams. I don't think everyone is super happy with the split between him and the Lakers. Not in like a serious sense, but there's probably some dark clouds hovering over some people in that building. But I do think the time with him on Team USA when Spoelstra was the assistant in Paris a couple years ago, I do think that went a little ways to kind of putting them back on good footing there. So, but again, I don't know if Miami's legitimately in the running to get LeBron. And if it is a happiness thing, maybe I guess Miami just, and if it's a family thing, maybe just Miami just doesn't sync up there for him in that sense.
Yeah, I still think Spoelstra isn't Steve Kerr. Like, I think if you put the two of them in a room, he's going to pick Steve Kerr. That's just my feeling on it. And I could be
but
totally
Spoelstra's
wrong.
the only person I would actually put in that room, though.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I have a lot of respect
with
for Eric Spoelstra.
I do too, absolutely. And I think that LeBron does too. I think, as you said, I think he thinks Spoelstra's a great coach, but I just think, like, this is a new situation. I think LeBron's in a situation in his career where he can kind of do what he wants at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, he got his son in the league just for fun.
Yeah, and I just think, like, there's nothing left to prove at this point. And a fifth championship, when it would be maybe the first championship where it would be the first championship where he's not the main guy. And I just wonder, like, how important is that to him, really? I think it is important, but I think chasing it with Steph and this dream of them doing it together and Draymond, I think it appeals to him. That's just my feeling on it. And I do think he's from Cleveland. That's got to play in something, right? Like, he's got serious familiarity and he has a house there. I mean, so we'll see. The Cavaliers, from what I understand, Sam, can offer him about $9 million. But obviously, after the state income taxes come into play, the money will be about the same as what the Warriors will end up paying him with the 15.1. So we're just going to have to see. I think, we'll get into more of the basketball stuff of it, but I think it makes a lot of sense for LeBron to come here, frankly, instead of going to Cleveland.
Yeah, so I think Cleveland's avenue to get him, because I believe they are taxpayers, they'd have to do some serious roster maneuvering to make room for LeBron James.
From what I understand, you get rid of Dennis Schroeder, and it would free that up.
They could do that. They could work a sign and trade as well to move some guys and see if they could do it that way. But the fact that LeBron's willing to take the vet minimum does help out Cleveland a lot in that sense. So they could just get him for the $3.9 million vet minimum. I believe if Cleveland is a taxpayer, though, they have to use the taxpayer exception, which is half as much or less than half as much as the non-taxpayer mid-level. The non-taxpayer mid-level, for those who don't know, is about $15.1 million. The taxpayer is around $6 million. So that's what Cleveland has to offer there. So there are machinations. The fact that the money doesn't matter obviously helps for LeBron as well. So then you're just thinking, what's the fit? Is there a basketball fit? Is there a happiness fit? I don't know if those are the same conversations. Like, if it's a better basketball fit in Cleveland, but a better happiness fit with the Warriors, I have no idea which way he would lean on that one.
I think on the court, it's a much better fit here. I don't even think it's that close, frankly. They play a lot of iso ball over there. I mean, Donovan Mitchell is an iso ball player. James Harden, we know, is an iso ball player. LeBron James is not necessarily an iso ball player. LeBron can function in a motion offense far better than Kevin Durant ever could, frankly. And obviously that's why Kevin Durant wanted to leave too at the end. It just wasn't his style of play. He felt like he had lived it out, playing in this offense here. And I think that part of it is actually more appealing to LeBron about this situation. Obviously we'll wait and see, but I think that the players we have, he seems closer to in general, just off the court. He's stated verbally many times that he would love to play with Steph Curry. And I think the basketball fit makes a lot of sense. And we saw it during the Olympics. Their offense ran a lot like the Warriors during the Olympics. So
that is true. I mean,
we'll see.
The fact that the coach of the Warriors was coaching the Olympics was probably a big part of that.
Coincidence.
Yeah. I do actually want to make a correction. The Cavs are not taxpayers. They have about $20 million in tax base, so they could use their non-taxpayer mid-level there to bring in LeBron. But no, I absolutely agree with you. For one, they still got to do a deal with James Harden first, so that might impact their tax base a little bit, though I wouldn't be shocked if Harden waits a little bit on that one.
From my understanding of the money, they have $9 million to spend on him right now.
On LeBron or Harden?
The Cavaliers have $9 million to spend right now on LeBron.
Okay.
So because I think that they are in the depths of the second apron even. Like, they are financially, I think, in one of the worst positions in the NBA.
Actually, I'm looking at the SPO track. It's telling me not that, but I don't
That's
know
interesting. Okay. Well,
I have no idea what to believe.
This is the problem with the CBA, though, is no one has any idea,
exactly.
right?
Last year, they were in absolute brutal situation. Last year, they were over the second apron, but they have been able. That does not factor in the contracts for James Harden. So, again, if it's one of those situations where maybe they want to get things settled with LeBron James first and then take care of things with James Harden, I don't know how viable a path that is for them, though, on that end, though.
Harden has not stated he will take a mid-level exception. So
I have a hard time believing that James Harden is taking a pay cut for LeBron James. That's just...
I think he might take a pay cut. I don't think it's going to be nearly what people think it is, though.
With Harden and LeBron, like, is that even going to work together? Because, again, like, Harden, you talk about ISO ball. That's a guy who loves to have the ball in his hands. I don't know if Harden and LeBron are a great fit on the court in the same way that, Steph Curry and LeBron would be on the court.
I don't think they are. I also think, like, you want to talk about a guy who needs the ball in his hands. Donovan Mitchell needs the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Like, that guy wants the ball in his hands at all times. And I just think there's only one ball to go around, Sammy, and this wouldn't be his team anymore. Like, could he go back to the Cavaliers and not have it be his team?
I think, everyone's going to make him, everyone's going to look at him as the number one there. Like,
I guess,
it's going to be the LeBron show on steroids if he goes back. It's his hometown, a third return trip to Cleveland, his hometown team that he came up with, that he brought a championship to. He may not be the number one player performance-wise on that kind of a roster, but he is the guy that you're going to see, I believe, if you're a Cavs fan.
No doubt you're going to see him, but is Kenny Atkinson viewing him that way? I don't think so. I think he's the second best player probably on your team, hopefully, is what you're panning on. And I think you're panning on that being what analytically then pushes you over the top in against the Knicks or whoever it is next year.
Well, I guess, yeah, that's the basketball reason is the Cavs, they are right on the fringe of taking that Eastern Conference. Right now, you're looking at the Knicks are obviously going to be in that mix. I'm willing to include the Pistons potentially improving over last year's finish in the playoffs. The Sixers, obviously, with the Jaylen Brown trade, they're going to be in the mix for the East. I'm curious how the Toronto Raptors factor in now that they got Kawhi Leonard, the king of the North. He's heading back to Toronto after that trade the other day. You put LeBron, though, on this Cleveland Cavaliers team that made the East Finals, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes. That absolutely puts them in a position to make that leap from you just lost in the East Finals to now you're back in the NBA Finals.
I think the Celtics would tell you that they should be in that conversation, too. I think they don't make that trade yesterday unless they actually believe that Paul George can help them this coming year.
Let's get into that trade. Let's peel back that trade a little bit. But first things first, I want to let everybody know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So, yes, there was a big trade in the NBA yesterday. Jaylen Brown heading to the Philadelphia 76ers. Sixers in return sending Paul George, a 2028 first-rounder that belongs to the Clippers, and I believe their own 2031 first-rounder, as well as a couple second-round picks from the future, heading to Boston in that deal. Jaylen Brown was a guy that we talked about at this station as being an option for the Warriors to go out and get. Obviously, Jimmy Butler would be the guy that you would be sending out to Boston in that conversation. And I'm curious, Dubs fans, 888-957-9570. When you saw that trade go down, did you think, wow, the Warriors could have pulled that off with Jimmy and some picks? If that's all what it would take, Jimmy Butler, a couple firsts, a couple seconds to bring in 29-year-old Jaylen Brown, one of the best players in the league, absolutely sign me up for that. Are you in that camp of the Warriors should have been able to pull that off? Or do you think that they would not have been able to pull that off? Would that deal have not been enough to swing that trade? What do you think, Carter?
I think that Boston didn't value Jimmy Butler. I think that, I don't know if the Warriors reached out on this or not, Sammy. I really don't. But I think that we here are valuing Jimmy Butler because he's an expiring contract. The league is telling you they're not valuing Jimmy Butler because he's an expiring contract.
I'm with you there. If Mike Dunleavy was on the phone with the Celtics and he said, how about Jimmy, a 2028, a 2031 in 2 seconds, and the Celtics like, yeah, we like that. And Dunleavy's like, actually, you know what? If that's the situation, then yeah, get your torches and pitchforks out. I don't think it's as simple as the Warriors could have just pulled that trade off, though, because to your point that you made, Carter, I don't think Jimmy has that value. I think if you're doing Jimmy in that deal, you might have to add another first-round pick onto that. And 2 first-rounders, that's one thing. It's not even really 2 first-rounders when you think about it, because the Sixers are sending the Clippers first-round pick. They still have their own first-round pick from 2028. And my guess is 2028, which is, checks numbers here, 2 years from now, that's probably going to be Steph's last year. My guess is the Warriors' 2028 first-round draft pick will not be as high as that Clippers 2028 first-round draft pick. And so that pick automatically has more value than what the Warriors could offer in their own pick that year in that first round.
Unless the Clippers bottom out, Sammy, completely.
Well, again, then that still makes that pick more valuable than the Warriors pick in 2028.
Well, not with the way the balls are working now in the lottery.
Like that's true. It's a new lottery era, so there is that little asterisk there. But I also think the Jimmy Butler versus Paul George thing, you're going to get games from Paul George this year. I don't think that's a guarantee with Jimmy Butler. So you're getting a player back who, again, Paul George is 36. We don't know how much tread is left on the tires there. But you know he's going to play this year. You don't know that for Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy, yes, he is an expiring deal, but if he's not playing, he's coming off an ACL injury. Is anyone going to value him come trade deadline time if you are the Celtics in that situation? So could the Warriors have pulled this off? I mean, theoretically, maybe. I just don't think it's that simple.
Yeah, I look, Paul George is an injured player. Like, he's been injured a lot, too. So, like, we're getting on Jimmy because he's actually not available now. But let's be honest, Paul George has not been the most available player. On top of that, the guy is a carcass of what he used to be. He's a complete shell of himself. I think that if you've asked around the league, many fan bases would be like, I have no interest in Paul George. Because he's just not, he doesn't have that aura that he used to have anymore. And anyone with a nickname, Playoff P, because he doesn't perform in the playoffs, like, those are the players I do not want, are the ones that shy away in the playoffs. Frankly, it's what makes Lucas so valuable, right? This is a guy who you literally firsthand saw drag a team all the way to the finals by himself, kind of.
Yeah,
that is rare.
He almost did it twice in 2022, except the Warriors were the better team, obviously, that year, but that was an impressive run. 408, the question you geniuses should be asking, Carter, we're geniuses. That's pretty cool. Why were the Dubs in on Jaylen Brown? That I don't know if they were in on him or not. My guess is you're doing your due diligence. But
didn't we ask that?
I think that's kind of what we're getting into here, 408, is the fact that even if the Warriors went with a similar offer there, I still think if I'm the Celtics, I'm taking what the Sixers are offering there. Now, what if the Warriors had to up their pick ante? What if I told you, Carter, that in order to trade Jimmy Butler for Jaylen Brown, it would have been your 2028 first rounder, your 2030 first rounder, and maybe even your 2032 first rounder? Would you be willing to give up 3 first round picks for Jaylen Brown when we are all kind of banging on the table? Bring me a youth movement. Yeah, it kind of flies in the face of that.
Jaylen Brown's 28, so that kind of helps toward your youth movement, right? But
well, on this team, yes.
On this team, for sure.
When your average age is 47 or whatever, yes.
I mean, he's in the middle of his prime.
Yes.
And he's kind of starting it, hopefully.
3 years left on the deal, which would have taken you through the last 2 years of Steph's career, assuming that it is these next 2 years, and then plus a year after that as well.
Yeah, look, we're crazy if we think that the Warriors did not look into this. Like, they absolutely looked into this. It sounds to me like the Sixers outlasted everybody, basically. And they preyed upon the Celtics and their desperation to move off of Jaylen Brown. The Celtics really didn't have to move off Jaylen Brown like this. They could have waited till the trade deadline, mid-season and done this had things really gone awry. But they clearly believe that there was, after they marketed him for Giannis, that relationship was completely fractured. And this had to happen going into the season. So I think that they were asking a much higher price to begin with. They got nothing on that. And The Sixers kind of just stuck around, and they were there at the end and were able to close the deal, basically.
Well, I also think the Celtics had a bit of a leverage issue as well, because Jaylen Brown, I think this last year playing for the Celtics without Jason Tatum, and the fact the Celtics really didn't miss a beat without Tatum, who is considered their quote-unquote franchise player. He is the face in Boston. It is Tatum. Tatum is the Batman. Jaylen Brown is the Robin. But Jaylen Brown this year, he got a taste of being the Batman. He took off his Robin cape. He became Nightwing, which is the older version of Robin for the comic book nerds who don't know that. Chase is not a DC guy, so he doesn't know that. I think Brown was just like, I could run a show on my own, but you guys are still throwing everything behind Jason Tatum. I want my own show. Of course, now he goes to Philadelphia, where I don't think he is the centerpiece guy there. I think Tyrese Maxey's probably more of the face of the Sixers than Jaylen Brown would be, though Jaylen Brown, I think, probably a better player than Maxey, or it's a good 1A, 1B there. Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid over there. He may be the process there, but he is not he is not that beloved as far as face.
No, he's a beast when he plays. There's no doubt.
When he plays, yeah, exactly.
But I think he's played half the games of his career, which is insane to say out loud.
Yeah. Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Should the Warriors have been in on this Jaylen Brown trade? And also, Nick Friedel yesterday told the Marks that it's 50-50 that LeBron is coming to the Warriors or the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll get into that some more on the other side as well. But first, it's time for our World Soccer Championship update. And it is brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. And of course, the big match from yesterday, USA 2-0 over Bosnia and Herzegovina. Florian Balogun getting the goal in the 45th minute to put the U.S. up 1-0. He, of course, draws the controversial red card in the second half. USA playing down a man for the final 30 minutes. They did not let that get the better of them. Malik Tillman getting the second goal to go up 2-0 in the 84th minute. USA advances, and they are going to play the Belgians in the Sweet 16. Belgium, by the way, they had their own incredible comeback. They were down 2-0 to Senegal yesterday. And they got goals from Romelu Lukaku in the 86th minute, and then Yuri Tielemans, trying with these names, scores in the 89th minute and the 120th minute on the penalty shot to complete the comeback in that one. Belgium moving on into that round of 16. They will be at Lumen Field waiting for Team USA. Wow, that will be an incredible atmosphere there. And of course, the early game yesterday. First week of July isn't usually kind to the English, but unlike 250 years ago, they did not take the L this week. They got the win over the Democratic Republic of the Congo there. And coming back in the second half, Harry Kane showing why he is one of the best. He rocked you like a Harry Kane yesterday. Goals in the 75th and 86th minute. That last goal that he curved in there was pretty freaking sweet. English, they are moving on. They will take on Mexico. I believe that is on the 5th is when they play Mexico there. That will be a fun one. And that is your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. LeBron, 50-50, Warriors, Cavs. What's it all mean? We'll get into it on the other side. Let's Come Up. The game is sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
France is loaded with attacking firepower, headlined by a lightning-fast forward who's been the best player on the planet for years. Les Bleus' combination of individual brilliance and collective discipline makes them perpetual contenders.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, only paying for what you need. Playing down a man for the final half hour, the United States survived the round of 32 test against Bosnia and Herzegovina, winning 2-0 thanks to a free kick goal by Malik Tillman in the 82nd minute. It's the USA's first World Cup win over a European side, and also their first knockout round win at all since 2002. They'll face Belgium in the round of 16. I'm Mike Conti.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Love that one from Ricky Antonio. He does pretty good. It is the morning roast. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni. Carter Chickering in for Joe Shasky. Got our guy Chase behind the glass in for, I guess, Carter and myself in that sense. Chase, crack the mic really quick. I want to introduce you to our audience. I don't know if we're supposed to be doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway. What's going on this morning, Chase? Oh, you got to teach him how to turn it on. There we go.
Okay. That's a rookie move right there.
Hey, it's your first day on the job. It's all good. Where are you from, man?
So, San Bruno kid, born and raised, and feels good to be on with you guys. I mean, Sam, Carter, great guys, and what a week to start the game, huh? I mean, I'm coming into work on Monday, the Draymond news drops, and then coming in Tuesday, it's like LeBron's leaving LA. So, been a crazy time, but couldn't have had a better time at the game so far.
Yeah, exact. Great to hear that. Where are you at on LeBron? How confident are you feeling on that?
Well, I'm feeling confident. I mean, we had Friedel on yesterday, and he seemed pretty convinced that the moves is that LeBron's coming here, but I can't believe that I'm in the headspace right now as a Warriors fan where I'm wanting LeBron James to come to the Bay. If you would have told me that 10 years ago after that Game 7 at Oracle, there's no chance I would have believed you. But
I mean, you could have told me this a week ago and I wouldn't have believed you, Chase. That's how much these things change.
I mean, literally, but I'm feeling good. I'm pro LeBron coming here, and I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen soon, too.
There we go. That was our new producer, Chase Corrick. Am I saying that right, Corrick?
You're saying that right, Sam.
Chase Corrick, our new producer here at 95.7 Game. He's got takes. We like it when our producers got takes. At least that's how I usually like to see it done. Hey, make sure you are signing up to become a member of Game Pass Pro on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts like Shasky and Guru, or even Willard. He might do one too, or Dibs. Maybe we'll have Carter do one. That'd be kind of cool. Exclusive content from events and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. There was a big trade in the NBA yesterday. Jaylen Brown heading to the Philadelphia 76ers for the Clippers 2028 first-round pick, as well as the Sixers' own 2031 first-round pick. Throwing in a couple of second-round picks as well in that one. Paul George also going to the Celtics, and if you're a Warrior fan like I am, the first thought across your mind was, hold on, why couldn't the Warriors have done that? And that is what we're getting into right now. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, when you saw that trade go down, were you in the mindset that the Warriors should have done that? Or do you think that that's a deal that just would not have worked out for the Warriors in terms of, again, they're offering Jimmy Butler in this situation along with picks? Would the Celtics have accepted that, do you think? I want to hear from you, the audience. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Head out to the lines right now. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. He was on this Jaylen Brown trade a week ago. Dave, they called you a madman. Turns out you were right. What's going on, Dave? You're on the roast.
Actually, it was a couple months ago because we were doing hypothetical with Spadoni and Shasky, and I brought up the name Jaylen Brown, and at that time, it was scoffed at. I was like, there's no way he's trading him. And come to find out yesterday, he was to be had for Paul George in a couple picks. And as a Warriors fan, it was very disheartening because it's just another opportunity that they let slip away, in my opinion. And I was listening to Willard last evening, and he was saying that, the time wasn't right to kind of, trade all your assets and make a move like that, which I beg to differ. The Warriors right now are the highest revenue team in the league. So with that, in my opinion, comes a responsibility. And I know we throw around that C word a lot, championship. Would that move make them a championship team, or are they a championship contender? I think we're using the wrong C word. The proper C word is competitive. And I think that's what Warriors fans that's all they're asking for. And getting Jaylen Brown would have made you open up your competitive window, not your championship window, your competitive window. Because when you're competitive, anything can happen. And I just think that, again, this was another missed opportunity because since 2022, they have not filled a competitive roster. I know they made the move for Jimmy, but that was only going to take you so far. I just feel like, again, they have a responsibility to the fans to put forward a competitive roster. And again, this was another opportunity that I mean, you would have to get creative. You probably have to have a third team involved because I'm pretty sure the Celtics didn't want Jimmy Butler. But to get a third team involved to take on his contract and you can sweeten up the pot. But that's not my job to figure. That's Dunleavy's job to figure out.
Hey, Dave, can I ask you a question?
Again,
Dave, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
My hang up on this is the picks. Like the Sixers, obviously, they sent the Clippers pick and then their own pick. If the Celtics wanted 3 or more future first-round picks from the Warriors in order to get Jaylen Brown, are you still on board with that?
Yes, and why I would be on board with that is that those picks are not guaranteed. But Jaylen Brown does guarantee you being competitive, in my opinion. And those picks, that's a mystery. That's a guess. Jaylen Brown is not a guess. And the Warriors, you're in that echelon. You're like the Yankees. You're the Lakers. The picks. You're not thinking like the Hornets. You're not the Jazz. Your future is. You're already there. You're on a big boat. You're not on a small boat like the Hornets and the Jazz and the Wizards and the Nets. You're the Warriors. You're the highest grossing team in the league. You're not. Your future is not. Well, we got to nail these picks because we can't get players to come play for us. You're the Warriors.
Dave.
Your job is to go get big fish. Stop small fish hunting and go big fish hunting.
Dave, let me ask you a question. You said that Willard said yesterday that they wouldn't attach any picks basically to get Jaylen Brown. Did I have you right there?
He was saying that, the timing now based on the age of the team, he wouldn't mortgage all the picks that the Warriors have currently to get a player like Jaylen Brown, essentially is what he said.
Gotcha.
And I just found that's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? The future is not promised. Jaylen Brown, we know what he is. Like, he was right there. I mean, again, another opportunity. Okay, so in 2 or 3 years, you're going to have these picks, and then what? When are you going to start being competitive? Who cares about picks? Fans want to be competitive. That's it. You get into the dance. NBA crazy things. The Knicks won the championship. Nobody thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
You get in there, avoid the play-in. That's all we're asking. Avoid the play-in, be competitive, and let's see what happens. We don't have to throw the championship word out there. Just put a competitive roster. Give Steph Curry some help. Of all the superstars, and name a superstar, they all have help. He is the one superstar.
Yeah.
I know he's old, but he doesn't have somebody to help.
Dave, you're saying it's good stuff. Appreciate your call. Dave thought his take. Listen, I don't disagree with a lot of what Dave is saying. If you're willing to part with the picks, then yeah, your position is obviously going to be the Warriors should have made that deal. If you are more willing to cling on to they should go on to a youth movement, then yeah, you're not making that deal. It's that simple. I think just that. I don't think the Warriors could have sent a like-for-like package of Jimmy, 2 firsts and 2 seconds to the Celtics, and the Celtics are picking that deal over what the Sixers are offering. I think a Warriors first-round pick in 2028 does not have as much value as that Clippers 2028 first-round pick. Things could change, obviously. We don't know what the future holds. But I also think just Paul George holds more value right now than Jimmy Butler. We'll see what they get from Paul George this year. He'll be an expiring deal next year where they can try and flip him for someone else to partner with Jason Tatum going forward in the future. I just don't think it's as simple as the Warriors should have sent the same offer out as well, and they would have gotten that deal done. That is where I think the nuance of this situation comes in and why I think it's understandable that the Warriors did not make this move. At least that's how I'm at off the jump there.
Yeah, I think if they were both healthy, Jimmy would be viewed as a better piece than Paul George, personally.
If both were healthy, yes. Jimmy, 2 firsts, 2 seconds for Jaylen Brown.
That's a no-brainer to me.
That's happening, absolutely.
But he's not healthy. And as I said, I do believe that Brad Stevens and the Celtics believe that they are going to contend next year. I really believe that. You don't go sign Mitchell Robinson yesterday if you're trying to rebuild. You just don't. So you have Tatum. You have now Paul George. You know, you've got some pieces. You had Peyton Pritchard, Derek White. But I don't think it'll be enough, Sam. But you know what it's a testament to is we're seeing teams realize that we're not building for a set amount of years where we can go for as many championships as possible. You're building for 1 year at this point because no one's been able to go back-to-back. The CBA has clearly made a change in the league where it's made it impossible for teams to go back-to-back. It almost has been, it's been, 8-9 years now since 2017, 2018. So I think that teams are realizing, you got to strike while the iron's hot. And as we saw yesterday, Philadelphia realized you got to strike while the iron's hot. That tandem that's going on in Philadelphia looked like it was coming to an end prior to that trade yesterday.
And the tandem of which
the Joel Embiid and the process and all that.
Yeah.
That looked closer to coming to an end than it did to adding a piece like Jaylen Brown. And that's why I think it was shocking to people, obviously, right? But now that they did add Jaylen Brown, how are we feeling about the Sixers? I mean, I think they have a pretty good shot.
I think they're very much on the list of teams that could totally come out of the East next year. The East, it's going to be tough getting through those East playoffs next year. We talk about how the West is so tough to get through. We were talking the other day, Carter, about Kawhi going to the East. Is that going to be an easier or harder path for him to get through to the finals right now? I mean, the West right now, obviously the Thunder and the Spurs, they're the class of the West right now. The Nuggets, they're still a pretty consistent threat, though I think there's less years left in their run than more years.
I think they have really fallen off, Sam.
I would not be surprised if they kind of... I don't know if they're in the same tier as the Thunder or the Spurs, but they're very much the best team in the West that could probably challenge those other two. Maybe the Timberwolves, they'll make that leap.
I was going to say, do you kind of put the Timberwolves closer to the Thunder and Spurs or closer to the Nuggets?
I think the Nuggets and the Timberwolves are kind of hovering in their same tier, trying to nip at the heels of the Thunder and the Spurs.
I agree with you.
And we'll see I love this name that our guys on Two Pros and a Cup of Joe came up with this morning. The Snow Time Lakers, with their trio of Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and who's our guy, Walker Kessler. I thought that was a really funny nickname they gave him there. They'll be in the mix. I don't think the Rockets are in that upper tier yet. You look around the rest of the West. I mean, the Blazers, they're going to be better next year. They're not going to be that much better. The West is basically 2 teams deep is what I'm saying right now. Whereas the East, there's a case for the Celtics. There's a case, for the Pistons. There's a case, obviously, for the defending champion Knicks. There's a case for the Cavs. There's a case for the Sixers now. The Raptors are now in that mix. You said, Carter, the Celtics are in that mix still, too. I would agree with you there.
I don't know if I believe that, but I think they believe that, yeah.
I'm saying there are 4 or 5 teams in the East that could probably lay claim to winning that conference, whereas there's probably only 2 in the West. So this is all a long-winded way of saying East is pretty tough right now, the way I see things right now. Again, there's the whole off season that still needs to play out right there. Dave also made an interesting brought up an interesting example about the Knicks. And in terms of, whether or not the Warriors should hold on to their draft picks or not. The Knicks just won a championship in a way that you're not really seeing teams win a lot these days, in that they didn't really do it through the draft. You look at their roster, Carter, their top 8, 9, 10 guys, I think only Robinson was their only drafted guy in that group. Everybody else was acquired via trade or free agency, if I'm not mistaken. That is very different than what we're usually seeing around the NBA these days. Take your top teams right now. The Pistons, they built their team through the lottery. The Thunder, the Spurs, built their team through the lottery. The Rockets, they built their team through the lottery. The Timberwolves, a little bit of lottery, a little bit of trades. But I guess if you're willing to forfeit your picks, if you're the Warriors, the Knicks showed that you can use building through trades and free agency as an avenue to win a championship. Carter, you bring up the whole, going back to back is almost impossible in the CBA. is it possible that like building teams through trades and free agency, that's going to be kind of become in vogue again, because that might be a more, I guess, reliable way to compete for a championship, whether versus making draft picks, hoping you hit on those draft picks and hoping you develop on those draft picks? Just thinking out loud on that one there.
I feel like it's kind of NFL like, Sam, where it's like, you know, oh, we're all in on this season, you know? And I think that in the past, people have been like, no, let's get a core together and let's see if we can be good for a run of 5 to 10 years or so. And now I think there's more of an urgency to make moves in free agency, more of an urgency to make big trades like this. Because if you go get one, you know, I used this, I think, on the roast too, is like, I had a friend I told, you know, I said, that Mikal Bridges trade is awful. I mean, they traded 4 first-round picks for him. Does it look so awful now that they're holding a ring?
Yeah, none of those trades mean anything once you got the championship.
Once you get the championship, it doesn't mean a thing. It's all worth it. That is the ultimate goal in sports, is to win the championship. And you can say, well, they didn't get 2. That's a ridiculous statement, right? It's to win a championship, period. And once you get one, you did your job. So, yeah, I think there is something to. I also think, Sam, like, we're all figuring out still what the CBA is what's the best method, right? Like, this is clearly shaking up the league in ways we haven't seen before. And the Knicks found some gold in the fact that you don't need to maybe draft your team. You can win a championship another way now. Clearly, it's becoming obvious to other teams.
If I really wanted to play the alternate timeline game, not the 2-timeline game, the alternate timeline game, and imagine the reality where the Warriors did make this move for Jaylen Brown, maybe it is 3 first-round picks. Maybe there's some pick swaps in there as well. If it does become an F them picks kind of trade, first off, you are pairing Jaylen Brown up with Steph Curry for the last 2 years of his career. That alone is a good situation for Steph. Jaylen Brown, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and it still, I don't think, would take you out of the LeBron sweepstakes. You could still use that mid-level to bring LeBron in. Yeah, that's an incredibly good team. Even with the age of your superstars there and Steph, Draymond, and LeBron, with Jaylen Brown as the cherry on top of that, that's still a damn good basketball team. But okay, what happens when Steph, Draymond, and LeBron are gone in a couple of years? You would still have Jaylen Brown in that 28-29 season. He would probably be extension eligible around that time. You ink him to an extension there. You still have one max slot available in that 2029 free agency class. And in that class, you got Luke as a potential free agent there. I don't think the Lakers let that happen. But that is also the year that Anthony Edwards hits free agency. If you are the Warriors, it would not have been that hard to envision a future where you add Jaylen Brown now and then try and set things up to add Ant Edwards after that 29 season. Again, just thinking out loud on what could have happened here if you're trying to make the case why the Warriors should have been in on that Jaylen Brown trade. That's kind of where my mind's going as to how that could have played out. And as I say this out loud, I get more and more into the boat of, yeah, now I kind of do think the Warriors should have been in on this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the boat. Look, when you see that trade go through that happened yesterday, I'm in the boat of they should have been on this. And I'm going to play a cup for you, Sammy, of Shams Charania reporting on it. And I think it just speaks to more so why they really, really, really should have been on it.
Sixers new president, Mike Gansey, reached out to the Celtics, made offers in recent weeks. It's been quite some time where these talks seem to have a level of traction because the Celtics have such a high bar on a deal, right? They were thinking, if you're going to trade us Paul George, we need 4 firsts, 5 firsts. We need a player like a VJ Edgecombe. That was the bar that was set early. So there were other teams around the league that might have stopped conversations or moved on to do other deals, but the Sixers stayed with it. Stood around, stayed at the party. They didn't have Irish goodbye. They didn't leave early. They stuck around, and at the end of it, they were the last team standing today. So staying engaged, staying with it, that paid dividends for the Sixers. Now, when you think about it, and Perk makes that point, when you can get a 30-year-old player who's probably got 4 to 6 years left in his prime, potentially at this level, with a 20s Tyrese Maxey, with a 20s VJ Edgecombe, that is scary for the rest of the Eastern Conference.
So they tried to get VJ Edgecombe instead of Paul George in that trade, and the Sixers wouldn't budge on that, basically. And, you hear Shams say there that they were kind of the last team that stuck around, which that does bum me out if the Warriors kind of weren't just checking back here every once in a while on a 28-year-old Jaylen Brown. Like, yeah, I'll say it. That does bum me out, and especially when you see that deal go through for 2 firsts and Paul George. Like, that sucks as a Warriors fan, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I still maintain that an exact like-for-like trade would not have been enough for the Warriors. I don't think Jimmy Butler, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, if it's that versus the Paul George offer that did go through, I still don't think the Celtics choose that deal. But the more we talk this through, Carter, the more I think it becomes more like apparent that Warriors probably could have upped the ante on terms of their picks. I know we want to see a youth movement, and adding a 28, 29-year-old Jaylen Brown to this Warriors team would be considered a youth movement, but it would have given you that bridge star from that we wanted basically Giannis to be this last year, where the guy who, the superstar you pair along with Steph to close out his career, but then also sets you up to add the next superstar post Steph Curry, whether that would have been Ant Edwards or somebody else. And you kind of passed up on that opportunity now. Now, I don't know how in on the Jaylen Brown trade the Warriors were. I don't know what their talks were like, their conversations were like. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8:30. Maybe he could shed some light on that as well. So we'll ask him then. But, yeah, it's looking a lot like this could have been a missed opportunity for the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy. And if that is the case, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570, is that a demerit on Dunleavy that he was not more in on this trade than maybe they could have been?
The elusive 3 timeline, Sam. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I mean, look, I cannot believe that that's what the Celtics accepted for it. They started at, they wanted 4 first-round picks for him, and they went to 2 and Paul George.
But Jaylen Brown, I think, kind of took away a little bit of their leverage because he really wanted out of there. Like, he was, just completely done, sounds like, with being in Boston. He doesn't want to be in the Tatum shadow anymore. He thinks he should be the Batman there. They're not taking that title away from Jason Tatum. He just got to a point where it's just like, I'm not going to play this game anymore. I'm ready to move on.
Sure, I hear that. I think a lot of people disagree with me in the fact, and I don't know how really upset with Boston he was over the marketing him for Giannis and whatnot. I think where Boston made a move is not backing Jaylen Brown instead of Jason Tatum.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think
Jaylen Brown agrees with that.
Why you would pick the guy who's coming off an Achilles injury, to me, just because he's kind of the hometown favorite, that isn't good reasoning. And when a guy single-handedly kind of drags you into the playoffs, obviously they have other pieces, but you're missing a major piece on the team, and he proved to you that he could kind of get there. Obviously they blow a 3-1 lead, but you're up 3. I mean, they couldn't close. I'm not sure Jason Tatum could have done that. Like, I really am not. And I think the risk injury, he looked a little slower to me this year, but obviously he's coming fresh off of it. Maybe a year later it'll look better. I just think, to me, they picked the wrong one. And I think Jaylen Brown tried to prove that this year. They didn't buy into it. And I think it was based more on who the fans liked, it seems to me. It wasn't based on production, because Jaylen Brown was a near MVP candidate this year. I mean, you just traded a near MVP candidate for basically a bag of peanuts in my mind. It was just an absolutely awful trade for the Celtics. And I have friends, I went to school out there, so, I went to college in Massachusetts. I have thousands of Celtics fans who are friends of mine, and they are just appalled that Brad Stevens would do this. I mean, was he drunk?
Into a division and conference rival, no less. The team that knocked you out of the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, I'd be pissed too if I was a Celtics fan. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, should the Warriors bid in on that Jaylen Brown trade? Is that a demerit against Mike Dunleavy that they weren't? I want to hear from all of you this morning, at least as many of you as we can. All of you would be very overwhelming for our guy Chase behind the scenes working the phones right now. Let's go to Guru in Vancouver. I don't think it's that Guru. It's a different Guru. He's got some thoughts on the Jaylen Brown trade. What's up, Goo? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm in Vancouver right now, but I'm about to catch a flight back to the Bay. So I'm going to be Guru in San Jose in a couple of hours. But yeah, coming back to the Jaylen Brown thing, like very, very interesting discourse that's been going on X/Twitter based on what has happened. You see, I mean, Brad Stevens has been a really good GM, like over his tenure with the Celtics. You have to think that this was the best offer that he got. And that leads me to believe that how is Jaylen Brown viewed in the league by actual insiders in the league because it feels that there's this huge divide between between the GMs and the execs in the NBA and the fans in the media like ourselves. I think one of the things David brought up that he was like sixth in the MVP voting. And that's voted on by the media, obviously. If execs were voting, would they have him ranked the same way? It's really interesting. And we've been hearing these stats, in the last 6 years, 4 out of the 6 years, Jaylen Brown has been a net negative on the team. I'm not here to talk analytics, as an advocate for analytics, but there's just been a lot of talk going on out there. And I just want to know if what you guys think of all of that, and did that play a role in this whole Jaylen Brown being traded for this surprising return? So yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought there, Guru. I think it's at the end of the day the fact that he wanted out. When a player wants out as much as Jaylen Brown does, I do think that hurts a team in the leverage department. If you're the Sixers and the Celtics are asking for 4 picks and Edgecombe, and you know that Brown wants out, and you know that other teams are dropping out, why would you try and meet the Celtics at their price point when you know they don't have that leverage and you know that price point's going to come down? That, to me, is what I think drove that price right there. What do you say, Carter?
I just say that, to me, maybe the relationship had soured a bit, but you're not winning with Paul George. You're just not. That is my personal opinion. So to me, why you felt pressured to trade him in the offseason when you could have waited at least till the trade deadline mid-season to do it doesn't make sense to me, and gotten an offer that does make sense.
Wait, you mean the Celtics, you mean, waiting till the deadline?
Yeah.
Well, if Jaylen Brown wants out, though, if he's going to be a problem,
He hasn't said that. He has not publicly said, I want out of Boston. And that makes a difference. Tatum was healthy when they won the finals. And who won finals MVP? So really, you just traded your best player.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, they got a bag of peanuts back. Paul George sucks. I'll say it out loud. He sucks now.
He's done. He's a shell of himself right now. This notion that they think that they're gonna be able to flip him maybe next year when he's good luck with that.
He's completely inconsistent. He barely plays on top of that. You want to talk about injury bug? We do not give that guy enough crap for the injury bug. Okay? Barely plays. And then on top of it, the inconsistency. When the playoffs come around, the guy doesn't show up. So why would you want that? And on top of that, he makes about $50 million. So to me, that's a Zach LaVine contract to me. And
that's a good comp.
You just took that on for what? 2 first-round picks, and isn't only one of them unprotected? I mean, that's terrible.
I believe, the 2028 Clippers one, I think that's going to convey. And I do believe, that 2031 Sixers pick is also unprotected. Look, again, if the Warriors could have gotten that exact same offer, I would have been sold. If it would have taken Jimmy and 3 first-rounders, you could probably talk me into that. What if you had to throw pods on top of that? Oh, no, not pods. I think you could probably pull that off, too.
See, I kind of had, Sam, a number in my head, and it's I'm just not going past it.
What's that number?
Well, I would have done 2 first-round picks, 3, I'm out. I would have attached as many second-round picks onto it as I possibly could, but Do
second-rounders really have that much value? I know you can get a gem every now and then, but, I mean, is that enough to, bank on them?
Well, I think my answer to you presents the answer to your question as well, which is probably not. But
I guess if you have enough of them, the odds are one of them are bound to hit.
I always go back to the Gary Payton. When we got Gary Payton back, we traded 5 second-round picks for him. You know what I mean? So
yeah, if it would have taken 5 second-rounders for GP2.
Exactly.
Can you even trade that many second-round picks at once to get Jaylen Brown?
I don't know.
Again, it was 2, so I don't think you would have to do that many, but
I do think if they would have been in the running for Jaylen Brown and they would have acquired him, and then that obviously would have been a big push for LeBron, I think. And, I'm going to play another piece of sound here for you, which is Windhorse saying that the Cleveland should have gone after.
You throwing a sound from behind the glass.
I know. It's my thing now.
I've created a monster.
I just want to say that, the league changed this afternoon.
Yeah.
With LeBron coming on the market, and not only that, but basically announcing that he's available to just about everybody. And so start your engines on how you're going to retrofit. That is a curveball that affected the whole market. So now let's talk about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown has not found a home. The Celtics have not found a home. After they tried to send him to Milwaukee for Giannis Antetokounmpo over the last week, they have talked to a number of other teams. They have failed to get traction on a deal. Cleveland Cavaliers learned today that LeBron James will be willing to play for less than his market value salary. That changed everything. So how does Cleveland get LeBron James' attention? Do they show him their beautiful brand new practice facility they're building? It is awesome. I saw it this week in Cleveland. But that is not going to impress him. What's going to impress him is what they do something with their roster. So what can the Cavs do? James Harden opted out yesterday. He, from what I understand, is willing to partner with the Cavs to figure out a way how to improve the roster. Jaylen Brown is out there. Can the Cavs make a move for Jaylen Brown, then come to LeBron and say, how do you feel about us now? That's the type of move that you're going to do to get LeBron James' attention.
So is the logic there that the Warriors should have been in on Brown to entice LeBron more?
Well, I mean, it's an idea, right? But I think the Warriors must think that they had the front seat already in the whole negotiation with LeBron, right? And when Windhorse, I hear him saying that, it tells me that the Cleveland Cavaliers potentially thought that they had the back seat. And that's just me reading between the lines.
Fair enough. But the fact they didn't get Jaylen Brown now, again, and I want to play something Nick Friedel said. He told the Marks yesterday, does that hurt the Cavs' chance now of landing LeBron? Reason I bring this up again, Nick Friedel, unless you got something more pressing.
I think there is a good chance of that, Sam, but I also think there's an interesting aspect here, which is if the Warriors would have been able to figure that out, I can't think of a bigger offseason as far as upgrading your team since, I can't even believe I'm saying this, since the Miami Heat got LeBron James and Chris Bosh. I mean, can you? You're getting two players. LeBron is a top 25 player, whether you hate him or not. That's
Jaylen Brown's top 25 player.
Jaylen Brown is top 5 as of last year.
Yeah, that's not controversial.
I can't really say that there has been any NBA offseason beside the Heatles that has done that. And I think we can scoff at contention all you want. I think it would come down to health, obviously, but you would have to put that team as a contender, in my mind. Jaylen Brown and LeBron coming here. Yes, that would have been a contender in my mind. Yeah. Had they stayed healthy.
I think we're both kind of settling into agreement here where it feels more and more likely that, yeah, this should have been something that the Warriors probably could have been on. And it brings me back to my whole, what's the objective with the Warriors right now? How much are they trying to win right now? Or is it just, let's get the Expendables together and we're going to have some fun nights here or there? This seemed like an opportunity where you could have had your cake and eat it too. You could have had your contending team and you could have had your expendable team up together. But also at the same time, if you're on those nights where Al, Steph, Draymond, LeBron are all sitting because of load management, back-to-back stuff like that, you still got Jaylen Brown leading a very young cast that be very capable of winning 14 or 15 games, or at least some of those 14 or 15 games that will be coming on the second half of back-to-backs. It's hard for me to find a reason why this wouldn't have been a good deal for the Warriors, unless they really are just like, no, we can't give up the picks. And then it's just how much do you value the picks?
Or unless the Celtics immediately, when you called them, said, yeah, we have no interest in Jimmy Butler. Sorry.
Well, that's why I think you would have had to throw more picks. Or maybe a player on top. Like if it's Jimmy and Pods plus 3 first rounders, are you objecting to that? If the Celtics said, yeah, Jimmy Pods, 28, a 30, and a 32 first rounder, are you saying no to that?
Me? Probably not. I'm probably taking the picks because I don't believe the Celtics are good enough to win it. But I think Brad Stevens does. So I think we have a difference in opinion there.
Well, yeah, it's also just where do you think those picks are going to be at? I mean, that 2028 Warriors first round pick, probably not going to be in the lottery in this hypothetical situation. And then it's just a matter of, do you think you can lock in Jaylen Brown long-term and add someone else on top of that after that 29 season. If you're confident you can do that, then that 2030 and that 2032 first-round pick, you're not really all that upset if those convey over to the Celtics either, or when those convey over to the Celtics either, because, again, you're probably a good enough team that you're not in the lottery, so you're not going to be sweating losing those picks. So, yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm at the point where it's just like they probably could have pulled the trigger on this. And, yeah, I'm shaking a stick at Mike Dunleavy now.
You know who I'm shaking a stick at is the Portland Trailblazers.
Oh, what do they do?
Well, I think that they really did want Jaylen Brown, and I think that would have rounded that team out really nicely, frankly. I think you get Ja, you have a great center in Klingon. You're so guard heavy. I mean, you kind of needed a big wing like Jaylen Brown. And frankly, the way that they were moving their chess pieces, it looked like they were going to get him. And I just can't believe that they didn't go for him. I think I would have offered whatever it took to get Jaylen Brown in Portland.
That's actually a great point. And throwing Ja into that mix, I mean, this is the Blazers are an ascending team right now. That is a team, of the 4 teams that were in the box last year, that is far and away the easiest bet of those 4 to jump into the top 6 and force one of those top 6 into the box. The Suns are whatever, the Warriors maybe, the Clippers probably not. Adding a volatile piece like Ja onto that team with a new coach that, may be underpaid, might not be qualified, who knows. It's a risk that the Blazers are certainly taking there with Ja, whereas with Jaylen, there's probably a little bit more of a stable pathway there.
Think about the package they could have offered, though. I mean, you have all those guards with Scoot Henderson, Dame, their old friend Drew Holiday, who they love, and I'm sure they would take back gladly because the guy is such a winner. It's just insane. But even if they didn't say yes to any of those guys, because the Celtics do have good guards, you could have packaged Denny Avdia, and they would have absolutely taken that over Paul George. He was an all-star this year, and he's young as can be. I'm sure you wouldn't have even had to attach as many picks as the Sixers did. So, to me, that just makes no sense that they didn't make that happen. If you could have brought him here and kept Denny, can you imagine what that team would have looked like? Oh, my God. You would have to put them as maybe the 3rd favorite to win the West.
Oh, absolutely. On 3rd favorite, 3rd or 4th favorite.
On paper, but it never necessarily plays out the way you want it to. It's just...
No, that Blazer team with Jaylen Brown, I mean, they could easily jump into the top 4. I don't think that's crazy to...
I don't think that's crazy at all.
Before we get to the injury report, I want to take a couple minutes to bring up a rumor that popped up on my timeline just now. Get the drop ready, Carter. The Kuminga crisis.
Kuminga crisis.
This Shams update, this was from The Athletic, not from Shams. From Dan Wolke of The Athletic. A high upside swing receiving significant consideration per league sources is former Golden State Warrior and Atlanta Hawk Jonathan Kuminga. This interest coming from the Los Angeles Lakers. Jonathan Kuminga, potential future Laker. What's that hit you as, Carter?
I think they'll find out the same thing that the last 2 teams have found out. I really do.
The same lesson that we refuse to let ourselves learn.
I actually like what the Lakers have done to some degree, Sam, and I think a lot of people would disagree with me on that. What I don't like is the way they've cornered themselves with these moves they've made. You have no first-round picks for 7 years, and you have, $475 million dedicated to 3 guys. That is a bad move. But I think when you get Colin Sexton, Quentin Grimes, like we've seen, as we kind of brought up earlier in the show, we've seen Luka lead a team with very good role players around him to the finals. So, I mean, we'll see if it pans out for them. I do kind of like, though, what they did as far as that goes. Now, the way they cornered themselves, I absolutely cannot stand. So if the 2 went hand in hand, then I probably would have picked to not do them. But I think people are being a little too critical of their moves so far.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I think it's funny that Kuminga could be a Laker next year. That could be a very interesting place to see him. I know the Kings, they were always sniffing around on him. But then Sam Amick reported the other day that the Kings are out on Jonathan Kuminga. It's like, wow, if NBA Siberia doesn't even want you. And, man, how dumb am I thinking that Kuminga was something? You know, I wanted to believe that. I thought the talent was there. He just could not get in his head to put it together. And I don't know, maybe going to LA, maybe they figure something out with him. You know, maybe they rediscover the Kuminga that was present for the first, 5 games when he was with the Hawks.
One thing JK and one thing his agent Aaron Turner clearly did not understand, is they both think he's a star, is that in order to be a star, you need to be consistent in this league.
Yep.
You cannot be a star one night and then the next night put up 4 or 6 points.
Just because you have the measurables, just because you have the physical raw talent and the ability and you look like a guy who could be that guy. Like, it's one thing to look the part. It's one thing to have the scouting report of the part. You still got to be the part. And to your point, Carter, he just wasn't able to flourish, or he was just not able to flourish. He wasn't able to run with it consistently. Whether it was a Kerr thing, whether it was a him thing, the fact that it didn't work out on the Hawks, who, again, they never really put him in the starting lineup. So it seems like Kuminga is just added to the list of talented players that just couldn't figure out their way in this league. And listen, it happens. He's not the first player of his ilk to flame out like that. He won't be the last. And believe me, when the Warriors draft their next guy who fits that exact same profile, I'm going to cling on to as long as I can to that hope that he'll be the next guy who actually seizes on that potential rather than fritters it away like Jonathan Kuminga did. And with that, the injury report. Oof, a brutal blow for the A's yesterday as they learned that DH Brent Rooker will miss the rest of the season after he is set to undergo knee surgery. Rooker has been dealing with a left bone bruise in his knee, and after pausing his rehab last week and reevaluating the injury, it was determined that the surgery was necessary. It ends what has been an injury-marred season for the former All-Star as he missed time earlier this year with an oblique injury as well. So for an A's team that did beat the Dodgers last night 7-1. Love seeing that. Unfortunately, that is a big piece of their lineup that they are losing. And A's, for a minute, looked like they're going to have something special going on this year, but there's a reason why the season's 162 games long and not 74 games or whatever their many games had been passed before when the A's were in first place. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You, the listener, are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't you forget, the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Anthony Slater, 30 minutes away. We're going to get latest on what the Warriors are doing in this LeBron chase. Does he break the news? Probably not. That would be pretty cool, though. Could the Warriors have been in on Jaylen Brown a little bit more? We will ask Slates that as well. Shifting gears, though, back into this LeBron conversation here. Nick Friedel was on with the Marks, Grandy, and Willard yesterday talking about the chances of whether or not LeBron will be coming here to the Warriors. And he has it at 50-50 between the Warriors and the Cavs.
I'd say it's about 50-50 right now. I think it's Golden State and Cleveland. I just don't see another team that makes that much sense because on a strictly basketball standpoint, it's San Antonio. You plug LeBron in there, he fills a whole bunch of needs for that group on top of being the veteran that you would have next to Wemby, who goes, "Hey, I've been here before. let me show you the ways a little bit." But if you want basketball happiness, and my good friend Dave McMenamin, he's got a strong line into LeBron, into the LeBron line of thinking through the years. That's what he said. LeBron is looking for basketball happiness kind of at the end. Guys, there's no better place to do that than here, flatly.
So if he's looking for the basketball happiness, the Warriors are the best option. But when he spells it out like that, Carter, when you have a guy like LeBron who can indeed go anywhere and find his happiness, it is kind of hard for me to look at this situation and be like, I feel like you could have a happy situation in San Antonio, taking that mid-level there.
Yeah, I'm totally in a boat by myself, I think, at the station on this one. I just don't even think he's considering San Antonio. I think that...
But I agree with you. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I just think, like, if I were LeBron, me putting myself in LeBron's shoes, I would not want to spend my last few years as 15 years older than the next guy. That's just me. Like, when I could go be with a guy who I literally hang out with off the court and fly to France with, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, the guy who I've said verbally many times that I would like to play with at some point in my career. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. The other option then being that I could go home to where I'm the most beloved athlete that will ever live coming out of that city. And
in
that
Cleveland,
is non-debatable, frankly. Like, he is the most beloved athlete to ever come out of there.
Him and Jim Brown.
And he will be treated like a king there. I mean, let's be honest.
Like his nickname.
Yeah, like his nickname that they gave him. So, to me, like, San Antonio is probably his best chance of winning a championship. Yeah, there's no doubt. But when he says, I'm trying to find true happiness, other things have to come into factor when you're almost 42 years old. Like, period.
Yeah. I guess, it's what is going to be happiness for LeBron James? Is happiness just the joy on a night-to-night basis, or is happiness being, playing as much basketball next season as possible? Because if he comes to the Warriors, as fun as it will be, there's going to be a lot of nights where it's like, Steph, backwards pass to LeBron. LeBron to Draymond. Draymond back to LeBron. To Steph. 3-ball. And that cuts the Warriors' deficit to 17. Like, there's going to be a lot of nights that are like that. Like, it'll be some really, really cool moments in losses. Potentially. Is that the happiness that LeBron is chasing versus the Cavs? Basketball-wise, that is a team that if you join them, like, East Finals, very much probably the floor, championship very much in play. What would be happier for LeBron than going back to his hometown team again and bringing them a championship again to put himself over Steph in the ring battle and also potentially close out your career with a Larry on your OG home floor? Again, as just saying this out loud, that seems like it could be a pretty happy situation for him as well.
Didn't he already do that, though?
I mean, you can do it again.
Who's gone back to a team 3 times?
I mean, it's LeBron James. You can do it as much as you want. I think Ricky Henderson was on the A's 3 times.
But just because you can do it as much as you want doesn't mean you'd want to do that as much as you want. And I'm not just saying, like, oh, he doesn't want to go to Cleveland. I'm not saying that by any means. Maybe he does. I don't know the guy. But it just seems to me like, having you been there, done that, and now you're doing it where it's not your team anymore, really? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it wouldn't be your team if you came to the Warriors either.
Well, no, but he was never on the Warriors when it was his team. Gotcha. He was on Cleveland twice when it was his team. So, and he was the guy, and he was the one who brought the first championship there. Like, on top of that, like, I just don't see his play style fitting with those two players.
See, that makes more sense in terms of the happiness, whereas I do think, the way that LeBron want to play does fit in more with Steph because we've seen it before in the Olympics, and I can't imagine that LeBron would want more of that. As Nick said, happiness is playing with Steph.
I take what has come out from the people closest to LeBron at face value, Mr. Grandy, and that is, it's not about money. The legacy is secure. It's where he would feel most comfortable. And I can promise you guys, having done this for a long, long time in a lot of different places, nothing spells basketball happiness like playing with Steph Curry. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do. I don't think anybody is right now, including him. But if you're looking for strictly happiness, there isn't a better place in the league to me than being with the Warriors for 2 reasons. 1, you get to play with Steph within this culture. And 2, they know how to treat their players.
I think those are 2 pretty big reasons right there. It's pretty much just, do you want to have a comfortable, fun, enjoyable season where you might do something in the playoffs? Or in Cleveland, I guess there is more of a pressure of championship expectations if you do go back there. this might be a stretch, but I don't know, maybe that puts an extra strain on things. Again, alongside James Harden, Donovan Mitchell. I'm sorry, I thought this was my team. What's LeBron James doing back here? To your point, Carter, him going back to a team that isn't really his, but people are going to look like it is his. Yeah, I can see an avenue for where that might not be as fun in the moment when you are actually going through with it versus right now, it probably does look a little bit more fun on the outside looking in.
I mean, have people watched James Harden and Donovan Mitchell play basketball?
I don't like watching James Harden play, so I'm...
Does that look like a brand of basketball LeBron James would enjoy playing?
No, probably not.
No, it doesn't. Donovan Mitchell, I would say 20% of the time dribbles the ball up and takes a shot himself without passing the ball. Like, I'm sorry, that is not LeBron James. That's not the way he's ever played. Let me read a comment from the YouTube chat here. Carter, he has no path to a championship with the Warriors. Why would he come here? Just to play with Steph? I don't buy it. That's Austin in San Jose, one of our constant YouTube chatters. I think that
it's a rare, insightful comment from Austin.
No, I never said he has a path to a championship here. I think, though, people are overrating the fan perception of a contender, right? Whereas, so I bet you if you added LeBron to the Warriors, Steph and Draymond and LeBron would think that they are contenders potentially. I would be willing to bet you that in their eyes, they would be like, you know what, we could potentially do this if we stay healthy. Now, do I believe that? Probably not, because I don't believe that they are going to be able to stay healthy like that. But I bet you that they would believe it.
I don't think it's guaranteed they wouldn't stay healthy, and I'll go to the YouTube chat as well. Apollo Cruz, just saying it bluntly, just LeBron and Harden aren't playing together. And I do think it is that blunt. Like, I don't think LeBron and Harden on the court are a good fit. If you brought LeBron in but didn't bring Harden back, I would like that because we get to laugh at James Harden again, one of my least favorite players of all time. So there's that factor as well. But yeah, if it really is, I will say this in terms of what they would believe. Listen, I know we said, it's the new normal with Steph's knee. Steph said it's the new normal. That's why we're saying it. We don't know what Draymond's health is going to look like. There are times where Draymond is out because of a back issue, but is he out because of a back issue or is he out because of I just don't want to play because Steph's not playing issue? I can see LeBron kind of injecting a level of life into those two that this is going to make it seem like LeBron's going to make Steph healthier. I'm not trying to say it that black and white, but I do think there's an energy infusion there that maybe motivates Steph and Draymond to play a little bit more. Maybe there's a workload that's taken off of their plate a little bit that makes things easier for Steph. Because remember, why was Jimmy Butler brought in? To make things easier for Steph. Steph went down shortly after Jimmy went down. I don't think that's a coincidence. When they lost Jimmy, suddenly there was more of a burden on Steph, and then Steph's knee goes out, and then the season kind of falls apart from there. LeBron, I guess, would alleviate that. And if these guys did somehow get into a 7-game playoff series, no one is going to want to face that team. Even if they could beat them, they could absolutely win a first-round series, Steph, Draymond, and LeBron, assuming everybody is healthy, which, if you want to be optimistic about that, I won't get mad at you. Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. Burns, I see you. I want to get your thoughts as well. Plus, Anthony Slater coming up in roughly 19 minutes. Don't want to miss that. I like to believe that he's going to break the greatest news ever on the show. I'm alone in that, though. Please do not believe that with me. I don't want to ruin your day. So do not miss that. What's Come Up Game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
With the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Thanks, Jazz fan. I also think that we're doing a good job. Except it's actually Lubman and Chickering, though, not Spadoni and Shasky, but you pre-recorded that message, so how could you have possibly known? It is the morning roast, though. Just because the Joes aren't here doesn't mean the show doesn't go on. The show must go on. as Freddie Mercury said in that song that one time. We got Anthony Slater joining us in about 12 minutes exactly right now. I want to wait for it to turn to 8:18 before I said that. We're going to ask him about the latest happenings in Warriors free agency, LeBron watch. I got a question for Anthony Slater that I'm going to ask him. What if the Warriors don't sign LeBron? Like, is this just, are we in LeBron or bust territory now with this offseason? And based on the way the Warriors have been operating so far this offseason, bringing back Al Horford, bringing back Kristaps.
Next question.
Bringing back DeAnthony Melton. My guess is Draymond's going to be back next year too. It literally is going to be run it back, but also with LeBron. That's kind of what it's feeling like right now, Carter.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's no world Draymond's not coming back. And yes, Sam, I think it is all in on LeBron and complete bust on the offseason if he doesn't come. I think they're comfortable with doing that.
Yeah, what is the pivot if it's not LeBron? And so that's something I want to ask Anthony Slater when we get him on, because, and Evan and Steiny were talking about this yesterday, and Evan made a great point. The longer they wait on LeBron, the more guys that could help them are going to be coming off the board. And you're seeing names like Colin Sexton was a guy who was rumored to the Warriors. I don't know, maybe he's not your ideal choice to be on this team, but that was a guy who could have been there. He's no longer an option. There's other guys who were on the board who's no longer an option. Like, is it really going to be, we didn't get LeBron, so let's pivot to Anthony Simons? Ooh, yeah, you see, that's not going to get anybody excited. So this, I don't know. I guess this is where we're at right now, though. It really is just, you're going to get LeBron James, or you're going to get the exact same team that you had last year. And, how deflating would that be? How deflating would it be from, oh my God, LeBron's coming to the Warriors, to, oh boy, it's the same team, but, with Anthony Simons.
And Yaxel. So
we got Yaxel too.
Not quite the same team. You got something to be excited for.
I guess, yeah. So it was just all, watch the Yaxel show when everyone's sitting out in those back-to-backs there, I guess.
I mean,
not
Sam,
the worst situation, I guess.
It's an interesting point you bring up. Like, meaningful basketball to the fans, maybe the opinion of that completely changes, right?
Well, again, in those back-to-backs, that first half of the back-to-back gets, all right, let's see if Steph can give us a fun show. But then the second half of that back-to-back gets, all right, let's see if Yaxel and Pods can give us a fun show. And Nick Friedel, again, was on with the Marks yesterday, Willard and Grandy. And this is something that Nick wrote about in The Athletic as well, in terms of kind of what the youth movement is looking like for the Warriors, because that's something that's kind of been forgotten in this whole LeBron conversation, is this so-called youth movement that the Warriors were supposed to be embarking on this offseason. They're kind of going in the opposite direction of that. They're bringing back their older players. They're going after the oldest player in the league. That is not a youth movement. Here is what Nick Friedel said the youth movement is basically becoming.
I mean, they've brought back the exact same team with Melton, and you have Yaxel and LeJay Jones, and now you're just kind of like, okay. Like, you wait because it's LeBron, but it's basically like it's going to end up being like a split squad team, guys, because you're going to have team A of your stars and your guys who aren't going to play back-to-backs every night, and then team B that's going to have to run out there and play a whole lot of minutes while these guys are taking a break.
So I guess in a sense, yeah, it's kind of good for a youth movement, because on those second halves of the back-to-backs, granted, there's only going to be 13 to 16 of those this year. It'll be a lot of time for these young guys to get big-time minutes in some of these games. I don't feel like that's how you should do a youth movement, but it is a way to do a youth movement.
Yeah, I just like, who's the youth? It's Yaxel, it's LeJay, and it's Pods, right?
I mean, Guy Santos is on the younger side.
Guy, yeah, of course, Guy. That's a good one.
And yeah, that.
Other than that, though, that's your youth. That's where I think.
Malachi Leones.
Yeah.
You can blow me off on that one.
Malachi Leones stinks.
Yeah.
Let's call it.
We got Will Richard.
Yeah, Will Richard.
He plays basketball.
I feel like I've kind of figured out what Will Richard is at this point. I've seen him enough, I feel like, to know that that's a rotational player.
Who do you think gets more minutes this year? As just quick aside on Will Richard, LeJay Jones or Will Richard? Who do you think is overtaking who on the depth chart on that one?
Well, it sounds like they're competing against each other.
Exactly. That's why that's why I asked the question. Because the second they got LeJay Jones, I did my little deep dive on him. It's like, oh, this guy's going to push Will Richard for a lot of minutes.
I think he will. We'll see. I honestly don't. I haven't watched enough LeJay Jones yet to really have a full opinion on that. I do know that when Will Richard is in, he can be a great defender. And I think that they don't have many perimeter guys who can defend on the wing. And if you bring in LeBron, that doesn't really help that because that part of his game has kind of died off. So that might give him an advantage. Let's see how well LeJay can shoot. I mean, he seems to think he's quite the shooter. So if he is quite the shooter, I think that will definitely give him an edge because this team does need shooting, Sam. I mean, badly. Especially if you get LeBron.
With LeJay, I see him more as a defense before shooting kind of guy. His scouting report, you can't go 3 sentences without seeing something about how good his footwork is. Watching back the film, what he put on FSU, there's definitely a lot of defensive versatility there. He can guard a lot of different positions. He's very good on the closeout there. How he is offensively, yeah, I guess that remains to be seen. So I see a lot of, I don't know, similarities is the right word for him and Will Richard, but I do see both of those guys on the same plane. And neither can play while the other is there kind of situation. So one is obviously going to have to usurp the other. And I would not be shocked if LeJay Jones somehow pushes Will Richard out of that rotation this year. So anyway, that was the quick aside there on LeJay and Will Richard. Let's go to the lines here before we get Anthony Slater on 888-957-9570. Is it already LeBron or bust on this offseason? Let's go to Chris in Daly City. He's got some thoughts on Jaylen Brown. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on LeBron too. Chris, what do you got?
Wouldn't it be the smarter choice if all GMs knew that Jaylen Brown was on the table to go all in on him than LeBron? He went to Cal, he's a champion, and he's a Finals MVP. With him and Steph, and then possibly add LeBron too, that would have been the perfect choice, right?
Well, I mean, if you're just going to walk off like that, sure.
Wow. Yeah, wow, Chris. I'm all for that. I mean, I think I've stated
LeBron, Steph, and Jaylen Brown, yeah, I think that's a checks notes good move.
Yeah, I think, look, that would have been youth to me. 28 is youth at this point.
And again, we went through this exercise in the last hour, Carter. If you had added Jaylen Brown, I do think that extends your Steph window. I don't know if it extends your Steph window, but it makes your Steph window more entertaining, more competitive. But it also gives you a guy to build around post Steph instead of having to throw a dart at a draft board and hope that guy ends up being a hit. Because that's the thing. Whoever gets drafted with a high lottery pick after Steph, it's immediately, all right, fill Steph's shoes. You're 19 years old. Go out there and do this. Kid who is currently a sophomore in high school somewhere. That's not a guarantee. Yeah. Whereas Jaylen Brown, you have a bona fide star you can build around. And yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, damn it, Dunleavy.
Yeah.
Where's that Nick at Berkeley rejoin? Hey, Dunleavy, get off your toes and start making moves or whatever it is that it goes there.
So let me ask you a question, Sam, and just get your opinion on it.
Let me give you an answer, Carter. So your opinion.
I think LeBron really cares about his legacy. I think it's one of his big things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think him joining the Warriors now when they are so aged out and kind of out of the contention window, so to say, wouldn't have been necessarily a mark on his legacy. Do you think if Jaylen Brown would have come here and been traded here and then LeBron would have joined, people would have viewed him as, oh my God, here goes that ring chaser again?
No, I think as Nick Friedel said on yesterday with the Marks, the legacy is pretty secure for LeBron. I don't think a year with Steph and Jaylen Brown is doing a whole lot of damage to that. Unless something extreme happened, which I guess is always possible, but I don't know what that extreme even is. But, listen, if you think LeBron's the GOAT now, you think he's the GOAT. If you don't think he's the GOAT, you're probably not getting swayed.
I completely agree with that. The people who are Jordan truthers are never going to come around anyway.
So I don't know who's still undecided on that. We got Slater coming up in just a few minutes, but before we get to that, I want to get to one of our guys, our top-tier callers, Burnsy, Fremont. What do you got for us, Burns?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, first of all, man, I always have much love for the blue-collar workers. And, man, for coming in. It's always tough coming in on the holidays and working for other people and stuff. You guys are doing a great job. Definitely keep that up, man. For real. But I also got to bust out my Boston accent for you guys. And I always want to feel like Sam Carter show. Welcome to the Sam Carter show. All right. That's what I always hear when I hear that, guys. Now look, hey, now LeBron James, I'm looking LeBron James. This is for like Austin on the chat line and all the young people that just can't understand why does LeBron want to come to the Warriors? Well, I'll tell you. Great word. I love that word, man. It's and in LeBron, it's 30% basketball is part of that happiness. 70% is playing with your homies, going to wine country, the greatest wine, Sonoma, Napa Valley, playing one of the greatest golf courses up in Pebble Beach, hanging, in one of the great, taking a flight to go see your family. That's what it's all about, man. It's not about the rings. So what I really think about sometimes, and I might age myself, but you youngsters, go watch the movie Colors. Right at the end of the movie, Robert Duvall is telling Sean Penn a story, man. Go listen to that story, and that's what it's all about. Go get all the cows, man. Love you guys. Have a great 4th.
You too, Burns. Have a great 4th yourself. Wow, that's a lot of energy.
Sam,
from
I
Burns.
just hate that Burns called when Shasky wasn't here. It's one of my favorite interactions of sitting in this station.
Well, you can call in on Monday when Shasky's back. It's
I
all
really
good.
hope he does. Burnsy, please call back when Shasky's here, too. We love your calls with Shasky.
Burns is top tier. Hey, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. And imagine our guy, Anthony Slater. He joins us on the River Islands guest line right now. It's a busy time for them. He has got a lot of news stories that he needs to be breaking right now. Slates, thanks for joining us. Before we get started, is there any news you may want to break right now about LeBron and the Warriors potentially?
Not at this moment, and I don't think during this phone call.
Well, I thought I'd try anyway.
Yeah, it seems like this thing may drag a little bit. So, at least that's all the signs right now.
Well, then I guess based off of that, and I know this is kind of a difficult question because no one has a crystal ball here, but as you're reading the tea leaves, you're tapped into it, you got people hitting you up with updates on this stuff right now. If you were to guesstimate a timeline for how long this could play out, how long do you think we might be waiting right here until LeBron does pick, I guess, which would be decision 4.0 here?
Yeah, only he really knows, and it's like, is he waiting to see what, maneuvers teams are able to make in these early days of free agency? Are some of the suitors able to beef up? Philadelphia, obviously, yesterday, got Jaylen Brown. That has to make them a more appealing destination. Clearly, Rich Paul has made it, that obvious that everybody in the league is able to pitch him at this point. So, as far as that goes for the Warriors, I think any type of hint we could get would be if they do make any significant move over the next, however many days, that might be in concert with something. But, to answer your actual question, I do not know the timeline. All I just continue to get signals of is this will probably continue to take days and days here.
Slates, thanks for coming on. As of right now, what does Anthony Slater think the Warriors' chances of landing LeBron James are?
Decent. Certainly not, overwhelming. They're keeping it relatively close to the vest. They are in the mix. Some people around the league you talk to think it's going to be them. Some don't think it's going to be them. So I don't think there's any. I have been given no firm indication that he's heading there for sure. And anybody I talk to with the Warriors, again, this is obviously smokescreen season, but nobody there seems to believe it's some sure thing.
We got Anthony Slater here joining us on the River Islands guest line, covers the Warriors for ESPN. So Slater, as we're seeing all these other names coming off the board here, it's starting to feel like this offseason is it's LeBron James or bust for the Warriors. Is that kind of an accurate way to be looking at this right now?
Yeah, but I don't think that they, they in a lot of ways planned for this kind of stability route. Again, I don't think it's necessarily one that's going to fire up the fan base if LeBron James doesn't join. But as you know, they thought LeBron was probably going back to the Lakers before it was obviously declared he wasn't. And re-signing Al Horford, re-signing Kristaps Porzingis, Draymond Green is expected to come back. DeAnthony Melton's coming back. Like, you know, they got this rookie Axel Lindenberg. They've kept their, you know, ink dry, you know, and their books pretty clean long term. They have the cupboard of draft picks, and I always, you know, I wouldn't say it's LeBron James or bust to them. I think it's LeBron James if LeBron James wants to come on a bargain deal that's very appealing short term to make them better on the wing spot. And if he doesn't come, they'll probably try to make another, you know, smaller type of addition in free agency. And, you know, again, it might not be a roster that fires up the fan base, but it's kind of been part of their plan.
Yeah, I guess on that note then, Slater, you kind of mentioned it. If LeBron does go somewhere else, what is the pivot that the Warriors make once LeBron is officially not coming here?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's decent names out there. Anthony Simons is one I've spotlighted at times that would fill a need as far as like a scorer off the bench, kind of that Jordan Poole role from several years ago. You know, could you get him on what I think would be a bargain, you know, contract? We'll see. You know, at any moment he could fly off the board. So the pivot is probably just a smaller tier free agent signing, and the roster mostly is what it is.
Anthony, so obviously it seems like the Anthony Davis talks have died down as far as luring LeBron here. Is there any inkling that if LeBron were to come here that they would pursue that again?
I mean, that is a great question. Potentially part of what is in the mix the next several days. Again, the Warriors continue to message that that's not necessarily something they desire to pursue, partly because that means trading Jimmy Butler, and they continue to, you know, assure Jimmy Butler that is not part of their plans. The other part is the Wizards, you know, have come out pretty firmly and said they want to keep Anthony Davis. You know, they may have extension talks. I believe he's extension eligible in August. The Warriors also, as I said earlier, have a desire to keep their books clear long term, and Anthony Davis has 2, you know, mega years of contract left, and again is extension eligible, does desire an extension. So there's a lot of layers there that make it unlikely and, you know, maybe unappealing for the Warriors to go pursue the Anthony Davis path. But then you have to ask the question, if that is the LeBron James tax to get him to come, you know, do you at least attempt to do that? I don't know the answer to that at this point.
Anthony, talk about LeBron making his decision here. Nick Friedel was on yesterday. He thinks it's 50-50 between the Warriors and the Cavs. Assuming for the sake of this question that is the case, it is just those two teams. What's the case that the Cavs could make to LeBron that could swing him to go back there for a third time rather than come to the Warriors?
Two things. It's a storybook ending, right? You know, if you were like writing a epilogue or whatever, you know, a retirement tour type season, I think Cleveland is probably the most, like I said, a storybook way for him to close it out. Like, I could totally see him just in a Cavs uniform next year, going to every arena, announcing basically it's his last time there. Remember how Kobe did with the Lakers? So something like that. Plus, they're good, you know. I mean, they're not. I don't think if they went there, we would call them the title favorites, but they got a lot of talent there. You'd be playing with Donovan Mitchell at this point, you know, unless they make a trade like Evan Mobley, James Harden. Like, that's a decent core. But I will say, like, you know, all the messaging from Rich Paul and LeBron is like he's open to all callers at this point. So I wouldn't necessarily just limit it and say it's Warriors, Cavs. Clearly, Miami seems to be in the mix, and you know, people were talking about Philly yesterday. I saw a report out there that Denver made a call. Like, Rich Paul's really opened this up.
Anthony, I think people are looking at that Jaylen Brown trade with some eyes yesterday, as it seems like they kind of took the Celtics for a ride with that trade. Was there any inkling around the building that the Warriors had any interest in acquiring Jaylen Brown, or was that even a possibility for them?
I never heard that they were in the mix on Jaylen Brown. I don't really believe they even kicked the tires much. You know, obviously I don't know every phone call that Mike Dunleavy has made, but at no point during the Jaylen Brown process did it feel like they were in it at all.
So you mentioned Jimmy Butler a little while ago and how they don't want to move him. And my guess is that if they did get involved with the Jaylen Brown trade, it would have been Jimmy. So are they really content to just kind of play this year out with Jimmy and then let him walk? Or is there a potential they actually might try to extend him? Because you also mentioned they want to keep their books clean. I guess what I'm asking is just, What is Jimmy Butler's future with the Warriors looking like right now, in your opinion, based on where things stand right now?
Yeah, it'll depend on how he looks when he gets back, assuming he is still here, and how he plays, how the team finishes the season, what type of direction they want to go in at the end of the season. Jimmy Butler, he, like he said it to me the other day, he thinks he's going to come back and be the same player that, as he left off, which was still like a top 15, 20 type player in the league. You give a wing like that a lot of money, but obviously at this point, considering he's coming off ACL tear at his age, he's got to prove that. And part of the Warriors' clear plan right now is about like flexibility long term. So I can't answer that question at this point because they can't, right? They don't know what they're going to do with Jimmy Butler long term because I don't think they know at all what they want to do yet with this roster over the next half decade. And that's partly why they aren't really paying anybody beyond this year, next year.
Anthony, do you have any idea about what a pitch to LeBron would look like? And what I mean by that is obviously they went to the Hamptons to pitch for Kevin Durant. Is there going to be a pitch where, I don't know, Steph Curry goes and meets LeBron or Draymond does? Or is this going to be all done by Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob? Do you have any idea of that or any feel on what the situation's going to be there?
Yeah, I mean, the people at my place that know LeBron the most, right? The Dave McMenamins, the Shams of the world are saying that LeBron's not, gathering for in-person pitches at this point. It's just Rich Paul making phone calls, bringing situations back for LeBron James. Now, everybody's got a phone. One of the Warriors, real advantages in this situation is they have a lot of people that know LeBron James. Steph Curry knows him very well. Draymond Green knows him well. Steve Kerr coached him in the Olympics. So they can reach Rich, but they can also reach LeBron for phone calls. But to answer your question, I've been given no indication that there's going to be any type of Hampton-style meeting because I don't think LeBron's holding any – because remember, that wasn't just a Warriors thing. Kevin Durant had 5 teams come there for pitches, and it just doesn't seem like – not only that LeBron's going to do that, that just doesn't seem like the modern free agency in the NBA, right? That seemed like something that was just a decade ago.
Anthony, a lot of this – the Warriors' pursuit of LeBron, it's kind of detracting from the fact that the Warriors were hoping to go younger going into next season. Now, they did add Yaxel Lendeberg, and they did add Lejay Jones in the draft. But in terms of other offseason moves, it's been bring back Al Horford, bring back Kristaps, bring back Melton, try to get LeBron. None of these are what I would call get younger moves. What would you say right now is the status of this Warriors' intended youth movement?
Yeah, I think part of the, in a weird way, part of the youth movement is just to keep the ink dry, the books dry for the long term, because it seems like a roster that is really going to turn itself over the next 2-3 years, right? And that's part of the, quote unquote youth movement is not trading the first round picks. And again, that doesn't necessarily help this year's roster, and I'm not sure that's something that the fan base wants to necessarily hear, but clearly it's a team that either desires to use those picks in the coming years to go try to get your more mid-prime star for the future, or just might just straight use the picks like they just did on Yaxel Lendeberg. So maybe they add 1 or 2, younger tier free agents. Like I said, Anthony Simons is a name I've spotlighted over the last couple of weeks, but generally it seems like it's going to be one of the oldest rosters in the league, an old core that's going to, in a lot of ways, look like last season. They just hope that also includes LeBron James, because that would at least add a spectacular flair to the wing position.
As far as DeAnthony Melton goes, it seemed to everyone here that he was not going to be returning to the Warriors next year. We were all pretty convinced at that. How did that come to fruition that he comes and signs a 2-year deal all of a sudden? Obviously, the Warriors needed help in the backcourt, but it seems to me there was other people on the free agent market they could have gone after. Why did the Warriors end up doing this?
They wanted him back. They just want, we're going to allow him to test his market, right? He declined the player option, particularly when he was playing really well in what would have been January, February range. I think there was a thought he had played himself into the 10 million, non-taxpayer mid-level 15 million type range. And clearly he went out and tested that. I'm not sure that was available to him out there. And the Warriors got him back at what they believe is the bargain, right? It's either the biannual exception or they can make it, kind of part of the mini taxpayer mid-level if they need to. But it's $5 million. They think it's a good fit, good bargain. You could make the argument that they should have gone after some other guys, but again, to your question, the Warriors always wanted him back. They just always wanted him back at a low price tag, and they feel like this is a low price tag.
They got Kristaps coming back for 2 years, but they signed the trade before the moratorium opened, which was which allows them to make that contract tradable this year, if I was reading that correctly. Do they see Kristaps more as a guy who is going to be playing out for these next 2 years, or should we be looking at this as like a guy who might get moved mid-season at the deadline if they need to make an upgrade around that part of the season?
Well, you don't sign that contract that creatively at that time with a raise from year one to year two that purposely is not 5% to make him immediately trade eligible. You don't do that if you don't want that flexibility, or at least that possibility of trading him at any moment. From what I gather, I mean, look, they want Kristaps Porzingis on this team. They obviously need to keep him healthy, keep him on the floor. When he is on the floor, he can be a big help to any lineup just because he's a stretch center who can protect the rim. But to answer your question, clearly there's a level of flexibility that they required from Kristaps Porzingis in signing this deal that doesn't really guarantee him anything at this point.
All right, one more for you here, Slater. Got Anthony Slater of Warriors Insider for ESPN joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Obviously, Draymond opted out. I'm not thinking that he's going anywhere. He says he opted out to try and make things easier for the Warriors to sign free agents. My guess is he's intending LeBron on that one. When the dust settles and the Warriors do re-sign Draymond Green, what do you think that contract looks like?
Yeah, I think that's dependent on the other business they can get done. I think that was part of, whatever agreement or conversation that Draymond Green clearly had with the Warriors prior to declining that $27 million player option was, giving both sides Draymond, who's in a lot of ways part of these pursuits that are happening right now. It's giving them time to go out, figure out what the roster looks like, figure out how they can make, the best roster within their financial constraints. And then at the end of business, I expect him to probably be the last move in the sequencing. And if, nothing that creative can get done, theoretically, they could just give him back the same number, that 1-year player option number. Or, again, if it makes sense, really lower that first-year salary and then give him an extra year or two to make up for it. So to answer your question, it's probably going to be either like a 2-3 year type deal that starts 18, 19, 20 type range, or it maybe is a short-term deal that looks a lot like the player option that he declined.
Slates, appreciate you taking time out of your busy free agency time to chat with Carter and I, man. And so I'll let you get back to work. I know you got that big LeBron to the Warriors story you got to start working on, so appreciate you coming on this morning.
They make you pre-write these newsers now, so yeah. I'm sure we got about 5 of them written for each team. But I will say the Warriors are a team that has a pre-written newser at this point. So.
Oh, I cannot wait to read it, Anthony. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Slates.
All right, fellas.
Take care, bud. All right, that was Anthony Slater, again, Warriors Insider for ESPN, joining us there. And, yeah, you heard it from him. I guess LeBron or bust isn't maybe the best way to phrase it, but it's basically LeBron's coming here, or it's the exact same team as next year, but with Anthony Simons. How's that hit with you, Carter?
Oh, this has been my point all along, Sam. It's like, for all of you that don't like LeBron James, that's great. You don't like LeBron James. All right, let's spend that $15 million on Anthony Simons instead. I mean, come on. It's a ridiculous thing to say. It's obviously a huge upgrade. And at this point, Sam, you look at the list of free agents that are left, you don't really have a choice. You're waiting for LeBron James. That is the choice, because Anthony Simons is about the only one left. I mean, Benedict Mathurin is one of them, maybe. I don't think I've heard his name be signed yet. But other than that, those are your choices, period. Yeah. James Harden is going back to the Cavaliers. We know that.
That was never an option.
And that's probably the worst of the 4 options. So
yeah, I look at Rui Hachimura, but I don't know if that fits a need that the Warriors need. I like Rui only because I still have nightmares about those threes that he hit against the Warriors in that second round series a few years ago. I'd love to have a guy who can give sort of nightmares like that. I'm not going to sit here and act like Rui completely changes the trajectory of the Warriors, though. That's a lateral move, probably. So it really, and I guess that's the other side of that coin. Then, we're really just going to run it back the exact same way next year, but with Yaxel and Leger. Ugh.
I mean, not ideal, right, Sam?
It's just we went through this. We just did. But it's going to be like the last couple months of the season, except all season, because we're waiting for Jimmy Butler to come back. And what, are we really going to be in the middle of December, early January, just be like, well, hey, maybe when Jimmy comes back, but they're already 7 games under 500, stuck in that 10 spot. Doesn't really get you excited for the next season of Warriors basketball when we're supposed to be giving Steph meaningful basketball.
You know, Sam, when the CBA came in, everyone looked at it as kind of like the Joe Lacob rule because it totally basically took our spending ability out, which we had an owner that was so outspending every other team. I mean, it wasn't particularly close. He was spending like 5 times more than the next team. And because of that, you know, we hated this new CBA. Now we have a new rule set in the NBA with the new lottery, the draft lottery. And frankly, that is playing in the Warriors' favor by far, because if you're going to ride the Steph Curry years out and not do a full rebuild where you would part ways with Steph Curry, I mean, you probably aren't going to be one of those bottom 3 teams, which is not where you want to be at this point because you only get 2 lottery balls. If you're above those bottom 3, in between the play-in and that,
the 4 to 10
3.
spot.
And so, luckily, the Warriors are kind of playing this as though we might be a middle of the pack team, but that's where you want to be at this point.
No, absolutely. I think they are going to be too good to fall into that range. So I absolutely agree with you. I think that does play out well for them. The other thing that Slater said that there wasn't really much more to go off it after he said it. They were just not in on Jaylen Brown, like at all, which does it surprise you that they weren't even really, to his knowledge, he said that he didn't know if they were really taking it, even making calls to the Celtics to inquire about Jaylen Brown. And then I think about Slater just talking about how the whole goal is to keep the books clean beyond Steph Curry. It tells me that their youth movement is really not expected to start probably until that 2028 offseason, it looks like right now.
I have to think that there was some kind of money issue or something with the Jaylen Brown thing because Joe Lacob has been very, very clear with people. One thing is for sure. If there is an avenue for me to make this team better, I will look into that avenue. He's been very clear on that. And getting Jaylen Brown would have made this team better, period. So I have to think that there was some other issue that they had with the Jaylen Brown thing.
I'm going to do what I like to call some of my reckless speculation.
Love
here.
that.
If I were to recklessly speculate, maybe they just figured, Jaylen Brown for 3 years, but it's not good. It's just going to be for 3 years. A guy like Jaylen Brown, you're not giving up capital like that just for 3 more years of him. You want him beyond those 3 years. But that's going to be his age, 32, 33, 34, 35 seasons, deep into his 30s. I don't know, if you're trying to keep books clean, give yourself flexibility, maybe they see that as, again, they see it as they don't want to go beyond the 3 years with Jaylen Brown. But again, we had the conversation earlier, like Jaylen Brown does open things up to kind of lure a future star like Anthony Edwards in. So I don't know. It's still hard for me to really wrap my mind around the fact that they just did not want to get in on this Jaylen Brown trade, because the more you talk it out, the more it just seems like it makes too much sense. Even if they were still trying to do a youth movement, there are still avenues where you probably could have done both there in that situation.
I'll recklessly speculate too, Sam. Why not?
Some reckless speculation.
Yeah, I think that they are out of the business of giving away first-round picks.
Yeah.
And when I say giving away, I mean trading away, obviously. But I think they've made it clear. And you even go back to the Jimmy Butler trade. I mean, that was a great trade for the Warriors. You only gave up 1 pick for that, and it gave you a go, I mean, it didn't work out maybe in the sense that he got hurt, but it did give you a go, and it was thrilling to see them get past that Rocket series. I went to that Game 7 in Houston. I mean, it was one of the coolest games I've been to, and I've been to quite a few games. So, I think it's a good thing, frankly. They're clear. They want to stick to their strategy, which is let's not give up first-round picks.
But then, the Jimmy Butler situation is just they really just are going to stand by not trading him. And I guess, if the goal is to keep books clean, I guess that's the goal then. Like all the moves that we're seeing right now, because LeBron James coming on board for a year keeps the books clean. Like that really is just their mindset right now is they are winding down the Steph Curry era. And they clearly don't want to add anything that extends beyond that. It seems like there's just a hard reset that could be coming once Steph does end his time here. And you kind of hinted at the forbidden phrase, Carter. If they really want to get this youth movement going sooner rather than later, or, to a degree that Warriors fans might be approving of, you got to trade Steph Curry. But they're not doing that. That's why I call it the forbidden phrase, because you can't even say those lines. I said it, but I just don't see that happening.
You and I have had so many conversations behind the glass about this. I mean, seriously, we could have filled a year's worth of radio.
Yeah.
And I just, look, Sam, you know the boat I've always been in, which is this whole, well, we need to get younger and rebuild. Well, knowingly, people say that knowingly that Steph Curry's here. And the bottom line is they will never trade him. Even if that is the move that gets you closest to contention first, right? That you get a boatload of draft picks back and then you rebuild fully. That is a full rebuild now, okay? And you rebuild fully and then move toward the championship, goal. They're not going to do it. They've made that very clear that they are going to keep here. Steph's going to be a lifer. And because of that, I think that where you're headed right now, which is kind of that middle ground, that's where you want to be. And I think they're making the right move, frankly.
So in a sense, they could be figuring out a way to get the best of both worlds where you still got Steph. You're still going to have your fun nights where he's going off and doing just incredible Steph things. And that will be very fun to watch for those nights that it does happen. But you're either going to be good enough to maybe get into the playoffs, which sure, that'll be cool. I'm not going to say no to a playoff.
Sure, that'd be fun, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to say no to a playoff appearance. I guess the worst case scenario is they get into that play-in box and lose in the play-in, where I believe because the play-in teams get 2 ping pong balls. Is that correct?
Play-in teams, yeah, I think you get
Chase,
2.
do you want to Google that? We can confirm that there because, again, like most NBA rules, nothing ever makes sense. But that would kind of be but at the same time, like this team, if it walks like a play-in team, if it quacks like a play-in team, that's kind of what this Warriors team is. And that's kind of, that bad little middle ground you don't want to be in where you're stuck in a play-in situation that's still kind of handicapping you in the lottery. That does kind of take you out of that best of both worlds situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the rules changing is really going to change the way we see teams try to compete, number one, and try to build. And you mentioned it with the Knicks. I just think that there's a lot more avenues now to become a contender. And I also think, like, you're seeing that teams are valuing picks just so much now in today's NBA. And because what's the most valuable thing in team sports, in professional team sports? It's young guys who are really good on a rookie contract. We saw it look what it did to the Spurs. I mean, look what it did to the Spurs.
And they are set for the next couple of years now until they have to start paying everybody. So
Dylan Harper vaulted them into the finals. I mean, come on. They probably were not going to make the finals without his extra little push because the margins were so thin, obviously, as we saw against OKC.
So I guess what we could take away from all this right now, the fact the Warriors were not in on Jaylen Brown, is that the Warriors, we could get into this more on the other side, just the commitment to the youth movement. It may not be happening right now, but there's clearly a commitment to make this youth movement happen. Before we get the break, Chase, do we look up what our play-in teams get for ping pong balls?
We did. So what it's looking like is that if you're the number 9 and the number 10 seeds, that you're going to receive 2 lottery balls. But if you're the loser of the 7-8 game, you only receive 1.
Okay, so yeah, so the play-in is basically not where you want to be then, if you're trying to get more lottery ping pong balls. That was our new producer, Chase Cora, killing it back there. 888-957-9570. If you want to say what's up to Chase or talk to Carter and I about the Warriors, we could do that too. We got 1 hour left here. We're going to hit the break. Then on the other side, we're going to talk about this Warriors youth movement, whether it's happening or not, what this split squad situation is going to look like too. That's going to be a weird one. All that of what's coming up in the game is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our 4th of July sale's on now. 25% off store-wide through July 6th. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. With a sale like this, who needs fireworks? The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit, now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Coach? Hope you're excited to have LeBron James on your team. assuming that's still going to happen. Might have to wait a while for that to happen, though.
You got to be careful.
Anthony Slater, who joined us on the last segment, Warriors Insider for ESPN, said that only LeBron knows how long this could take. And I'm getting shades of last summer when Jonathan Kuminga kind of held up the entire Warriors offseason. And I guess it's a similar plan here with LeBron James this offseason, though. Makes a little bit more sense to hold up your offseason for LeBron James than it does for Jonathan Kuminga.
In retrospect, I wish they had that choice back, Sam.
So they just could have pivoted off Kuminga when they had the chance, like we probably should have done?
Well, yeah, not given him the entire offseason and use the offseason to actually improve.
Because, yeah, like last year you had those wink, wink, nudge, nudge deals with Horford and Melton that, you know, as soon as we get this Kuminga crisis taken care of, you guys are on board. It doesn't seem like any such wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreements are in place with any free agents right now because, I mean, Slater said at the pivot might be Anthony Simons. I don't know if Simons is going to be content to just sit around and wait for the Warriors to decide whether or not they want him or not. So, because it's LeBron or Simons. That's what a depressing statement that is.
I do think it's interesting that he's one of the last names on the board. I feel like as far as talent goes, he's one of the more talented players that was a free agent. So I'm wondering what the deal is there. I mean, he hasn't been valued at kind of like he wasn't valued at the Celtics, for instance, really. But think about his time in Portland. I mean, he was kind of looked at as like, oh, he'll take the torch on from Dame after Dame leaves. You know what I mean? And that kind of totally fell through. But I mean, he was traded in a big piece. That's how they got Drew Holiday, you know? So I don't know. I think it's kind of an interesting thing. Like, he's fallen off, right? But there was a time where he was a pretty damn good player. And so we'll see here if the Warriors, what happens with them. But nice player, would be a good addition to the Warriors, frankly. And the comp of, like, him fitting that six-man Jordan Poole, you know, spot, that's interesting to me. So it would be a disappointment if Anthony Simons came here because it would mean no LeBron James, but I think it would be a good offseason move for them, probably, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, if it's the same team plus Anthony Simons, that's not the worst thing. And, yeah, I agree with you. Probably coming off the bench, six-man. The Jordan Poole comp's a good one because Simons not really the best of defenders there. But 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. What if it isn't LeBron? What is the pivot? What would that do for the Warriors offseason if LeBron does not come here? Because the Warriors really are just putting all their eggs in the LeBron James basket. And Warrior fans, do you like that that's the situation? I mean, there's not really any other options they can go with right now. They've already brought back enough of their roster already. They're just waiting for this LeBron domino to fall. And you know, Carter, yesterday I kind of wanted to make the point that I don't want to sit around and wait all off season for LeBron James to make his decision. But now it's just, forget what I want. That's just the life that we're living. We are just going to sit around and wait for LeBron. And I don't like it, but I guess this is just life for us right now.
Well, I just like, there's nothing else there. So there's Anthony Simons, we mentioned it, Rui, and you're kind of out of luck at that point, right? So is it really worth those other two guys potentially to move off of what could be, you know, no pun intended, a king's ransom and getting LeBron James for $15 million? To me, it's not. To me, you wait this out. And if you're rolling back this same team again, which I know no one wants to see, you're going to have to look at it through the hourglass of at least we have Yaxel now. Otherwise, you're not going to be very happy with the upcoming Warriors season.
Oh, it's on you, Yaxel. You got to make this whole year worth it now. That's a fun pressure to play. I will say again, and it's good, you know, from the files of things that will never happen. Can you imagine the Warriors were just like, you know, LeBron, got until this date to make a decision, and then we're just gonna you can go to Cleveland. It's not gonna happen. But
that would be the nail in their coffin.
Yeah, that would send LeBron James to Cleveland there. But it's just out of this again. Initially, I would say I don't want to wait around for LeBron James just so the Warriors can finish their offseason, but it seems like the Warriors' offseason's basically already finished at this point. It's just a matter of, is it LeBron or is it just some other free agent that's not going to excite us enough? And that's where the Warriors find themselves. And again, this points to what Slater said. all about keeping the books clean beyond 2028. Warriors seems like they're hard-pressed at sticking to that strategy, which is also why Slater said that the Warriors are never really in on the Jaylen Brown trade, which, again, is kind of shocking until you do bring up the fact that they really just want to keep things clean. I don't know, would you rather have clean books after 2028, or would you rather have had Jaylen Brown? I guess that's the question you can ask yourself in that situation.
If there was a way financially to make Brown work on this team, meaning Jimmy's money would have matched and they could have figured that part of it out, and they weren't sure that that would have been a waste of their time basically trying to, that was complete mismanagement on Dunleavy's part by not acquiring or by not inquiring about Jaylen Brown. That's mismanagement. You do get better. I mean, period.
I think you get better short-term and long-term.
Exactly. And so the fact that Slater said to us that he had not heard the name Jaylen Brown in the building, I mean, that was pretty shocking to me, frankly. Of everything I took from Slater, that was kind of the thing I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, that seems pretty shocking to me, which I have to give the benefit of the doubt and think that they know something that we don't as far as, well, the money wouldn't have worked, yada, yada, yada. So I'm not sure there, but I will say this, Sam. If the case is that they could have made the money work, that is a total miss on Mike Dunleavy's part, and he should be held responsible for that.
Yeah, it's looking a lot more and more like this is going to be a demerit on Dunleavy for at least not. You at least got to kick the tires to see if there is something there. I understand the whole concept of keeping the books clean, but again, you're looking at 2028, 2029. I mean, the only guy who would be under contract beyond that 28-29 season, which is when Jaylen Brown's contract would be up, right now is Yaxel. Will Richard be an unrestricted free agent at that time? You could maybe bring Guy Santos back, but you have pretty clean books right now already. So I'm in the point that the more and more I look into this, the more and more it becomes more inexcusable that the Warriors did not get in on Jaylen Brown. I'd be curious if there's anybody out there in the audience who thinks differently or does agree with us. We're fine with either one. 888-957-9570. The Warriors were not in on Jaylen Brown at all, according to Anthony Slater. Warrior fans, how does that set with you? We want to hear from you on this one here. This is 408. Carter, why are you surprised by Dunleavy's incompetence? Knowledgeable fans already know. I don't know if it's that level of incompetence from Dunleavy, but I don't know. What say you on that, Carter?
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe Dunleavy is incompetent. I think that the fans haven't given him a chance to really prove that necessarily. I think he's made some moves where you're like, I don't know if I agree with that. I think the Chris Paul one to me is the one that stands out. And I would love to know what Joe Lacob's, what his role in that was. Was he the one that pushed for them to sign Jordan Poole, which then made him so hard to trade? Was that Dunleavy that said, we need to sign Jordan Poole for this? I don't know the answer to that. So I'm just wondering, look, Dunleavy was put in a position where he was not going to be liked by the fan base anyway, because he was going to be the one that broke up the big three that brought you so many titles. That's a very hard position to be put in. As far as basketball goes, though, if you can't acknowledge that, look, everyone thought, why would they sign Porzingis? Why would they sign Porzingis? He was a step ahead of all of you. He's a tradable contract still, which people did not realize. And we just are back here thinking he's such an idiot. I just, got to give the guy some runway to work here. And so I'm not saying he's the best GM ever by any means, but I am saying that the way the fan base craps on him is completely unfair. I do believe that.
But then at the same time, though, you say you got to give him some runway to work with here. He had a little bit of runway here going in this offseason. There was a move here that the Warriors could have made to make themselves better for the now and for the later, a move that would not have impacted their ability to add LeBron James, a move that would have allowed them to get younger, not sacrifice all of your draft capital for the future, put yourself in a position to add players for that future, but you just didn't even take the shot. Yeah, it's
that I have a problem with, Sam.
That is starting to look like a significant issue right now. And yeah, I absolutely think if Warrior fan, today is a day you can kind of be mad at Mike Dunleavy about this. Now, if they really are, that's the other thing, that the commitment to Jimmy Butler. Do they need to be this committed to Jimmy Butler? I like Jimmy. I was won me over when he came on board. I thought he fit with the Warriors really well. The injury that he suffered, it's no one's fault. I'm not getting into the whole, he was 36 years old, you should have seen that coming. I'm not getting into that because I don't think you can really predict injuries. I don't care how old or young a player is. I mean, who saw Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles injury happening before it happened? Like, those things can happen. I'm not saying like going into that game, like months in advance. No one was saying Tyrese Halliburton is going to blow out his Achilles. So you can't plan for injuries. Like, in hindsight, yes, you could always say, oh, well, it was always obvious. But prior to it, it doesn't work out. The commitment to Jimmy being so strong that they don't get in on that Jaylen Brown trade. I get that they told Jimmy they have no intention of trading him, but it is the NBA, though. Just because you say we're not trading you doesn't mean they're not going to trade you. Again, you mentioned Jordan Poole on line one on that one there. Do we really need to be so committed to Jimmy that we're not going to even pick up the phone and make a phone call on a deal for someone like Jaylen Brown? Is that really where we're at now?
Well, now that you bring up Jimmy, too, is people don't give Mike Dunleavy enough credit for the Jimmy Butler trade. That was a great trade.
No, absolutely. And I don't blame Dunleavy for the injury because that not at all are they connected. If Jimmy doesn't get injured, I think Dunleavy's looking a lot better right now. But at the same time, if Jimmy is healthy, does that make it easier to be in on that Jaylen Brown trade? Because I would absolutely take Jaylen Brown over Jimmy.
I think I would, too. There's no doubt. I think had Jimmy been healthy, I think you would have had the roots of the best package probably available. And I think that probably held them back, him not being healthy. But I think the real mistake is like not trying to, like the fact that you put no effort into keeping up with that whole saga and what the Celtics wanted for him, basically. Like, come on, dude, that's literally your job. And no offense, there's nothing else going on right now as far as players outside of the organization that you should be worried about beside LeBron James. So in that case, to me, you should have had your eyes on this. And it seems to me with the Shams thing, the price started to really go down at the end. People started falling out like crazy. And I'm just wondering, that's where it points to me like, clearly they had no interest in moving draft picks at all. Like, at all. I'm not sure even one was on their board to move. You know what I mean? So, like, LeBron is a signing. So that's kind of the ends of how they can go with this. And that would make sense to me, really, Sam.
Yeah, no, and you bring that up here. 925 says, you guys, it's not about the wanting to hold on to Jimmy. They're trying to hold on to the draft picks more so than Jimmy. That I do agree with. Like, is it so much that they are committed to Jimmy or are they more committed to the draft picks? If you told me that they could just move Jimmy for Jaylen Brown straight up with no draft picks, I feel like the Warriors would do that, but that's a fantasy world that doesn't exist. You're never going to make a trade like that just player for player, healthy or not. That's just not how the NBA works. So, I don't know. If the commitment is more to you don't want to give up the draft picks more than you don't want to give up on Jimmy, then I guess that makes a lot more sense because that does kind of, I guess, would fit in more with what I would guess to be their original plan, which is they acquired Jimmy, signed him to the 2-year extension. I can't imagine the Warriors actually had plans to hold on to Jimmy Butler beyond this upcoming season. Like, it was going to be that 2-year deal, and then, all right, Jimmy, you go do your thing. So, I guess in that sense, I sit here saying, are they really that committed to Jimmy? Maybe I am looking at it the wrong way. It's the picks they're more committed to, and then by extension, Jimmy Butler is a part of that commitment as well.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, how they view Jimmy as a guy who, if they don't get LeBron, could mentor a Axel Lendenborg, you know? I mean, they have definitely some similarities in their game. And I think Jimmy has a very mature style of basketball that one of the things I really admire about Jimmy's game is he really, like, you can tell, it's all slows down for Jimmy. Like, he does not go at other people's pace. And I think that's a very valuable lesson to rookies that come into the NBA, frankly, Sam.
We talk about, Jimmy helping these younger guys. And maybe this is an unfair question. I'm going to throw this out there. Like, what is the evidence that Jimmy did help the younger guys last year? Like, we know he put his arm around Jonathan Kuminga's shoulder a lot. But did that work out for Kuminga? Like, is Kuminga in a better place because of Jimmy whispering in his ear? Right now, I would argue, no, Kuminga is not in a better place, despite the fact that he had Jimmy Butler whispering in his ear. And, in the past, like, a great example I go to is like when Randy Johnson spent his 1 year with the Giants, the impact he had on their young starters, Lincecum Kane and Jonathan Sanchez especially, he really took steps forward that year in his pitching development, having a lefty like Randy Johnson in the clubhouse with him. There was a tangible benefit you could see there. What is the tangible benefit that you saw that these young players got from Jimmy Butler?
I'm not sure you can point anything out that's public. I'm not behind the scenes, so maybe.
No, that's fair. I'll allow for that.
Maybe they're seeing something that I'm not. And, the chat's roasting me right now saying, oh, $50 million coffee guy, $50 million mentor. Yeah, but guys, listen, they are telling you they're committed to Jimmy. They're saying that. I'm not saying that.
We're just, we're talking about what they're putting down the sticks. We're just picking them up.
I'm relaying the information that they are giving us. Yeah. So if they're telling you that, clearly they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. And so when that happens, I just go to, could it be the mentorship maybe? I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, that's the best you can get out of Jimmy right now.
You don't know what you can count on when he's coming back on the court. That's for sure. Like, they're committed to him. That's the way it is. That's what they want to do. If I was running the team, would that be what I'd want to do? Probably not. But that's the way it is.
I guess if Jimmy was healthy, though, I wonder how much that would change it. And again, this fairy tale land where that is the case. But and that is, I think Nick Friedel, he's come on this station, said it a lot. Like, the Jimmy injury threw a wrench into everything. So we will never know what the plan was if Jimmy had stayed healthy, because Jimmy not staying healthy, unfortunately, scuttled any of those plans. And I honestly don't even know if Jimmy was healthy, the Warriors still make that pick, still make that trade, because clearly from what it sounds like, from what Anthony Slayer's telling us, everything is geared towards that summer of 2028 right now, when Steph's last contract will be over, assuming so. I mean, Steph is extension eligible, but this is just me guesstimating that this year and next year will be Steph's last years, maybe. Maybe he goes into 28, 29. And can you imagine if Steph want to play beyond these next 2 years?
I think, Sam, it's very dependent on this knee.
Yeah.
Is this going to be something that lingers with him for the rest of his career? I don't know. But I think that I would not want to keep playing if I became a shell of myself due to an injury that lingered, right? It's one thing to become a shell of yourself because you're getting old, right? But when you're talking about pain and talking about kind of the image you've already built, it just seems like a very obvious choice to me.
Yeah. And again, Nick Friedel was on with the Marks yesterday talking about the Warriors youth movement. Placed again, basically, it's becoming a split squad situation.
I mean, they've brought back the exact same team with Melton, and you have Yaxel and LeJay Jones, and now you're just kind of like, okay. You wait because it's LeBron, but it's basically like it's going to end up being like a split squad team, guys, because you're going to have team A of your stars and your guys who aren't going to play back-to-backs every night, and then team B that's going to have to run out there and play a whole lot of minutes while these guys are taking a break.
It's not the most perfect way, I guess, to get your young players involved, but I guess if this is how your youth movement starts, I guess that's just the best option the Warriors have in terms of turning the page slowly and painfully, which, that shouldn't be a shock to anybody that this is how it's coming together.
I mean, turning the page is always painful.
Yeah.
And like we're seeing this with the Giants right now too. Like, eventually, guys, it's going to be painful. And we were lucky to get through a window and capture so many championships the way we did. Other franchises do not go through that. And a lot of franchises are constantly rebuilding. You know what I mean? So I think at least we get to ride Steph Curry's years out and enjoy that while this rebuild occurs, so to say. But the LeBron thing, that could throw a whole different, animal into this. I mean, who knows? He seems like a lifeline to me at this point.
I don't think LeBron would necessarily prevent the youth movement again if there is going to be this whole split squad situation going on here. It might take them out of the next couple drafts in terms of, where they're on the lottery. Like, they're probably be too good to fall in that lottery sweet spot, that 4 to 10 spot. So it does delay your youth movement a little bit in that sense. I guess, I don't know, if you want the youth movement to start now, you're probably hoping LeBron doesn't happen. If you're okay delaying the youth movement a little bit longer, then yeah, you do want LeBron to happen. There's a part of me, Carter, that just believes that the Warriors just want to kick the can down the road as long as possible on this. They just don't want to start those dark days just yet. And I get that. I don't know, maybe some teams want to steer into the skid, other teams don't. When you do have a guy like Steph Curry and you're not going to trade him, then I do think, yeah, this is your only option, which is play it out with Steph, try and make it work as best as you can. But they clearly have a start date. 2028 summer, that's when it officially starts. And I guess you commend them for sticking to that here. Hey, you got my Built Like a Baller bed ready here, Carter? Because we're going to do Built Like a Baller today and not tomorrow. So there we go. That's right, it is Built Like a Baller. Every week, we let you know who on the Valkyries was built like a baller. Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who built it. This week's baller is Kalia Charles, who led the Valks with 13 points off the bench in a win over the Liberty on Sunday at Chase Center, including this layup with some help from Letitia Ama here.
Rebound tapped over to Amy here. Leticia across half. Outletting for Kyla Charles. Goes second side, using the rim as a protector and a screener of Brianna Stewart. Reversing it in. Kyla Charles makes it a 7-0 run. Valkyries by 18.
There we go. Kevin Dana there on the call. Kyla Charles getting the feed from Leticia Ama here. Get the names right there. Baylord presents Built Like a Baller. Discipline and integrity paying off. That is Baylord, and that's how they manage the wealth you've built. Baylord.com/baller. Going to wrap the show up on the other side. Warrior fans, they were never in on the Jaylen Brown trade. Does that make you angry, sad, indifferent, any other emotion? We accept all emotions here on the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman, it's Carter Chickering. Also, some other things that were going around in the NBA this week. Kawhi Leonard, he's on the move. Saw Jonathan Kuminga. He's on the Lakers' radar now. So we want to touch on some just random bips and bops all around the NBA.
Yeah, Sam, let's go around the league. I like that.
And then again, before we go, I do want to just bring up some about that World Cup match last night that USA won over Bosnia and Herzegovina. We always like to kick Levi's Stadium when it's down. I'm not going to do that. On the other side, what's coming out of the game is brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon. Hurry in today for a new Toyota. Check out Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-new fully electric CHR, or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the fully electric BZ. The 4th of July sales event is almost over. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38 plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Tim? No Joe Spadoni on the show this morning. No Joe Shasky either. That's why it's been so quiet. Sam Lubman alongside Carter Chickering. Wrapping up the show here. We're going to do some odds and ends here in this segment because there's a lot of other stuff going on in the world, and we're still waiting for LeBron James to make his freaking decision. Decision 4.0. He's going to take his talents to Mission Bay, join the Golden State Warriors.
We need Thundercats.
Or is he going to head back to Cleveland again? Ooh, so exciting and original, LeBron. Another homecoming. Maybe there's a dark horse team in there. You know what was interesting? We had Anthony Slater on in the 8 o'clock hour. Go back and check it out on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube as well. And Slater suggested that, I asked him, how long is this going to take for LeBron to make his decision? And he mentioned that LeBron could be sitting back to see who beefs themselves up more during this whole process. And hey, Nick Friedel, he said that it's 50-50 between the Warriors and the Cavs yesterday when he joined the Marks, Willard and Grandy, in the afternoon. Is it possible another team could sneak in there at the last second and entice the King with a mid-level exception that he could sign, like Philly?
It sounds like to Rich Paul, anything's possible. I mean, the only team that's off the board we know is the Lakers, so we'll see. I mean, the Kings are even in play, Sammy, because at least he could live at home if he played for the Kings.
I'm going to just go out on a limb and say the Kings. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Kings are not in play for the King.
Lock it in.
I'm just going to a hot take there. Burritos for you and Chase if LeBron ends up on the Kings. I'm not even going to take a burrito bet in return.
Yeah, you don't even need to say that. That's a waste of wind. He's not going to the Kings. I'm with you.
Yeah, that would. I mean, honestly, I thought it was hilarious. When the Kings said no to Jonathan Kuminga, I thought that was kind of funny. Like, damn, Kuminga really has fallen off. But, I don't think that LeBron James will be going to the... Though that would be fun if King James played for the Kings.
Oh, I didn't put that together. That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, call him Kings James, I guess.
Not bad, Sam. Not bad. Of two, maybe.
Yeah, that's about how many extra wins that it would be for the Kings if he went there.
I know. I wish we would have asked RJ about it when he called earlier.
I feel like they're going to be there's always like an NBA Siberia team, as we like to call it, where it's just players get banished there when no one wants them. Like for the last few years, I was probably the Washington Wizards. The Hornets were that team for a while. I feel like the Kings are right now number one on the NBA Siberia power rankings right now.
I think they're absolutely number one.
Yeah, that is a team that everyone's getting banished to right now. And
look at the way the Hornets changed their image. Pretty nuts.
They're on the up and up. They just moved off or did they move off? Yeah. They moved off LaMelo, right?
Yeah, they have the best season they've had in like 40 years, and then they completely shake their team up. That's about as Hornets as it gets, right?
Yeah, you love to see it. And yeah, obviously the Wizards, they have a direction now for the first time in years. And it seems like Anthony Davis is, I guess that's not happening, though maybe opinions can be changed on that. Though Anthony Slater said that the reason why the Warriors will not be in on AD is not just because of the picks, but because AD is going to want an extension beyond the 2 years that he has right now. And that might be the biggest hell to the no that I have on anything that we've talked about this morning on the Morning Roast on this day, July 2nd, 2026. I don't really want Anthony Davis for the next 2 years, and I definitely don't want him for the next 2 + 4 years.
Well, the reports are that he wants a max extension, 4-year max extension, correct?
Yeah, and I'm so out on that.
That just seems crazy to me. It actually seems insane to me.
It's going to be like, what, $60 million each year or something like that? Some absurdly stupid number?
Yeah, and I'm just confused. Obviously, when he's on the court, great player. I'm confused how Rich Paul is going to make that argument when it is so known that he has trouble staying on the court. I mean, it's literally a joke. If you were to say who's the most injured player in the NBA, he'd be the first on everyone's list. Let's be honest.
You breathe on the guy wrong, he's out for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and it's always a new issue is the worst part. So for him to think that, and I think the Wizards might do it is the crazier part, but for him to think that, this guy needs a max deal, yada, yada. Like, I can see where AD is like, I want to get my last really big payday here of my career. It just seems crazy for whatever team is going to take that on to me.
Do you think LeBron still has the stipulation that any team that gets me has to bring in Anthony Davis as well? Because I don't think the Sixers have the ability to bring in Anthony Davis. I don't know if they want to add him to that roster. I mean, they could. I feel like they probably could work that trade out. I don't see them wanting to do that, though. So I'm not saying the Sixers are in on LeBron either, but I'm just throwing options out there.
I don't think they have Joel Embiid, who they seem like they've been content with for years, right?
I guess, yeah, it would Embiid for Davis. That just, again, one problem for another.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps anybody. I think that the Sixers have shown that they will stick by Joel Embiid, I guess. Frankly, I'm shocked that the process is still going on at this point. And when you're paying that kind of money to a guy who's legit played half the games of his career, That's crazy to me. And it's a reason that name has fallen out of lure with Warriors fans, is I think we're just over guys who can't get on the court and who can't suit up.
We got enough of those guys on this team already. So why keep adding onto that there?
Yet fans don't give Pods enough credit for that being one of his best attributes. As the guy plays 82 games.
I think it's one thing to be available. You got to do stuff with that availability, which to his credit, I think Pods does do that.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say.
Not enough to that was a little delayed compliment right there. Just not to the level that Warrior fans deem to be acceptable, but that's just a completely different conversation there. That was a mean shot at Pods there. I'm sorry, Pods.
It's okay.
Yeah, it happens. Other things going around the NBA, again, we saw the Kawhi Leonard going back to the Raptors there. And
you think they got a lot better with that? What do you think about that trade?
I mean, they'll be in the mix in the East. I'm not putting them as the favorites, though. Because, again, how much Kawhi are you going to get in that situation?
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't love I look at Brandon Ingram as a pretty decent player, and he's 28. I mean, he's not great by any means, but he's a decent player, and he's 28 years old. He's young, and then you attach 2 picks to him. Oof. The one thing is, obviously, though, they get a lot better on defense with that.
Yeah.
Like, a lot better. I mean, they have Scotty Barnes now and Kawhi Leonard next to each other on defense. That's going to be scary for teams to try to score on.
That will be, it's just, I don't think it's an easier path for the Raptors right now, because I just think the East is just that much tougher. There are 4 or 5 teams right now that I think that could legitimately lay claim to being the top of the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I think you can take the word tough and substitute it with wide open, right?
Yeah.
Like the East is just completely wide open, it feels like. And we're seeing that from the way teams are acquiring players right now, is everyone feels like that they could send themselves to the finals with the right moves over there. So it's interesting. And this is what the CBA's created. It's like, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
I feel like, this year we're really seeing the impacts of what this CBA was meant to do. And I guess, is this parity a good thing? I mean, it's getting a lot of teams into it. If you're a fan of an NBA team right now, a lot of these fans are feeling as good as they've ever felt about their team having a successful season. And I feel like that was the goal that Adam Silver had when he set out with this CBA, him and CJ McCollum, when they put it together.
Yeah, I think that, to me, and Shasky and I disagree on this to some degree, which is like, you don't see as many like mid-level signings anymore, right? You're kind of either like below 20 million or at 20 million, and then you're either like a max contract player. And there's not very little variation in contracts and what guys are actually valued at, right? Because teams can only maneuver with what they have. Like, you are like the second apron, it just seems like to everyone it's just hell. It's
we saw the Warriors get into that a couple years ago, and remember they couldn't bring back Dante DiVincenzo because of it.
Yeah, and every team will just twist backwards to get out of it. So, but I think one thing we have seen in the CBA, and I will stand by this till the end of me, the playoffs ever since the CBA have gone in have been incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's more wide open, and
they've been incredible.
Yeah, you feel better about your chances no matter what, because of just how wide open these things are. Now, on the flip side, it almost is kind of like the hockey playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, where it's just like, literally it almost feels like any team that is in the tournament can win it, which makes it, I guess, more exciting, more plausible that your team can win, but at the same time, it also makes it a lot more difficult because there's any team that can knock your team out. That's kind of where I see this trending right now, at least in the Eastern Conference. I don't think it's quite there in the West. I think the West, it's still the Thunder and the Spurs, and everybody else is just seeing how much they can push those two teams.
You know how Spadoni always says, like, well, we don't like parity in the NBA. Like, we like to see, dynasties and repeat winners, so we have someone to root against. Like, I just completely disagree with that. Every year when there's a new finals, it seems like now, it's just fireworks. And the last 2 years have gone deep into the series. Like, we underrate last year's finals completely. The Thunder versus
it just wasn't a sexy matchup at the time.
And it went to Game 7.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Who's going to say it wasn't a sexy matchup, but it went to Game 7? Like, it's a crazy thing to say, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that there are parts of this CBA that have sucked, there's no doubt, but I think we haven't appreciated this part of it, which is the playoffs have been amazing under it. Period.
Absolutely. You know what else is amazing, Carter? So we can get this caller to call into the show Let's get in the zone. Tony, Oakland. What's going on, Tony?
Good morning, Sam. You're on air. Well done.
Thank you very much, Tony. Carter's
this win.
You did. You're talking about the Team USA win last night, right?
Oh my God!
Don't forget to shout out Carter. Carter's on air too.
Yeah, hello, Carter. Well, this is why the coach is so important, as they're calling him now, Mauricio Pochettino, right? Oh, my God. As Bonte likes to say, he's the number one Italian. No, this guy is the number one Italian. Oh, my God, he gets them in. They have the God circle. God is the equalizer in this. We're going all the way. And who cares if we lost a player? You know what the Templars never needed to know? The number of the foe. They just said, just tell me where they are. And this Mauricio, oh my God, he's got the stuff to take us all the way. I can't believe our team was like an Argentinian team. They were attacking with the ball and everything. I've never seen anything like it. I've been watching soccer since '82 when the German teams were like German teams, right?
Yeah.
Now they're like wusses. But Mauricio is going to get us all the way.
Yeah, no, you're very in on Mauricio Pochettino, Tony. I'm curious, you saw that red card that Balogun got last night. I'm not the biggest soccer person, but I feel like I'm educated enough to know that was such a bogus red card, Tony. What do you think?
Oh, well, yeah, because you got to go with intent of the player. Here they are coming together, going for the ball. There was no intent involved. And it was a Brazilian. He probably wants to get even with us for celebrating when Germany did a blitzkrieg on Brazil 12 years ago, right?
I remember that. Oh, yeah, that was that 6-0 loss or something, right?
Oh, no, it was like 7-1.
7-1.
Anyway, that was fabulous. I don't know where the Germans have sunk, but we could easily go all the way. Oh, my God, we're like an Argentinian team. And just look at it. Mauricio's got that Italian, you know, the reason why we got all those Italians in Germany, Italians and Germans in South America, because after the World War II, they fled down there. Yep. So we've got heroic bro down there.
Tony, the Warriors are still waiting on LeBron James. If you had to make the pitch to LeBron to come to the Warriors, how would you do it?
Oh, my God. The pitch is they're waiting to go out like a momentous light. And all together, you know, I don't know. Do you know if LeBron, is he Muslim or something? But anyway.
I don't believe he is.
Green and Curry. Is he Muslim?
I don't believe he is.
Okay, well, maybe he believes or they can get him to believe, but the dude gets in the zone. So all three of them together, they'll get in and they'll light each other's fire and you don't get hurt. So what I would say to LeBron is, oh, my God, you're going to feel that injection of light from Curry and Green and all three together, and we'll win the whole deal.
I love it. Tony, thank you so much for calling in this morning.
Why do you think LeBron needed to be Muslim?
I don't know. I'm not even going to touch that one.
I'm honestly going to think about that the whole weekend of what Tony was thinking there.
I was not expecting that pivot there from Tony. Really quick, speaking of LeBron James, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Tony was talking about the World Cup, though. I want to finish up with a couple thoughts on that because that was a really fun one yesterday. Again, I'm not a big soccer guy, but that got me kind of juiced up for it yesterday. Chase, you're rocking the soccer jersey this morning. Are you a big soccer guy?
I am a big soccer guy.
Oh,
so
I need your red card opinion then.
So what I would say is that, like Tony had brought up, the intent wasn't there. Obviously, the bodies came clashing in. You could see that he was thrown off balance a little bit, and that's why the foot went into the back of the leg of the other player. So I think this is the thing with VAR, and this is honestly the thing with all replay that gets me pretty upset. You can't look at the slow motion view.
Yeah.
You got to look at it in the real-time view. If you looked at that play, real-time view, that's maybe a yellow card, but to go red right away was just, I thought it was insane. And, I mean, come on. The World Cup's in the U.S. I thought we were maybe going to get some gimme calls, personally, as an American fan, but to give us a red in the 60th minute, I was thrown off with that.
I like to take during a break, a couple breaks ago, we were out in the sales arena, and Lindsay in sales, she's a bigger soccer fan than I am, and she's like, I have a thought, but I'm not going to say it. I'm like, no, go ahead and say it. She's like, They just don't want to see the U.S. win. We're supposed to be the little brother team that shouldn't win, so they don't want to see us win. I'm like, oh, I love that take. It's always conspiracy against America. I'm all for it on 4th of July week. That's it. I will say this, though. Watching on TV last night, we always love to kick Levi Stadium and dog on it for being a not great stadium. It's not a special stadium. Like, there's nothing unique about it. There's nothing that says home of the 49ers about it. But every time Levi's is on the national stage with the spotlight on it, I feel like it always delivers. Whether it was that NFC title game against the Packers in 2019, the divisional round against the Packers, or the NFC title game against the Lions a couple years ago, or the Super Bowl, both Super Bowls I thought Levi showed out. It looked like a pop in time there down in Santa Clara last night at Levi Stadium for this match.
I think it was going to be a pop in time regardless of who was playing last night. There's no doubt. I'm in the other boat of, like, I am not a fan of Levi's. I've been there 40 bajillion times. I practically live there during football season, you know, Sam. Mm-hmm. And I think the phrase, there's nothing special about it, is very fitting. I think it has a lot of problems. I think I've sat in, I'm serious, probably every section and in every kind of seating in that building, and there's literally nothing special about it. In fact, the media box is probably the most special thing about it.
I do love that press box.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
it spoiled me way too much.
Like, think about that. Like, that should be the least of anything. That should be the least impressive. Like, that's the thing that kind of matters the least, is where we sit as media members. As far as the actual boxes go, the luxury ones, the nice seating down low, the seating up top, it's all just not great. And as a new stadium, when I am looking at the Giants stadium, still saying that I prefer that stadium, I don't think that's a great look when you were built 13 years after.
I hear that. And again, I'm not going to sit here and try and make the case that Levi's is more special than it is. But we do dog on it a lot. Like, it's not as special as people might want to say it is. I don't think anyone's wanting to say it's special. But, like, I never really bought into the whole, like, it's the worst stadium ever. Like, it's not as bad as the detractors will make it out to be. Like, Shasky texted us last night, I hate the shadows at Levi's. I mean, the shadows, you're going to have shadows like that in
I have no problem with that.
In the afternoon like that. It was a 5 o'clock start in the summer. You don't usually see 5 o'clock events in the summer at Levi's because Levi's mostly hosts football games, which are in the fall and winter. I just thought the setting looked really nice. It looked like a legit soccer stadium. The atmosphere on the TV looked great. You could hear the USA chants in the background. Just for all the kicking and pushing we do on that stadium, I do just want to point out, when big events are there, it just always seems like it is a great time there. In the big games that I've been, like, you've been to the playoff games at Levi's, right, Carter?
Yeah, I've been to quite a few of them.
Is it not hopping for those games?
It's hopping at every 49ers game, Sam. The fans always show out. There's no doubt. I always show up an hour early by myself to go through the parking lot, too. That's how much.
That is true,
That's how great it is.
Oh,
you know?
I can only imagine what that parking lot was like yesterday.
A lot of tequila.
Oh, I bet there was. Let's get to our final thoughts. All right, rattling off our final thoughts. Carter, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Since we're on the Levi's topic, I think the biggest issue with Levi's to me, Sam, and Shasky's brought this up on our show many, many a times, it does not represent San Francisco. And what I mean by that is when I'm sitting at home yesterday and there's a massive cloud of fog over my head and I'm looking down at Ken at Levi's Stadium and he's covered in sun, that to me is misrepresentation right there. And that's it.
Some might call it a misrepresentation sensation.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to jam that in there. You know, my final thought, the Warriors aren't the only team that is doing free agency stuff this week. There's another Bay Area team that's been very active in free agency. I am, of course, talking about our San Jose Sharks. They've made a few moves this week. Obviously, they added Michael Kesserling a few weeks ago to beef up that blue line. They made the trade for Darnell Nurse from Edmonton. This was a tough trade for Shakir Mook-Madulin. I liked Mook the way he was coming up, but Nurse is the more ready to play right now veteran guy, so I get that. But took on his entire contract, $9.25 million per year through the 2030 season. They also signed defenseman Jacob Trouba, added him to that blue line as well. So they're adding some beef to the blue line, which they needed. And then, of course, there was the addition of Mason Marchmont. He'll be a great addition to their top six as well. In a vacuum, I like all these deals, but a lot of money committed to these guys, which is understandable when you're signing free agents. The Trouba deal, probably a bit of an overpay, but when you got to extend in the next couple of years, Macklin Celebrini, Yaroslav Askarov, Will Smith, Colin Graff, they're going to need contract extensions going into this year. The year after that, you got Michael Misa and Sam Dickinson and Igor Chernikov. And then you got Ivar Stenberg after that. They're adding a lot of money down the line when they still got a lot of big contracts to come. They'll be fine this year and the year after. But in a few years, there's going to be some very tight squeezes there. So a little concerning there. But short term, Sharks getting better right now. That's what we like to see because I need to see them in the playoffs next year. I'm done with this lottery stuff. Chase, got a thought here to close us out?
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with the World Cup here, and I just want everybody to be aware that I think you're about to see the greatest American sporting moment since the Miracle on Ice with this U.S. team. I really do. I am a European soccer guy, so I don't give a lot of credit to the U.S. men's national team, but they're looking great. Pochettino does have them playing well. They're going to beat Belgium on Monday, and then they're going to get geared up for that.
Lock it in.
Locking it in. They're going to get geared up for that game against Spain coming up in the quarterfinal, and I think that if you get a win there, the energy in the entire country is going to be going crazy, so just watch out for that. Like Carter brought up earlier, there's no bad thing about being a bandwagoner for your own country. Everybody who's listening right now, get on that bandwagon. This is going to be memorable.
That was our new producer, Chase Cork. First day with the roast. Already coming in with great takes. Great start there, Chase. Thank you so much for coming in and helping Carter and I out this morning. Waking up that early is not easy. You have handled it like a champ. Carter, you handled this show like a champ. Sam, you were there. You talked. You said stuff. That's all you can really expect to do these days. So thanks, everyone, for joining us this morning. Steiny and Evan will be taking you for the next 4 hours. And don't forget, everybody, Belgium sucks.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here. So text the group chat and make it a date. Fill up on fan favorite food bites, catch high energy stunts with monster trucks, then rock out to shows like Flo Rida and El King. Visit AlamadaCountyFair.com today.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everyone. What is going on? Happy almost holiday. Most people got tomorrow off. Almost July 4th. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz sliding over to the, they call that the beach chair? Is that what you call it usually?
Yeah, the beach chair. The beach chair. And I'm officially declaring the weekend starting now.
You got a certain glow about you. And I don't know if it's the two-lane top or the kind of the Nike green you got going on.
Go Green Wave!
I don't know if it's the U.S. win yesterday. I don't know if it's the Giants beating the Diamondbacks for the first time in a quarter century, it feels like. I don't know if it's the fact that NBA free agency just seems to get better and better every single day, except for the fact we still don't know what the Warriors are going to do. But what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, big win for the USA last night. They're in the round of 16. We had our very own Ken Luttrell was there and said it was an electric atmosphere. And Jaylen Brown gets traded in the NBA, and now we say, could the Warriors have done something?
Well, that's kind of where I want to start, because I was in here yesterday when the news broke during Willard and Dibs, and Grandy was in for Dibs. And the first thing I thought of was, wow, that did not seem like a whole hell of a lot. 2 first-round picks, only one of them unprotected. 2 second-round picks. Paul George, who's got an extra year, pretty much a straight swap in terms of salaries. And the Philadelphia 76ers get the best player on a team that they eliminated in the postseason. There's a lot of different angles to it, but Steiny, this is one of several trades we'll get into today that have all happened around the Warriors. And I don't know if you thought about how it impacts potentially LeBron's location, but the first thing that came to my mind was, well, why couldn't the Warriors get in on that?
Well, I've done a deep dive, and the Warriors are in a little trouble when it comes to deals like this.
Now, why are they?
Well, so let's go down the big trades this offseason. I'm going to say there's about 7 of them. You had Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi Leonard, LaMelo Ball, John Morant, Walker Kessler, and Miles Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
There's something they all have in common, and that is all the teams that traded for those guys had a player that the other team wanted with a salary that they needed. So Giannis, who'd they get? Tyler Hero. The Warriors don't have a player like Tyler Hero, a guy who's already established in the league, is a starter in this league, and is probably, a team's top 3 or 4 player. Paul George, whether we like it or not, the Warriors don't have a player like Paul George. Certainly not one they're willing to trade.
Well, not one that's healthy.
Correct. Brandon Ingram got traded for Kawhi Leonard. The Warriors don't have a Brandon Ingram. They don't have players like that. LaMelo Ball. The Warriors don't have a Naz Reid or Julius Randle. They don't have guys who make $25 or $30 million who are good. They just don't have players like that. John Morant. He was traded for Jeremy Grant. The Warriors don't have a Jeremy Grant. I've asked this question a million times. If you could take any player off the Warriors roster other than Steph Curry, who would you take? There's no easy answer. A lot of teams don't want Draymond. They don't want Butler. They don't want Will Richard. They don't want Draymond. Who do they want maybe? Pods? Moody? Well, those guys aren't the class of players that are getting traded in these kind of deals.
I mean, the answer is Porzingis. If there is a player that fits that kind of mold. But I hear you. He's also injury prone.
But he comes with a lot of baggage. And I think what the Warriors are feeling right now, what they're really paying the price for, is their roster is not very good, and they don't have enough players that other teams want.
I mean, I think that's why people are so hopeful about LeBron, because the idea of trading for a big boy the last couple of years, what's the biggest trade they've made? Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And that was the last sort of, it's funny, you're going down the list of players that other teams would be interested in. I'm not saying that Andrew Wiggins is in the class of a Julius Randle, but he's a guy that at least another team could say, yeah, he can help us. He might be able to fit in, so he's going to play some games. He can score 18 to 20 a night. He'll be out there, and he's going to help us in some way, shape, or form. A lot of players in the Warriors right now, it's just hard to figure out where they're going to fit on specific teams. Now, the one thing about the Jaylen Brown deal that kind of threw me is, do you think that Boston needed a player back? Do you think Paul George is, he's better than people give him credit for last year,
right,
in the postseason specifically, but he's 35 years going on 36. He's making $54 million the next 2 seasons. He's going to help Boston, I believe, more as a role player, certainly than a superstar, or even a star the way that Jaylen Brown was for them last season. But did they need a player back? That's my question, because if the answer is no, to me, the Warriors could have easily knocked the Sixers' offer out of the water when it comes to draft capital. I think that's the only place where they have a seat at the table in these deals. Because you even look at a Miles Bridges. You know, there's a player who went back. There was an unprotected pick involved. And it's like the Warriors' lone opportunity to make a move when it comes to a trade is by giving up first-round picks. And Steiny, it does feel like to me they're reluctant to do that at this stage of whatever they believe their dynasty or franchise trajectory is.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And if the Warriors were to have gotten in on Jaylen Brown, they would have had to give up more picks than the Sixers gave up because, the thing about Paul George is he's kind of become a little bit of a laughingstock, but when he plays, he's still a pretty good player. So I know he only played 37 games last year, but I think that the Celtics look at him as, you know what, we just need him to be our third best player. And he could fit into that role, and I think he's ready to do that. But, again, I'm looking even at the Miles Bridges trade. Miles Bridges goes to Phoenix. Who'd they give up for him? Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. Like, the Warriors don't even have a Grayson Allen. Now, they got Pods, but Pods is going to need to be paid. So if you trade for Pods, you better really like him, because you're going to have to extend him. But Pods has a chance to be Grayson Allen's a better player right now, to my way of thinking, than Pods. Pods may have more potential, but outside of Pods, again, who's attractive on this roster? Moody might have been attractive before the injury a little bit. Certainly not now. Maybe you could have moved off Butler and gotten something of value if he were healthy, but he's not. So I see the Warriors right now as a team that they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're either going to have gotten in on these moves, they were either going to have to give up 4 draft picks, or they weren't going to be able to do it because they don't have a player good enough to make the other team say, well, that player's good, so we'll only take 2 first-round picks. You don't have a player we want, so we need 4. And I think that's a bridge too far for the Warriors if it's a player they're not in love with.
Well, and it seems like based on the stars that have moved, there's a couple lopsided deals. I think the Walker Kessler deal was, the Lakers paid a lot to get him, but Giannis didn't demand a full 4 first-round picks. Right. Jaylen Brown didn't demand a full 4 first-round picks. There's nobody out there that teams are willing to give up first-round picks for, and so I don't know if that's because of the changing landscape in the NBA. I don't know if that's because teams are just more interested in collecting players. And I do think that a team like the Spurs, the Thunder, even the Knicks, who obviously won the NBA championship, they're proving that you need to be deep. You cannot just have a couple of guys at the top and waltz your way to a title anymore. And I think the Golden State Warriors are trying to figure out how they can replenish their depth. And the way they can do that is by using those picks. But unfortunately for a lot of people, that's not going to be good enough because that takes time. Time that Steph Curry doesn't have, time that if you want to throw Draymond in there doesn't have, time that if LeBron James comes to Golden State does not have. So, in lieu of yesterday, my first question was, could the Warriors have got in on the Jaylen Brown deal? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings and Steinmetz today. Guru's going to be back next week. Why aren't the Warriors involved in these trades is probably the bigger question that they have to answer. Why can't they get in on a Jaylen Brown, a Ja Morant, a LaMelo Ball, a Giannis? We've spent months talking about how many players they're actually interested in, but which ones do they have the opportunity to get? And that's where they're kind of left at the table. Jaylen Brown, to me, was the best player out there available outside of Giannis Antetokounmpo. And you could argue based on his availability, his production, first-team All-NBA, he might have been even more highly sought after. And he was only dealt for a player that's making $54 million and an unprotected first-round pick. Not even one of the better first-round picks that the Philadelphia 76ers got. So I think a lot of Warriors fans are just feeling like, what are we going to do? Because you re-signed Melton yesterday, you brought back Porzingis, you brought back Horford, And on the other side, I do want to get into just what they actually can do. You talked about the players that other teams wanted in these types of deals. Is there anything the Warriors can use? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings and Steinmetz back after this on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. July 4th is one holiday that lights up our country. And our 4th of July sale is here to light up your home. So from now to July 6th, everything in our stores will be 25% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. If we sell it, it's 25% off. Plus, get 2 years free financing. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, the Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steinmetz in, Giddings in for Guru. He'll be back next week. I think he's on a boat somewhere outside of Boston. He's somewhere in the Cape, to my knowledge.
Did you say Boston?
In Boston.
Something about Guru in Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard, just, I don't know.
Kind of bugs you?
No, it doesn't bug me. It's just, just don't picture Goo in those places. That's all.
Well, it's a family reunion. The Johnsons chose Boston.
Yeah.
Got to give it up to them. By the way, I apologize. You were late because I hogged the coffee machine, and I know that's been a what's bugging you for you, so I got to say I'm sorry. It just happens to take 90 seconds per cup.
Right. I don't mind 90 seconds per cup. I mind 3.5 minutes for 2 cups that you do at one time. And you didn't do that, but I did have to bump Joe Hawks.
You're just jumping to the front of the line. Something the Warriors haven't been able to do in the trade market. Okay, so this is something, Steiny, that I do want to get into. So you went down the list of players that have been dealt so far, and the players that have been involved going back. Some guys that, basically the Warriors don't have to trade. But if I say, all right, of these 7 deals, Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami, Jaylen Brown to Philly, Kawhi to Toronto, LaMelo Ball to Minnesota, Ja Morant to Portland, Walker Kessler to L.A., and Miles Bridges to Phoenix. Of those 7 guys, not all of them are superstars. For example, Miles Bridges and Walker Kessler haven't even made an all-star team yet. Which one do you think the Warriors are closest to getting in on? They obviously didn't make those moves. They decided they didn't want to. But I'm trying to figure out how close they are to being a team that actually can swing a move outside of trying to court LeBron James in free agency.
To me, the guy who would have been the easiest to get for the wrong reasons would have been Ja Morant. I mean, I'm looking at what they got for Ja Morant. They got 2 players, Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Would you have been willing to give up a pick for Ja Morant?
I wouldn't have liked it, and this is the problem. In hindsight, yeah, I think I might have given up a pick.
Well, here's the other problem.
Because there's not a whole lot else left there, certainly in free agency, but Jaylen Brown to me was the last big domino that was going to fall. By all reports, it seemed like Boston and he were kind of done with each other. I know that Brown didn't officially publicly demand a trade, but everyone in the know was saying that they were shopping him, and they eventually got a deal done with Philly. So outside of him, I'm not really sure if there's anybody else out there right now that's gettable, that's on the Warriors' radar.
Well, see, I made a mistake. I made one mistake when I said the Warriors don't have those kind of players, and I should have been more specific. And what I was talking about were proven players who make enough money that they could be a legitimate part of a package for a guy with a big salary. So you look at a guy like Jeremy Grant, all right? I don't even know what he's making, but he's got to be making at least 25 or 30. So he's got to be in that deal for Ja Morant. The Warriors players who make 25 to 30 are Draymond Green, and they're not moving him. Curry makes 60. They're not moving him. Butler makes 60. They're not moving him. They do have a player, though, that let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I asked this 2 weeks ago. If you could take any player off the Warriors, who would it be? And it can't be Curry. Well, there's not a lot of choices. Well, there actually is one now, and it's Yaxel Lendeborg. I think he probably has more value to teams around the league than any of the players on their current roster, believe it or not. Now, the problem is he's going to make the rookie scale, which is $6-7 million these first couple years. So he alone wouldn't be the guy alone who could get a deal done. So would you have been willing to include Yaxel Lendeborg in a trade for any of these guys?
For any of these guys?
That would have been like the start.
To me, the closest one would have been Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
But that's only because he's 30 years old and he's a player in his prime and he's more proven. But still, I'm not in the business of giving up young assets if I'm the Warriors, because they don't really have any. What they have, especially in the heels of a 37-win season, they got a lot of buy low candidates. They got a lot of guys that I think other teams are looking at and saying, well, we could get over on Golden State to get someone on that team. We could take Porzingis for nothing. He has no value. Brandon Pajemski, as much as he might be looked at fondly by people around the league, I'm not so sure. You also know you're going to have to extend him, which diminishes his value if you believe there's any there. Moses Moody's hurt. Jimmy Butler's hurt. I think you're right, because when I was going down the list of what's in the Warriors cupboard, a lot of draft picks, 2027, 2028, 29, 30. 30 is protected. Right now it goes to Dallas if it's outside of the top 20, but 31 and 32. So you have all your first-round picks. That's their cupboard. And it's Yaxel, which I don't think that they're, it might be a situation, again, where in a couple of years we're wondering why they're not being willing to move the guy. But I think the Warriors' track record the past few years have shown us, Steiny, that they're young guys they like, and they're going to keep as long as possible until the very last second when they have to make a choice.
Would you have done something like this? Butler, Lendeborg, and 2 unprotected firsts for Jaylen Brown?
No.
And I think that's...
But...
Why not? Just because of a Lendeborg, you don't want to...
Well, no, it's because of the prospect. This is the other part, too. Jaylen Brown's a really good player, and there's no doubt that it would make the Warriors better right now. But those first-round picks are the opportunity to get them moving in the right direction. If it was just first-round picks and Jimmy Butler, I think I would do it, because you're not getting anything from Butler. I don't know if he's going to be on the team in a year. And Jaylen Brown, you can certainly build around. But Yaxel's the only young player they have. I don't even know if he's going to be any good.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is that something that would interest you?
I'm just looking at the YouTube chat, and I see a hell yes, Steiny. I see a no. I see a that's too much. I see a hell no. So, those are the kind of deals that have to be put out there, because I don't... any deal you would make for Jaylen Brown probably would have come with giving up Lendeborg. And again, I don't know how good this kid's going to be, but I think it's important what he represents, and what he represents is at least starting to move forward with some younger players. Would I have done that? Boy, I don't know, because you're still going to need
under
more.
Contract for the next 3 years, and he goes up, up, up. I think it ends at 65.
Yeah, so then you'd be committing to Jaylen Brown and Curry for the next 2 years at least. So then you'd have 2 $60+ million guys. You'd need to fill out the roster. I don't know. I think there's 2 schools of thought. One is that's too much, and then the other would be, no, you got to do that to get a player like Jaylen Brown in here, one of the top, 10, 15 players in the league. That's a tough one. But I think the one thing we're seeing is, and they've held fast here, is they have not been bowled over by any of these players to the point where they would be willing to give up, 3+ future firsts. They just don't want to go that route. And I actually don't have a big problem with that, but it is going to mean that people are going to have to be more patient.
Well, and that's why it's like they're in a predicament, which is they have a lot of, I think, highly valued first-round picks from front offices around the association. But if you use those picks, let's say to go get a Jaylen Brown, who's in his prime, first-team All-NBA, recent champion, he's a damn good player. Maybe top 5 last season. You don't have anything left to build around him. And if you're going all in on this season, if the Warriors, Steiny, had, if they had made the playoffs, maybe they'd won a round, and they'd shown that the guys on this squad could help you get to maybe like the precipice, and then you pounce for a Jaylen Brown. That's where I'd be with you. I mean, that's where I'd be willing to give up on a rookie, to give up on first-round picks. But the Warriors showed us last season that, and I know a lot of it was because of injury, but 2 of those injuries ain't going anywhere. You are far away. And I don't think they're a Jaylen Brown away from getting back into title contention. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't give up the only young asset that I have in Yaxel potentially and unprotected first-round capital for Jaylen Brown, a player that you're also going to have to pay a lot of money to. So it's like that's where I think they're stuck. They're stuck between having enough to get a player, but not having enough to build around him once he's actually here.
Yep, I think that's hitting the nail on the head. And they're not a very deep team, the Warriors. And if they get back to being a top-heavy team, then they better stay healthy. But the problem is at the top of their roster, there's a lot of questions about whether or not they can stay healthy. I mean, I like the idea of Jaylen Brown because he plays. He plays all the time. And they need players like that. And I'm putting Lendeborg into that category now as somebody who's going to play a lot. But they've got to find players who are going to take up minutes. And, now it's to the point where with LeBron, I mean, I got to believe Philly's in on LeBron at this point.
Well, I think that was the report yesterday by Tony Jones of The Athletic, is now they're making calls. And that's why, like we were talking about it yesterday in the crossover, Willard asked, do you think LeBron knows where he wants to go? My answer was no, because I don't think the dust had settled yet in free agency. Right. I think it kind of has now. And if you're looking around the landscape, teams are looking to clear space. LeBron has said that he doesn't need the max, potentially a mid-level. I know Shams even threw out veteran minimum. But the whole point is now he can look at every single team and say, which team do I want to help? Which team can I be happy with? And which team, honestly, is best suited for me to go out on top, which I think he's interested in doing. Now, he might, in light of the Brown move, still be on his way to Golden State. The Warriors may know that they got him in the fold, and that's why they couldn't go after Jaylen Brown. I don't know if you heard Anthony Slater on with the morning show, and shout out to Carter and Salmon, did a good job. He said that the Warriors hadn't even inquired, hadn't even fielded a call on Jaylen Brown. I'm paraphrasing, but
right.
Does that surprise you?
It does. It absolutely surprises me.
I feel like they've been attached to just about every single superstar of the last 5 years.
Yeah. I think that the Warriors probably made a call, and the Celtics said, you don't have, we don't want Butler because we want to contend or we want to still compete. And Paul George, whether you like it or not, is going to help the Celtics continue to compete. The question I'm starting to have is, the Warriors have cleared their $15 million. Draymond's opted out. The free agent market is slimming. I get Anthony Simons is still out there, and maybe that's a guy the Warriors have on their radar. But the thing that I can't come to terms with at this point, other than he wants to put on a show, is why wouldn't LeBron sign with the Warriors, announce that he's coming to the Warriors now? Why, if he's definitely coming, I'm not sure I see an advantage for them to wait 2 or 3 days if he knows. So I'm just assuming he doesn't know. He's still thinking about it. Otherwise, I can't for the life of me think of why he wouldn't have announced it by now.
Well, it could be that he doesn't want to start free agency. He wants to end it. I mean, I think he's that kind of guy that would want to make it about him. But I'm kind of with you. I think he was waiting to see which team would make what moves, and that's going to dictate where he goes. I think that Golden State is very high on his list. But the problem is, I mean, you know this, when you're applying for a job, it doesn't matter if you're the runner-up. You could come in second, you can come in third. That's all well and good. You're a great candidate, but you didn't get the job. And what I'm afraid of is that the Warriors were the leading candidate for the job, and all of a sudden there's a dark horse that steps in and says, here's my resume, here's why I'm best for the position, and look what I just did the last couple of days or weeks to prove that to you, which to me is what the Philadelphia 76ers just did yesterday by getting Jaylen Brown.
I'm just trying to think what the possible advantage is for the Warriors. If LeBron knows he's coming here, but he's waiting to announce it. I mean, are you telling me this guy, maybe I know the answer, is really going to wait till Saturday when nothing's going on and just announce it just because that's who he is?
I mean, look, it's the 250th birthday of America. 10 years.
Who thinks like that?
LeBron James does.
Jeez.
Come on, man.
I mean,
he's waiting to see if the U.S. would advance.
Wait, was he at the game last night?
No, actually, he was his personal chef, though. All right.
Oh.
So I've been paying attention to, social media and his Instagram feed. What do you make of this? LeBron's IG yesterday was a story of his personal chef making pizza. Any breadcrumbs there?
No. Show me the next time he makes a video where he's eating popcorn.
Oh,
isn't that Curry's favorite food? So if I see LeBron eating popcorn, that would tell me that maybe he's coming here.
Okay.
But
well, I'm sure Draymond knows. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, could the Warriors have got Jaylen Brown? I think the better question is, why aren't they involved in all of these trades? And to me, Steiny, is it because they can't be or they don't want to be? And maybe those are two questions that are asking the same thing, but to me, it feels more like the Warriors don't want to be involved in these deals because they're going to be too costly. And right now, at the fragile place that they're in, there's just too much risk involved in any of these deals. Should they go wrong, it could set them back years. And the unfortunate part is the time to get aggressive, in my opinion, for Golden State, it's not now. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago, and it's passed them by to the extent where now they're kind of rushing to try and make the most of what's left.
Yeah, I keep coming back to draft night when Joe Lacob and Dunleavy had that little encounter and everybody made a lot out of it. And then, Joe Lacob texts and says, we're all aligned. We are aligned. And he said that after the draft. And at that point, nobody really knew what he was talking about, but clearly he was hinting at we're aligned and trying to go for LeBron James. But I don't think they ever assumed that they were definitely going to get LeBron James. And I think LeBron's too cagey to ever promise any team that he's definitely coming. I think he's a master at keeping all his options open. But I do think, and I don't know what it'll mean in the long term, but I do think if they don't get LeBron James, they're not, it's going to look bad. But it's only going to look bad temporarily, and then they'll have to figure out what to do with their situation. Maybe they go sign another guy or two. I don't know. But it won't look good if LeBron doesn't end up coming here. And then I think at that point, the questions will start to be asked about, do people want to come to Golden State anymore? At this point in where they're at in their dynasty, which is that it's pretty much over.
Well, you bring this up all the time, but when have people wanted to join Golden State? When they're winning titles.
Yep.
And they're not close to a title right now. I mean, that's the case with anybody, right? It's, you look at San Antonio. Tobias Harris left a 60-win team to go join that squad because they're right on the doorstep of a title. There are players that I think at the end of their careers want to give themselves a shot to win a ring. The Warriors aren't viewed as that team anymore. I think they can get LeBron because they can offer him a few different things in addition to competition. I think being around like-minded, similar-aged individuals, especially greats, is something that LeBron's interested in. I think the comfortability, and Friedel brought this up yesterday, why LeBron would choose the Warriors because of happiness. And it really comes down to one guy. Here's what he had to say to Willard and Grandy.
I take what has come out from the people closest to LeBron at face value, Mr. Grandy, and that is it's not about money. The legacy is secure. It's where he would feel most comfortable. And I can promise you guys, having done this for a long, long time in a lot of different places, nothing spells basketball happiness like playing with Steph Curry. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do. I don't think anybody is right now, including him. But if you're looking for strictly happiness, there isn't a better place in the league to me than being with the Warriors for two reasons. One, you get to play with Steph within this culture. And two, they know how to treat their players.
So I agree with most of that, but the thing is, we hear that all the time, and yet there aren't a lot of players that actually do it.
I think it's overstated.
Well, it's just, but, okay, so Jimmy Butler, I think, is probably the guy he's referring to, because Nick's covered Jimmy since he was a Bull. He knows him well. He knows that he can be a lot, and Jimmy's been incredibly glowing about his experience in Golden State and just his reverence for the franchise. But they traded for Jimmy Butler, who did not want them in the first place, as we've talked about. When was the last time there was a free agent who cited those things? Steph Curry, the culture, and Golden State. Probably Durant.
Well, but that, I think, and maybe there's still residual stuff about Durant that the league's players play into in some part. Because the other thing I think I just think that's overstated about, everybody wants to come here. Everybody. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's a situation that some players might not want to come to because they know that it'll be very difficult to emerge with Steph Curry there. But, I also have to point out the Warriors, there have been players that don't like it here. Kuminga did not like it here. Kevin Durant thought that this whole aura of a culture, I think, was a little bit phony and fake. Jordan Poole certainly started to hate it here, whether it was before the punch or after the punch. So the Warriors have had players that don't like it here. It's not like, it's basketball nirvana, it's basketball heaven. It might be for some players, but definitely not every player, I don't think.
Well, I think it is for veteran players. It certainly hasn't been for the young guys. It might have been for veteran
players 5 years ago, but I'm not sure it is now.
Well, no, Porzingis said he loves it. Al Horford is clearly interested enough to come back for another 2 seasons.
Those guys are...
Jimmy Butler's interested.
Jimmy Butler was interested when he got another year.
No, but I'm saying that if Jimmy Butler was disgruntled, I think we'd probably know.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying he's disgruntled, but like when you bring up a guy like Porzingis and we're talking about all the trades that have been made with bigger names, like I don't put Porzingis didn't have a lot of leverage, I don't think.
No, he didn't, but he could have signed somewhere else if he wanted to.
He could have, absolutely. But I don't know that he... I'm not saying, like, he didn't have a lot of choices. I'm talking about the guys with choices who can go anywhere. Like, I see why Porzingis, who's on the end of a monster deal and hasn't played in 4 or 5 years enough games, that, yeah, he's going to want to return here if the Warriors have any interest in keeping him, which they did. And I just thought it was, that's kind of a convenience thing. I think Porzingis knew that he wasn't going to be getting the money that he got in the past. The Warriors were giving him a year and a player option. Boom, he's going to take it. But these players that have a lot of options, I don't believe the Warriors, are front runners when we just talk about players. Like, some players might put the Warriors atop their list, but not all the players. Not like the league isn't beating down the doors to come play for the Golden State Warriors right now.
Well, and this is a good point from the 650. Andrew Wiggins loved it here. I mean, I think what I'm talking about are big boys. Like the guys that the Warriors are interested in, that they're trying to court, they're all big-name, high-status players. And outside of Jimmy Butler, there haven't really been any that have been banging on the door like you're talking about to come to Golden State. And my bigger concern is that the veteran potential role players that they're trying to, those have been guys that this offseason they so far haven't been able to or shown interest in going after. There's been a lot of quality players out there that are choosing other locales. Again, is Tobias Harris a big name? No, but he can help you. And he's somebody that chose to sign with a better basketball team and a smaller market. I'm just curious what fans think about it at 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside Matt Steinmetz. And is that what's preventing them from getting into these trades? Is it a reluctance to part with what they do have, which doesn't appear to be much? Or is it because what they have actually isn't that much and viewed as such? Again, 888-957-9570. All right. Our basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game. That segment brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
You all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
At Big O, we are your home for all things tires and prices to fit your wallet. Now through July 5th, get $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Toyo, and Cooper brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson at Steinmetz on the other side today. And did you have a chance? So where did you watch the USA match?
On a television.
Did you watch it?
I watched the second half. Okay.
All right. Okay. I'm not trying to.
I've always wanted to start this debate.
I'm not trying to patriotism shame you.
I'm not. Okay. This is where this show's going to go today, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about.
Ken was at the freaking game.
You can talk to him. You can talk to him about it.
I know where he was watching the game.
It was fun.
Was it Section 204 Levi Stadium?
Okay. This is a very important discussion.
It's their first knockout win since 2002.
Yep, they're in the field of 16 now, and they're going to play Belgium, who got a roaring comeback against Senegal.
Well, I know you watched that one. It was on in the studio during the show yesterday.
Okay. I had a great discussion yesterday with some friends, and I can just tell you this about Matt Steinmetz. I think there are two types of people, and I'll tell you the kind of person I am, and then you can tell me the kind of person you are. Ever since I was a young boy, I've been very, very interested in sports. I love sports. I've made it my career, quite frankly.
You made it to your 31st NBA season as of yesterday.
Yes. So no one can ever question my love of sports. However, ever since I was a young boy, whenever I was given a choice or an opportunity to play or watch,
yes,
I'm going to play.
I'm with you.
I'm going to play myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So yesterday, I had an opportunity to play golf. And that age-old question hit me again. Do you want to participate in something or do you want to watch something? And for me, 99 times out of 100, I'm going to participate in the sport if I can. And I hate to say this too, but during the NBA Finals, same thing. That doesn't mean I didn't watch a game. It just means I'm not going to take away an opportunity for me to participate and then go watch something and sit on my ass and watch a game for 2 or 3 hours. I'll go play my golf, then I'll go watch the game, and the game will take me less time to watch because it's taped. And your boy gets exercise and steps. I am a participator. I will not kowtow to a schedule of athletes that don't include me, is what I'm saying.
I think you just don't like being told what to do.
Well, that's part of it.
I knew where you were because at 5:31 yesterday, I texted you about the U.S., threw it in the group chat, and me and Guru got this response. Triple bogey on 8.
Yeah, I did. I triple bogeyed 8. It was a tough par 5. It was a little windy.
That's not that. It's a straightaway.
Number 8 at Carica?
Yeah. South course, right?
Yeah. You got the bunkers on the right?
Okay.
Okay.
You triple never mind.
Well, Ken
ask me about my lie. Okay. All right.
What about the drive?
I hit into the sand. I hit into the sand. A pretty good drive, but it ended up in the sand.
This is not meant to be about your golf round.
Do you think I care? Second shot, I sprayed a little bit right, and then that's where the problem. Okay, let me explain what happened. So now I got a big marshy area that I got to clear to get to the green, and I have a terrible lie. And I'm thinking to myself, should you take just take an unplayable and drop? And I'm like, no, I think I can get this over. Well, what do you think happened, Ken?
You didn't take your medicine, even to just get it out on the fairway again.
Well, I thought I could really dig down on it and pop it up, and I didn't. I ended up sculling it, went right into the marsh. So that's 1, 2, 3 into the marsh, 4 out of the marsh. Now I have just a simple 50-yard chip that I butcher, and the next thing you know, it's an 8. But you know what? I don't get down. I do not get down. I've got a great disposition. Draymond Green could learn a lot from me. Dead serious.
Well, he's got 4 championships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, I finished with an 88. It's always a couple holes that get me, keep me from those low 80s, but, we're working on it.
Yeah, I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
That doesn't explain why you didn't watch the entirety of the soccer match.
I'm sorry.
I am a participator, and I knew Ken would be here today to soak up all that stuff. Good game, Ken?
It was fantastic.
Was it crowded?
Very.
Oh.
And
did you watch the match or not?
Honestly, shout out to Bosnia and their fans because there was a section I'm not exactly sure where, but it was on one of the field goal ends where they were nonstop just chanting, jumping, even when they were down 2-0. It was like it didn't matter. They were ready to go at any moment. It was awesome.
Well, it's because the U.S. were down 1 man after a red card in the second half.
Yeah.
So
nobody liked that.
It was some tough luck there.
Well,
that
some
review
might say
system,
it was a bad call.
That review system got him there.
I might have said it was a bad call.
But
it's like one of the calls Curry doesn't get.
Here's one thing I didn't realize, and maybe I'm wrong. So
you were golfing.
Does every country have like a song?
That's a good question.
My understanding now is that the U.S. song is Country Roads by John Denver. Take me home, country roads. And I think Scotland is doing Scotland's on Fire. That is awesome.
Or the ferry in Boston.
It's incredible.
Awesome. Incredible. I don't know if everybody's picked a song. Maybe it's just the teams that are left.
Like I think Scotland is using the what's the one the Red Sox use? Sweet
Caroline.
Yeah. I think
England. I think
Neil Diamond.
Yeah, that's England. You're right. So there you go. Good song.
So these are the things. Actually, I do have a couple of. I was going to call like non-sports related World Cup factoids that I'll get to in a little bit that have interest me maybe even more than the match itself. But okay, well, I just got a text from your buddy that says that you golf 4 times a week.
That's not true.
You could have golfed 3 times a week and watched the match.
I don't golf 4 times a week.
By the way, the next one's on Monday, so you got some time to clear your schedule. And
what time Monday?
5:00.
Where?
America.
What venue?
It's in Seattle.
I know Scotland is out.
That's all I'm saying. 888-957.
Belgium's beatable. I'll tell you that right now. They are. It's not the Belgium of past years.
Not after the 85th minute. I can tell you that. Scored 2 goals in 5 minutes. Romelu Lukaku.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Who says I golf 4 days a week? Who's my boy?
Your buddy Dan Daly. He just texted me.
What the hell are you doing texting my buddy? How do you have his number?
You put us in a group chat together.
Oh, yeah, about the Michigan stuff.
About Yaxel, the guy that the Warriors refused to deal.
I golf.
He's the new golden goose.
I golf twice a week unless it's but only twice a week in the summers on Wednesdays. That's it. Wednesdays are my day. But I'm golfing tomorrow because it's a holiday.
So you are golfing more than once a week. Are the Warriors
ever care about the Warriors? Cares. I'm trying to bring my handicap down, Evan.
Oh, well, it's not working. So maybe you should try focusing on something else. Like, actually, you know who might get your handicap down? Because his is dropping dramatically.
Who?
LeBron. You better take some notes.
He will never be as good a golfer as I am.
You seen his swing?
Yes. It stinks.
Dude, he's like Sergio Romo or Garcia, whatever his name is.
He stinks. LeBron stinks at golf. He stinks. He can't get the club back all the way.
He's been golfing for like 3 months.
Yeah. Well,
he's a better athlete than you. He'll find his way.
You know what?
Or does athleticism not matter in golf?
No, I don't know if he's a better athlete than me. I mean, he's stronger.
He's bigger.
I have better hands.
Faster.
I have better hands. I've got better hand-eye coordination.
What does that have to do with athleticism?
Oh, I think that is athleticism, isn't it?
It's more skill.
He can jump higher. Shut up, Fitz.
888-957-9570. Why is Matt Steinmetz a better athlete than LeBron James?
Well, I'm more cerebral. There's no doubt about that.
I don't think you are.
Yeah, I am.
On the court?
I know.
LeBron's one of the smartest players that's ever lived.
He's got more business savvy than me, but that doesn't.
And you might be equals when it comes to narcissism.
Please. No, let me tell you something.
You guys
let
might
me tell
be
you
level
something.
there.
I ain't going to keep anybody waiting when I make a decision.
Well, that I know. Wait, what? No. What, hold on. What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
It takes you 2 weeks to figure out what sandwich you're going to have.
No, when it comes to my career choices.
Oh. You kick the can down the road.
No.
Yeah, you do. I think you and LeBron are more alike than you think.
Stop it.
That's
funny.
That's a compliment, by the way.
No. And
what's he
doing, Evan?
What's he doing? He's waiting for Philly to get one more guy so he can head on over to the East Coast. Or maybe for Denver to make a move.
Denver's apparently making calls.
They should be. But okay, so that's fine. Can the Warriors get in on Peyton Watson as a restricted free agent? I'm saying they got to do something, Steiny.
That wouldn't be a bad call.
Well, I'm just thinking about, look, seriously, they cannot come out of this summer with DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, Kristaps Porzingis, and Steve Kerr all back in the fold together. That cannot happen.
It won't, because they have Lendeborg, which you failed to mention. And look, they're going to come away
the only thing they've done is draft the rookie.
They're going to get Simons when LeBron tells them to pound.
Apparently the Bulls are on Anthony Simons. He'll get a lot more shots there.
If he gets the full mid-level and chooses Chicago over the Warriors, what would that tell you? If Anthony Simons says, I'm going to go to Chicago, I want to play with Norman Powell.
And Josh Giddey, he passes the ball.
Exactly. You know, Josh Giddey, you play with Josh Giddey, he gets you the ball. You play with Steph Curry, you got to get him the ball. Don't you see the big difference there? Giddey may be more of a enticer than Curry right now to play with. What? How many guys have gone to people? How many guys have gone to Chicago because they want to play with Giddey? How many guys have come to the Warriors to play with Curry? Yeah, exactly.
Norman Powell.
Powell wants his shots, and Giddey will get them.
They're going to trade him. Watch. That's a guy you might want to keep an eye on for February.
Ben Simmons is trying for a comeback. Did you see that?
I thought he was fishing.
Well, he mastered that. Now he's going to try to remaster basketball.
He's a bass master. He's not a basketball master. He needs to stay down under. The thing is, and this was actually moments ago from Anthony Slater. The Warriors.
By the way, Simons was on the Bulls.
Anthony Simons?
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, well, that's.
Then
they already got.
I forgot.
He was in the
Vucevic rating 4 years ago.
He was in the Vucevic deal. He was in the Vucevic deal. The Warriors apparently are not necessarily hard capped at the first apron yet. Anthony Melton's contract can be flipped into part of the taxpayer mid-level before signing.
Can you start over, please?
The Warriors are not necessarily hard capped at the first apron yet. They would hard cap themselves if they access the non-taxpayer mid-level. So it feels like if they go after LeBron, then they would be hard capped.
Right.
Which would basically be their only move. However, what Anthony Slater is reporting from ESPN is that they can use Melton's contract to maneuver their way past the first apron if there's someone else out there they'd like to sign. Maybe it's Simons plus another player. Maybe there's a big boy on the board that we're not talking about. Maybe it is a restricted free agent like Watson, or I don't think they're going after Duren. Maybe it's someone like Sabonis who's been kind of thrown around as a potential trade chip.
Right.
You know, the Warriors are at this point, beggars as opposed to choosers based on who's gone where. But if they don't get LeBron James, I have to believe they have some sort of plan B.
You would think. I mean, seriously. Now, Watson's an interesting one because he's a restricted free agent and Denver can match. But if Denver makes some moves and somehow gets LeBron, then they'll obviously have to make a decision on Watson, and they might not be able to match a $15 million salary if they make moves to get LeBron James. So maybe he's a guy who's out there. I mean, Simons is out there. Who else is out there? Gary Payton II's out there.
Well, he might be coming back regardless. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. 888-957-9570 is the number. When these trades have gone down, Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi, LaMelo, Ja, Kessler, Bridges, why isn't it the Warriors haven't been involved in a trade like this? Because they can't be, or perhaps they don't want to be. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Ed, who's in Sonoma. Ed, what's going on, man? Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Happy day today, fellas. Hey, I got a couple of things. So the way LeBron departed Los Angeles, well, he said he's not coming back. It didn't sound very amiable. And I think part of it is he's not the top dog down there anymore since they got Luka, and Reeves is emerging as a star player. So he's not the guy anymore.
Right.
And second, I don't think after being the top dog for 23 years in the league, he's just not going to come here and acquiesce his personality to have fun. And the third thing is he's making $50 million a year last year. Why would he take a $35 million a year pay cut to come here? I don't understand that at all.
Well, then that's one of the
question, Ed.
That is a good question. I'd have to look at everybody's, books, but I don't think he's getting 50 no matter what at this point.
Well, I think the only opportunity to do that was a sign and trade.
Exactly. Or re-sign with the Lakers, which he didn't want to do. So what is the Warriors' plan B? I don't know what their plan B is. But if they don't get LeBron James, this is what I was thinking about today. And it's going to sound like a shot at Dunleavy, and maybe it is.
Well, that's going to fly in the face of Austin's theory that you're his biggest supporter.
But there is something going on. And this is so Bob Myers was the Warriors GM, all right? And whether you like it or not, he had juice. He just had juice. He was totally tapped in. The Warriors were rolling, and Bob Myers was the president of the big boys. So then Mike Dunleavy comes in, and the team is at a point, regardless, where they're going to decline, and unfortunately it's just going to be on Mike Dunleavy's watch. Meanwhile, Bob Myers is in Philadelphia now. He's overseeing Philadelphia. He's not the GM, but he's overseeing it. Don't you think it's interesting that Bob Myers is working for Philly now? They hired a first-time GM,
Mike Yancey,
and they've pulled off a trade for Jaylen Brown. There's something about juice in this league that it feels like the Warriors have lost. You know what I mean? It just, and it's not Dunleavy's fault. It's not Lacob's fault. But I think the last 5 years they've lost their juice because of, what's happened since their last title. And they're not operating under the same system or situation that they were 5 or 6 years ago. They're just not as attractive of a destination.
Well, it's interesting you mention it because it does feel like the biggest move that they made is trading for Jimmy Butler.
Right.
And what was a big reason for that was Dunleavy's relationship with Jimmy Butler as a player. And, Mike's pretty closely removed as an actual NBA player compared to a lot of these general managers. But I think you're onto something, Steiny, that there is a commerce in relationships. And, I don't know if it's the Warriors have lost juice, but I do think that, if you're looking around the league, who has the most power to make some of these deals? And I mean, Minnesota's under a new ownership group. They still swung a big deal this offseason. I don't know if it has to do so much with, whether it's Dunleavy or Lacob or just the state of affairs with the Warriors, because to your point off the top of the show, they don't have a lot that's attractive outside of draft picks. And I think what we've gathered so far from pretty much every single one of these deals, outside of the Walker-Kessler deal, Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi, LaMelo, Ja, Miles Bridges, even Bridges, all of them involved players.
Yep.
And some sort of established talent. Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen aren't great, but they go back to Charlotte. They can help them. John Morant, like you mentioned, Jeremy Grant, Kawhi Leonard took Brandon Ingram, even Grady Dick, who's a role player there. Paul George, an established talent, goes back to Philadelphia. Tyler Hero, Ware, Jaquez, all players that contributed for the Heat last season go back to Milwaukee. It does seem like teams are reluctant to give up their draft capital, and I'm not sure if it's because of the changing rules, and we don't know just how valuable first-round picks are going to be because of this new lottery system that the NBA has set up. But unfortunately, the Warriors, kind of similar to how the second apron, when it came in, hit the Warriors really hard. It does feel like maybe this new lottery system is hitting them hard because what they do have, either they don't want to give up or not a ton of teams are coveting.
Well, think about this. The Memphis Grizzlies have a player named John Morant.
They did.
All they have to do is say, we're going to move, or whatever. Word gets around the league that you can have Giannis, that you can have John Morant, that you could get LaMelo Ball. Then teams start calling those teams. My question is this. What team is calling the Golden State Warriors because they want to make a move for one of their players? One more time. What team is calling the Warriors right now for one of their players?
Clutch. That's the only...
I'm talking about, hey, Warriors, there's a couple guys on your roster we want to talk about and see if you'd be amenable to maybe making a move. They're not getting calls. They're not getting calls. They're making calls. They better be making calls, but I'm just not sure anybody's on the other line and the Warriors are picking up. And, man, we got some action for Pods and Moody and, Jimmy Butler we could move off of any minute. No, I don't think it's going like that for them. I think they're initiating everything, and they're just kind of on the outside looking in, but for LeBron James, and we still got to wait and see if he's going to come here.
Well, they're at the mercy. They're at the mercy of free agency. And that's where they position themselves because they haven't been competitive. They've stockpiled a lot of first-round picks, and I think wisely they're unwilling to part with it. And all their players that they've had to quote-unquote deal, I know that they still have quote-unquote optionality with Porzingis. You could throw Horford in there, Melton, Moody, maybe Jimmy. But everything they're sending out has to come attached with something else. They're not, I asked you this before the show because I was wondering if, could the Warriors have gotten Paul George? Because clearly that's someone that Philly was looking to get off of. Now, I know they got more money back with Jaylen Brown, but they had to send out picks to get off Paul George. I was listening to Brian Windhorst and Bobby Marks on, I think it was the Hoop Collective this morning, talking about how Paul George is a guy that you'd have to attach a pick to. Well, would Boston, would Philly have been interested in Jimmy Butler? Probably not.
No.
Because he can't help them right now. And that's the difference, is they don't have a player that they could ship out to get something. The Warriors can't even do what the Clippers have done, which is maneuver some of their big boys in the last 365 days, Harden, Kawhi, to get both players and picks back. And that's where I think they're stuck more than anything else. Yeah, 707, Steiny's, I guess he's saying Pods is not a hot commodity.
Paul George is a great one, and here's why. Because when I look at Jaylen Brown, okay, who are they going to want for Jaylen Brown? Well, they're going to want a player that the Warriors don't have on their roster. Okay, well, Jaylen Brown's better than Paul George. Paul George's reputation right now isn't great. He only played 37 games. Okay, he's flawed, but let's try to go after him if you're the Warriors. Okay. Once again, they have nothing to give Philly unless it's picks. Because Paul George makes what, 40?
50.
50. So the only guy they can move for Paul George is Jimmy Butler. No, they're not going to do that. Like, they want to compete, and they're not, nobody's about having Jimmy Butler rehab for them, and it's a new team without, like, he's going to want an extension. Nobody's clamoring for Jimmy Butler's $55 million expiring contract because he can't play right now, and you can't trade for him expecting him to play.
888-957-9570 is the number. What can the Warriors do right now? Does it feel like they're a bit handcuffed? Is it because of LeBron, or is it because of the state of their team? Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Matt Steinmetz with you as well. And I kind of want to also, you got me thinking about Jimmy Butler, and I think there was a bigger, maybe more even detrimental impact from his injury. We'll get into it on the other side at 888-957-9570. Back after this, Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christian from Pleasanton. Luis came for a service at our complex here in Pleasanton. He was very professional, quick, and efficient. Everything was very easy, and we will definitely be using their services regularly.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells. like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Gain, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Gain Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Gain.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, Boys of Fire.
That was a long time ago. I think that was from the Minnesota Timberwolves series.
The Gentleman's Sweep by the T-Wolves?
Well, I'm saying I'm
sick of being nice. I am sick of being nice about the Warriors.
Dude, it's almost the weekend and the sun's out.
Done it for about 3 months now.
Done what?
Been nice to the Warriors.
You know what?
Trying to hang in there with them. Nothing done.
You know what, Marcy?
It's not a hot take.
You know what,
what about her?
Marcy Weiser, the great Marcy Weiser, Live 105. So we were passing each other in the hall, and she was on her way out for the long weekend. She said to find something to needle you about, to just, stick the knife in and twist. But it sounds like I don't have to do that. It sounds like you're already there. What's wrong, Steiny?
You know what?
I got an update for you in a minute.
Okay. I know I shouldn't get into small-term thinking, but, he waits one more day. I don't want him to come.
Who?
LeBron.
Oh, I thought you meant Guru.
No.
No. I want him back. He is at Martha's Vineyard, by the way. He's having a good time in Boston.
Anyway.
All right. We'll get to Paul in a second. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. This was from Anthony Slater. So I read the initial tweet about how they're maintaining their optionality.
See, this is what I mean. All right, go ahead.
You want to let me finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's kind of what I mean. Stick optionality where the sun don't shine.
Well, it's been
What good is optionality if you're not using your optionality? All right, I'm done.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
I will let you finish.
You just didn't. The relatively quiet early days of free agency for the Warriors have been about stability and flexibility, not optionality, although that comes later. This is from Anthony Slater, again of ESPN. Quote, the Warriors team sources said very much believe they're still in the mix for James, but still have been given no indication they're any type of front runner. As Shams Charania reports, Rich Paul is taking pitches from a handful of interested teams, and the expectation is James will take time before deciding. This time allows the Warriors and other suitors to beef up their rosters to better appeal to James, perhaps with a splashy trade. That's bad news, Bears. That's bad news, Bears, because there have been 7 quote-unquote splashy trades this offseason that we've talked about. Giannis to Miami, JB to Philly, Kawhi to Toronto, LaMelo to Minnie, Ja to Portland, Walker Kessler to the Lakers, and Bridges to Phoenix. None of those trades include the Warriors. And it's beginning to feel to me like, Steiny, that if the Warriors can't pull off a splashy trade, if they can't make an addition to their roster that wasn't already there from last season, every single day that passes, LeBron is closer to signing somewhere else. And as of yesterday, a team like Philadelphia, for example, might have jumped in front of them. So as close as a lot of Warriors fans may have felt 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, hope, which is a word that I believe Nick Friedel used yesterday on the afternoon show, hope is dwindling.
You hate to see it. I mean, you hate to see it. And I don't know how they would explain. Well, I know how they would explain it. They would say, yeah, we tried for LeBron James. We didn't get him. And so we went in another direction and signed another, Anthony Simons or a couple guys. This is what I mean by I'm not having it anymore, Evan. From the text line.
Okay.
Paul George, he stinks. Why would the Warriors want to saddle themselves with anything other than a box office hit like LeBron? The Warriors are now just a spectacle until Kurt. Okay. You missed my point. My point was Paul George isn't even Jaylen Brown, and he's certainly not Giannis. And they can't put a package together for a guy like Paul George, I don't think, right now. That's what I'm getting at. Even a guy like Paul George right now. They can't make salaries match with anybody that another team wants. They just don't. They literally don't have it.
Well, they do, but it's currently sitting in a cast. That's Jimmy Butler. I mean, this is what I was. Well, but this is what I was thinking about at the end of last segment. You know, in a way, and I understand it does hurt on the court to not have a Jimmy Butler. He's a really good player. But based on what the Warriors are trying to do, I didn't realize that him tearing his ACL was going to hurt them maybe even more during the summertime because they can't get off of him unless they attach a first-round pick. You know, in a way, it's like, all right, Philly clearly was trying to move Paul George. They were trying to maybe upgrade that position, get better there. They didn't save any money, but they wanted someone better than Paul George, and I think at least Daryl Morey did. He regretted that 4-year, $200 million contract he gave him a couple summers ago. Okay, they used him, and 37 games is what he played last year.
Yep.
He was good in the playoffs. So they used a small sample size to flip him for a bona fide superstar. The Warriors are not in that position because, like, Jimmy Butler's value may have fallen a bit, but if he was healthy, I wholeheartedly believe there's absolutely a way the Warriors could maneuver and find a way to deal him for something worth something. If Paul George going on age 36 is worth, along with a first-round pick, Jaylen Brown, Jimmy Butler would have been a guy the Warriors could use to upgrade their roster or get younger.
But that's the conundrum. If Jimmy Butler were healthy, they wouldn't look to move him.
You don't think so?
I don't think so, no. They'd still be touting the 4th or 5th best record when he's there.
But why is that, though? Like, they wouldn't even take calls on him. I know they said they don't want to deal him, but...
Because I think they view Jimmy Butler as a piece. Like, if Butler would have played 70 games and, let's say... Well, I think, here's the thing. I think, as it relates to right here and right now, like, nobody wants Jimmy Butler or his contract right now. Maybe they'll want him at the trade deadline. But even if they want Jimmy Butler just to get off his money, that's where I think you're right. It's not, they can't just trade Jimmy Butler. At this point, they're going to have to trade Jimmy Butler and an asset.
95.7 The Game.
This better be good.
This is just him from Sham Sharani of ESPN. Free agent guard Anthony Simons has agreed to a 2-year, $12.3 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. With a player option in his second season, Simons chose the Sixers over other suitors, believing his fit is perfect with the revamped roster.
Well, that's good news for the Warriors, isn't it?
You would think so. They don't have a ton of cap space left. Do you think that makes it more likely that LeBron signs here or with Philadelphia even?
Well, I need to know, like, if they gave, what, they give him $6 a year for Simons?
Yeah, not even the mid-level.
Oh, my God. Well, it might have been portion of the mid-level, right?
Could have been. But again, it's one of those deals we talked about yesterday. Sexton signs for less than 10 per AAV. Simons signs with Philadelphia. And the Warriors are left sitting on the sidelines. I have to imagine that they were in on trying to get Simons. And it sounds like
how could they not get him?
How could they not get him? Because he'd rather go to Philly.
Well, give him $8 million a year, $10 million a year, $12 million a year.
But if you're a short-term guy and you're trying to play on a prove-it type of contract, wouldn't you rather play for a better team?
Yeah, I mean, I get all that. So, okay.
I think the Warriors were hoping that he could sign a showcase sort of deal.
Well, if Anthony Simons is turning the Warriors down, there it is. Seriously. Because they got their full mid-level. What was he making last year? He had to be making close to 20.
It was the end of his rookie deal, yeah. That's why the Celtics acquired him, because he was expiring. I mean, he was in the same, I think, rookie extension class as Poole and Maxey. He was making like $20 million, and he took $6 per to go to Philadelphia. That stings. If you're a Warriors fan and you hear that Anthony Simons is signing for 2 for $13 with the Philadelphia 76ers, I have to imagine they've been linked to him. I have to imagine he chose Philly over Golden State.
Well,
and if that's the case, I don't know who else they're going to be able to court.
Well, the other thing that could very well have happened is the Warriors have tried to keep Simons on hold, saying, hang in there. We got to wait on LeBron. And after a while, maybe a player can't wait anymore.
But isn't this, I mean, this is another part of the LeBron sweepstakes, right? Is he's waiting for teams to beef up their rosters. He's waiting for teams to clear space for him potentially. And in the process of doing so, maybe the Warriors lost out on a couple of guys that would have otherwise tried to go after. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anthony Simons, a target that the Warriors and free agency have been linked to, signs a 2-year, $13 million deal, $12 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. How does that make you feel? I mean, it could get them closer to LeBron. 707 is saying LeBron's coming to the Warriors.
Great.
That means he's coming to the Warriors.
Like, we're at the point now where he better come. Seriously. Can you imagine if he doesn't come and LeBron, or rather, Draymond gets an extra year, and then they give Curry another year, and lordy.
You mean they do and follow in the steps of everything they've done so far this summer? I mean, they've brought back Horford, they've brought back Porzingis, they've brought back Melton, they brought back Kerr. GP2's out there. LeBron James is becoming a must at this point for Golden State, and it's tough because I think we felt that way yesterday. We felt that way the day before that. But every single time someone comes off the board, it makes it all the more imperative that the Warriors, who, again, can only offer him $15 million by all reports, they can only offer him that much money, that he chooses them. I mean, they're at the mercy right now of free agency, and every person that signs with a different team continues to confirm that.
Yep, it does. And the other thing I'd be worried about if I'm the Warriors is, their inactivity in a way is speaking volumes. Like, they can't do any more for LeBron. You know what I mean? They've already done pretty much everything they can for LeBron. And again, what's he waiting on if he knows? If he knows, I don't subscribe to, well, he's just waiting to mess around till July 4th. I don't think he knows, and I don't think that's good news for the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't think he does either, and we're also about to find out how valuable that friendship is with Draymond Green. All right, Paul in Palo Alto has been hanging on patiently. Paul, I appreciate it. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing great, guys. Thank you. I really like the show today. I'm kind of with Steiny. I'm a little bit fed up with the Dubs, and I feel like the Bay Area franchises have a self-esteem issue when it comes to, they get horned in on this one player that's probably not even that much of a difference maker, and the whole rest of the free agency market just kind of goes right by them, and they're like, no, we're going to get this one guy, and it doesn't even matter if they get him or not because it's a 43-year-old whatever. And I'm kind of fed up, and I'm curious. I have a question for you guys. Is it a self-scouting issue, whether it's not signing Tom Brady because Jimmy G just took us to the Super Bowl, apparently, quote unquote, or getting stuck on we can't trade Kuminga for Caruso, or Pods after his first year at some value, but now that seems to have fizzled. And then now Draymond is our trade chip. Last deadline, nobody even picks up our call. It's like, I agree with Sonny as far as we don't really have any assets, but like, how the heck did we get here in terms of how do we not have any assets? You've had 3 or 4 picks in the top 15 the last several years, and all we have is the Axel Lendenborg. And I mean, does he even have any value as far as in these trades? So, like, is it a self-scouting issue? Like, why are we so bad at cashing out on the few assets we have in a timely fashion?
I mean, that's a good question, but
well, could I just say, well, Poole was kind of an asset and Wiggins was an asset, and they went to get guys for those guys, but it just hasn't worked out.
Well, but one of those players was traded for, who, by the way, like, was Andrew Wiggins not kind of a Paul George? I know they're in different stages in their careers, but the Warriors made a move. They swung a deal for Wiggins, who was damaged goods, and got a first-round pick with him, who turned into Kuminga. The problem is they did not hit on that pick. They didn't hit on Moody. They didn't hit on Wiseman. And they haven't had a whole lot of other first-round picks. Again, that's why we're sitting here saying that their most highly touted trade chips at this point are probably Yaxel. And I hate to say it, but Pods. That's kind of what they're left with, because they moved on from Kuminga. Hield was brought in to sort of be a filler at some point. Porzingis is $20 million worth, but I'm not sure if his value is very high. I guess you could move Horford, but like, to me, those are veteran ads for teams that maybe next February are trying to beef up their rosters in advance of a postseason. Not teams that are looking at those guys saying, you know what, they can come in, start, and help us get to that next level. I mean, those guys are all off the board.
Who's on the board? Who's still on the board?
The Lendenborg?
No, the free agent board.
I don't know, but
beyond LeBron.
I'm going to take a call and then bring that up and we can get into it. All right, Joe is down in San Jose. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anthony Simons is a member of the Sixers, was on the Warriors free agency board. He's now off. Who is left? And now they left with LeBron, and that's it. Joe, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Okay, so these guys want to start calling in and yapping about how the Warriors don't do nothing, whatever. They haven't done nothing since they let Bob Myers go. I would have went harder at Bob Myers than I would have went harder on any player that we've gotten since Bob Myers has left. He is the catapult to this whole thing. And you can believe me or not believe me, whatever, but since he's left, the paint has been chipping off the wall. That's all I got. We got 4 rings. Let's just embrace them and move on. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean.
So, Evan.
Steiny.
I mean, let me tell you what's unbelievable to me. And listen, Anthony Simons he's a good player. You think he's a good player?
Yeah.
I think he's a good player.
He's averaged almost 20 points the last 5 seasons.
Right. And here's what his salary has been the last 5 seasons.
18.8.
22, 24, 26, 27. He just signed for $6 million a year. He just took a $20 million pay cut. They didn't want him.
He's making $500,000 more than DeAnthony Melton.
That's unbelievable. I mean,
I don't know if his value's diminished that much. It's, similar to Sexton. Like, these guys aren't necessarily, game changers, but Simon's going to come off of the Sixers bench. I'm assuming he'll probably replace what kind of McCain and Grimes were for them. He's probably going to help them. I'm looking at some of the young talents that are in, you could call it Simon's class, that are available. The majority of them are restricted. So Hachimura still out there, unrestricted.
Okay. Is Hachimura unrestricted or restricted?
He's unrestricted.
Okay.
Technically, Kuminga's unrestricted.
Okay.
Tari Eason is a restricted free agent.
Okay.
Benedict Mathurin is a restricted free agent. And Peyton Watson is a restricted free agent.
Mathurin's restricted?
Yes.
So the bottom 3 guys are restricted.
And it does feel like, I don't know about Eason, but I have to imagine the Clippers want to bring back Mathurin. And I do think that the Nuggets, maybe unless someone like LeBron says, I'm choosing Denver, which, they're kind of like a dark horse team at this point in all this. everything I've read tells me they would like to bring Watson back. He's, 23, 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Finally had kind of a breakout season for them. And then the other guys are they're all veterans. I mean, the rest of the players that are available right now are vets signing. You're looking at Chris Middleton, Bradley Beal, Russell Westbrook. I actually think...
Don't.
That's someone I would not be shocked if he's a Warrior next season.
Really? You wouldn't be shocked?
I would not be shocked. He plays, dude.
That's true. That is true.
And he's a vet min candidate. Bruce Brown, Gary Trent Jr.
What happened to Bruce Brown?
Well, he signed that, I think it was like 2 for 40. What was it with Indiana after the Nuggets won a championship? He's kind of been moving around since. I think he's now back to being a vet min player. Gary Trent Jr., Matisse Thybulle, Josh Okogie, Zaire Williams.
I mean, I like Okogie.
Kevon Looney.
Oh, man.
What? No, I mean, this is what's left on the board.
So, obviously you got to find out what the Houston Rockets would match for Eason. You got to find out what the Clippers would match and what the Denver Nuggets would match for Mathurin and Watson, respectively. I don't dislike Hachimura, but they need smaller players now, kind of.
I was going to say he probably fits where Lenderberg is going to fit, sort of as a bigger wing. I mean, at this point, they're going to need different bodies, and they got to fill out their roster. But I'm kind of with you, and that's why I'm not a big fan of his game. But
who's they need a point guard too.
That's why Russ kind of pops to me. Again, it's like I don't think he's at a great stage in his career, but at this point, the Warriors are not choosers.
I think they don't view themselves as that.
I don't think the league does.
I don't either.
I think it's also interesting that take from it what you will, but Simons is a Bill Duffy guy. So the Warriors have one on their roster. His name is Brandon Pajemski. They have a relationship. I do think they were after him. And the fact that they couldn't get him for...
Who, Simons?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they decided also he wasn't worth the full mid-level.
Right.
I mean, it would have been a disappointment if that was what you're going to give LeBron and then Simons takes all of it.
Right. Listen, the one thing you don't have to respect it or not, or you don't have to respect it, but, if Joe Lacob and Dunleavy are listening to the show, they might be sitting in their office saying, Steiny, Simons stinks. Like, he stinks. Like, he doesn't fit here. But
I think he's been traded 3 times in 2 years.
Right. And if that's the way they think of Simons, then I get it. But I got to believe we're going to see reports that they were sniffing around Simons and they just didn't get him, which is more troubling than paying him if you don't like him. You just can't get him.
Well, and that's the other part too. Is Simons a great player? No. Is he? He's probably fading a little bit. His value's down the last 2 seasons. I mean, Boston only took him to get off of Drew Holiday's money because then they shipped him over for Vucevic, who's now a minimum player. But it's also like if I'm Philly and Grimes just got 4 for $50 from LA. Would you rather have Grimes for $11 or $12 million, or would you rather have Simons for half that? Along with the fact they just acquired a boatload of cash in Jaylen Brown. And I believe they also signed Dean Wade over from Cleveland. So you got some front court help. I don't know if they still have enough room for LeBron, but if I'm LeBron James, and again, this was the latest from Anthony Slater, who quoted Shams Charania in his most recent report. It's like, if LeBron is really looking around, if Rich Paul is telling teams that LeBron is waiting to see who is beefing up their roster, well, the Warriors may have been the front runners a couple of days ago, but based on the moves that other teams have made that are also in on these sweepstakes, it ain't close. The Warriors are not a team right now atop the table. And I think what they're banking on, and again, they could have this all under wraps and LeBron's just going to wait to announce it whenever he wants to, that he's coming to Golden State. But they cannot sell, I think, the fans and LeBron on this is the roster for you. If that's what your pitch is, the Warriors are among these several teams we've discussed. They're towards the bottom, if not at the bottom of the list. All right. 888-9.
They've got one selling point, and that is Steph Curry, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Antonio, in Oakland. We'll get to your call on the other side. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. All right, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll be back after this on Signing Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. July 4th is one holiday that lights up our country, and our 4th of July sale is here to light up your home. So from now to July 6th, everything in our stores will be 25% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. If we sell it, it's 25% off. Plus, get 2 years free financing. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, the Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Clouds then sun for San Francisco going up to 65.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Did you rely on AI again?
I did.
Yeah.
Why is AI doing this to me, though? Come on, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, look, AI is a big part of my life, but I do wonder how much it's really impacting you guys, Steiny, because...
Not at all.
What are you talking about?
Not at all. I am AI. I don't need to use it.
That's a 5.
What people should say, hey, Matt. What do they say? Hey, Claude. Say, hey, Matt. Tell me about this. I'll tell you about it.
You think we can make a software? Call it Steiny?
I think it'd be very popular.
For whatever you need.
I think it'll be very, very popular.
You think the Warriors could use that? I'm serious. You got some bright ideas.
Thank you.
Although, it feels like every hour those ideas just get shot down. The latest one, by the way, is Anthony Simons. Warriors target in free agency. Signs with the Sixers, 2 for $12.3. And so he's off the board. And right now, there's a lot of vet minimum candidates, along with restricted free agents. And, well, actually, Draymond's still unsigned. They can go get him.
Who?
The Warriors.
Well, look, this has been, so far, it's not over. This has been such a disastrous offseason so far. That the only thing that could make up for it would be if Draymond doesn't re-sign.
Yeah, I thought you were going somewhere else because, we're going to get to Antonio in Oakland.
Make up for it.
We're going to get to Antonio in just a sec. I'm wondering, is LeBron James, if he does sign here, which I get increasingly more doubtful about as every minute passes, is that going to be good enough? Like, I think a lot of people, I know some people didn't want LeBron at all, but the people who did want LeBron, these are the people I'm speaking to now. The people who did want LeBron, and you and I were like, look, it's probably a short-term investment. It's not going to cost anything besides money. It's not even going to cost you, from what it appears to be, a ton of cap space. Low risk, high reward, a lot of circus act, but we can deal with it. For the people that were pro LeBron James, based on how everything is unfolded, is that going to be good enough for you to feel satisfied with the offseason? I think you still have to be happy about it, but I think the excitement level has diminished a bit just based on the rest of the moves out there by other teams.
Yes, I think that's fair. Now, I think if LeBron ends up coming here, whether it's today, tomorrow, or next week, everybody's going to forget about this period of angst and wishing he'd make a decision. However, the one dynamic that you won't be able to shed is you make it clear you're going after LeBron James, and it seems like it's something that's realistic, but it keeps taking longer, and now there's other teams involved. And, when LeBron James is first, when his name comes up the first time, you're like, really? Really? Are you really going to do that? Or could you even really do that? And then time goes by, and you're like, I guess they could. Okay. You know what? No harm, no foul. Let's get LeBron in here for a year. We'll have fun next year. Maybe we'll be competitive if everybody can stay healthy, and we're all excited. But it's now gotten to the point where you better get him. Like, you have to get him now. Because if you don't, it's going to be a serious, serious letdown for the fans. And it's going to reverberate. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be some negativity about this offseason if they don't get LeBron James and they essentially run it back.
Well, I think there's also going to be...
They can't hide from that.
There's going to be disappointment, I think, from the team, too. I don't think it's just going to be from fans. I think the front office will be disappointed.
Yes.
And it's because then all the conversation about getting younger, moving forward, trying to turn the page, last season being unacceptable, evolving, all of that is going to be a false promise. You know, all the talk from Kerr about coming back and wanting to do things differently, and hearing from Mike Dunleavy about their aspirations to, again, essentially not have last season transpire. Your actions are speaking louder than your words right now, and the Warriors' actions have been pretty hollow. You know, there hasn't been anything so far, I think, that they could go to a podium right now and stand on and feel good about. You know, if they're going to get hammered by the media, national, local, fans are going to want to hear from them at some point. At the end of this summer, if this is all that they can say that they've done, that's just not going to be good enough. And the other part, too, I wonder about Steiny is it's less about Draymond. And you may not care. Some people may not. But how are you going to sell this to Steph? How are you going to sell this to Curry, who is, it feels like the person that you're trying to keep this ship cobbled together for, to give him a chance to play, you know, whether it's meaningful basketball or not. It's like at the end of the summer, he does have a choice about if he wants to sign an extension. I think most people have the belief that he will. But you're going to go to him and say, hey, Steph, actually, we'd like you to take less. You're going to do that now?
Right.
I mean, seriously, where's that money gone? That money has gone back into the hands of Al Horford, Kristaps Porzingis, and DeAnthony Melton so far. And I'm assuming Draymond at some point will probably get an extra year. But there's nothing right now that they've done to incentivize Steph to help them out.
It's a great point.
And that's going to probably hurt you even further down the line.
You know, I don't believe in, you know, I'm not saying this is going to be a transformational moment, but I do think it could be. And to my way of thinking, Evan, they won a title in 2022. And we know the journey they've taken from 2022 to 2026. And over the last couple years, there's been a lot of people that want the Warriors to move on. They want them to take a new and different approach. And by and large, they haven't. Okay, so now we get 4 or 5 years removed from our last title. We're still going to try to go down that road. And they've actually, the Warriors have done an okay job of kind of selling LeBron James to our fans. Like, I think Warrior fans, especially at this point, know they need LeBron James. They got to sign him. But what I'm saying is if LeBron James, Draymond Green's best friend, Draymond Green opted out for him. They've talked about LeBron for a while. If LeBron James does not come to the Warriors, to my way of thinking, that has got to be the final nail in the coffin of this approach, whatever you want to call it, going after LeBron James, trying to get Paul George, calling about LeBron James 2 years ago, trying to get Kevin Durant last year. If they can't get this guy, then how do you think you're going to get any guy like him at this point? It's over at that point. Maybe you don't get LeBron James and you have to go in another direction, period. Maybe you've exhausted everything for Steph Curry, and you got to go to Steph Curry and say, Steph, we can't pull it off. We can't. We've tried literally 12 stars. We haven't acquired any of them. We thought we had a shot at LeBron. We don't. We're out. We're out of ammunition here right now.
Well, and it is because, and I agree. It's like the only thing you can do to change the roster is to use your draft picks and kind of bide your time. And I don't think the Warriors want to be that patient. I think they think that there's something they can do in the meantime to bolster how competitive they are. But it takes two to tango. And right now, the Warriors are willing to dance, and nobody is willing to say yes. at least as things stand right now on July 2nd, 2026. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. Let's go out to Oakland. Talk to Antonio. Antonio's usually pretty positive. Antonio, how you feeling, man? What's going on?
I think 76ers are title favorites. You know, Jaylen Brown was 2 years ago Finals MVP. Now he's going to be playing with the best backcourt in the league. Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. Edgecombe kind of gives me Dwayne Wade vibes a little bit. You know, now Joel Embiid's the best number 4 option in basketball. So that's pretty damn good. And, yeah, we didn't sign Anthony Simmons. You know, last year he shot 32% from the field. That's pretty bad. You know, he's a solid player, but he's not Anthony Hardaway, a.k.a. my first favorite basketball player ever for the Orlando Magic. He's not that guy. So, and as far as LeBron James goes, man, you know, he's a narcissist. He's going to wait till the 4th of July to make a big news as if this is 2010. I already know what he's going to do. And, yeah, man, so I think the best decision right now, basketball court-wise, I guess is to sign LeBron James, a.k.a. LeBrick James. So we'll see what happens, man. I think they can compete for a title, that's all. I think they'll be a scary opponent for any team in the playoffs if that were to happen. Not that I want that to happen, but we might not have a choice. So I'm just saying but like you said, Steiny, we need some smaller guys now at this point. With Porzingis and Horford and all that re-signed. Lexington Lindenborg's a 3 to me. And we need that 3-and-D two guard, in my personal opinion. Or a point guard, but I think 3-and-D guy is number 1. That's my opinion. I like Benedict Mathurin, though. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm with you. Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, but and then that is one of the reasons why it's almost essential that they find a way to get LeBron at this point. Because all the other guys we're talking about are guys that they'd have to trade for. LeBron is the only dude out there who seems like a legitimate, and again, he's 42 years old, but a legitimate piece that you don't have to give anything up for, because that's also probably one of the reasons that guys, maybe you're not signing with Golden State, is they're looking at this roster and saying, okay, if I'm Simons, I know I'm going to play for that team. They need backcourt help. I can play alongside Steph, this and that. But how hard is my life going to be? You know, the rest of that roster is not very good. There's no guarantee that the Warriors are a playoff team. Meanwhile, the Sixers, to Antonio's point, they're looking like the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I know the Knicks just won the championship. I'm sorry, Kenny, but with Jaylen Brown, that team they didn't have to give up VJ Edgecombe.
Well, think about this for a minute. And forget how good or not good Simons is. He's 6'3". He's a guard. Okay? And he's in free agency. And the Golden State Warriors have a backcourt that is clamoring for guys to claim playing time. They have one guy in Steph Curry, really, and I know Pods is there, but I got to believe Anthony Simons isn't afraid of competing with Pods. But what I'm getting at is Anthony Simons went to a team that already has Jaylen Brown, Maxey, and Edgecombe. He might have trouble getting onto the court for Philly. And the opportunity to play had to be much greater here than in Philly. If the Warriors really wanted Anthony Simons. And
I mean, maybe it's a sign they didn't.
Exactly. And that's the only conclusion I can come to. That the Warriors thought giving Simons $10 million a year was too much. Which, that's what you got to live with then if you believe in your front office.
Well, and it also could be a situation where, the Warriors are handicapped a bit by the cap, and they're saying, hey, Anthony, we need you to wait a couple more days. We got to figure out this LeBron thing. And if it doesn't happen, we'll have $10 million for you. But if you're Simons, you probably want to make sure that you get that kind of, like, I'm not waiting for LeBron James to make a move.
No. Now, there's still the one thing I'm thinking about where the Warriors might have some action is with some of the restricted free agents. Let's say the Clippers are going to try to make a play for LeBron. It might be possible that the moves that the Clippers have to make for LeBron will not allow them to match a salary for $15 million for a guy like Mathurin. So if the Warriors now have to find out who's done what in terms of their cap, where they won't be able to re-sign a guy other than having to go into the second apron or hard capping themselves. You know what I mean? So at this point, if the Denver Nuggets went and got LeBron James, would that mean they couldn't re-sign Peyton Watson? Okay, then you can sign Peyton Watson to an offer sheet, and Denver, they can't match because of the situation they're in. Now they got to find a team like that for one of the restricted free agents if they're interested in an Eason, a Mathurin, or a Watson.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. Again, talking about what the Warriors are, what they're doing right now in free agency, which has not been a whole lot outside of re-signing some of the players from last season and watching guys fly off the board. Jaylen Brown gets traded to Philly last night. Anthony Simons earlier today goes to Philadelphia, a player that was on the board, at least so it seems, as a possibility for Golden State in free agency. 2 years, $12.5 million. He's gone, and now the question is what they do and how much that revolves around LeBron James's impending free agency decision. Let's go down to East Texas, talk to our guy, Warrior. Hey, Warrior, what's happening? How you doing?
Hey, buddy. Hey, Steiny, you're doing a great job. I just use that in case you want to change your promo.
Thank you.
They do have a for Texas. It's called Steiny. It's called absolutely emotionless decision-making, and that's why I enjoy you. But I enjoy the show. This is the first time that I have listened or called the show since the Knicks won the championship, only because I didn't want to listen to a bunch of New York fans. But I'm back mentally, physically, and I'm already mad, and the season hasn't started, which means that my love is. But I have to agree with you. And, hey, Matt, your PD does a good job as well. Evan, you're the best. But, listen, that's enough sucking up. I just think that maybe people don't want to play for Steve Kerr. Yeah, guys ever think about that? Guys don't want to come to skate. I know Tatum doesn't like him. I know Jaylen Brown doesn't like him. I know Durant didn't want to come back here. So maybe your number one problem you exasperated, if that's the correct term. Excuse me, I just have a high school education man out. By going out and signing Kerr to another contract. Anyway, it's a long season. Go Astros. It's great to be back in the sports realm. Thank you, Brian. And the Warrior always enjoys going back and listening to my calls on demand. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Warrior.
Warrior, you're the man. Appreciate
it. Brett Siegel.
East Texas.
Of Clutch Points.
Yeah. Do you want to read it?
Well, I'll read it.
Okay.
You can do with it what you will. What? Don't whisper in Evan's ear that I can't hear you.
Well, he sent it to me earlier. His reporting's been spotty.
Has it?
Yeah. But
well, you know what? Why don't you get Stein's Substack up? Because he'll have something on Simons, I'll bet you.
He will, but he usually drops it at the end of the day. It's kind of like a recap of what happened, and then I'm telling you, man, he just tells you, all right, what's coming tomorrow? So-and-so is going to sign here. But the morning show did have Anthony Slater of ESPN on earlier today, and they asked him point blank, Carter and Sam did, is it LeBron or bust this offseason for the Warriors?
Yeah, but I don't think that they, they in a lot of ways planned for this kind of stability route. Again, I don't think it's necessarily one that's going to fire up the fan base if LeBron James doesn't join. But, they thought LeBron was probably going back to the Lakers before it was obviously declared he wasn't. And re-signing Al Horford, re-signing Kristaps Porzingis, Draymond Green is expected to come back. DeAnthony Melton's coming back. Like, they got this rookie, Axel Lindenberg. They've kept their ink dry, and their books pretty clean long term. They have the cupboard of draft picks. And I wouldn't say it's LeBron James or bust to them. I think it's LeBron James if LeBron James wants to come on a bargain deal that's very appealing short term to make them better on the wing spot. And if he doesn't come, they'll probably try to make another, smaller type of addition in free agency. And, again, it might not be a roster that fires up the fan base, but it's kind of been part of their plan.
Wow.
It's all part of the plan. That's okay. Let me ask you this. If the Warriors had more than, let's say, the non-taxpayer mid-leveled offer, if they had more than $15 million to give LeBron James, because what I heard there from Slater, and he's pretty tapped in, is that the Warriors, no matter what, would be looking for a bargain deal to get LeBron James. It's not a whatever we have to offer. Like, you can take it. I know that Draymond opted out to create some space, but it doesn't sound like they're approaching this offseason, or did, even before they knew it was available, like, with any urgency. It does not sound like there's any urgency from the Golden State Warriors, and their actions have backed that up so far. They may make a move today. They may make a move this weekend. We'll review on Monday and talk about it. But I have not seen any form of a sense of urgency from the Golden State Warriors so far. And it's been evident by the fact that they've pretty much just put this thing in reverse, dumped it back into 25, and they're going to roll out the same team in 26.
That's the way it looks now. It certainly does. And I remember saying, everybody wants a big move. Everybody wants a quicker type fix. And I remember thinking, well, what would be wrong with you take Lendeborg, then you get access to that $15 million, and you get a couple younger free agents in here. Clearly the Warriors weren't crazy about Anthony Simons, but, could you have brought in a Simons and a Hachimura, or a Hachimura and a Colin Sexton? And what I remember is when I would say something like that, it kind of wasn't enough for Warrior fans. It felt like, it was certainly with Goo, it wasn't enough, and he wasn't going to be able to get excited about that. Well, what's your excitement level if you just have Lendeborg and not LeBron or not Simons or not any of those guys? Then I'm really interested to see how Mike Dunleavy responds to this type of an offseason.
And by the way, this is from Mark Stein in reaction to the Anthony Simons deal. Quote, Simons has managed to score a new deal from the Sixers richer than the offers made by Golden State and Miami, and chooses the 76ers over Dallas's interest as well. So, and again, it's a verbal signing, but okay, so it sounds like Simons for the mid-level was only going to be a fraction of that. Maybe they
didn't like him.
Well,
can we ignite? They must not like Simons.
Well, it sounds to me, this is just speculation, but my guess is they probably wanted to give him what they gave DeAnthony Melton, which was, I think, about $1 million less. And it's $500K per year, but some may look at it as penny pinching. But if you don't think a guy is worth more than your number, then you don't go up.
Right. Put it this way.
And the Sixers clearly felt like he was worth more.
Well, and put it this way, if the reports are true that the Warriors didn't make if they were offering him the minimum, then they still think they got action with LeBron James, clearly.
I think so.
And they weren't going to spoil it to go get Simmons for $5 million, which then again, you better get him. You better get him, because we're running out of players here.
And I don't know. It could be posturing, but the Warriors right now, I think, need LeBron James to salvage this summer. He's the only guy left right now, and could be an unforeseen restricted free agent, but he's the only guy right now that would make me feel as if the messaging from Golden State was honest. Honestly, at the end of this season. But they're not telling us that they're operating with urgency. They want to be in on LeBron. But I don't hear anything related to a full court press, and I'm just wondering if that's going to leave them again alone, left at the table. This is from 707. Dubs are going to lose out on free agents waiting for LeBron. Fair. Sound like they're only offering vet min to free agents. Also fair. A P.S. Evan, give Guru his shirt back.
Oh, yeah, he's got a shirt kind of like that. You look like you could be, you know what?
People have been calling me the Hamburglar all day. I don't like
it. Reading it in the chat?
No, which are, what are the guys who row the boats in Venice?
I thought it was,
with the hats.
Dude,
with the hats.
I'll be a Venetian. You ever been to Venice?
No, I wouldn't go there. I've been to every other city, basically, in Italy.
Why
the rats. They have too many rats there.
Well,
it's infested.
It's on water. It's
exactly
also sinking.
Yeah, no. Venice is out for me. I've been to Genoa. I've been to Milan. I've been to Florence. I've been to Rome. I've been to Verona. I've been to Lake.
Your nose up at
I've
Venice.
been to Lake Garda. I've been to Ascoli Piceno. I've been to San Benedetto. But I haven't been to Venice. I have no interest in going to Venice. It's weird,
Well,
but
at
I
this
don't.
point now in your life, but at no point did it, when it was, let's say, 5 feet higher off the ground? It sinks
not really.
like a foot every year.
Nah, I was never really fascinated with that.
Come on, man.
I was never really fascinated.
Never wanted to get in a gondola?
You know what else?
Those are what the boats are called.
Problem is there's too many tourists there, too. I like to get off the beaten track when I get to Italy.
Yeah, Milan sounds like it's off the beaten track.
No, not Milan. I like to spend time in some
957.
places in Tuscany that are nice and quiet.
The Italian, Matt Steinmetz, in with, why did I do that in reverse? Evan Giddings in for Guru alongside the Italian. Matt Steinmetz will be back after this on 95.7 The Game. Free agency continues. Where's the Warriors' place? On the other side.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and you can even trade on who wins the whole thing. And right now, Argentina is trading at 14% to win the entire thing. And if you put $100 in your trade, that would net a $642 payout. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon. Hurry in today for a new Toyota truck. This 4th of July, get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5, or get 2.99% APR on Tundra. The 4th of July sales event is almost over. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier Rated credit and can't be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro ends 8326.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on and application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is that what you're calling it? Is that what you're calling it today? What? On July 2nd? We haven't even started the real part of the season. Nightmare on Warriors Way? You can't be doing that, man.
Well, if they don't get LeBron. Jeez.
We don't know that they won't.
Let me tell you something. If this is if this is any indication of the way it's going to be when he signs here, I don't know if I'm in. No, I guess I'm in. But
how long you been covering the NBA for?
When you say it that way, it's I haven't been covering the NBA the last 10 years. I mean, yeah, I follow it, but yeah, covered it for like 15.
Okay, so
yeah,
LeBron's been in the league for 22 years.
Oh, I don't know. When you get older, you lose some memory. 2003, wasn't that his first year?
My point is, he's been doing this for over 2 decades. If there's any indication of what this is going to, yes, and yes, this is what it's going to be like on a daily basis. Although, I have to imagine there's going to be some entertainment, some fun stuff that comes out of it. Like let's be honest, you're going to be excited when, or if, LeBron says, I want to be a Warriors.
Yes. I'll be intrigued. I will say, if the Warriors get LeBron, I'll be like, okay, well, that'll make next year a little more eventful. I'm not guaranteeing that
you'll be as excited as you've ever been.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be more excited than, here's one thing. I'll be more excited if LeBron comes than when Durant came.
Now, why is that?
I'll tell you exactly why. Is because when Kevin Durant came, I've said this, when Kevin Durant came to the Warriors, it was over. It was just over. Then nobody was going to touch him. They were too good. The competition in the NBA went away for 2 or 3 years. There was no team that was going to beat the Golden State Warriors. That's why I was not that excited for Kevin Durant to come to the Warriors, because I knew that there was they were just going to win titles.
You don't like greatness?
What I like is more of a level playing field. So to me, if LeBron comes, now it's, well, they're not guaranteed to win a title, but they'll probably be better. But they're still kind of old and they're broken down and they might not be able to play the whole season. But boy, what if they could all string together 60 games? It would be more eventful. It'd be more exciting, obviously, with LeBron, but
there'd be more volatility.
Yeah.
And that's what
But they'd be better.
That's what you're about. No, they wouldn't. Well, they wouldn't be better than when they had Durant.
No. But they're a 37-win team, and they could at least come to Mike Dunleavy can come to the podium and say, we've got LeBron James and we've got Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yeah.
That would be passable as an off season.
We got the 23-year-old and we got number 23 to join our own 23. It would be, well, I'm with you. It certainly would be a lot more interesting. But
do you have any doubt the longer this goes that Draymond could have played his last game as a Warrior?
My doubt does grow, but not by much. I mean, I think Draymond's going to be a Golden State Warrior for the next 2 seasons.
See, here's how.
Like, you think there's a chance that he could go wherever LeBron goes? That's the only way that I think
I'm really not ruling anything out. I have no idea. But let me tell you, and I hope Willard's not working today, is he?
I don't know.
No, hopefully he's listening because he loves when I do this.
I think he is.
He loves when I play the role of fake hardball general manager. What if the Warriors said to Draymond, we're not giving you a second year? And he's like, well, come on, I want a second year. But we're not giving it to you. Okay, I'll tell you what, Mike. What if I could get LeBron here? And Mike goes, okay, I'll tell you what, Mouth. You get LeBron here, you opt out, and you get LeBron here, I'll give you that extra year. But if you opt out and we don't get LeBron, sayonara. Then you're on your own, Chief. That's how you play hardball. Deliver LeBron and you get the year. But if you don't deliver LeBron, bye-bye.
So what you're basically...
Bye-bye.
What you're proposing is Draymond working on commission.
Essentially.
That's what you're telling me.
Essentially.
Draymond's going to be a commission salesman for the rest of his time in Golden State. In fact, next year, if you don't go out and get us another free agent, one of your clutch boys, well, then we're going to turn that option into something we move.
Yep.
A sign and trade.
Yep.
You're crazy.
No sign and trade. Ain't no sign and trade.
No. I'm talking about next year.
You opted out.
After he gets LeBron.
You opted out. You did not deliver. You're on your own. You told us.
100% commission.
You told us you could get him.
Oh, God.
And you didn't. So now.
Draymond would never promise
Now we're taking you up on that big offer of leaving the organization in a better place. And you know how you're going to do that? By walking.
You ain't playing hardball with Draymond. You're playing hardball with Rich Paul.
You know what? Fine.
You'd be the first one to get over on clutch. Good luck with that, Mike. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go down to L.A. Talk to our guy, Sean. Sean, what's going on? Good afternoon.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it. And Steiny, I wish that everything you just said was how they were going to go about it. Unfortunately, I don't think they have the cojones to talk to Draymond or Rich Paul like that. But, so I wanted to just chime in on the LeBron angle and the Warriors angle to this. So this is going to be a little bit of a bittersweet victory lap for me because I called in on Monday when you were with Bonta, Steiny, and I said Rich Paul is a snake. And the one thing that him and LeBron would love to do is play the Warriors for a fiddle and string them along and tell them, oh, yeah, we're really thinking about it. We really love the idea. Just give us another day and give us another dinner to talk it over. And then the free agency market dries up and LeBron goes somewhere else while the Warriors are standing there with their pants around their ankles. So that's likely how it's going to play out. And, what better way for LeBron to, put the nail in the coffin on the Warriors 10 years after the 3-1 comeback than to play them in free agency the way he's played them so far. Monday or Tuesday morning, it was like big breaking news. The Warriors are going to try to sign LeBron today. And then 6 hours later, as the report came out, LeBron's opened to all 30 teams.
Right.
Wow. Well, it sounds like the Warriors are no longer the front runners here for LeBron. So from the Warriors' perspective, I'll just say this, going into the offseason, we had that presser after the Suns game with Steph where he says, it's a new normal. And, obviously, he's not going to be quite the same. But he did also say that he wants to play for a few more years and that we need to build the foundation of this team to compete in this athletic league. So as a fan, it was like, okay, we're probably not going to win the championship anymore, but can we just be competitive and fun and a winning record team for the last 2 to 3 years of Steph? So Are we going to make a big free agent or a big trade, for a Trey Murphy or Jaylen Brown? Well, no, that didn't happen for a number of reasons. Okay, so maybe we're going to make a smaller trade, a couple of second-round picks for an Aaron Wiggins or an Isaiah Joe. So just any sort of young, athletic guy. He can shoot. He's been in the league a little bit. He's shown you he can do something. Oh, no, we didn't do that either. Okay, so are we going to sign a big-time free agent, maybe a Walker Kessler or Jalen Duren, and just really improve our youth and our size and our athleticism? No, we didn't do that either. So from that perspective, it is pretty frustrating that the Warriors' offseason has gone this way so far. Hopefully, like you guys said, they can sign one of those restricted free agents. I mean, I would love nothing more than them to say, hey, Draymond, thanks for your time here, but we just offered Rui Hachimura more than anybody else did, so we're going to go sign him. So that's the only way they can salvage their offseason, if they can still somehow sign one of the remaining free agents or somehow make some sort of trade. You guys have already articulated why that might be challenging. But, yeah, they really got played by LeBron, in my opinion, and they could have done a number of things. And now all these free agents that they could have signed, Simons, Jock Londale, Norman Powell, just any one of these guys who could have been out there, and I get some of them they couldn't afford, but any one of these smaller trades or smaller players on smaller deals that they could have signed, they didn't do. So that's frustrating, but I love listening to you guys. You guys are crushing it, so thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Sean. So you're telling me LeBron's going to pull another 3-1 comeback on the Warriors? They've been up 3-1 in this negotiation the whole time. They've been the front runners. They've been in cruise control. And then he's going to turn coat on them and go somewhere else? Yeah, I don't like that.
What about something like this?
I don't know if that's what Sean was suggesting, but
there is an intriguing restricted free agent still out there.
Duren?
Yep.
I mean, he's exactly what they need.
So
a big man who can play. He played 70 last year, 78 the year before?
70, 78.
That's
so clearly it doesn't seem like the Pistons want to pay him $20-25 million. He made $6.
Well, I think he wants
even more than that.
He wants like 40. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to make anything less than what Walker Kessler got. I mean, he's way more proven than Kessler.
I was going to say, is there any way that, Detroit doesn't want to pay Duren, but he signs a 4-year, $120 million deal. Draymond opts back in for the same amount of money, $27.8.
Okay.
Then they move him for Duren and attach a pick.
I mean, in a perfect world, I would be in support of that. I don't know why Detroit would want to do that. In fact, I've been trying to figure out what Detroit's been doing this entire offseason. They won 60 games last year, and they haven't made not just a move, but it looks like they're going to lose Duren. They lost Tobias Harris. He's not an incredible player, but he helped them last year. And Duncan Robinson might be on his way out. They obviously have to get better and find another playmaker alongside Cade, and they have done nothing. So I don't know if Draymond really fits for what they want. And that's another part too. It's all their big salary guys are flawed in some way, shape, or form. Steph Curry, they won't trade. Full stop. Jimmy Butler is hurt. Draymond Green is not that good anymore. And from there, you got to go down to Kristaps Porzingis, but he's injury prone. As much as people may not have been a big fan of someone like Andrew Wiggins is at least able to play. He was dependable, right. And that's why he was a good enough trade chip to go over to Miami. I mean, they just gave him a 3-year deal. So, the Warriors are too old or too injured. It feels like on and off the court when it comes to their salaries.
Max Lopez on the YouTube chat. Why would Detroit pay Draymond and not Duren? That's so dumb. Well, they wouldn't be paying Draymond. See, if Duren's asking for $30 million, and that means it's going to be $30 million the first year, 33, 36, 39, 42. It's going to get up to 120. So Detroit would be on the hook for $120 million. If they take Draymond Green, they're only on the hook for 1 year for $28 million. So that gets them out of paying Duren if they don't want to pay him. And they have Draymond for a year. and maybe they take a pick. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. But I'm just trying to think out loud here at all the, at all the Warriors, possibilities. And you got to throw stuff against the wall.
888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. Mike is in Alameda. Mike, what's happening? What's going on? How are you?
Hey, fellas, thinking about LeBron coming to the Bay Area, that'd be great because the Bay Area needs it.
How come?
Warrior fans need it.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah. Why do you think they need it?
Well, because there's nothing cool about the Bay Area right now. The Warriors aren't good anymore. The Niners do. Well, getting away from. Well,
Giants won last night. They stopped an 8-game losing streak against the D-backs.
They also did something else they haven't done.
And I don't know if you know this or not, but there was an unbelievable sporting event down at Levi Stadium last night. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
And we got the Valks.
True. Well, there you go. Then I guess we don't really need LeBron James to come here, but I think we should go get Jason Kidd to be an assistant coach because eventually Kerr is going to be gone and we're going to have to get better. And I don't understand why the Warriors didn't go get LaMelo Ball. He's in Minnesota. That he's got Anthony Edwards and him are going to do good. And if Steph and LeBron don't want to play here, they should go meet up in Minnesota. That'd be a heck of a team to play in the playoffs. And I don't know. The Warriors are in big trouble. They didn't draft this is nothing. Remember when they didn't draft LaMelo Ball and they took Weissman instead? Yeah. You know how good LaMelo Ball would be here right now? And then you know whose fault that was? That was Steve Kerr.
Yeah. Whoa.
So if Steve Kerr wasn't here.
How come?
That was all. Remember when he was dropping Milli Vanilli? Girl, it's true. Milli Vanilli.
Yeah.
And that's why he's not here. No, that's why we don't have LaMelo.
Yeah.
And that's why we don't have an all-star guard, a superstar.
Yeah.
The guy that we need.
Thundercat.
The people that kids can get behind and have a fandom and buy the T-shirts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But if we don't get LeBron, we need LeBron because the Bay Area is L.A. would be jealous. Because it would take the shine off of L.A. and say, oh, man, L.A. is really in trouble now because now the Bay Area has LeBron, the biggest. You know how many kids are going to buy LeBron jerseys? You know how many people are going to buy LeBron? There's going to be
probably more
LeBron
adults are going to buy LeBron jerseys.
Everybody.
You think?
Even Guru. Even you, Steiny.
No. I don't buy jerseys.
You're gonna buy a LeBron James jersey. I know it, and you're gonna be the biggest LeBron James fan. And you're gonna go. And when he calls the show, and you guys get to talk to him, you'll say, "Man, I knew you were coming here. I'm so happy you're here. You should come by the station. We should go play golf." And he'll say, "Steiny, you're the man." LeBron's gonna say, "Steiny's the best," and that's why I'm always on the Steiny show. Yeah. Go LeBron. Go Steiny. We're all the best, right. And that's why LeBron.
Get him off.
I got you,
Thanks,
Mike.
buddy.
Thanks for the call. Oh, so that's when you wanted to let him go, and he's being nice to you. You're something else.
I'm trying to keep a positive spin on things. You know what?
You said you were done being positive an hour ago.
I'm trying to get back into
Nightmare on Warriors way. Yeah, Steph does outsell LeBron James every year.
Max
That's
Lopez may get throat punched.
Well,
Durant is still a member of the Pistons. He's restricted. They've tendered him a qualifying offer. Now he can go get offers and they can match. That's right. I said throat punch. I love that phrase, even though I've never used it before.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever heard you talk about that. There was somebody who said they were going to throw punch the boss.
By the way, let me shout out
one
of the greatest chatters of all time, Masked Zorro.
The good coat?
He is just one of the best on the YouTube chat, and let's just put it this way: he gets it, Evan. He gets it. Masked Zorro.
650, call is right. There's nothing exciting about the Bay Area right now. We literally just hosted a knockout stage game that the U.S. men's soccer team won, which has not happened in 24 years.
So
we just hosted a Super Bowl less than 365 days ago. Year before that, hosted the NBA All-Star Game in 2025. No, these are not notes that Raymond Ritter sent me. The Bay Area has been doing a lot, and it does not all ride on LeBron James as much as I think the Warriors offseason might. Bay Area sports is not in a bad place, contrary to popular belief.
Well, it's I mean, you could
Sharks
argue,
just got a top 5 pick.
well, if we put them in, yeah, then they can balance things out.
Valkyries are selling out every night.
By the way, I guess I heard somebody mention that they thought yesterday's soccer game was the biggest event of all time in the Bay Area. It wasn't.
I know that.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh, Gabby Williams is just named an all-star. How about that? In your face.
And here's why. The only way that game could have been the biggest game in Bay Area sports history was if the USA were in the championship and it were at Levi Stadium. And they were playing like Argentina.
It's at MetLife.
I know it is. So the only way it could have been the biggest is if they would have had the finals here and the United States would have been in it. Then I would give you that.
Oh.
But for the round of 32, you break.
By the way, you mentioned Argentina.
Yeah. Did
you know that this is now these are the factoids that we need to uncover surrounding the World Cup. Are you familiar with, I believe it's pronounced, Tribuna Segura?
I'm not.
This is a database that Argentina has put together of approximately 13,000 delinquent parents that have unpaid child support. And what Argentina has done is sent the names of these 13,000 people to the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to not let them attend international sporting events. So if you have unpaid child support in the country of Argentina, you cannot go to the World Cup. You cannot go to a concert. You cannot go to a major event. And I found this out yesterday, and I think it might be my favorite part because I come from a 2-parent household. I've been very blessed. But I do have friends that have not been as fortunate as I, and a few of their paternal figures have not been in their lives and not helped out. Those people should be punished. And Argentina's taken a stand. And I absolutely love it. I did not know about this until yesterday. But if you have unpaid child support in Argentina, you can't go to the World Cup. You can't see Messi. You can't see your team try to go back-to-back. I'm in.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't a big game last night. I'm a World Cup supporter. Top 5. I'll give you top 5. Sure, top 5. You want to take top 5? You can have top 5. You just can't have that number 1 spot.
I got you.
All the way to yourself.
All right, let's wrap the segment with Austin, who's in San Mateo. Austin, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey, I was just wondering, Steiny, you didn't like KD coming to the Warriors? It didn't turn your head?
Yeah, get him, Austin.
I mean, it was too easy.
Well, because,
I get it.
But nobody was saying it was too easy when LeBron was trying to build in super teams after super teams after super teams, and the whole league was building super teams. But the minute the Warriors
I didn't like that either.
Go out and get KD, going and get KD, it's a problem. And now the Warriors, ever since they had KD, the Warriors have this target on their back. Everybody, going after the Warriors, because they got their titles and everybody didn't. But anyways, we don't need LeBron. We'll go, and then I don't understand what Donovan be doing, man. Keep going after these old folks year after year after year. What's up with him? What's up with that? We get Chris Paul, and then we get Al Horford, and then you're going after 41-year-old LeBron. It's going to be a 1-year rental. Like, come on, let's go after like Peyton Watson or something like that, or Mathurin. Get young. Come on. Work something up, Draymond. Don't bring that. You old too, but don't bring another old folks or fart into the Warriors organization. Please don't.
All right. Hey, there's.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call, man.
I'm not in the A chair today, so you can respond.
I was just. Well, you've been picking and choosing today, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think they want to get younger. I think they do. I really do. But they have no control right now. They don't control Benedict Mathurin because he's restricted. Peyton Watson's restricted. Jalen Duren's restricted. And I can go through them again, Sonny, but the guys that are available right now, I guess James Harden's unrestricted. although I think the expectation is he's going to re-sign with Cleveland. It is Rui Hachimura, was Anthony Simons, and then you're looking at Middleton, Beal, Westbrook, Brown, Trent, Tybal, Looney, Okogie, Williams.
Go get Okogie.
That's where we're at.
Go get
All right.
Okogie.
Well, I know you got something to do here, so I'll get out. But 888-957-9570 is the number. You know, again, are the Warriors stuck right now? And does it feel like they are all in on LeBron James? Slater's saying that it's not LeBron James or bust. Why not? The team looks exactly the same as it was at the end of the season when they lost to the Phoenix Suns. All right.
Hey, DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. That means you, California, win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. The DraftKings Sports app now is live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957TheGame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in a non-withdrawable prediction dollars amount that expire in 1 year. It ends July 17th. Terms dkngb.co/predictions promo.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I mean, look, AI is a big part of my life, but I do wonder how much it's really impacting you guys, Tiny, because...
Not at all.
What are you talking about?
Not at all. I am AI. I don't need to use it.
That's a 5.
People should say, hey, Matt. What do they say? Hey, Claude. Say, hey, Matt. Tell me about this. I'll tell you about it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, okay, if you really are an artificial intelligence model, which...
I am AI.
Yep. Help us solve the offseason, Steinmetz. Help us solve the offseason, because I think the Warriors could use you. By the way, Brandon Ayuk just put out another video.
Oh!
He's dancing, and the caption is, I'm going to the Commanders. Another thing about the Commanders, who, by the way, have shockingly soured since his consistent release of these social media posts about how John Lynch is, not a good guy, and Kyle Shanahan's a crybaby, and so somebody's a creep inside the organization. All these different dirty little secrets. Apparently the Commanders have not been a huge fan.
Huh.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I can't figure it out.
No, not a great look for Brandon Ayuk, but hasn't been a great look so far for the Warriors. So maybe both entities can, salvage something here.
Well, it does.
LeBron's coming. Relax.
I'm still believe it when I see it. Although I will say, despite the circus act and kind of the runaround he may or may not be giving Golden State, I think I will be excited about it.
I will.
There's
absolutely.
There's no doubt that I'm going to be excited if Shams Charania drops a tweet in the next 15 minutes and says LeBron James decided to take his talents to Mission Bay.
I'd love to see it. What was I going to say? I had something. It was a little off the beaten path.
Well, we ended with Josh Okogie in the last segment.
One of the nice things about, if you don't if you don't get LeBron James, but you get Okogie and Hachimura, you can just do one press conference for 3 guys if they're, role players. You know what I'm saying? You could just put them all into one press conference. But if you have LeBron, he'll get his own press conference. You see what I'm saying?
You're going to have to go deeper.
Usually when, for example, Jaylen Brown will do a press conference in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think he already put out a statement about his gratefulness to the Celtics organization.
Sure. But he will do a press conference in Philly, and it will just be Jaylen Brown and then probably my guy Gansey. But when your big move is signing Okogie and Leger Jones, I mean, you can just do them at the same time.
Well, Leger Jones already did his press conference, so he's just got to get one of it. No, but Dunleavy will have to talk, right? Either way,
not necessarily.
Really?
No, he probably for Okogie.
Either way, I mean, at this point, there's gonna have to be answers. I don't know if it'll be. And so, look at this is the thing. So, if Draymond resigns, I don't know if they'll host a press conference, but there's going to be some sort of message from the front office because there are also 2 more things they have to do by the end of the summer, which we haven't even got to because we're still talking about LeBron James. But they have to figure out Podziemski, if they even want to give him an offer or if he can become a restricted free agent. They also have to figure out what to do about Steph, who I think is extension eligible in August. So that will be some time. I'm not saying that Dunleavy has to talk tomorrow. I don't think he has to talk next week. If they sign LeBron, he will. But at some point, he will have to speak. And at some point, there is going to be a lot of questions about currently the inactivity this summer.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. If there's some optics things here that are also interesting. If you don't get LeBron James, like, you can't have two press conferences this summer. One is extending pods and one is extending Curry.
Well, they'll do them at the same time.
And you know what I mean, though. But like you're really going to break off. So let me get this straight. This offseason, the Warriors are poised to make Brandon Podziemski, he will be their biggest investment in the offseason. Because if he gets a 4-year, $80 million deal, that's more money than they've given anybody.
Yeah.
Even Curry, because he'll only get 60.
Agreed.
There's
no chance.
No chance he gets 80?
No. How much better is he than Simons? How much better is he than Sexton?
I kind of like either of them, but
well, I don't like either of them.
Sexton.
I don't like either of them
Sexton
either.
More than,
but my point is that's over twice as. In Simon's case, it's like 3 times as much. All right, this was Anthony Slater from earlier on the morning show talking about, shout out Ryan Clark, the pivot if the Warriors don't get LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's decent names out there. Anthony Simons is one that I've spotlighted at times that would fill a need as far as like a scorer off the bench, kind of that Jordan Poole role from several years ago. Could you get him on what I think would be a bargain, contract? We'll see. At any moment he could fly off the board. So the pivot is probably just a smaller tier free agent signing, and the roster mostly is what it is.
Okay, so that was before Anthony Simons signed with Philadelphia, but it sounds like that was the pivot. So what's the pivot to the pivot? And, again, I think to me it's less about the player signing than it is. I'm wondering if the Warriors are a team that in the near future are going to have to go back to being the team that's willing to overpay. Because clearly, Philadelphia was willing to do it. The asking price from Golden State and Miami was the other team, according to Mark Stein, that was in on Simons.
Yep.
And the Warriors did not or could not go above a certain number. When is that going to be the only way that they can find guys to take their cash in the coming seasons?
That's a great question. I think that if, let's say the Warriors clear space and can get a big boy down the line, let's say in 2 years, I'm not convinced they'll have the pick of the litter. But I don't think we're back to, the Warriors of the early 2000s where they literally have trouble finding guys to take their money. I remember them signing Mark Price to a contract after he had been hurt. I remember giving Danny Fortson a good chunk of change back in the day because they actually they needed guys to give money to. I don't think they're there yet, but I also don't think they're nearly as an attractive a destination as some fans think, especially right now.
Do you think that, because this was the other part that really caught my ear from the Slater interview about Jaylen Brown. When the news broke yesterday, my first thought was, well, if they gave up Paul George and an unprotected first, and there's another protected first and 2 second-round picks, why couldn't the Warriors get in on that? And here's what Slater had to say.
I never heard that they were in the mix on Jaylen Brown. I don't really believe they even kicked the tires much. Obviously I don't know every phone call that Mike Dunleavy has made, but at no point during the Jaylen Brown process did it feel like they were in it at all.
And that tells me that they are all in on LeBron. And, I know that contradicts what he mentioned earlier, that it's not LeBron or bust. But I don't understand at this stage in free agency. Maybe someone out there can help me at 888-957-9570. If you're not making a call about Jaylen Brown, if you couldn't get Giannis, Kawhi was of interest, but clearly Toronto had more to offer. It didn't feel like they were interested in Ja Morant or LaMelo Ball. Kessler, too expensive. Bridges not big enough. Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C right now looks like LeBron James. And if he's not there, I understand that You can bide your time, and LeBron, if he's willing to take less and come here, that's all well and good. But this idea that they can just figure it out from there and avoid last season happening again, I'm trying to find the word for it, but it just feels presumptuous that things are just going to be different.
I'm with you, but here's where listen. Slater's more tapped in than I am, but he says the Warriors didn't make a call. I bet you they did. I bet you they made one call, and they said, "Hey, Brad, what do you need for Jaylen Brown?" Well, I need a player. I need a good player and a couple picks. Well, we got the picks, but we don't have the good player. Conversation over. Period. And I'm sure, what about Butler? Did you not hear me say we need a player to play the season? I'm convinced this is kind of how we started the show, and I'm gonna go through it again. The big boys who are on the move, the Warriors had no shot at them because every big player who moved, the team that moved a big player got at least a good, solid pro player that's making $30 million or so. Giannis. Well, they got Tyler Hero, who's an established pro, and they got Khalil Ware, who a lot of people think is a young and upcomer. Well, the Warriors don't have a Tyler Hero. Jaylen Brown, Paul George. The Warriors they don't even have a Paul George. They don't have a Brandon Ingram. They don't have a Naz Reid. They didn't have a Julius Randle. They don't even have a Jeremy Grant on this roster. So any team that's got a player and that player's really good, they're going to want a good player back who they acknowledge is not quite as good as the star that they're getting traded for, but then you make up the difference with draft picks. But the Warriors can't even get started with a player right now because they literally have no one on their roster that's good enough and makes enough to offset a big money trade. They just don't.
But that's why, and look, LeBron's a great player, but then it begs the question, Steiny, why they're not more aggressive to try and get some of these, again, not LeBron-level players, but smaller, to try and create some depth on this team. Is one LeBron James going to make them better? Yes. Is one LeBron James going to change their fortunes in a stacked Western Conference? I don't think so. And if they get him, I'll be happy about it. I'll be right here with you, and I'll be excited. But there's still a couple of guys away, and to me, it's like you're waiting and waiting and waiting to see what LeBron does, and I can understand why, because of the box office value he brings with him. But what this team needs is players. And Anthony Simons is not a great player, but could you have gotten a Simons, another player, and maybe another guy with the kind of money and maybe more importantly time that you spent trying to recruit LeBron? And maybe that's where Draymond comes in, and he's saying, look, I'm only stepping aside and opting out of this $27 million if we're going after my guy. I'm not doing it for Sexton. I'm not doing it for a bunch of Anthony Simons. And the Warriors like, okay, well, I guess that's what we're doing. I don't know if that's how he's leveraged his hand in this, but it's like they've spent a lot of time waiting around for this guy, and in the meantime, other teams are poaching players that I think might be able to help him next season.
Yeah. Super chat from Cav KRW, $2. Offering Simons the minimum were a joke. So there was a report that the Warriors offered Anthony Simons the minimum. I actually don't think that necessarily means they're a joke. I think what it means is that they've got to exhaust every possible option for LeBron James, and they didn't want to use any of that mid-level for a guy like Simons, which obviously is their prerogative. But here's my one hypothetical. Now, it's not even a hypothetical. Is if the Warriors right now still had Andrew Wiggins on a $25 or $30 million contract, that would actually be the kind of player that you could use to get one of these 6 or 7 guys who were available, because he's pretty good. I know he's not perfect, but he's pretty good, and he makes a good number. Look at Jordan Poole. Like, why could the Warriors get off Jordan Poole? Because he was making good money, and he had a productive season or two. But they don't have a young, like, Lendeborg's the guy.
Yeah.
If I'm any team and the Warriors want a player of mine who's good, they're giving up Lendeborg, period, end of story. And that's something I could see them not wanting to do, and I don't blame them for that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM's FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Gettings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Oakland and talk to Bill. Bill, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, I don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to say that the Golden State Warriors have absolutely the worst front office in the NBA. Steph Curry single-handedly took a $300 million franchise and made it an $11 billion franchise, and we have more loyalty to Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green than we do Steph Curry. There's no reason we should not have shipped Jimmy Butler off. He's 30-something years old, 38, and has a torn ACL. Draymond Green has single-handedly ruined a 3-1 lead in the championship, ran off Kevin Durant, ran off Jordan Poole, and we still don't ship him away, and he averages 5.6 rebounds. He's not worth it. I have no clue what Dunleavy's doing. I have no clue what the front office is doing at all. We want to bring in a 42-year-old LeBron James. Steph Curry has single-handedly ruined LeBron James' era, and we want to bring him in to play with our GOAT. It's insane. We don't make any splash in the water for Jaylen Brown. We won't trade anyone for Trey Murphy. We won't make any moves for Michael Porter Jr. We're sitting back twiddling our thumbs, and here's another year where we're wasting Steph Curry's prime, and at best we're going to win 40 games. I just think the Warriors organization owes Steph Curry more than what they're doing. That's my say.
I got you, Bill. Thanks for the call, man. I mean, well, a couple things. I'm not going to pin a 3-1 loss on Draymond Green. Also, the thing about Jimmy Butler, I've heard a lot of people say this, that why do they still have Jimmy? Why are they saying they won't trade Jimmy? Part of it might be they like Jimmy Butler. Part of it might also be everything you just said, Bill, about he's got a torn ACL, he's 38 years old, I think he'll be 37. That's what every other team is also looking at him as. So why would they want to acquire him unless the Warriors would sweeten any deal? And this is, again, where I think they're between a rock and a hard place of, like, any team that has a player that the Warriors would covet is probably a good team. That team has no use for a guy that has a torn ACL. And every team that would want Jimmy Butler is probably looking to hoard first-round draft picks with the Warriors, which the Warriors might not want to come off of. But also, they probably don't have a guy that the Warriors want. Like, if you are Detroit, or let's say the Clippers might be one. Maybe Matherin's a guy that they want to, exchange for draft picks because that's the way they're going. But like Matherin alone is not going to change the fortunes of Golden State. So I think the Warriors are publicly saying they do love Jimmy Butler, which is true, but also because there may be less of a market for Jimmy than we've been actually privy to.
I don't think there's a market for Jimmy Butler right now. I really don't. because the only teams that would be interested in him right now are teams that solely view him as, an expiring contract. And that's not enough of a haul or of what you're taking in for a guy like Jimmy Butler. So I think that they got to just kind of wait on Jimmy Butler. But, getting back to this, they haven't done enough for Steph. And I don't want to relitigate too much. But the reality of the situation, to my way of thinking, is this. And they made a mistake, clearly. They lost the title in 2019. And they were losing Durant, and they lost Clay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was the summer that they decided they probably were no longer a championship team at that moment. And that's why during that period of time, they drafted two projects. Okay? Now, they didn't work out. But then they win a title in 2022, and then that's when they start thinking, we still have action. So now we got to do everything for Steph. But I think it was too late at that point because, they had opportunities to move the second pick in the draft for a Miles Turner or somebody of that ilk. But to do that would have really been gutsy at the time because everybody was in love with the second pick. But the reality of the situation is they thought they were done winning titles after 19, at least at that moment. And they were going to try to redo the team with young guys. Didn't work. They win in 2022. And from that moment on, they're continuing to scramble to see if they can get a Wiggins who can blossom here and bring it home in a short period of time. A Butler who could do that. Even a Chris Paul that they had to trade for if you believe that they needed to get off money. They just committed some timing mistakes, I think, that they can't overcome today.
Well, we're all. I think I'll kind of meet you in the middle. Where I hear fans who said that they haven't done enough for Steph, I think some are saying, yeah, that's 2020. They shouldn't have thought they were done. But I think there's a lot of people that also were saying, hey, before we found out that James Wiseman, Kuminga, maybe to some extent Moody couldn't play for this team or just weren't good enough, you could have moved them. You could have packaged some of these young guys in a deal for a proven talent because there were offers out there for multiple years, or at least according to reports, of guys the Warriors were interested in but unwilling to part with their young players because they clearly thought that they had a higher ceiling than they did. And that's where I think they burned themselves. Like the time to go all in, unfortunately, and I think people are figuring this out in real time, it's not now. The time to go all in would have been probably after the championship or a year after that. But there was a reluctance to move off of young, unproven players in hopes that they could take the mantle next. And the reality is they were never going to be those players. One of which is not even in the league anymore. So it's tough. And that's why you're left, why we're talking about guys that you could move in deals for a Giannis or Jaylen Brown or Kawhi. Those players, they never developed. Those players never came to fruition. The closest one of those guys right now is Brandon Pajemski or maybe Axel Lendeborg, who we know nothing about as an NBA talent. So that's where I think they kind of flip things on themselves, and they got to lay in the bed that they made.
And that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing now.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is from Anthony Slater. So this is kind of the sentiment we've been talking about with LeBron that I think has changed in the last 24 to 48 hours. Some people may have thought always he wasn't coming. Some people thought the Warriors are the front runner. To me, it's probably somewhere in between. I do think that the Jaylen Brown deal, in addition to some of the other things the Sixers have done this offseason, put them maybe in the front right now. And, Anthony Slater just said on ESPN a little while ago, they continue to get indications that the Warriors are in on LeBron James's short list, but there's a growing belief from them that they don't necessarily or they aren't necessarily at the top of the list. That's also what he told the morning show earlier today.
Decent, certainly not overwhelming. They're keeping it relatively close to the vest. So, they are in the mix. Some people around the league you talk to think it's going to be them. Some don't think it's going to be them. So I don't think there's any. I have been given no firm indication that he's heading there for sure. And anybody I talked to with the Warriors, again, this is obviously smokescreen season, but nobody there seems to believe it's some sure thing.
And that's not a good sign because, as we've been talking about, they need it to be a sure thing.
I just think it's a bad sign that, LeBron clearly wants to see what teams are doing, and the reality of the situation is the Warriors can't do anything. They made their move early. Draymond opted out. They put that $15 million in front of LeBron, and not much else. They put $15 million out and the opportunity to play with Steph Curry, but then you got to put a period at the end of that sentence because that's all they have to offer him.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting us in for Guru alongside Stein. That's about a half hour away from the crossover. We'll be back with more. I see you, Pat, in Foster City. We'll take your calls on the other side as well. More after this on Stein and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. July 4th is one holiday that lights up our country, and our 4th of July sale is here to light up your home. So from now to July 6th, everything in our stores will be 25% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. If we sell it, it's 25% off. Plus, get 2 years free financing. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, the Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
My My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, they're good for you. They're carrots. Nothing wrong with that.
Going on?
Yeah, they keep you, I don't know, they're good for your eyesight. That's what they told me when I was like 6.
That's a myth.
Must you guys eat while you're coming back from a segment?
Kind of snuck up on me.
What's up, Doc?
Okay.
So, all right, before we got into the segment, before you grabbed a carrot and started munching on it like a rabbit, you said something to me during the break, and I'm not sure I'm all the way there with you. You said to me, I got something that can salvage the Warriors offseason.
I do.
That doesn't involve LeBron James.
Correct.
Doesn't involve trading Steph Curry.
Correct.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Mr. AI, the floor is yours.
Let me set this up, though. All right.
You done chewing?
So the one thing we always get a good handle on here, excuse me, doing a radio show is we can take the temperature of the fan base, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, we've been doing it all day.
And I am getting the sense that the fan base is very restless and they're very skeptical. They're already disappointed. They are not a happy group of fans.
Not right now.
Okay. It could get worse if LeBron doesn't come to the Warriors.
Which it sounds like is a possibility.
Okay. So you go into the offseason with some high hopes, the idea of LeBron, and then you don't get LeBron. This fan base is going to be at rock bottom.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, there's only one thing you can do to get the fan base back, and that would be to trade pods. If you come out of this offseason having traded pods, I think you could win back most of the fan base. I think.
You know what's funny is, like, I don't know what value he had in previous years. I don't know if he really was the deciding factor in not getting Markkanen or not. I don't know how highly teams view him around the league or if they think he stinks like a lot of Warriors fans do. But the one thing about the predicament when trading him, whoever takes him is going to have to sign him to an extension. So doesn't that diminish his value? Yeah. Again, everyone on the Warriors is like, it's like a buy low candidate.
These damn fans on the chat, they don't like pods.
Well, that's true. 650. Wow. Steiny for president. 650. Steiny's my hero.
I do want to bring up something to me that tells you kind of the pickle the Warriors are in.
I don't know if it would salvage the entire offseason, but it would get some people back.
So Tobias Harris.
Yep.
Here's the problem with the Warriors, all right? If I say, Warriors have a mid-level to use, I'll tell you what, Tobias Harris he's a solid veteran player. Okay? 33 years old.
Healthy?
Yeah. He just took 2 years, $31 million from the Spurs, their full mid-level.
Yeah.
If the Warriors use their full mid-level on Tobias Harris, nobody would be excited about Tobias Harris. But the fact of the matter is, where the Warriors are right now, he'd be their second best player. But right now, that's not good enough for the Warriors.
I disagree.
I kind of disagree too. But what I'm saying is the Golden State Warriors, 3 days ago signed Tobias Harris. They've given up on LeBron James. The reality of the situation to me would be, wow, we got a player here who's going to play 30 minutes a night, probably 70 games. We need more guys like that. But it would not have gone over well with the fan base. They would have said, Tobias Harris, he's okay. But that's the problem they have. They could sign a guy for $15 million to be their second best player. The Spurs just signed him to be their sixth man.
Yeah, but the flip side of that is, and actually I think you might start for them, but the flip side of that is, could they have lost out on Tobias Harris because they've been in a high-speed pursuit of LeBron James? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming Tobias Harris would rather sign with the Spurs than on the doorstep of a championship, and they have a budding core as opposed to the Warriors who are on the back end. But my point is, we're not going to know because it feels like the Warriors are in no rush to make any other move besides re-signing their own and maybe offering vet minimum deals to, a Simons or whoever else has been out there. There hasn't been any urgency to go out and try and poach those players because they're all in on LeBron. And that's why there's mixed signals to me right now. There's inaction, which tells me you're waiting for LeBron's choice, but they're also saying that they're not all, like, it's not LeBron or bust. And those two, to me, don't really make sense because, and maybe it's just from a fan perspective, if they don't get LeBron James, I'm not saying there'll be pitchforks outside of Chase Center, but people are going to be pissed.
Yes.
And it's because they have refused to pursue even a player like Tobias Harris at the behest of LeBron James. And it's like, that's where I'm sitting back, Steiny, and I'm trying to read the chess moves. One of them obviously came out of the woodworks yesterday. I did not have Jaylen Brown going to Philadelphia. I don't know how many people did, but those are the kinds of moves that now the Warriors have to react to. They're not the ones that are proactive in these chats and these talks. And it doesn't sound like it because apparently they didn't even inquire or at least get that very far with Boston to try and get a player like Brown.
I think what the Warriors might be thinking about, let's put it that way, is, okay, here's what would be like a monster fear of mine, is LeBron does this, he opts out, and he's already, again, I think we get news a little later, but we heard about Anthony Davis. I'm worried that the Golden State Warriors could possibly go trade for Anthony Davis and give up 3 first-round picks just so they can get LeBron in here for a year, and then they'll have to re-sign Anthony Davis. That to me is what a panic move would look like. But if Philly's doing what Philly's doing to get LeBron, and the Warriors feel like they've got to keep up with the Joneses, I don't know. Well, I mean, would they actually? I mean, if the Warriors get Anthony Davis, Mike Dunleavy may as well just resign. Seriously.
Well,
no way Mike Dunleavy wants Anthony Davis.
But then, that's a lose-lose scenario to me. I don't think he wants him. In fact, I don't think the Warriors want him. They want LeBron, and maybe that's where they're not LeBron or bust because they're not willing to do that. If the Warriors if we find out tomorrow that the Warriors have traded 3 unprotected first-round picks and Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis, and 6 months from now sign him to a 4-year, was it $275, whatever supermax offer he wants. I mean, like, that I would not be excited about at all. That I would be less excited about that than them doing absolutely nothing and rolling the ball out of Chase Center next year with the exact same team outside of Yaxel Lendeborg than the team they had last year that won 37 games. And Anthony Davis would be a death knell, I think, if you give him a 4-year max extension and he plays 45 games a year and you have until he's 37 years old. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Like we promised, let's go out to Foster City, talk to Pat. Pat, how you doing? Good afternoon.
Yeah, good. Good afternoon. Yeah, a couple of things with the Warriors. I think part of the issue with the management is that they've had Joe Lacob and the ownership, I should say, is that I think they got a bad strategy and I think they got bad execution. And you put the two together and you end up kind of where we're at. I mean, I was at the game 10, 12 years ago when Lacob came to the fans at Oracle and said, we're going to build you a championship. And crowd loved it, but no one really believed it. And he did it.
Yep.
He doggone he did it. He did it multiple times. And he did it by making smart trades and developing players and committing to win. And somewhere along the line, I think ownership priority became less about that and more building franchise value and getting, butts in the seat and selling merchandise and all that. Because it does not seem like the team's been managed to win. It seems like it's been managed to get, viewers and ratings and merchandise and all that. So I question that. That's an issue. And the other thing is the execution that they've had. Obviously their draft choices have been poor, but more than that, they've chased free agents that they never ended up getting, and they made some trades and player giveaways that they should never have done. So the execution's not been very good either. So, you were talking earlier about, what do the Warriors have that other teams might want? Well, to me, they have Draymond Green and they have Pods. I think those are their two assets. And for me, I've never been a huge Draymond Green fan. If you look at his numbers, they're really not very good. And I think for now, to me, Green has he's almost a mentor rather than a player now. He's kind of like what Iguodala was in the last 2 years with the Warriors. He's almost as much a coach as he is a player. But some of the teams out there would have value in a mature, veteran defensive guru, if you will. And I think there's value for some teams in that, not so much for the Warriors, but for some other teams. And you look at Pods' numbers, if you look at points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, and you add those numbers up, Pods' numbers are quite a bit better than Draymond Green's numbers. And then if you take in charges taken, they become even better. And if you look at technical fouls, they become even better. Games tossed out of, they become even better. So, Pods has been, I think, despite the fact that some people don't care for his attitude or whatever, he's put up some pretty doggone good numbers across the board. So to me, he's a valuable asset. I don't know if you bundled him and maybe one of our future draft picks to try to get a Tobias Harris or someone like that, or Michael Porter, then it starts to maybe make some sense. But for me, I would, if I could package Green, I would do that in a heartbeat, because they've got DeSantos has kind of grown into a role. They got this new young rookie. They just signed their 7'2" guy that can play a little bit of forward. So that's what I would do. But they put themselves in a tough situation. And like Bill Walsh said, years ago, and wisely so, it's better to trade someone too early than too late. And I think the Warriors are kind of finding that out. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I appreciate your comments. Take them off the air. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Pat. I mean, it does feel like there's a lot of players on this team that they've waited too long to trade. And that includes some of the young guys. I mean, Kuminga's value, they probably traded him at the lowest point. Someone like, I'm just trying to think back to some of the guys they've dealt. Wiggins, obviously, they used to get Jimmy, but they're trying to move off of Butler potentially. It would be at the lowest point in terms of his value.
By the way, earlier I made a tongue-in-cheek statement about they could salvage the offseason by moving Pods.
Yeah.
Because the fan base will be happy.
Most people know you.
People need to understand that in terms of the Pods hate, I don't really have a lot. I think Pods is fine.
Pods can dunk.
That he can. But I'm allowed. See, this is the thing. Because I like Pods and I stick up for him, I'm allowed to have some fun with him. But if you hate Pods, like most of you apparently do, you can't. Like, I like Pods, so I can have some fun at his expense. But for the people that really don't like him, you got to keep your mouth shut. Hey, I'm kidding. Who else is on this list? Who am I forgetting from the last 3 or 4 years?
Okay.
Oh, there's one guy I forgot. Lauri Markkanen.
Yes.
LeBron James.
Yep.
Giannis.
Yes.
Kevin Durant.
Yep.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
Paul George.
Yep.
Who else have the Warriors been linked to that they never got?
Well, those are the big boys. I mean, I know they went after Anunoby. I think they went after Siakam. I mean, those are both champions now. I'm trying to think, has there been another player that they were linked to? That just about does it.
Yeah, and they didn't get any of those guys.
I do think it's interesting that the one player that they weren't linked to is the player that they got.
Butler?
Yeah. That was the one guy who didn't want to come here.
It's true.
He wanted to go to Phoenix because he thought they had more money for him. That's the guy they ended up with. Now, I think, look, for a half season and a second round exit, was it worth it? Sure. But because he tore his ACL, and I don't know how far they would have gone with him last year. He himself called him mediocre. It's like, they gambled on Jimmy Butler with how much money they gave him because now, due to that injury, they can't move that money. And they certainly ain't getting anything for it because he's hurt. And it just feels like unless LeBron James chooses the Warriors will once again be at the mercy of Jimmy Butler. And not because he's going to try and play him or anything, but because they don't know how good of a basketball player he's going to be when he comes back. And, I mean, I know it's Steph's team, to some extent Draymond's and Kerr's, but Jimmy Butler, when he got here, they went up. And when he went down, the opposite.
Yeah. $5 super chat from Frosty3. I think we miss out on LeBron and pivot to a deal with the Kings.
Well, I think, DeRozan was a guy that's, I know, been rumored for the Warriors in the past. Sabonis? I thought they were trying to swing a sign and trade for, was it Duran?
Well, I thought Duran was interested in meeting with the Kings, and was it the Lakers?
Yeah.
So the Lakers
that was before they traded for Kessler.
Yeah, Lakers are out now. All right, let me, since it's essentially a Friday.
Well, do you want to do it now or do you want to take a call?
Do what?
Whatever you were going to do.
Oh, let's take a call. Because I might forget anyway.
Well, okay. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scotty. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, good, guys. I sit here and listen to some of these people that call in. It just blows my mind. It tells you, I'd like to just to lay out, them being a dynasty, what has attracted the fans that they've attracted now are some of the worst casual fans in the history of the NBA. I swear to God. First of all, they got the worst front office in basketball now. Then, like this last caller, he sounds like he might know what he's talking about just a little bit. And then all of a sudden he says, look at Draymond Green's numbers. They're not very good. I mean, Draymond Green has exposed more casual fans than anybody in the history of sports, let alone the NBA. I still can't to this day understand people who couldn't look at his game and not understand the greatness of what he did. I mean, obviously he's not the same player he was, but they have no clue. They just sit there and look. Oh, he scores 9 points a game. Triple singles or whatever he is. It drives me absolutely insane. Sonny is right. Nobody wants Butler. What do you these people are all mad that we didn't go get Jaylen Brown because they want Jimmy Butler? I mean, he can't play now. So what do you mean? It's like it's a one-way street.
Right.
If Dunleavy didn't make this move and like it's all in a vacuum that he's not paying attention or something. But for me, and then the LeBron thing, this is something that really just came up. I didn't think this was going to be a possibility. Most people didn't. And so if they don't get him, they don't get him. But one thing I do know, and that is that I believe that this man Joe Lacob deserves a little rope. I mean, look what he's done with this franchise in the WNBA. I mean, brand new franchise.
Yeah.
They're already at the top of the league. This guy obviously knows what he's doing. I mean, if people don't remember Chris Cohan and even go back to Franklin Muley or whatever you want to go back to, and the people prior to Cohan, I mean, they have no idea how bad it was here. I mean, it's just crazy. And now the Warriors are in on anybody that comes up. You notice that, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people around the league that they're not going to even consider the Warriors. But I believe that Lacob is committed to winning, and I think when Steph's gone, I think they are an attractive franchise. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that people will come to play here, and he knows what he hires the right people. So to me, it's just the casual fans absolutely drive me nuts, and particularly when they mention Draymond and his numbers. That's the tell. I stopped listening to somebody after they say something like that. But anyway, it's interesting. It's going to be fun. I'm not going to be down if they don't get James. I'm looking forward to the kid Yaxel playing. I mean, I'm not, and I think Jimmy if Jimmy comes back, mid-season and they're still in the mix, I'm going to enjoy that. I'm not looking for a title, but anyway. So me, just I think I have a little faith in this front office franchise that's brought 4 titles to the Bay Area. So anyway,
I got you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Appreciate the call. I mean, I'm of the belief that a team's only fun if they're winning. I think it's hard to have fun if you're losing. But if you don't get LeBron James, you do run the risk of not being very interesting. And last season, especially the last couple of months, it was hard to get interested in some of those games just because of the unavailability of players. It wasn't like the Warriors, were playing bad when Curry was out there and when Porzingis was available. It's just a lot of those guys that are still on this team. They just weren't available to play. You're smiling.
I am.
What?
Because not at anything you said.
No, it's not. But
I've been having an internal conversation with myself about a guy.
Well, what do you think? And what is?
Well, what I think is it's going to sound preposterous, but I don't even, and I don't think it'll ever happen. But just let me throw something at you. All right, so Steve Kerr had to get aligned with the front office, right? Before he came back.
Yes, he did.
All right, and what do you think they talked about? We got to start playing younger guys a little bit.
Turnovers.
Okay, turnovers. See, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm looking at this team, and they've got nobody that can play a full season. What if they hadn't burned their bridge with Kuminga?
Well, he's a free agent.
I know he is. I know he is.
If you really want to go down that road.
I mean,
I know the Lakers are interested in him.
Everybody's going to say Steiny's trolling, and I guess I kind of am. But he's still a young player. It's not going to happen with Steve Kerr. But, like, the idea of Kuminga and Lendeborg, I could almost test out for a little bit. Because, listen, I'm not, how I feel about Kuminga. But
they love him.
No, I don't. But they have a dearth of NBA players. Would be unbelievable. They could say they won the trade.
Unbelievable. It would. Okay, this is where I got to be. Are you kidding? What are you talking about?
They need players, Evan.
Yeah, I know they need players. They got rid of one to get a guy in here who could actually help them.
But what I want people to understand first and foremost is when people say, you hate Kuminga, you hate him, you think I don't think he stinks.
The team that traded for him didn't want to keep him.
Correct. I know. You've ever heard the song, The Devil You Know?
It's better than the one
devil you don't know?
Look, also, too, okay, then why couldn't he foresee this? If he had hung on for one more year, this would be his team, if that's what he really wanted.
They got the full mid-level.
It'd be Kuminga and Yaxel. It'd be JK and YL.
In a crazy...
Yaxel's actually older than Kuminga, I think.
And it's true. Like, the one thing that scares me about Kuminga, actually, this is for the 510, is he does have trouble playing a full season. But they need...
Well, then he'd fit right in.
They need players.
Yeah, I know they need players,
Okay.
Steiny, and they're hoping that one that's 42 years old is going to say yes to him.
Okay.
Look, I'm not... Who's coming up in the crossover?
Yeah,
Ken, do we...
It'll actually be Nick Friedel today.
Oh, sweet.
Is he coming in?
We play a lot of him.
With Grandy.
Is he in studio?
I'm not.
Nah, no
sure.
chance. He's got to stay on call. He's got to stay on call for when
Okay.
LeBron
Find out, though,
goes to
in the
Philly.
crossover.
I got you. By the way, I'm gonna tell Goo about that.
About what, Kuminga?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you bringing him up.
Go ahead. You wouldn't even have to use your full mid-level, probably.
Yeah, I know.
Go get Hachimura and Kuminga.
Crap all over him.
Dunleavy
for bringing
playing
up the old
chess.
names. You got to stop living in the past. Come on, man. 888. Well, almost. Well,
what?
The crossover's coming up next. So we do have what's bugging you.
No, we don't.
Well, we have to do it today. We don't have tomorrow.
We have local programming tomorrow.
I know we do. Ken Luttrell and Mark Grandy from 12 to 4. Dan Devone, Carter Chickering from 8 to noon. That's what's tomorrow.
So look forward to the What's Bugging You segment at about 2 o'clock.
I got to run this by the boss, actually. All right, we'll be back with the crossover on 95.7 The Game.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here, and it's a star-spangled celebration. Foodie bites, carnival rides, and concert nights with fireworks. Plus, check out monster trucks, animals, shopping, and more, like arena cross action and festivals. Plus, catch the star-studded Big O Tires concert series lineup, with performances from Flo Rida, Tower of Power, Collective Soul, El King, DJ Cheat Codes, and more. Open Wednesday through Sunday through July 12th. Don't miss it. Visit AlamedaCountyFair.com for tickets.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You see what you've done? Do you see what you've done? You've unlocked Pandora's box with your theoretical Warriors off seasons. All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru. Cy Metz here. Mark Grander, we're going to be joined in a moment by Nick Friedel, who's in for Willard today. 3-way crossover. What's up, Grandy? How's it going?
Wait, what did I miss? What's Steiny's theoretical offseason?
Well, he's just got the boss. Like, you really know how to
You guys don't
grease
get it.
the gears.
You guys don't get it. We are at desperation time for the Warriors.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you don't think? Oh, you think they're sitting pretty, Grandy?
Did you I can hear the laughing through the glass over there. Did you read what Anthony Slater reported just like a couple hours ago?
Yeah.
That they're content essentially running it back, if that's
By
what
the way,
it comes to.
we do have What's Bugging You coming up in about 12 minutes.
Oh.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
We do?
They're content.
Yes, we do. We do have to do it today. I told you this on the last side of the... Dude, you got a 3-day weekend.
I brought up Kuminga.
Be happy.
That's what I did. He's a free agent, okay? I brought him up.
Now tell him what you said after that.
It's too bad the bridge was burned here because in a crazy way, after what I've seen for the last 3 or 4 years, I'll take Kuminga and Lendeborg at my forwards next year, and let's see what happens.
So then the boss comes in and says, you know what, actually, maybe we could build a team of former Warriors. Kuminga, Poole, Clay. And which one would you be most on board with bringing back?
You're not going to believe me, but Kuminga. Dead serious.
I think by process of elimination, it might have to be.
Yeah, well, they'd have to trade for Clay. You want to give up a first-round pick for Clay?
No.
Poole doesn't even play in New Orleans.
Yeah, where does he play now?
Well, I think technically he's in New Orleans, and they just don't play him.
I think he is.
He can't play for that New Orleans team.
I mean, yeah, we're in dire straits.
And now Simons is off the board. He's also a 76er.
Yes, he is. And
he's waiting on LeBron.
You know what's going to happen is...
Well, LeBron's going to go to
Philly. When Philly gets LeBron, LeBron's going to say, I would have gone to Golden State, but they couldn't find a way to get Anthony Simons.
Simons was the straw that broke the camel's back here.
Well, that's why there's okay, so Rich Paul says, what was it, yesterday that he's looking for happiness. Today, the report from Shams is that he's waiting for teams to beef up their roster, essentially, to see where he wants to land. You know, I still don't know if he knows where he wants to go because, I don't know, there could be another team that pulls off a Jaylen Brown-level trade. But to me, it's like that's what the summer in the NBA is all about. It's about the moves that happen in the shadows and completely change the trajectory of the quote-unquote big boys that we think are deciding between 1 or 2 places. I think the Warriors are still in the mix, but it's clear that they're no longer what would be considered the front runner That's what I think.
Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. But if LeBron is actively waiting on these contenders to build up their roster, then does that just automatically disqualify the Warriors? They can't beef up anything at this point.
No, they can't.
They're just waiting.
They made their move. What's that?
Westbrook?
Yeah, Westbrook's a free agent. Oh, someone's out there saying, thank you, 310. Looney. Kevon Looney is also available.
Right. If you had to take back one of the four, would you take Looney back over Kuminga? I'd take Kuminga of the four for sure. I would.
You still believe in his upside or what?
No, I don't believe in anything. I just believe that, of those four guys, he's the best player.
You're an NBA atheist.
You know what I was thinking about? I don't know why, because that's the way I am. I want to talk to right now? Dominique Wilkins. I want to talk to Dominique Wilkins.
Thank you, Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. 3 games. He's not even on the team.
A couple highlight dunks. Wow, they got rid of this guy.
I mean, he's got to go to the Kings now, right?
I don't think the Kings want him anymore.
Really?
The Kings are in crazy cap hell. They need to get rid of a bunch of money to do anything.
I read this morning that the Lakers have shown interest in Jonathan Kuminga.
They also need to get off of money to do that.
Do you want to know the reason why? Because they're looking for a perimeter defender. And
I thought you were going to say they were looking for a vet min guy.
I don't think is he even eligible for the vet min?
Well, whatever the vet min is for a guy who's been in the league 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, it changes if you have 10 years of experience or whatever. But yeah,
I mean, I would imagine you get
what do you do?
Something from somebody.
He's not getting more than 6 from anybody.
I'm not trying to be mean spirited, but man, what do you do if you're Aaron Turner? I mean, what do you?
Well, you sign a short-term deal. Hopefully, you go somewhere that plays you a lot, and you get another contract in a year or two. That's better. I don't know.
I mean, Aaron Turner could almost say to Jonathan Kuminga, Turner might be thinking, I can't believe I got that contract out of the Warriors.
I was going to say, he did get his client basically $25 million that it doesn't feel like would have been out there just based on the market now. I mean, I know that they had sign and trade deals in place. The Warriors didn't want to do them, but I mean, you can make a case he kind of maximized. He actually did a pretty good job.
For that 1 year, yeah.
Yeah. So Grandy, what have you been kind of reading today? You guys obviously reacted on air to what happened with Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers, which is pretty crazy to me. My first thought was, I think similar to your guys, could the Warriors have got it done? And we were just doing this exercise today with all 7 of the trades that have gone down. Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi, LaMelo, Ja, Kessler, and Bridges.
Okay.
And the common theme that we've found is all the teams that acquired those players had somebody the other team wanted outside of Kessler. Kessler was the only sign and trade in which did not involve a player.
But a lot of picks.
A lot of picks and a lot of money that the Warriors don't have.
Yeah.
That's the problem they have is they don't have a dude. Someone might be willing to take Jimmy Butler, but they need a player back that can help them. And it just doesn't feel like any team that would have theoretically done business with the Warriors, there's nobody on the roster they want.
I think it's a really interesting point because all the biggest moves in free agency, I say free agency more just talking about the offseason as a whole, the last couple of days, really the last couple of weeks if you include the Giannis trade, they've all been trades. They're not free agent signings. Free agency is kind of dead, at least from what we remember it being in the past. And in order to make a trade work, and this is what you guys were talking about earlier, for a big name like a Giannis or a Jaylen Brown or even a LaMelo, you have to have not just contracts on your current roster that make the money work, but those contracts have to be attached to players that the opposing team is at least semi-interested in, and you have to have access to a bunch of draft picks, and you have to be willing to move on from those draft picks. So if you're the Warriors and free agency is already kind of dead other than, the mid-level exceptions and the vet mins, and you don't have a lot of money to spend anyway, even if there were good free agents out there for you to get, the only way you can really turn around your roster is by making a big trade like that. So you have to have the money connected to guys that are somewhat valuable, and you have to be willing to give up picks. And I don't think the Warriors have either of those things. They have the picks, but they've never shown a willingness to give up those picks. So if you can't give up those picks, you don't want to for whatever reason, and your money guys that would facilitate that trade aren't valuable to any other team. Like maybe Jimmy Butler isn't valuable because he's hurt and, old, and who knows how he's going to be when he comes back. Like, you're kind of stuck. But it's what made the Jaylen Brown trade so interesting, because I thought Paul George was kind of in a similar boat as Jimmy Butler. Not currently hurt, but old and overpaid, and frankly, I thought a negative asset. But they didn't have to give up that much to get rid of him and still get Jaylen Brown.
I think Philly beat the Sixers. I mean, Philly beat Boston, right?
They came back from a 3-1 deficit.
I think that
Paul George
series
shot like 60% from three.
Yeah,
I
think that series obviously convinced Boston that he's not the player he was, but he can still be maybe a third or fourth wheel. The one thing I also want to bring up here is Steph Curry. And here's what to me is amazing, about this guy that we continue to take for granted. So I'm hearing a lot what's up, Nick? I'm hearing a lot about Minnesota and, they better be careful. Why? Anthony Edwards, he's not going to want to stay there if it doesn't work out. We never say that about Steph. If anybody would have the right to look at an off season and say, are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me. I'm putting pressure on you. It would be Steph. We never hear anything like that. Nothing.
What does that mean to you?
We're lucky as hell is what it means, honestly.
Well, we're also pretty damn lucky to have Nick Friedel with us, who's now in studio. And Nick, I'm sure you had a day off and were thinking about what you're going to do on a Friday, especially amidst all the LeBron James craze. But thank you for spending 4 hours with us. What's happening?
I'm happy to be here, guys. It's always good to see everybody. The angst around
people are pissed.
Anthony Simon signing in Philly is incredible. And it all ties back into what's happened for the last 6 years. I get that. But I cannot believe how angry some people are online. I had a couple of my friends who are diehards like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Anthony Simon signed for $6 million a year. Okay, let's just all take a deep breath. When Jimmy Butler got hurt, that was it. That was it. There's not another move right now in the short term that takes them to a different place. So let's all enjoy the rest of Steph being here, and they'll figure out some plan after that. But we got a lot to get into. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
What the longer this goes on, do you give the Warriors less of a chance?
Yeah. Because I thought, Steiny, when this happened, I was like, if it happens quick for LeBron coming here, that made the most sense. Draymond working behind the scenes, come on, play with Steph, play with us, golf courses and wine, and it's going to happen. The longer it stretches, nobody ever knows for sure with LeBron, but it just feels like the storybook ending is Cleveland. You start there, you win a title in the middle, and then you end there. We'll see. But the longer it stretches, the more you wonder, all right, is he really going to come out here for a year and just kind of be in the shadows with Steph? We'll see.
Well, I mean, the latest today from Shams, was kind of around this report that LeBron's looking at which teams are beefing up, adding pieces. Don't know how much money's actually involved from LeBron's side of things, but that's where a team like Philly might enter the equation. Who clearly swung probably a bigger trade just from pure shock value than even the Giannis deal, getting Jaylen Brown yesterday. And, obviously Anthony Simon's the cherry on top. But LeBron could be looking at Philadelphia and saying, if I'm trying to compete for a title, number one, they're in the East. Number two, okay, so we got Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, myself, and Embiid. That's a pretty formidable five. I mean, do you think that they factor in now, or in your opinion, because as of yesterday, it seemed to me like the Warriors, and to your point, Cleveland were the two most likely destinations.
You'd have to factor them in given who they have in place. But if you're banking on Joel Embiid to be healthy for a postseason run for 2 months and play his best at the end of the year, good luck to you.
He could hardly move.
Exactly. I mean, oh my gosh, they beat the Celtics. He was awesome. Okay. And then the next week happened, and he could barely get up and down the floor. So there is a whole lot for him to filter through. The place that makes the most sense, if money is not of any concern and you could go anywhere, is San Antonio. Mm-hmm. That that team needs him. He would fit there. He gets to play with the next face of the league and Wemby. That makes the most sense when you lay all the factors out. But after that, I mean, where does he want to live and be happy? I thought 2 days ago it was, I want basketball happiness. Yeah. And it's never LeBron saying this, of course. It's always somebody filtering through, Rich Paul going, all right, well, this is what we're looking for. If you're looking for basketball happiness and enjoyment of life, then you come to the Warriors. You live out here. It's gorgeous. You play with Steph and Draymond. You get coached by Steve Kerr. If you're looking for the storybook finish, you go to Cleveland. If you're trying to win a title, you go to San Antonio, Philly, somewhere like that. I mean, I guess so. But if you're trying to really chase a ring, Philly, even though they've made some nice moves, does not strike me as an immediate title contender because of all the questions around Embiid.
One team I'm still not writing off are the Clippers, believe it or not. Because when I hear happiness, I got to think he could stay in L.A., doesn't have to uproot any of his family, doesn't have to travel up here to go to games. I still think they're like a dark horse. The Clippers, believe it or not.
He wouldn't have to do anything that would require, all right, I have to start fresh.
Right.
With a team like, okay, you get to learn whoever you're playing with. I mean, to your point, Steiny, the quality of, hey, I'm not going to have to move. My family's good. I will believe it when I see it when he actually goes to the Clippers, but when you have Ballmer and you have all that money and you have all those connections, it's always possible. But with the lingering tree controversy and scandal that's hovering over that team, I don't know if that's something I'd want to jump into.
He could reunite with one of his greatest teammates, Brandon Ingram. Remember that from the first year he was a Laker?
That's true.
No thanks.
It's been a while.
No thank you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, I don't know if they gave you the heads up about this, but every last day of the work week, we do a What's Bugging You segment, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Mosquito activity peaks as summer approaches. Atco Pest Control limits mosquito populations around your property. Visit atcopest.com and mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off mosquito services this month. I guess I'll lead off today. What's bugging me doesn't have to be sports related. What's bugging me are streaming services and the amount of time that a particular show and or film is left on a streaming service. So I've been trying to find the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid for freaking ever. Now, I could probably go buy it, but I'm cheap. And so I've been trying to find this movie, and I'm watching. Finally, I found it. It's on what's the one you use? Pluto?
Tubi?
Tubi? Yeah.
It's on Tubi?
It's on.
That's free.
Tubi sounds very free.
Yeah. Or Freevo. I don't know what it was on Tubi. Freevee. Sorry, Steiny.
Steiny knows.
He knows all about the cockamamie streaming services. So I finally find it, and I'm watching it, and I get right past the point where they outrun basically the FBI of the Western, I was going to say conference, of the West. And they get to Bolivia, and Paul Newman is pissed off because Sundance is taking him down to South America, and he's kicking around trash, and he's saying, this is the crap that you've put me in. And I put it on pause. I'm like, all right, I'm an hour and 15 in. I got the last 30 left. No spoilers. Doesn't end well for him. I know what's coming, and I can watch the rest of the film on my own time. So I put it down, come back yesterday. It's July 1st. That means a new month and new movies have rolled over, and it's no longer on Tubi. I cannot finish Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and that's what's bugging me, because I do know what happens, but I wanted to watch it again. And so, Nick, I can't stand Tubi right now. I'm out.
You watch movies in multiple sittings?
Yeah, I mean, if I got to go to bed or I got something to do, absolutely.
All right.
Well, I've seen it before. It's a good film. Award.
That's a weird thing to pick at.
Best picture.
I mean, great movie.
You've never dozed off?
Every time you watch a movie, you watch the entirety of it?
If I'm sitting down and planning to watch a movie, I'm watching the whole movie. If I'm just scrolling on TV and I see it, no, not necessarily, but...
But what if you start a movie at 9:30 and you get tired at 10:30 or 11?
No, I'll just
watch the rest of it. Yeah, watch the rest of it tomorrow.
So the first time you watched Sound of Music, which is about 3.5 hours, you watched the entire thing?
I don't remember exactly when that was, but yeah, probably.
So we got to keep fighting.
I don't know, just me.
I go second. And it's an obvious one. LeBron's starting to bother me.
Boy. Steiny, if he's starting to bother you now, what's going to happen if he actually does sign here?
I thank the gods for giving tomorrow the holiday. If I get back here on Monday and he hasn't made a decision, that's going to bother me even more, quite frankly. I think we've come to the end of the road with LeBron right now. He's got to either do it or not.
Should they pack it up? Warriors should rescind the offer? What are you saying?
No, he's got to make a decision. It's like nobody's into this except him. You know what I mean? He's got to read the room. People want a decision. By the way, Butch Cassidy is available at the library.
There we go.
Seriously.
Alameda County or San Francisco?
Yeah, San Francisco probably.
All right, I'll get down there.
You ever been to the San Francisco library?
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's really nice.
It's unreal.
Yeah. I've never been there, but I've heard it's really
It's right
nice.
by Civic Center. You just hop on.
No, I have been there.
Okay.
I'll go next, Nick. We'll save you for last. This is the other obvious one, I think. It's the red card on Balogun last night on the U.S. men's national team. There was a very similar play that Messi did earlier in the tournament where he kind of spiked an opposing player's calf leg down towards his ankle. Not a red card. It wasn't even a yellow card either. And this one wasn't called anything on the field, but the video assistant referee said, oh, no, we got to take a look at this in super slow-mo. And we determined that it was hostile enough, even though there clearly was no intent involved, that Balogun, the U.S.'s best offensive player, their best goal scorer, will be ejected from the game and also suspended for their next game against Belgium in the round of 16. They can still beat Belgium without him, in my opinion. It will be tough, but that's brutal, and it's a brutal, brutal, brutal blow to their chances in the World Cup. That's what's bugging me, that red card yesterday.
Well, I'll take it another step with the soccer, because when I got off the phone/Zoom with you yesterday, I was like, I'm going to get down to Santa Clara. I'll find a ticket. I sat there for most of the day in between trying to filter what was real and not at the Warriors. I kept looking at the apps. I couldn't get a ticket to that damn game that was less than $1,600. And I finally, at 3:00, because I knew it would take forever, because I was going to take the train from Oakland straight to Great America, I was like, I'm not doing this for $1,600. That is completely insane. And I'm all for, hey, if you got one of those tickets and you're lucky enough to have it, go for it. But to not be able to get into that game at the artist formerly known as Levi's Stadium is just wild. So big ups to anybody who was lucky enough to be in attendance there.
So did you get back home and watch it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I sat. I didn't even take the train.
I
didn't even get on it because I was like, this was not the, hey, let me go sit in the parking lot and see if prices were dropping. I have not seen, and I sat there and trying to get into the Super Bowl for less than, $2-3 grand.
I said, did you have a price point or something like a floor?
I had gone to Seattle. That was 2 weeks ago. And a few hours before where they played Paraguay in that first game in LA, a few hours before, I was like, I've always wanted to see the U.S. on home soil in the World Cup. So I rolled the dice, and my buddy had already told me, the face value on a lower level seat was $900 or $1,000. So I was like, all right, if I'm right around there, I can stomach it. And I found a seat that was right around that price point, and I bought it a couple hours before. And then they won, and the prices immediately spiked. And I was like, okay, let's see what happens when they get to the Bay if they can keep winning. And guys, I'm telling you, not even for the Super Bowl did prices spike the way they did the day of. They never came down yesterday. They just kept going up and up and up and up and up. And by the time the game started, it was $2,000 to walk in the door. So it was wild from what I was watching off and on those apps.
And they got Seattle. They're in Seattle on
Seattle
Monday,
again.
right?
Monday versus Belgium.
What was the game you saw up in Seattle?
That was Australia.
Paraguay? No.
That was Australia, U.S.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, so you saw the U.S. on
I
U.S.
saw it.
soil.
That's why I was
Gotcha.
like, all right, I'm not going to be brokenhearted if I miss this one,
Gotcha.
but it was an hour away from at least where I am, and I thought, that'd be cool. And then I kept watching those prices going, are you kidding me?
I think one of my bucket list items is going to be to go to a World Cup outside the U.S.
Well, there you go.
The one in 2030, I guess, is being hosted by a few continents.
Several.
Yeah.
I think
like Morocco.
would be
Portugal.
fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's also going to be, because it's the however many 100-year anniversary of the first World Cup.
Oh, boy.
So it's going to be down to like Uruguay, which is where the first World Cup was, too. There'll be a couple of games played over there, too, I think.
Little Montevideo. Yeah. All right, Chance.
All right, boys. Well, enjoy Grandy, Friedel, in for Willard and Dibbs coming up next. Keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game.
Who wants to go to a soccer game?
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome in. It's Willard and Dibbs, but no Willard or Dibbs. It's Nick Friedel of The Athletic. Covers the Warriors better than anybody out there, along with Grandy here on 95.7 The Game. Day before a national holiday. Happy early 4th. I could just spend it with Nick Friedel. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
It's great to be with you, buddy. I am happy to help and get in here and get rolling because you and I both know that there is so much passion around this Warriors fan base.
Oh, yeah.
Always. And there always has been. But I think today, for at least a portion of that base, there needs to be a reality check.
Okay.
Because this team, no matter what the hell it was going to do in free agency over the summer, they were not going to get that much better. And the reason why, and we can get into this all day, and I can't wait to hear everybody
till 6 o'clock
who calls in.
Yeah, call in and yell at Nick. Come on, let's get it going.
It hits us on the text line. I can't wait. Watch it on YouTube. I mean, since the last time I was in here, we've got the direct access all over the place. This team was never going to be good enough and rebuilt over the summer because Jimmy Butler got hurt. And it happens in pro sports. And it's the worst part of the game. And nobody could control what happened. But when Jimmy Butler, who's making $60 million a year, gets hurt and he can't play, and Steph, who's 38 years old with a bad knee, is making $60 million a year, with the cap rules that are in place, you can't do that much. So everybody just losing their mind saying, oh my gosh, the Warriors again. You want to be mad about Wiseman? Fine. You want to be mad about Kuminga? I get it. They screwed up. They did not make the right picks. But to sit there and go, oh my gosh, they're losing all these guys. And Anthony Simons, oh no, he went to Philly. What are they doing?
Oh no.
Let's get a reality check for 4 hours today, Grandy, man. Okay. Because I just cannot believe what I'm hearing from some people that love this team. They've gone overboard. When Jimmy got hurt, that was it. You're not winning too much after that. You can still put together a solid team, and you can put together a team that can find ways to be entertaining around Steph Curry when he's out there. But let's all take a deep breath and go through the reasons why this is where it is. And the biggest reason why is because Jimmy, unfortunately, got hurt on a max deal, and in the league, that's about the worst thing that can happen.
And he's old.
And he's old.
And he has a history of not being the happiest when things come to an end in certain places.
And that's all well and good, too. But at the core of this, Jimmy hurt his ACL, and that has toppled over whatever the ending was going to look like.
Well, I saw your tweet, and that was in response to Warriors fans' response to Anthony Simons signing with the 76ers.
And they're getting pissed at me now.
Oh, I saw it.
I'm like, are you
You're the
kidding
hottest
me?
thing on Twitter right now. I've seen it.
Well, yeah, yesterday I get aggregated terribly by some place.
Yeah,
that's
from
like,
this show, unfortunately.
From us talking, and I'm going, huh? Well, I looked at my phone. I was like, what? Because
They put a community note on it for you.
Exactly.
I saw that.
It was like, but it was like, all right, where do you think he's going? I said, I think it's 50-50. And for pure clarification on all of it, that was before the Philly stuff even happened. Then the Philly stuff happens. But that's fine. The whole point to all of this is I think people get so caught up, especially in the summers, and they see this team making moves and that team making moves. And well, why weren't we in on Jaylen Brown? Because Jaylen Brown is making $60 million a year for the next 3 years, and there is question, at least in some circles of the league, as to whether or not he is going to live up to that type of cap hit in space. He's a great player. He had a great year, but people just losing it, thinking, oh my gosh, why didn't they do this and that and this? Jimmy Butler got hurt, and it altered the course of everything over the next couple of years for the Golden State Warriors.
I'll just say the reaction from fans, I don't think it's about Anthony Simons specifically. It's about just the idea of you're being the rest of your offseason plans, even if it's not much of an offseason plan because of the reality you're talking about, is being held up by the LeBron decision. And if LeBron comes here, if LeBron doesn't come here, that has to happen first, and then you can go about your business elsewhere. They have an ability to sign someone like an Anthony Simons, or the other one was Colin Sexton, who went with the Lakers yesterday morning, right? And I know those aren't players that are going to change the course of this franchise. They're not going to make them from a play-in team to, a championship contender team. But I would imagine the frustration from Warrior fans, because I felt a little bit of it myself too, is coming from the idea that, well, you might not even get LeBron, and it's still going to cost you whatever else you might have been able to do this offseason.
And I understand, but Grandy, man, Anthony Simons and Colin Sexton.
Oh, I know. It's not like those are not.
Okay, let's all.
But last season was so bad, Nick.
And
they're running it. They're running it back. Oh, you know it better than anyone.
Who are you telling?
Oh my God.
I mean,
those road
trips. You and I have talked about this a lot. I am very lucky, and I am so happy to be back here. And I know how good I have it day to day, because nobody wants to sit there and go, oh, you get paid to watch the Warriors.
The number of times I see you in the media elevator, you're like, Grandy, oh my God.
It's just like every day you're just thinking, oh, I love the back and forth nature of this job. And there is not a single day, I promise you, especially after the last few years that I've experienced, that I don't remember how lucky I am to be within it. The point is, when you're watching the same games with no Steph and no Jimmy, it looks a little bit different, which is why I say all this, and I'm going off on a rant early here, but I understand fans' frustrations. I mean, they pay their hard-earned money. They spend their hard-earned time. They could be doing anything. They're following this team. If you're still upset about them whiffing on Wiseman and Kuminga not becoming the player that they wanted, I get that. Mark Grandy, what I do not understand is when people go, oh, well, are we really going to wait for LeBron? What if he goes to Cleveland? What if he goes to Cleveland? What if he goes to Philly? What if he goes anywhere that is not San Francisco? Okay, life goes on, because this team is not close to where everybody wants them to be, where they were for so many years. They're not close. LeBron can, in the span of the next 4 hours of our show, can come in, hey, I'm signing with the Warriors, and that's fantastic, great. But he's not, at 41 years old, going to be the difference maker that takes them from wherever they are right now back up to the front of the Western Conference. So I just want everybody to have some space in between. You can be all upset because they've made all these moves, or, oh, we got to wait for Giannis, or, oh, we got to wait for this guy or that guy. Fine. Have at it. Like, they deserve all the criticism for all this stuff. In the here and now, though, If you have a chance to sign LeBron James, even at 41, you wait to see if you can do that. And if you can't, then you move forward. But you do not lose any sleep over, you know what? We missed out on Anthony Simons and Colin Sexton, because those guys, while solid players, are not the difference maker on whatever team you're putting together.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. And I don't think...
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't think there's like any Warrior fans out there, at least I don't think there are, maybe there are, but not that many, that are saying you shouldn't be going after LeBron. Like, it makes total sense. Why would you not do it? He's a free agent. He's theoretically going to sign for not a gigantic amount of money, which is the only way you'd be able to get him here in the first place. And a lot of these places would only be able to get him for, the mid-level or less. There's a rumor out there that maybe he'd signed for the minimum. Who the hell knows? I find that very hard to believe, but we'll find out whenever he goes. But it makes perfect sense. The frustration for Warrior fans is you're at the whim of LeBron's decision. And if he decides to say, no, I'm going to Cleveland, I'm going to Miami, I'm going to Philly, wherever he's going to go, you're stuck with essentially the same roster last year that, as you talked about, was a really difficult watch. And the only difference is essentially Yaxo Lendeborg in for Jonathan Kuminga. That's the only real difference.
You're giving me PTSD already, Grandy, and
That was so bad. And you could say there's nothing the organization could do, and maybe realistically you're right, but we know how bad that was for Joe Lacob the second half of last year. Yeah. And it feels like they're just, damned if they do, damned if they don't, I guess, but they're just going to be going into next season potentially with the same exact roster.
And this would be my question for you, and you follow this as closely as anybody does, doing what you do day to day. And for any fan who wants to call us up and tell me.
888-957-9570.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you are trying to break down what you wanted them to do heading into the summer, let's hear it. Let's hear what the moves are.
What they should have done.
What they should have done.
Yeah.
Because as I'm looking at all the different things, like I was a little surprised on Melton just because he really kind of hit a wall in those last few months. He wasn't the same player as when he had come back, but fine.
That was pretty good value, honestly.
Exactly. Like Steve Kerr really likes
he was
him.
Coming back.
There's confidence within. He's well liked. Great. Okay. Not a bad deal. Horford for 2 years. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Horford, if he can stay out there, fine. But why would anybody have confidence in that, given what just happened last year? And for 2 years, that was like, what? 2 years?
That news surprised me twice. First, that he opted out of the 1 year, and then second, that he got 2 years.
2 years. That feels like one of those wink, wink. Hey, if you come out to the Bay, we got you for 3, and we'll figure it out. Okay, put that aside. Porzingis, fine, roll the dice, but that contract, as we've now learned, is not as punitive as it could be.
They can trade him this second.
And you can move him.
They can theoretically just waive him and only cost him $3 million.
Exactly. So, okay, fine. What else have I missed that you watch the Warriors and you go, oh my gosh, they have screwed this up terribly. Steph is 38 and on a max deal. Jimmy is 36 with a busted knee on a max deal. There is your problem. Draymond, who knows what's going to end up happening, but he no longer is living up to the salary in which he is, in which he has earned through that contract. That's another problem. But this summer, because of what we've seen around the league, call us. Tell me what you wanted them to do and how they've screwed it up so badly. If you want to talk about what happened 5 or 6 years ago, great. I understand that. I'm talking about right now. What are we not seeing? What am I missing that the fan base has been so pissed off about that they can't come to grips with whatever the reality is right now?
I think some of it is what you're talking about, maybe a misunderstanding of what it would take to get a deal done or the value of the pieces that you'd be trading away. Like what Steiny and Evan were talking about earlier, and I think it's really interesting. All the biggest moves in the free agency period, it's less free agency and it's more just trades.
Trades.
Giannis and Kawhi and Jaylen Brown and even LaMelo and all these other ones, you have to have draft picks that you're willing to move off of, and the Warriors have shown an extreme hesitance to do that for good reason, I think, for the most part, but also that's a source of fans' frustration. And the other part is you have to have the salary to make it work, but also that the other teams at least don't terribly dislike in the first place. And the Warriors might not have any of that.
And they don't, because Jimmy, who has a huge salary, isn't going to be able to play for at least half of next year
who
because
the hell
of a knee
knows
injury.
how long.
Right, and we don't know what's going to happen. But, Mr. Grandy, it's just, I'm watching this from a distance over the last couple of years, and now I'm back in it day to day. And it's not that nobody deserves criticism, because, my gosh, for them to get to this point and Steph's about to be out a few more years maybe, I get why people are all upset and why it's built over time. What I do not understand is specific to this summer. As I watch the feedback, not just on social media, but I listen to the station all the time, and people are calling in and saying, oh my gosh, they should have gotten Jaylen Brown. Really? Like, I really, if you plug Jaylen, if let's play it out. The Celtics, they could have said, all right, we'll take Jimmy's contract because the contract would
lines
have
up.
matched.
Yep.
And Mike Dunleavy has said repeatedly, and we will stress this all day long, one of the most valuable commodities in the league right now are first-round picks. They do not want to move off first-round picks because it's cost certainty, and if you hit, you're in really good shape. Look at the San Antonio Spurs.
Yep.
But if you played it out and Jaylen Brown was going to come to the Warriors and Brad Stevens of the Celtics said, okay, we'll take Jimmy and 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks and a pick swap or whatever it took, that's making the Warriors that much better?
Well, let's talk about it, because I think that's where a lot of fans' minds are, too. I see a text from the 408 about it. We got a couple of callers that want to talk about it as well. We'll do that when we come back. Nick, I see you. Matt, I see you. It's Nick Friedel, Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs on this Thursday, 888-957-9570. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
We all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Australia's Socceroos are a combative, never-say-die side built around European-based players hungry to prove themselves. Their athletic midfield and a clinical forward who can finish in tight spaces make them more than capable of upsets.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you hear that rejoiner, it means Nick Friedell's on the show. Normally, it means he's coming on for a segment to talk about the Warriors. Yeah, This time, it's because he's on the show for a full 4 hours because there's no Willard and no Dibbs today. So it's Cousin Nick and Grandy with you on this Thursday. Happy early 4th. And it's special because I get to spend it. I don't think we've done a full show together before, have we?
We have not. We've done, I feel like, segments.
Yeah.
But not the full boat for 4 hours.
This
so let's
is fun.
go, baby.
And we got a lot of Warrior fans that want to yell at you. So
hey, time is a flat circle.
That's always the case.
It is so good to be back, though, truly, because I was telling Matt, it has been about a year, I think, since I've been in here to do a show. Spadoni and I did a few shows.
Yeah, I remember that.
About a year and a half ago now, but I think I'd come to see Willard and Dibbs early in the season, but I haven't been in here in a while. So let's have at it. I know how powerful the force of the 95.7 listeners is and can be. I want to hear it all day. I want to hear from everybody.
Well, I think one thing that has Warrior fans upset right now is what your good friend Anthony Slater told the guys in the morning earlier today, was essentially the Warriors have been given no indication that they are the favorites to land LeBron James, which I think kind of surprised everybody because there was the talk about how Draymond opted out.
Come on, Draymond.
Draymond opted out. He was operating with knowledge that meant LeBron wanted to come here because the only way they could sign him was if they created some space via Draymond's opting out of the $27.8 million option or whatever it is, and he wouldn't turn down that money if it didn't mean that LeBron was coming. And now it's, maybe Cleveland's the favorite. Miami. Now the dark horse, Philadelphia 76ers. Yesterday it was the Nuggets. The Nuggets making a call to Rich Paul for LeBron. And now Warrior fans are dealing with the idea that the Warriors might not be the favorites to land LeBron, and Colin Sexton and Anthony Simons are gone, Nick. What are they supposed to do now?
Oh, boy. The same thing they were going to do before, which is hope that all their really old basketball players can somehow stay healthy going in the playoffs, and then
the same thing as the last couple years.
Exactly. Like everything is the same when you have two very older players on max deals, even one as special as Steph. So Anybody who was looking for a different result, let's talk about the salary cap today.
Okay, and let's hear from the people, and we'll let Nick fire back at you after each one of these calls. 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel of The Athletic. No one covers the Warriors better than he does. He's with us here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in along with Nick on Willard and Dibs for the next few hours. Nick is in Berkeley, and he's up first. What's up? You're on Willard and Dibs with Nick and Grandy. What do you got?
Okay, it's me. I think Rick, right? I think you said Nick. But
Rick.
Sorry
about that, Rick. Yeah, I got you. I misread that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something else, but you guys have been making a lot of good points. So, is this whole thing about trading Butler to the Wizards for Davis, is that not going to happen? Is that off? Because if LeBron comes here because he thinks Davis is coming, that sounds like a pretty good deal. If the Wizards want to be done with Davis, if they want that contract off their books, I mean, I think that might be that's taking a better chance than maybe Jaylen Brown. So is that off the books? Is that not going to happen?
Rick, I have gotten absolutely no indication.
Thanks, Rick.
Anthony Davis is in any kind of future plans for the Warriors.
Doesn't seem like it. There were those rumors on Monday, right? After Draymond opted out.
And you start texting some people, and it's like, I don't know about that one. I mean,
where did those rumors come from? It's one of the questions I've been asking.
There's always a churn in there somewhere, and somebody always is trying to push something. And Anthony Davis is a really high-level name. But Grandy, at this point in his career, you couldn't pay me enough money to get into business in the next few years with Anthony Davis, who has gotten hurt seemingly at every turn.
But theoretically, if that was the only way to get LeBron to come here, would that change your calculus?
Absolutely. I would say, hey, LeBron,
sorry,
you're one of the very greatest players ever. We are not for 1 year going to uproot all our books and screw everything up so that we can get Anthony Davis in here, who wants a new deal. Oh, by the way, that's another problem. I think this ties into, and that it's an interesting start to callers asking questions, Grandy, because people get caught in, oh man, it's Anthony Davis. Well, let's get Anthony Davis. It's only going to cost Jimmy and maybe a pick. Jimmy's not even playing. Anthony Davis has been in the league for 14, 15 years and continues to get hurt. This is not the Anthony Davis of even a few years ago. This is a whole different version. It's the same thing with...
Even when he was young, he
was getting hurt all along. So, I do not think there's any validity to the Warriors and Anthony Davis. That would stun me at this point. And also, if you're going to acquire, in some theoretical scenario, a guy like him, the Wizards or any other team's going to say, okay, great. First-round picks. And we're going to stress this all day, Mark. The Warriors do not want to give up first-round picks because the Warriors, like almost every other team in the league, value them even more now than they might have 5 or 10 years ago because of all the cap ramifications.
And the new lottery rules.
Or
if you just miss the playoffs, you have the best chance of anybody to win the lottery.
Exactly. So everybody's kind of learning on the fly. The point to hammer home here is picks have never been more valuable in this era of the league.
There have been a lot of first-round picks that have swapped hands the last week, though. Kind of surprisingly to me.
And that's for Giannis, or yesterday for Jaylen Brown.
And Kawhi.
You're talking about star-level players, or at least very close to it, because Jaylen Brown, at least for me, Finals MVP.
It's a star for
had
sure.
a hell of a year. Is he the number one guy on a team, though? No, not for me. Reasonable minds can disagree. Fine. Is Kawhi at this point? Maybe, but he has gotten hurt a lot, but he was really pretty awesome last year. So if he stays out there, sure. Giannis is the only one out of that group to me that you'd be like, all right, throw it all in there. And it's why the Warriors had been for several years, like, what is it going to take?
And Miami gave up everything.
Miami gave up everything, and that's probably
3 first-round picks and their last 3 first-round picks.
That's probably going to cause them moving forward because they're not going to have a lot of wiggle room to do whatever it is that they want to do.
Not only do they not have picks in the future as much, but they also don't have the talent that was on the roster. Wiggins is their third best player now, right?
It was one of the most head-scratching parts of that move. And Mark, is one of the reasons why if you're Boston, you're going, okay, like, should you have just added in another piece? Should you have tried to make that happen? If Jaylen Brown was going anyway, that's one of the things that will linger for the next few years as people break down what happened in that deal. But if you're trying to get a star or somebody close to it, that's when you move a pick. Otherwise, you are not going to see many of these teams anymore just say, all right, well, we'll give you a future first for fill in the blank. Those have more value than ever.
Well, as far as it comes with the Jaylen Brown thing, I think partly why Warrior fans freaked out, and I was on the air with Willard yesterday when that news broke, and I was surprised at what Philly sent back to Boston. That at least opened my eyes like, well, clearly there's a league-wide, dampening of what Jaylen Brown's value was, at least what I thought his value was, for whatever reason. Maybe we don't know. Maybe we'll never know. There's already been, reports of, it was Colin Cowherd, on his podcast saying he has this, multiple sources saying that Jaylen Brown has this disease, is how he put it, that he always is the smartest person in the room and doesn't want to believe anybody, which is always what happens when you have a star player traded away from a team. You have all the hit pieces that come out. Remember what, the Mavericks said about Luka after they traded him, how he's, a fat slob, essentially,
right,
and
shape,
not going to work hard.
Never going to listen to anybody.
Exactly.
It's
That's
part
what
of
happens.
the cycle of the NBA.
But when that trade went down and it was Paul George and 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, my mind is immediately, well, Paul George, I kind of feel like is a negative. Well, if you were to get rid of that contract, it would have taken you paying a first-round pick to do that. And you give up 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, and you get back Jaylen Brown. So what really was the price of Jaylen Brown? 1 first-round pick? Is that it?
And that's what's sad.
Which yelled like, could the Warriors have gotten in on that if they wanted to?
Are there, and let's find this out, are there a lot of fans out there listening to us right now who are really upset that the Warriors did not acquire Jaylen Brown?
I think so.
Oh, man. Oh, it's going to be a long day, Mr. Grandy.
Why is that your reaction? He's a hell of a player.
He's a hell of a player, but again, in the framework of right now, you have Steph at 60, whatever, some odd million. You're going to have Jaylen Brown in this scenario at 60 to 65 million for the next 3 years. That is your team. So my point is, okay, you have just, in this theoretical situation, you have just given up Jimmy Butler's contract, and you've given up at least 2,
maybe 3,
3 first-round picks.
Paul George is a better asset than Jimmy because he's not currently coming off an ACL tear.
Exactly.
Yes.
So your team then becomes Steph, Jaylen Brown, and no future first-round picks. And what?
Well, you still could have gotten LeBron. This wouldn't take you away from LeBron.
Jaylen Brown, LeBron for a year.
Draymond, Pods, Yaxel.
And that does what for you? I mean,
you're a lot better.
I don't think you're that much better. And that's where I have the disagreement with anybody. And I mean, let's talk about it. When you're sitting there and you're trying to figure out what their next move is, in order to give up all the draft capital that it would take, again, in this scenario, I don't believe that Jaylen Brown takes you to some whole different place in the Western Conference standings. Is he a great player? To your point, absolutely he is. But he's not the type of difference maker every single night on a team where Steph is in and out of the lineup, where you go from the 10 seed to what? Like the 7 seed? I mean, that's the problem, because now you're into Jaylen Brown, at least for the next few years, with 0 picks. And that is why I am sure there was a ton of hesitancy, not only from the Warriors, but from other teams across the league, because really good player, Philly makes sense. Okay, if you're around other really good players, but is he the number 1 guy on a title team? Not to me.
Interesting. 888-957-9570. Back to the phones. A lot of people want to weigh in. Matt is in Orinda, and he's up next. What's up, Matt? It's Nick Friedel and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It is really nice to hear you guys talking detailed basketball.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you for that. Hey, Nick. Back GMAC. Let's go Orange, baby.
Oh, God. I love it. I love it.
I got to say, as a guy who lives out here now from upstate New York, when I see you on the show and it's just all the cute stuff behind you, there's nothing better, and you know what I mean.
I appreciate it, boy.
All right, hey, so you guys started off with a great question, right? Which is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's, okay, what did you want them to do? And, I will say, look, a season ticket holder, I wanted them to basically do nothing. I did not want them to add a player. And Nick, I think this is where you generally are too. There's nothing out there that's going to really make them that much better enough to compete with the top two teams in the East and the top two teams in the West. So let's say you're somewhere there. Maybe you're 5 through 10. Okay, you're not winning a chip. But had they done nothing, right? And the Horford thing is just mind-blowing. That makes no sense. KP, on 20 AAV, I get it. You can move that at some point. But they should have committed $0 outside of the players that they have and run the roster back. Steph, Melton, Jimmy or whoever is Jimmy's replacement till he gets back, Draymond, and then a 1-year rental center. And I know Robert Williams signed with Portland. I get it. But, you're talking like $11, $12 million deal for a 1-year rental center. You stay off the second apron, and next year you go into a situation, and Warrior fans, don't freak out because you heard it here first, because the Warriors own Steph's bird rights, his early bird rights, Steph will be the last to sign his extension based on the way the cap works. But you end up next year with Steph, Pods, Moody, now you got KP in there too, but you're about $200 million, and you have the ability to go spend like $85 million, which is a max plus a borderline all-star player, and you have your, whatever Yatsel is. So the reality is that this season was always going to be a run it back, no matter what. But the fact that the LeBron thing came up, okay, you take the shot. But if you don't take the shot, they're doing exactly what they did. They're just running it back. You disagree with that, Nick?
Thanks, Matt.
I think you are spot on. And, of course, it's a Syracuse guy that keeps piecing it all together. But, Grandy, this is the issue and I think it's a 4-hour reality check for all the good Warriors fans out there.
What a downer on a
holiday weekend. Here comes Nick. The rain cloud to just
I thought the same thing
all down.
Coming into the offseason. I thought the same thing that Matt was saying. Like reading the tea leaves, reading what they're capable of doing, given the cap, given, the money that they have with Steph and with Jimmy, and you point out Jimmy's injured. That's going to be difficult to move. Like I thought it was largely going to be, well, if we can get Melton back on a decent number, we'll sign him. We expect Horford to opt in. It was kind of surprised that they gave him 2 years, but he's back. They're going to try to get Porzingis back. He comes back. Draymond will be back one way or another, whether he takes the player option or they renegotiate a second extra year or whatever it is. But then you have what he's talking about, the LeBron domino fall, where you find out he's not going to return to the Lakers, and immediately you think, well, the Warriors might be the number one suitor. And then you have the results of the Jaylen Brown trade where, as we just were talking about, it felt to me like that was nowhere near what they should have gotten for him. And maybe there's just a whole lot of stuff that I don't know about with Jaylen Brown. But those two combinations, in my mind, changed what I thought was the realistic calculus for the offseason. So I went into it expecting one thing, then the results of what we've seen so far have made me think a different thing. And now as a result, I'm a little frustrated because it looks like it's going to be a run it back no matter what.
There is an uncomfortable conversation coming, not just maybe for us and in the next few hours, Mark, but the next year or so for Warriors fans.
What do you mean?
Because the reality is that everybody loves Steph and wants Steph to finish as a Warrior, and he should only wear one jersey. But part of why there is all this frustration and all this angst is he's still playing at an incredibly high level. But what happens when he starts to kind of come down off that level even a little bit? You're still going to pay him everything because he's still underpaid. I mean, Mr. Graney, he's one of two guys, and the other guy potentially might sign here in the next few days. We don't know, in LeBron, but he's one of two guys that can still sell out a building. I think Wemby will get there in short order. Yeah. But right now, for several years, there's only two bankable sellout every night guys, and it's Steph and LeBron. What happens for the Warriors when they get this next extension worked out and Steph is not playing, at the same – he's going to drop 30 every night, and he's going to play with the same efficiency that he can when he's out there. That is what starts to scare me because this fan base is so rabid, and they want so many different moves to happen. When Steph doesn't look like Steph, the one that has dominated everything out here in the Bay for 2 decades, I feel like nobody's ever going to turn on Steph Curry completely, but we're sitting here talking about the cap and clearing out everything for next summer, and somebody might show up next summer. I think that's where my mind goes now is this dude is 38 years old with a chronic knee injury. I mean, we got to be realistic here
talking about a new normal.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Steph's the one that said it. I think that's the scariest part for me as we're breaking down next year and what happens and what's going to happen this summer is that there could be a stretch at the beginning of the season where Steph looks great. And for 2 months, it's the Steph of old, and he's not playing back-to-backs, and they're managing his minutes. And I feel like there could be a day where he wakes up and, ow, my knee hurts because he's 38 and he's got a knee condition. And I think once that happens, everybody's going to go, well, now what do we do? What do we do? Steph's making $65 million.
Well, he's going to take a pay cut, right, Nick?
I'll tell you what is fascinating to me, Grandy, is we're throwing out all this stuff and bouncing the ideas off. What happens, the Warriors cannot be clear in they're committed to Jimmy. Jimmy's committed to them. What happens when they're like, hey, Jimmy, we want you back. We love you, but we are not giving you anywhere close to $60 million next year.
The last time a team approached him and said that, what happened?
That was it. But Jimmy also isn't the same player who's going to be, I believe, 37 in September that he was at that time. So that, you want to start planting seeds for what's interesting down the line, that conversation a year from right now is way more interesting to me than anything they can do this summer because all of a sudden now, if Steph's on his max deal and you've cleared out all the other space around everybody else, and you say to Jimmy Butler, who's coming off an ACL injury, what do you want? What's it going to take? But if you take a lot of money that I don't even know if they're willing to offer him, that's going to limit us going and getting everybody else. That is a fascinating conversation.
We've heard a lot about the Warriors, lack of any intention of trading Jimmy. Like, we've heard a lot of reports that they have no intention to trade Jimmy. Jimmy's agent spoke on that. He was, of course, earlier this week out with Joe Lacob when they announced their jersey patch sponsor, and he was one of the spokespeople for that. That's a big deal. I mean, it's not a small thing that Jimmy Butler was the player that was out there talking about it.
Sportico reported that was $50 million plus a year.
Business is booming for the Warriors. IREN, the cloud, AI cloud,
the
whatever.
AI company. The fact that Jimmy, who could have been anywhere, traveling anywhere, doing his rehab, was there next to Joe Lacob. I was sitting there.
Yeah.
When you watched that, you went, okay.
And saying this is the best organization I've ever played for. I want to retire here.
Look, he means it. He means it. And people can say, he just wants that next deal. Fine. I know Jimmy professionally, as long as anybody who's been doing this, he's not just saying that to say it. He's saying it because he believes it. So I think Jimmy wants to be here. I think the Warriors want him here. But what's the price?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. That's what I wanted to ask you. Does the Warriors' desire to keep Jimmy Butler, or at least them saying the reports that they're hesitant to trade him, is it because they still believe in him as a player and they want him around for when he comes back, or because, as you're talking about, he's hurt, making a ton of money, and he's old, and it would take attaching picks to get him out of here in the first place? Like,
I think it's all of those.
It's both those things combined.
And I am sure that the conversations, at least internally, have already started with, look, let's see what Jimmy looks like when he comes back, and let's see if he's willing to come way far off the number that he has been at so that we can add potentially more talent down the line. Because, Mark, that's the issue. I mean, we're talking about Steph and what happens with him. We're talking about the other veterans and what happens there. The real question is, a year from right now, next summer, who is available and what kind of money will the Warriors have to offer? And with the way they've structured their books, they're going to have a ton to offer, and they're going to say, come out to the Bay and play with Steph Curry.
Just wait till the Pajemski extension kicks in.
Oh, baby. Here we go.
We can get to that coming up later on today as well. We'll take a break. Plenty more time for your calls. I see you, Javier. I see you, Will. We will get to you when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, but a special treat today with Willard and Dibs out. Nick Friedel is hanging out for the next 3 hours here on Willard and Dibs. It's Nick and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Again, your calls are next at 888-957-9570. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
England carries genuine expectations this time. A composed striker leads a squad packed with Premier League talent. The three Lions are well organized, physical in midfield, and lethal from set pieces.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs, but Willard and Dibbs out today, getting ready for the holiday weekend. So it's Nick Friedel and Mark Grandy. Nick and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibbs until 6 o'clock. As we inch closer to the holiday, we also might be inching closer towards a LeBron decision. Nick, when do you think we're going to have a decision from LeBron? Not even ask you what the decision is going to be, but when do you think the decision is going to happen? I mean, you could give us what team, too, if you want.
Yeah. I mean, let's just throw it out there. I saw it got aggregated by the New York Post, of all places.
50-50, Warriors and Cavs, huh?
Yeah, sure, yeah. There we go. Drop all the way.
Not everyone can get aggregated by the New York Post. Only people in positions of power can do that.
That's right. Look, I think if by everybody that I've been talking to in the last couple of days, it doesn't sound like it's imminent still. Like, oh, we're going to wake up and boom, it's all going to be done. With LeBron, though, through the years, Grandy, one thing is very clear. He has all the power. He has the power of where he decides to go. He has the storytelling power. He has the power to drag it out if he wants. He has the power to sit there and go, all right, I'm done with the build-up. Let me just tell everybody what's going on.
He must enjoy this, right?
There's no question.
It's not as if he's like weighing 8 options and figuring out which one is best. Like maybe he hasn't 100% decided, but he has a pretty darn good idea. And has known for a while.
The number of teams that are actually have a legit chance is not a lot.
All the reports are like a dozen teams have called Rich Paul.
I mean, of course they have, because again, and this is where people get lost sometimes. Mr. Grandy, let's remember that the NBA is a business at its core. What is good for basketball business? That would be LeBron James.
Eyeballs, and who gets eyeballs?
Who is going to fill up your building every single time he laces them up. So that is part of all of this. But as far as when he decides, who knows for sure except for him. What I would say is that at least when this started, nobody sat there and went, oh, man, this thing, it's going to be done really quick. So I think everybody should buckle up, at least for the theory that this lasts a little bit longer.
Noon Pacific on the 4th of July.
Yeah, there you go. That was Kevin 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think it was maybe like 10 a.m. Pacific.
Kevin,
4th of July.
I remember.
Before or after the Kevin timeline? What do you think?
I'd say after, just because I think there are a few more layers this time, but I remember being at Orlando Summer League, and that was back when that still existed.
Yeah.
And the look on the faces of the Thunder people, because the Thunder had a team in that Orlando Summer League. It was like, oh, no.
They didn't even know at that point.
Like all the way. They were like, oh, man. No, I mean, they walked in that night and they went, completely crestfallen. Meanwhile, everybody out here is having the best 4th of July possible because they know that they just somehow got way, way better. So it really can change it all. But that's the other part to all of this is LeBron at this stage of his career, very likely on the farewell tour, he is going to make somebody so much money with whomever he decides to sign with.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570. As promised, out to the phones. Javier is in Vacaville and wants to weigh in next. What's up, Javier? It's Nick and Grandy with you. Javier, are you there? Give us a call back, Javier. We'll get to you when you give us a call back. Let's go to Will in Berkeley who wants to weigh in. What's up, Will?
Yo, rest in peace, Javier. Happy summer, everybody. Yeah, so I just figured out there's two types of fans out here. There is the Warrior fans, and then there's the actual NBA league fans. So as a fan of the league, I'm excited about all of these moves that are happening because it creates what's called balance, right? It creates parity. And so I'm not worried about the Warriors. The Warriors are 4 years out of a championship. Why are we fiending so hard for a championship? And so I agree with Nick is like, look, let's ride this out. Let's figure out what we can do in the meantime, maybe get younger, maybe get stronger and faster, but we don't need to hurry up because we're good. We're good. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I think we're good. I think all we need to do is just figure out who's going to last in this system because we have an environment that's healthy. When we didn't have unhealthy, we had drama. We got rid of those people, a.k.a. Kuminga, a.k.a., all the other folks. But so I feel like, we're good. Let's stay where we are. Let's stay the course and try to build a young, smart team. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call. I mean, look, he said he agrees with you, but I don't agree necessarily with some of the points that he's making. Like, the Warriors are good. I don't think they're very good. I mean, last year was terrible.
Steph is still here.
They won 37 games.
It can be fun to watch.
They sold out 41 home dates last year.
Right.
But even though they sold those out, I mean, you're telling me Joe Lacob sitting courtside for all those games was happy with, at times, how empty that building felt?
I'm here to tell you that that's absolutely not true, but I will always give old Joe Lacob this. The amount of times I've actually seen owners night to night be there and be engaged in whatever they're watching is not very high across the league. So,
but I'm just talking about how he felt about the building throughout the year.
He knew, and I'm sure he was angry as hell some of those nights because, Grandy, you and I are lucky enough to get paid to watch this team, to cover this team. The product last year, and a lot of it is due to the injuries, but the product last year was not very good. It wasn't a very interesting team to watch. It was an interesting team to follow, which is why you have all these people calling in and caring about what's going on with the product. But yeah, there's no question that people sat and watched and went, we're used to the Warriors winning. And that is not happening right now. And there are reasons for that, especially with injuries. But if you feel like, all right, well, the Warriors are good and let's just hang in there for a couple years, the reason you feel that way is because Steph Curry's out there. And every time he gets out there, everybody should thank their lucky stars that he was not just picked here, but he's decided repeatedly to stay here and build a legacy in the Bay.
And I think you walked in during the crossover when Steiny was talking about this, but almost any other star of his stature would maybe see what this offseason has turned out to be, or maybe what the last few years have turned out to be, and maybe voice a little more displeasure or be a little more upset about it, which at times, one of the other things I've heard from Warrior fans, and I'm sure you've heard this too, is they want Steph to be a little more vociferous about forcing ownership, front office's hands to do something maybe a little reckless to help him.
There's a reason why Steph Curry is so beloved internally, Mark. And the reason,
not from the fans, but from ownership and the general manager.
Day-to-day, Lacob and Goober and on down. The reason why is because he's made them an absolute boatload of money.
And will for years to come.
It's the Michael Jordan impact, because till the end of time, everybody will look at the Warriors and go, that's Steph Curry's team. I was lucky enough in my 2.5 years of a semi-retirement hiatus prior to coming back to the Bay, Mark, to travel all across the world. And it was a hell of an interesting time for a lot of reasons. But when you see that, and you go to all these different places, there are 2 jerseys that you see all the time. And well, I should say 3 because the one jersey is Michael. Michael's everywhere. But then it's Steph, and then it's LeBron.
Yep.
And you see them no matter where you go. Those 3 guys are representative of the NBA. And I say that because not only has Steph made ownership and made so many people so much money, what he does not do, which is very unique to Steph in that regard, is rock the boat and go run in and tell Bob Myers and now Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, I want to do this and this is going to happen or I'm gone. He just doesn't operate like that. That's not his leadership style. It has served him very well. And if you're sitting there saying, all right, well, he needs to lay down the hammer more. Okay, but again, let's go back to the theme of the day, Mr. Grandy. And the theme of the day is
4-hour reality check.
That's right. And if you're sitting there going, well, Steph needs to do this and Steph needs to do that, well, then how in the world are you getting off the fact that Jimmy Butler has a torn ACL? That is why the Warriors are in the situation that they are in right now. Forget all the upsettedness about Wiseman and Kuminga. It's gone. It's done. Teams whiff on draft picks all the time. The Warriors did. There's no coming back from that. They made the Jimmy trade. That was their last best move that they could make, and he got hurt. And it's awful. And it really is not fun for anybody involved. But that is why they're in the situation that they are in right now. If he doesn't get hurt, you can say, all right, there's some more possibilities out there. But there isn't a lot for Steph or anybody else to do unless you are going to mortgage your future so much that you're going to hurt whatever the product becomes when he isn't here anymore.
So then the reality is just maybe not as bad as last year if you get a little bit more injury luck. Maybe Axel Endeborg turns out to be a good player, and next year you draft another rookie, and maybe they turn out to be, a decent piece as well. But it feels like the reality then for at least the next couple of years, or maybe as long as Steph is here potentially, is fill out the building to see Steph wind down his career, but not really have much of a chance to be terribly competitive is kind of what it feels like.
That is exactly what I am trying to get across, and I am proud of you, Mr. Grandy, because it is 3:11 Pacific time.
That doesn't sound like something Joe Lacob would be
and Joe
okay
Lacob's
with.
not, and he's competitive as hell, and he's going to be behind the scenes saying, I want this and I want that. When you have Steph Curry making $65 million, and you have at least Jimmy for next year making $60-some-odd million, people got all upset a few weeks ago when I was on the station. I said the Warriors are gearing a lot closer to the Kobe zone.
Oh, yeah, your mentions must have blown up from that
they
one.
were so mad.
You can blame Steven Risotto for that.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their job to do. I don't blame anybody. The social media game is what it is.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
No. The point is that people got all mad, but it's the truth. The truth was at that stage, and I'm not saying Kobe and Steph were at the same level. Kobe was coming off an Achilles tear.
And younger than Steph is currently.
Right, and Steph is still one of the best in the game when he's out there. My point is the moves that are legitimately possible around him do not get the Warriors back up to Western Conference, the top of contending. That's not going to happen
And
again.
a move is only worth doing, in your opinion, if you get back to that? Well, like, say you could get to the 5th seed in the West. That's not worth it for you?
Let's go back to the Jaylen Brown thing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how happy there would be people calling and texting us going, oh, my gosh, they made a move. They made a move. The Warriors were 10th last year.
Mm-hmm.
They were 10th. Put Jaylen Brown on this team tomorrow. What are they, Mr. Grandy?
Better than 10th.
Well, no question.
I mean, I think there's a chance they could get up to around the 5th. I think so.
Okay.
It depends. Steph, Draymond, Al, Porzingis need to play a good chunk of games.
But therein lies my point to you and every other Warriors fan. Trades are sexy and they're fun to talk about and they're interesting. You put Jaylen Brown on this team for $60 million over the course of the next 3 years, and you have swung and put all these first-round picks into this package, and you've gone from the 10th seed to, in a best-case scenario, the 5th seed. And now you're the 5th seed in a best case scenario for the next few years, because guess what? Steph is going to be here making 65, 70 million, whatever the next deal looks like, and it's not going to change that much from there.
All right, we got to hit a break. That's Nick Friedel. I'm Mark Randy. It's Willard and Dibs. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More Willard and Dibs next.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises. And you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th. And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog! Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Hey, what are you doing? I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but... Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs. Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area. And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here and taking family fun to a whole new level. Kid-approved bites, monster trucks, carnival rides, and animals. Plus, movies on the lawn, fireworks, and drone shows. It's all here. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs, but no Willard or Dibs. They'll be back on Monday after the holiday weekend. It's Nick Friedel.
Oh,
Mark,
heck yeah.
Heck yeah. Happy early 4th. Friedel and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs until 6 o'clock. It's a big weekend. We got World Cup action going on. Maybe we have a LeBron James decision by the weekend as well. And, of course, it is the 4th of July as well. And Nick and I rocking with you for 2.5 more hours here on Willard and Dibs. Plenty more time for your calls and your texts at 888-957-9570. Javier, you called back. We'll get to you in a sec. I see you, Sam. I see you, Rich. One thing I wanted to ask you, Nick, we've been talking a lot about the Warriors' lack of big moves, and for you, it's just their reality. And I hear you. I know everything that you're talking about. It's a little strange because you see all the other moves that have happened around the league, and you hear Mike Dunleavy, the pre-draft presser talk about, well, these teams are going to be so much more, going to be less likely to trade their first-round picks. Teams are going to value their picks more now. And I get the reasons why, but you have all the picks that went from the Heat to the Bucks. You had all the picks that went from the Raptors to the Clippers. There was other crazy trades. We saw that Jaylen Brown won 2 first-round picks for Boston from Philadelphia. When you talk about the Warriors' refusal at times to move off of first-round picks, is that your idea of how they view it, or is what you think is the smart strategy of it all? Because I think there's a lot of Warrior fans who will say, you're absolutely right, that's how they think, but they shouldn't be thinking that way. You need to go and get a star in here by any means necessary and kind of restart this whole next era of Warriors basketball.
Mr. Grandy, in the lead up to the draft, so this was a few weeks ago, Mike Dunleavy held a press conference like the week before.
Yeah.
And he said, the way the league is going, first-round picks are more valuable than ever. And you hit on it, and it's worth repeating over and over again. With the lottery rules that are in place and the cap with the way that it is, first-round picks provide certainty for teams. If you hit on a first-round pick and that first-round pick develops over the next few years, that's about as good as you can have it in the league, because what you're hoping is you hit on these picks, you have your star or two in place, and then you see where the chips all fall.
Well, the one word that you use there is the word that Warrior fans will say is the key word, if. You hit.
And that is pro sports in a nutshell.
Yep.
Because nobody knows for sure, and it's why there is so much angst in the fan base. And I get it. I was here when Wiseman was here. I left the second year after he kind of got going, and you're like, he got hurt, and then he didn't play, and then it quickly kind of evaporated from that moment. But they whiffed, and they all know it, and they all acknowledge it. The front office, Lacob, Kerr, everybody knows that they whiffed on that pick. And I understand why people are upset, and then they followed that up with Kuminga, and we know how that all went. I just mean that when you're trying to look at what happens now and in the future, if you're looking for the Warriors to move off any one of those picks, you better be sure that you have a star coming behind. And I have not gotten the sense at all, aside from Giannis, that they really felt comfortable loading up all the different possibilities and saying, all right, let's get rid of all the assets that we have for somebody that may change where we're going just a little bit.
888-957-9570. Nick has labeled this show the 4-hour reality check for Warrior fans. If you want to fire back at him, now's the time. Again, 888-957-9570. Let's try Javier in Vacaville again. What's up, Javier? You're on with Nick and Grandy. What do you got?
How you guys doing today?
Good, man. What about you?
Javier, what's up, man?
All right, sorry about earlier. I just having some phone issues. T-Mobile weren't the best. But, I don't want to come off at all in any way that's disrespectful or rude. But I'm going to be honest. This whole we are getting a reality check, no. Born and raised in the Bay, and to say Jaylen Brown and their compensation of Paul George, who's been one of the most overrated players of the last 5 seasons, who's on 2 more years at almost $50 to $60 million. And the Warriors, we wouldn't want to invest in Jaylen Brown because of what could come off next year, and they wouldn't be that much better. Like, what are we talking about here? Jaylen Brown led the Celtics to the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference without Jason Tatum. He averaged 29, 48, 28, 29, really just under 20, just under 29, 6'5" on 48% from the field, was 6th in the MVP race, an NBA Finals MVP, an Eastern Conference Finals MVP, an NBA champion, and he's 30 years old this year, and you're saying, why would you want to give up the farm for him? I don't know, because he's a top 10 player in the NBA. To say Giannis, who's coming off a torn Achilles and/or bad leg issue, has major leg concerns, is somebody you'd want to invest the farm in. So you're saying, well, we'll do this investment on when the NBA has a salary cap space, when the Warriors have players come off the books next NBA free agency. Well, sorry to break it to you, pal. Steph Curry isn't guaranteed to play at this level next year. He's not even guaranteed to play at this high level that he's been played in this coming season based on not just the runner's need, but everything that's came into ensue. And to say that Paul George is a better asset than Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's an expiring contract. The Warriors give up 3 picks, so you're going to bank on the Warriors making first-round selections that are going to be the end-all, be-all, like a Yaxel Lindenborg, who's a good young player, potentially, comparison to what the value of a Jaylen Brown would bring, who would be a 30-year-old player that could be the next building block of your organization, and to say, you only have LeBron for 1 year. Said who? You're telling me that Steph Curry, Jaylen Brown, LeBron James, Draymond Green, and Kristaps Porzingis want to be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference? What world are you living in, dog? John Morant was given up for 2 players that nobody in the NBA wants, salary up with Jeremiah Grant and Chris Murray. I'm not saying that they should win John Morant, but the act as if Jaylen Brown is just, he's okay. What NBA game are you watching?
Javier, hold on now. There's a lot there, so let's go through it. First of all, I respect the heck out of the passion because that's what sports are all about. You got to have passion for your teams, and I respect you calling and laying it all out there. But there are a couple things. One,
thanks, Javier.
Does it concern you at all that the Celtics were like, we want to get out of the Jaylen Brown business so badly that we are willing to give up 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and take back Paul George just so we are away from Jaylen Brown?
If you would have asked the people in the know around the league, what would it take for the Sixers to get off of the Paul George contract, people would have said they might have had to give up one of the Clippers' first-round picks that they have, which is the most valuable first-round picks they have access to, just to get rid of Paul George.
Just to get him off the book. So
they gave up 2, and they got Jaylen Brown back.
So that doesn't concern anybody, and it's not just for Javier. It's for anybody who's saying, oh, my gosh, they should have gotten Jaylen Brown.
Why was the value for Jaylen Brown like that, though?
There's the question. And that is what I'm so curious to see what comes out in the next couple weeks.
Because Javier ran down Jaylen Brown's resume, and he's right about it.
And he's a finals MVP, and he absolutely led the Celtics to a hell of a year, basically on his own without Tatum in that star role. It's all true. You are not worried at all that Boston, who drafted Jaylen Brown and developed Jaylen Brown and gave him a mega max extension, wanted out so badly that they took back Paul George for a couple first-round picks. So that's the first part. But the second part, and I think where Javier was getting a little more heated as he was explaining.
He was coming after you.
What he felt is, look, you can make that move and you can say, all right, Jimmy, who's not playing right now, and the deal's expiring, and 3 first-round picks. Because if you're if you are sitting there and you're the Celtics, you're going to say, you're giving us an extra pick because Paul George can play. Jimmy can't play, at least for the next few months going into next year. You're not worried at all that Jaylen Brown and Steph, that's just not that good? I mean, that's where I would kind of go. The reason why the Celtics were awesome last year, at least in the regular season, was because Jaylen Brown had a hell of a year, but they had a lot of good players around him. Hello, everybody, all the Warriors fans out there, all the Jaylen Brown fans out there. The Warriors don't have near the level of talent around Steph, in this case, that Boston had around Jaylen Brown last year. And you want to get mad at the front office for that? Be my guest. Go ahead, because they're older. They don't have a lot of young guys. They certainly don't have a lot of young guys who can score. That is something to get mad at. But I don't blame the Warriors at all for not going after Jaylen Brown right now, given the circumstances on their roster. That is a hell of a huge bet to make on a guy that Boston wanted no part of, and a guy, Mr. Grandy, that, as you said, he's going to make you better. But if we're saying, all right, they were the 10 seed last year, in a best-case scenario next year, you move Jimmy out, you move all your picks out, and you plug Jaylen Brown in, and he has another really good year. Okay, you're the 5th seed. Well, guess what? You're the 5th seed for the next few years because there's not a lot of other ways for you to get better on the roster because you just gave away all your picks.
So what you're saying, though, is being the 5th seed in a perfect world for a couple of years isn't worth the difference in...
It's not worth that risk to me.
You're hurting yourself, your chances of being good in the future, but as a result of not making that move, you're maybe doomed for being around the 10th seed again the next couple of years.
And they may well be. But again, everybody can have a difference of opinion, and I'm sure that Javier is not alone, especially for a lot of fans who saw Jaylen Brown. I mean, he had that moment out here where you're like, oh, this guy can play.
Oh, he was dominant in that game at Chase.
And he's going to get a lot better.
He was so good in that game.
And this could be a lot of fun. I get it, but there are two concerns for me. One, Boston just said, we're out. We don't want this anymore. Two, and even more importantly, the best case scenario of adding him, given what it would take to get him here, doesn't swing the difference for me enough to make the deal.
But all right, let's say 3 years from now, Steph's done, and the experiment with Jaylen Brown is at least going well enough that the Warriors want him back, or they've already extended him at that point. I know at that point he's 32, going on 33, or whatever the case would be, and you're talking about they want to clear their book so that they have an opportunity to do whatever it is, sign whatever free agent potentially at whatever amount of money when the time comes. But, I mean, Jaylen Brown would be one of those guys already. And I know he's 32, 33 at that point, approaching like the tail end of his prime, but I'd rather have that than not.
Well, here's the other part to this, and this is where it gets a little bit more uncomfortable. Bobby Marks, my old friend from ESPN, he got crunched last week because he did an interview in which he was told, one of the analytics guys said, hey, Jaylen Brown isn't the 7th best player on a team. And it was in the context of a much larger conversation, but that was the pull quote that everybody got attached to. What I would tell you, Mr. Grandy, is I'm certainly not going to speak for Bobby. I would tell you there are absolutely people in the league that say, Jaylen Brown, really good player, accomplished a lot in Boston, not somebody who we look at with the numbers and go, yep, this is a guy that we want to build everything around moving forward.
And translation is not worth the contract.
And there is another key to the day, my friend.
Because he's making a max contract.
And there is the absolute key to any NBA conversation, not just for us right now, but throughout the course of the next few seasons. If you have a player on a max contract who isn't living up to that max contract every year, either because of injury, in Jimmy Butler's case, because of inefficiency, because of age, which I'm concerned about in the Steph case over the next couple of years.
Also why the Lakers were fine moving on from LeBron.
100%. If you have a player in this era of the NBA where you're so limited with the cap situation, and you can sit there and go, all right, like this player, we signed him to this deal, but he's not living up to this level of the deal anymore, you are screwed. And that's when you have big, big problems for any team. But that's why, the idea of, well, why didn't they get Jaylen Brown? Why didn't they just do it? Hello. Philly was the best offer, clearly, that Boston thought it could get. And we all agree, that's all they gave up?
Yep.
There are serious questions out there on a variety of levels across the league that Jaylen Brown may just not be the player that so many Celtics fans and others hoped he would be long-term. Guess what, though? He has the chance to shut everybody up if he keeps producing like he did next year. But let's all take a step back and go, wait a minute. That's all Boston could get back for a guy who is a finals MVP, helped the Celtics repeatedly get to the level that they are. That is a big red flag for me.
We have some news, Nick. Not the giant news we've been waiting for, but some news. The Warriors are missing out on another player now, Nick, because they're waiting on all this other business to get taken care of. This comes from Shams Charania. Free agent guard Pat Spencer has agreed to a 2-way contract with the Phoenix Suns. The former Warrior Pat Spencer is a Phoenix Sun.
That became clear.
A 2-way deal.
Of the best quotes of the entire season.
Oh, yeah.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
What was that? Was that the Philly game? Was it the Cleveland game? I forget which game that was on that road trip.
That was the first game was.
I think it was Philly, wasn't it?
The second game was Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I think it was probably.
He took him out, I think, at the end of that Philly game, even though he'd been playing well. Steve did, and then
then Cleveland. Oh my gosh! Granny, now it makes sense because we're talking about Pat, but his teammates after those two games, I was standing there interviewing Pat, and Moses Moody walks by and he goes, you're talking to that MFer, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, we were just cracking up because we're going, oh yeah, like this is gonna last for a little while. So happy for Pat, he got a new deal, but it shows kind of where the Warriors were at because Steve Kerr absolutely loves the guy.
Yeah.
And he is where he is now.
And
let me tell you something, this guy is a ball player.
And he was playing major minutes for the Warriors at times, but the best he can get is a 2-way deal with the Phoenix Suns. So kind of the reality of the Warriors roster last year, too.
No question.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. A little bit of news there again. Pat Spencer, 2-way contract with the Suns. He'll not be returning to the Warriors. Sam in San Francisco is up next. What's up, Sam? It's Nick Friedel and Grandy with you. What do you got? Sam, you there?
Oh, hey, guys.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah. Gentlemen, sorry, my name's Ben, not Sam.
Oh, sorry about that, Ben. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I was confused. I thought it was someone else. Anyway, gentlemen, you guys are on fire today. I really like the show. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I think this reality check is really needed at this time because there's not much the Warriors can do. And I think that's hard for people to accept. It's hard for me to accept sometimes as a fan. Like, I wish we had the contract space. I wish we had the assets. I wish it was easier for teams to want to trade with the Warriors or for free agents to sign here. But where we're at now, I feel like there's this Venn diagram of, like, different priorities that they've got to try to meet that y'all have touched on. Like, you got to fill seats. You got to try to do right by Steph. The players have some of their priorities. They want to do certain things. And I feel like within like what the veterans might want in terms of like contending, in terms of what Joe Lacob would want, in terms of let's win, but also fill seats, Mike Dunleavy's in the middle of that. And I don't feel like he's the type to go out for this big trade. He already did that with Jimmy Butler. I don't feel like there's anything else on the horizon like that. And it's just going to be more of what happened with Klay Thompson, more on the margins of him like turning one player into 3 role players that might turn into something. And again, that's not super attractive. That's not super flashy. And I don't know if that's going to get you much further up in the standings. But at this point, with where Steph is at, and everything that you're talking about today, that's kind of a reality I just have to accept. So Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Sam. I mean, it feels pretty in lockstep with everything you think, Nick.
It feels like something, Mr. Grandy, that you're going to be discussing a lot through the next 6 to 8 months with this team this year. They are where they are. And I think they could be a little better, certainly, right now than they were a year ago. But that's so contingent on, is Horford going to be able to be out there? So many of the questions are the same because we all just lived them.
Well, they're essentially running it back. I mean, we'll see the LeBron domino, but that's the only thing standing between this feeling exactly the same as last year.
I'll tell you what, though, in the context of what we've been discussing all day, I'll tell you who's got a lot more pressure on them than I would have thought coming into the year, and it's Yaxel Lendeborg. He better hit for this team, because he is going to play a lot. They don't really have a lot of other choices. There was so much speculation. Oh, man, would they really take him? He's going to be 24 in September. They took him. He's ready-made to just kind of plug and play. He better be good. Because if he is not good, Mr. Grandy, the amount of people who are going to call you up after the games here on the station and go, what the hell were they thinking?
Traded the pick.
Oh, my. You didn't trade the pick, and you got this guy who, he's a hell of a talker, but he can't really back it up. You don't want to put a lot of pressure on any rookie, but all of a sudden, when you look at how the roster is coming together again, Yaxel better be pretty solid right away. And he better improve throughout the season because they need him to.
Well, to your point about the Jaylen Brown trade and why the Warriors, it seems like, were not interested in it, and Anthony Slater, your friend, came on this morning and essentially said the Warriors didn't make a call or weren't really at all involved in Jaylen Brown. The reason why the Warriors wouldn't do that is because they want to utilize all their draft picks, and when Steph is ready to walk out, they have a solid young core that they think could be the next group that leads the franchise. And Yaxel's a big part of it. But if he falls flat, then it's, okay, well, that strategy, not all for naught, but the strategy takes a major hit. Because if you're going to use your first-round picks and they don't hit a la Wiseman and Kuminga, then what's the point in not taking those chances in the first place?
Well, and you're spot on, and Mr. Grandy, that's any team. You have to, if you
any
want
sport,
any team. In the big business that is the NBA or the NFL, your picks have to hit. And, okay, of course, Yaxel has some pressure on him. Any first-round pick does. Difference is when they pick Kuminga and when they pick Moody, it was kind of like, all right, there's going to be time for them to develop. Let's see where they're at in a couple years. And it just never happened for Kuminga here. We know all the reasons why, good and bad. We're not going to relitigate that. My point, as far as Yaxel goes, is the reason they took him was because they thought he could come in and play right away and have an impact. So now the temperature is different around this pick in this sequence than it would be with somebody else, and he better hit because they need him to take some of the weight off the rest of the guys on that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, time for a break. We got more time for your calls on the other side. It's Nick Friedel on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Friedel and Grandy with you. Coming up next, Rich, I see you. We will get to you when we come back, but we got a lot of you guys hanging on. Stay patient. We will get to you on the other side. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, as we continue to talk through this Warriors offseason and wait on news from LeBron James. Is it going to happen today? Probably not, but is it going to happen in the next couple of days? It is definitely possible, and we'll keep you updated right here on 95.7 The Game. Plus, the latest Warrior-related offseason free agency news. Pat Spencer, 2-year contract with the Phoenix Suns. He will not be returning to the Warriors. All right, time for a break as Willard and Dibs continues on 95.7 The Game.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university on a siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get 2 12-by-12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on the select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager
with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy early 4th. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs. They'll be back on Monday enjoying the holiday weekend. Friedel and Grandy with you. Plenty time for your calls. 888-957-9570. Talking about the Warriors offseason, Nick's come in and he's been, classic cousin Nick. He's been a downer about all things
I'm that
Warriors.
uncle that doles out the life wisdom that nobody really wants to
You getting
hear.
ready to see your family that you don't see very often for the holiday weekend? We're giving you a taste of it early.
Uncle
with
Nick
Friedel.
is in the building. I know I'm a cousin here, but in real life, I'm actually an uncle. And man,
what you young people don't get.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Hey, Uncle Nick, lose some weight." And I get it. I'm trying to get on that plan here for the next few months, but everybody's got that uncle that they don't really want to listen to, but they know when they shut the door, all right, he's right. That's my role.
I don't know if it's when we close the door, but maybe like we jump ahead a few years from now, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody's like, "Oh man, damn it, Friedel, what? He was right again. Oh, I hate this." It's Chicago, it's Brooklyn, and it's the Bay. But I love the passion of everybody out here. And it's not just Mr. Grandy, as you know, it's not just with the Warriors. It's with all these teams all over. But I have told everybody who will listen to me, when you start talking about the Bay and you say, "Oh, do they really like sports out there?" They love sports out here. And I have always enjoyed it. But I need to be that truth serum at times, and I feel like today is one of those days.
I think one area where I will give you for sure is, and I was talking about this with Willard a little bit yesterday as we were reacting to the Jaylen Brown trade. We were both surprised. I think you still were surprised by the return, what it cost the Sixers to acquire him. It makes less sense now for the Warriors to be giving up multiple first-round picks for a player of that kind of caliber than it would have made sense like 3 or 4 years ago. Because if you acquire that player now, it's for how many more good years of Steph that they're paired up. And to your point, it makes the most sense if you can maximize the number of years you have two really good players together, because that's what it takes to start being competitive in the NBA these days. You need two all-star level players to be good, to have a legitimate shot in the NBA this year, or this era of NBA basketball. But you don't know how much longer Steph's going to be Steph for. You can think that Jaylen Brown's one of the 10 best players in basketball, but he can't do it by himself. It would have made more sense to do it years and years ago, even if it means giving up 3 or hell 4 first-round picks, because you had 3 or 4 or 5 more good years of Steph along with that new player you're bringing in.
No question.
So it makes less sense now, but if you acquire a young enough player, I still would be open to doing it, and I think Jaylen Brown is young enough, but there clearly is something fishy with what's going on in Boston. But you are right that it makes less sense now than it would have in years past.
No doubt. And that's the part, especially with the Jaylen Brown discussion. Mark, when you're looking at why this happened, nobody's questioning how good he has been the last couple of years.
And also, everyone respects Brad Stevens as a basketball mind.
Exactly,
but what the hell was he? What got into him yesterday?
Like that is where I go, because I think Brad Stevens is one of the best to do this job. I mean, Sam Presti is the very best, no question, but Brad Stevens has proven now several times.
Everywhere he's been. And every role he's been in.
He knows what he's doing as an executive now to that point. If you're Brad Stevens and you have the reputation that you have, and this was the best return that you felt like you needed or you could get, and you felt you needed to get Jaylen Brown out of there so bad that you were willing to do it now, that should, hello, there could be a problem here. And maybe Jaylen Brown goes to Philly and he's awesome and he helps them win. More power to him. And Javier can call me back next year and be like, see, I told you. I told you. You didn't want to make that deal, and you thought that there was something, but you were wrong. Fine. If I am anybody else in the league and I'm sitting there going, I have the chance to get Jaylen Brown, and the single best return the Boston could get was 2 first-round picks and a handful of other picks down the line for Paul George, that is where I go. My BS detector is screaming at that point because something's going on.
It would be one thing if, like, the team trading away a relatively young star and we feel like they got nothing in return for it. It would be one thing if that team was like the Pelicans or the Bulls, not to bring this too close to home for you, but like organizations where you're like, what the hell are they doing? And they've always been that way. But the Celtics have never been that way.
I mean, that is why
the Celtics always got over on other people.
They always Danny Ainge for years.
How did they get Tatum and Brown in the first place?
For years.
By finding a sucker in the Nets.
When you find a deal and you find that one team and you take advantage of them, you go, okay. So I would just caution everybody with this move. Let's see how it plays out, because I know everybody is ready to crown Philly and oh my gosh, hello. Joel Embiid has serious health concerns for his basketball playing future. They got a hell of a lot of young talent, but if you're banking on Embiid, I think you are banking on something that's never going to cash in all the way, on top of the fact that Jaylen Brown, in a new scenario, in a new team, I just don't know how confident I would feel. And now if you're Philly, you're into a situation where this is it, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Back out to the phones we go, 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel in, along with Grandy. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Rich in Lodi. What's up, Rich? You're on Willard and Dibbs. What do you got?
Nick, I really appreciate you being in today to bring a little adultness into this. I really appreciate it. My one question that I really have for you is, how much do you think Joe Lacob would spend on the Warriors if this was like Major League Baseball and there was no cap?
Oh, man, Rich, first of all, thank you. I appreciate you listening. And thanks for what you said. But if this,
does that mean I'm the kid here? Is that what?
I did not take it as Mark Grandy was a kid. I thought that the station in totality.
Oh, okay, that's better.
It needed somebody to come and be like, okay, you guys, all right. But if there was no cap in basketball, that's why I like.
Yeah, who would be a Warrior if there was no cap in basketball?
Dude, Lacob, I've told him to his face, I respect that he spends. I am a diehard Chicago. Yeah, I drip over and over again for that.
You talk to Joe Lacob.
Man,
directly
Joe,
to his face.
But I said this in context of what I'm about to say. I am a lifelong diehard Cubs fan. My whole life, everybody's got their one team. For so many people out here, that one team is the Warriors.
Yep.
More power to them. My one team is the Chicago Cubs, and it has pissed me off so much through the years, but especially since they won that title in 2016. That was unbelievable that Tom Ricketts and the ownership group in place there didn't spend all the way in the times when it was needed. Joe Lacob, for whatever you think of the guy and for whatever his flaws may be, and man, did they whiff on the Wiseman pick, and he loved Kuminga too much. I got it. The guy spends money. So with that as the context, Mr. Grandy, if there were no cap in the NBA, that guy'd be spending money coming out of his ears. The problem is now in this, again, era of the NBA, Steve Ballmer's got more money than Joe Lacob.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got all kinds of different firms and all these places that money is no object. But I will always give that guy the benefit of this doubt. He wants to spend, and more importantly, he backs it up. And in pro sports, all across any league, there are examples of owners that do not want to do that. Tom Dundon, looking at that whole situation.
I feel so bad for the Blazers.
In Portland. when you look top to bottom, and again, it's a fascinating point to bring up Lacob because this ties into, I think, what Jimmy was getting at on top of, hey, maybe he was working on his next deal for next summer. He respects the fact that they spend. He respects the fact that the culture is in place the way that it is. Mark, players know. Players talk. They know who is out there and who puts in the effort to make everything comfortable for the players' families, for anybody that's around them. The Warriors spend at the highest levels, and I don't just mean on the floor, and I think that's important in the context of our conversation. They spend on things that I couldn't have dreamed of seeing in Chicago for all those years. I mean, the amount of money that the PR department spends, that they spend on the day-to-day services to make sure everything's comfortable for the players, on food, all that stuff, that all factors in. And that kind of stuff is seen and remembered by the players in the organization, and players talk. So the Warriors and the fans out here are lucky in that sense that they've got an ownership group that will spend at the level that they spend. And you can get angry at some of the decisions that have been made, but when they're backed up by somebody who's putting literally his money where his mouth is, then more power to him.
Well, I have a question I want to ask you related to that, but first I got to tell everyone that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Grandy with you in on Willard and Dibs, and basketball coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. You're talking about Joe Lacob and the organization as a whole, and you said players talk. Warriors treat their players well, players talk. One thing that I've heard a little bit lately with it's come to the forefront, I think, because of the indecision of LeBron, or at least the delay in his decision, and maybe Warrior fans are beginning to wonder if he's going to come here in the first place. But everyone talks about that, how well this organization is run, how good they treat their players, the desire to play alongside Steph Curry. Obviously, they've been kind of tied up in their books. It's kind of kept them from being able to go out and spend big on free agents. But do you still think that draw to be a Warrior, for whatever the reason is, it's Steph's teammate, it's the way that Joe Lacob spends money, is that still there for players around the league, that they want to be Warriors, or that at some point that will show up again, maybe when they have more ability to spend money?
I think it's still there, and I think that the Warriors have proven that they are in a class that only a handful of teams are in. In that, not only is the money there, but Mark, what it really is the players know that when they get out here, anything that they could need will be taken care of. Again, that does not just mean on the floor. I'll give you a couple examples. One, how many players last year did you hear publicly say Rick Celebrini is the best?
Oh, Porzingis.
For those that don't remember, Kristaps Porzingis, who has had a lot of health concerns, a lot of injury issues through the years, he came out and said Rick Celebrini, for those that may not know, he's the
father of Macklin is what he is.
Yeah, exactly, out here. But Rick is basically, he's got a vice president title with the Warriors, but his job is kind of the head of the training staff.
Yeah.
He is the overseer of everything that goes on day to day.
Might be the second most important person in the organization behind Steph, honestly.
I mean, and Steve,
considering the age of the roster.
And Steve Kerr repeatedly has said, we trust Rick implicitly. He's our guy. But the players, you just don't hear that time and time again for an NBA roster, up and down. This is Jimmy Butler the other day. This is Porzingis. Pat Spencer, who we've been talking about, who is now going to Phoenix. You're talking about players at every different stage of their career saying, this guy that we are working with is the very best at what he does. I've been covering the league 20 years, Mr. Grandy. I've never heard over and over and over again players say that about somebody that they deal with on a regular basis like that. The other part to this is, and this goes back to do the Warriors still have the same reputation throughout the league that they've had? It's that players know when they come here, they are going to be treated a certain way. Their families will be treated a certain way. And I can already hear, oh, okay, well, what about Kuminga and the food? My boy Slater had that note in one of those stories months ago. Well, how did that get out? Oh,
that note went viral.
That went all over the place. I mean, I haven't talked to Slater about this, but there was a reason that story, that part of the story got out there. I don't think the Warriors were sitting there going, oh, okay, let's talk about the food that's been taken. So the Kuminga thing aside, players know that in almost every other case, their families and those close to them will be treated a certain way. And again, it's not to say that no NBA team looks out for everybody else around their families at a high level. It is to say that players from every different place in the NBA know that it's a little different out here. And that kind of stuff is important. So while it hasn't happened in the last couple of years where they've either made some gigantic trade aside from the Jimmy deal or they've signed somebody, the reputation that the Warriors have is pretty sterling given their competition.
Let's go back out to the phones, 888-957-9570. That's Nick Friedel, Grandy in on Willard and Dibbs. Glenn in New York is up next. What's up, Glenn? You're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call. I was basically calling to say I think the biggest loss we've suffered in the last 2 years is the loss of Bob Myers. As GM, I mean, since then, it seems like the offseason, we've kind of been getting our lunch taken. Last season, we let Kuminga hold our entire offseason hostage, waiting to see what he did. We did no really big moves. You can say Jimmy Butler, but we kind of got Jimmy Butler, after he had already fallen off the tree. We didn't really go out and make a deal for Jimmy Butler. Now, this offseason, we're seeing these big names move. We're not even part of the conversation. I get what you're saying about future draft picks and what have you, but we do have to ask ourselves the question, are we trying to maximize Steph Finals years, or are we trying to build through 5 years down the road? And they're two different things. If we're trying to maximize these years, we're not making the right moves right now. I'll give you an example. We have Quentin Post. Quentin Post is our 7-footer. Our 7-footer is shooting a higher percentage of three-point shots than Steph Curry. But in the meantime, we're wondering why we can't get an offensive rebound. And it's just things like that and these massive holes that's not getting addressed that I think are costing us. And I have to say, when you guys say, our desirable landing point in the NBA, I don't think we are. And I don't think we are because of the picks, and we're not taken seriously as a title contender. I don't think we're one player away anymore. I'd like to thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Glenn. I mean, you're right there at the end. They're not one player away from being a championship contender. I mean, even if you had Giannis onto the team, are they a favorite in the Western Conference? No, because you got OKC and San Antonio.
They're probably at least 2 players.
2 really good players away.
Really, really good players.
So you're right there. I think this allows us to talk about Dunleavy because I think I have a sense of what your response is going to be about Dunleavy, but I think Dunleavy's been handed an impossible situation, and trying to dig them out of it is at least going to take a few more years because of what you're talking about with the reality of the cap, the contracts that they have currently. Took a swing on Jimmy Butler, and we can argue if that was a big trade or not. It cost them 1 first-round pick and Andrew Wiggins, essentially. It's not like they gave up a ton for it, but it was a risk. And it was working. They won a playoff series, and who knows what would have happened if Steph stayed healthy. Then he got hurt, and that happens. He's old. It's not terribly surprising, I suppose. I think the Warrior fan base in general, and I am generalizing here, but the Warriors fan base in general, I think is too harsh on Mike Dunleavy. Has he turned things around to where you're a contender again? No, but I don't know if anybody was going to be capable of doing that.
The guy is not a miracle worker. I mean, Mr. Grandy, look, I think Dunleavy has done fine. If you're pissed off as a Warriors fan, then you have lingering frustration of what went down at the end of the Myers run. Because what's happened with Dunleavy can't be judged all the way because you made the deal for Jimmy, and Jimmy got hurt. And the second that happened, it was like, all right, well, the Podziemski pick has worked. I know people are all upset. at him still. I can see it on a regular basis, even though he played in every game and he played pretty well, but they're hanging on to comments he made throughout the season. Fine. It was still a good pick. The Will Richard pick looks pretty solid, but he's got to improve at the end of the second round. Guy Santos, he looks like a pretty good move to make at the end of the second round as well, and that deal looks pretty solid coming into the year. So,
if he signed that deal this offseason, he would have gotten double that.
Right. So when you're looking at what's gone on, people point to Kuminga, okay, but that was still – Bob was in front of everything at that point. And the way it's been told to me many times is that was a collective decision. It wasn't one person over another. It was everybody. Fine. Whatever you think.
As Yaxel was a collective decision too.
Exactly. So Dunleavy has done the best he could with the hand that he was dealt. What happens in the next couple of years is going to define whatever his legacy may be, because what happens in the next couple of years is the end of Steph's run, and then finally whatever the bridge becomes between A and B. So to sit there and be mad at Dunleavy for whatever's gone on right now, I don't see it, given it could be way, way worse than it ended up becoming. And if Jimmy stays healthy, they're not winning a title, but they're in a pretty solid place, not only for last season, but going into this next one.
Let me just read the last 3 texts that we got, because this, I think, gives you an idea of what the Warriors, what a good chunk of Warrior fans feel. The 415, this is Mike Dunleavy's 4th offseason, and you think he deserves a few more years to get it right. LOL, y'all are crazy, making so many excuses for this guy. This is actually the same 415, the next one. So what you're saying is Dunleavy deserves a ton of credit for building out the back end of the roster. LOL, great. And then the 408, kept it simple. Dunleavy is a bum, writes the 408. I would ask, what did you want? This is what you asked earlier.
Yeah.
What did you want Dunleavy to do? We could make an argument about maybe the Poole Chris Paul thing, and they let the Chris Paul contract slot expire, and that was the big move, the first big move that he made when he took over this job. But I don't know realistically what could have happened. Did you want them to pull the trigger on Giannis at the trade deadline? They wanted it. They were willing to do it, but Milwaukee, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, as far as what I heard, Milwaukee had zero interest in the Warriors package. So what are the Warriors supposed to do at that point?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think fans get so frustrated at specific people in time. Where I struggle is the frustration or the anger warranted? So what I would tell the people who are calling or excuse me, who are texting and spewing out all this stuff, call in. What's the move that you wanted Dunleavy to make? What do you think he has screwed up so badly in the last few years that you are hanging on? Because from what I see, he swung for Jimmy Butler, and that deal worked, and he played very well. And then Steph got hurt and Jimmy got hurt, and that was the end of that last season. And they struggled throughout the beginning of this one. The Kuminga stuff, you could blame him and say it should have been handled sooner. Okay, that's valid. But they got off that deal. Porzingis comes in, and Jimmy got hurt, and you go, all right. So please call us. I'm here for another 2 hours. Please tell me what it is that Dunleavy in the front office screwed up so badly that you want to run him out of town and then go hire somebody else for them to kind of look at what's happening. Jimmy Butler got hurt and the Warriors got screwed. Hello. Steph Curry is 38 with a bad knee, making 60-some-odd million. He should be making way more than that on any kind of open market, but it is what it is. Please call in and tell me what it is that you want them to do right now.
I think people are listening to you and they're calling in, and we will get to your calls on the other side at 888-957-9570. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy on Willard and Dibs. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More Willard and Dibs next.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
San Francisco will be overcast tonight with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Mirastar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. No Willard, no Dibbs today, though. They'll be back on Monday. They're enjoying the holiday weekend. Nick Friedel in, Mark Grandy in. So Friedel and Grandy, you know what happens this time of year when a big boy like Nick Friedel gets a phone call, he goes and takes the phone call. So he'll be back in a little bit. He's taking an important phone call. I might be related. Yes, exactly. His phone rang. He had to jump out the studio. He'll be back in just a sec. It might be related to the little bit of Warriors-related news that we got last hour, which was Pat Spencer signing with the Phoenix Suns. That's just a guess on my part. I don't know that for sure. Maybe it's Rich Paul. No, I don't think it's Rich Paul. But anyway, Nick Friedel will be back. We'll pick his brain about that phone call, and we will get back to everything Warriors-related. For now, though, let's go back out to the phones here on Willard and Dibbs. Again, Friedel and Grandy with you. If you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. The way Nick came in here today, it's been a reality check is how he described it for Warrior fans. That's what he wanted today to be, a 4-hour reality check. And what he's been begging of Warrior fans is if you are frustrated, and hey, I feel your frustration. I was sitting here yesterday with Willard reacting to the Jaylen Brown trade, and I straight up lost my mind because I did not expect Jaylen Brown to be traded for what feels like peanuts. The Philadelphia 76ers acquired Jaylen Brown, who has a Finals MVP on his resume, averaged about 28 points per game last year, and was the best player on a Celtics team that finished second in the Eastern Conference. And it only cost the Philadelphia 76ers a player in Paul George, who in my mind was a negative asset because of the gigantic contract still attached to him and his age and his injury history. When he plays, a positive player, but not worth that money and does not play as often as you would like. And 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. So in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, if that player was available for that little, I would have want the Warriors to have been involved. Anthony Slater told the Morning Roast this morning, I'm going to play it here for you. The Warriors were never in on Jaylen Brown. Here's ESPN's Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast today.
I never heard that they were in the mix on Jaylen Brown. I don't really believe they even kicked the tires much. Obviously, I don't know every phone call that Mike Dunleavy has made, but at no point during the Jaylen Brown process did it feel like they were in it at all.
Okay, so that's Anthony Slater, who knows this team inside and out, of course, telling the Morning Roast. There was not much interest on the Warriors side of things on Jaylen Brown. Okay, interesting there. So point being, I understand your frustration because I'm right there with you. My friend Nick Friedell's come in today, and he'll be back in just a minute. And he said, well, there's a reason potentially that we don't know, but why would the Celtics give up Jaylen Brown for that little? There's clearly something that we do not know. And also there's probably a thought around the league that Jaylen Brown, despite being a really good player, is not worth that money. And the quickest way to lock yourself into not being competitive for years to come is to have a player not worth a max contract, under a max contract on your roster for years to come. And then there's the other half of that, which is the Warriors protecting their first-round picks as much as they ever have, and they've already been very protective of their first-round picks. Okay, stage set. Let's go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Scott is in Berkeley and wants to weigh in next. What's up, Scott? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Friedell and Grandy with you.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Nick, wherever you be at the moment. I was when it broke yesterday. I was, of course, it comes across my phone, and I'm looking at it, and my first immediate reaction was, Brad is going to move Paul George.
Maybe.
Of course, the problem is how do you move a guy who, the first year of that deal missed most of it with injury, and then you had last year. And I was kind of thinking, so this is his third year. Is it expiring this year?
Paul George?
Yeah.
I think he has 2 more years on his deal.
Okay, so in a way, then it really becomes about the picks, the 2 2s, the 2 1s. And did they get a pick swap out of that too?
No, it's just I think there's like a specification on one of the picks that it might potentially become a pick swap based on how they confer. But two firsts and 2 seconds. That's basically it.
This was so this was probably more about the picks in general, and what Stevens is probably trying to set up. I think the next guy up insofar as being on everybody's trade list is Trey Murphy. So I'm kind of thinking, okay, so what he's trying to do is put together a bunch of picks to try to get Murphy out of New Orleans. And that's about the only. I mean, that's the only thing in a way that makes sense to me, at least.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so I mean that's the only thing that really made sense to me, because me and my twisted mind, it's kind of like, no, don't focus on the player, focus on the picks, because I think to Dumars, he's probably more concerned about having options to work with.
Yeah, Scott, I appreciate the call. I mean, Joe Dumars, you reference, is in charge of the basketball operation in New Orleans. It's been my impression that he doesn't really have any clue what's going on. He has not done a lot of good business. I remember, and you guys probably remember too, if you've been plugged into the Warriors offseason, why there were some Trey Murphy rumors. One, the Warriors have loved him for a long time, and I think they were pretty close to drafting him way back in the day. That was the same draft as Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, Trey Murphy was. So that's part of it. But you think back to the business the Pelicans did last year, where they traded away a pick for this year's draft. When they did that last year, it was next year's draft, for the right to move up in the draft and select Derek Queen. And as a result, they were without a first-round pick this year, and they wanted to get back into the first round. And the Warriors, of course, had the 11th overall pick, and there was a thought maybe the Pelicans would take the 11th overall pick, maybe one other pick, maybe two other picks, and the Warriors would get Trey Murphy in return. This year's draft has come and gone, of course. I don't know if Trey Murphy is going to pass. And welcome back to Nick Friedel here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We had a caller that was trying to talk through the Jaylen Brown, Paul George stuff and then brought up Trey Murphy. The Pelicans are confusing as hell to me. I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
I was going to say, Mark, you could just stop that says the Pelicans are confusing as hell, period, because that's exactly what they've
had these assets that have varying levels of value around the league, but they just haven't really moved off of any of them.
That's another good test case, though. If you are a Warriors fan and you're saying Trey Murphy, because I can't even imagine how many times people have called into the show and said, hey, what about Trey Murphy? Yep. He would fit. Okay, Trey Murphy, the Pelicans call, and Joe Dumars says, hey, Mike, you can have Trey Murphy. That'll be 3 first-round picks and whatever else you need to make the money work.
Yep.
You doing that?
I don't think Trey Murphy is a 3 first-round pick player.
2 first-round picks.
I'd consider it for 2. Yeah. But 3 is where I'm not doing it for 3.
Oh, and knowing the Pelicans are probably asking for 4.
Probably.
So therein lies the problem, though. We all agree Trey Murphy is a hell of a player.
He would make the Warriors better.
He would make them a hell of a lot better.
But we talked about it with Jaylen Brown. Best case, maybe they're a 5 seed. Best case with Trey Murphy, are they a 7 seed? Like, he doesn't make him better than Jaylen Brown would make him. He's a good player.
There you go.
And he fits the Warriors. There's no doubt. And he's younger. He's probably the better asset to have on the contract that he's on too, but he's not a better player than Jaylen Brown.
Yep. So when I look at what could happen or all these possibilities, this is where I feel like people just they lose the perspective, because if you're saying make this trade, do this, and get rid of these first round picks that we all agree are more valuable than they've been ever probably in the league, you have to say that whatever you are getting back in return is going to take you from where they are now to a much different place. And that is where I think everybody needs a deep breath, because Trey Murphy, great player, probably going to get better. Is he going to take you to a different place? Jaylen Brown, great player, finals MVP. He would take you to a different place, but how much higher is he going to get it to?
Yeah. We're going to go back to the phones in just a sec. I think one of our texters from last segment that was coming down Dunleavy's Road a little bit did call in, so we'll go out to that in a second. But first, I got to ask, did you just, break LeBron James? Was that Rich Paul calling you or what?
No. I'm actually trying to get us a guest on the line here, but we'll see how that goes over the course of the next hour and a half or so.
We'll see. All right, 888-957-9570. City Boy is in SF and wants to weigh in. City Boy, are you the texter that called us crazy for making excuses for Dunleavy? Is that you?
Yeah, absolutely I am. Because
all right, go ahead.
You triggered me a little bit, Grandy, when you said he deserved. First off, the hand he was dealt was terrible. It wasn't great. I don't think it was terrible. I mean, we gave Shanahan a little slack for a bad year or two to start, and then we expected something out of him, and he delivered for the most part. I mean, we all wanted the ring, but we didn't get it. And I'll say this, I'm rooting for Dunleavy. Not going to say I like him, but I am rooting for him, and I want him to succeed, and maybe I can grow to like him. So I'm not like fire him, right? I'm not saying fire him, but I'm saying the idea that he deserves a few more years when we're already in the 4th year. This isn't year 2. This isn't year 3. This is year 4. And Nick, I kind of asked for some examples of things we would have liked for him to have done, or things or some of his missteps, right? And I think, a couple things, right? I mean, you guys brought up the Chris Paul thing and not using that money. And maybe that was a directive from above, But once again, that kind of becomes an excuse because we don't know that, right? But maybe getting off that money was a directive from above, okay? But the reason he had to get off that money was because they extended Draymond 4 for $100, right? I understand. Draymond's Draymond. They love Draymond. Draymond has burnt so many bridges, but not with Lacob, But, I mean, this guy, I'm not saying run him out of town, but they didn't have a problem walking away from Klay Thompson. And I think, I'm not saying that was even the wrong decision, but I'm saying they weren't willing to walk away from Draymond Green. And he hasn't delivered much outside of a few big games. And I know that he was in the DPOY hunt last year, but that stemmed from about a 3-week stretch where he was phenomenal. But he wasn't great all year, and his turnover ratio was, I think, second worst in the entire NBA last year. Not even this season that just passed, but the one before that when he was in the DPOY hunt. So, Draymond 4 for 100, I think, was a big mistake. And then extending Jimmy, right? I think all of us can agree getting Jimmy was nice. That was kind of a freebie trade. It was a little bit like the Jaylen Brown thing, except that you didn't have to give up picks. But they were dying to get off Jimmy. They were like, anyone that will take him, just take him. We can't have this dude in the building anymore. And I would equate Miami to Boston, Nick, kind of what you were saying. If Miami doesn't want him, there's a reason, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, to me, extending Jimmy was the problem. When they got him, I was like, okay, cool. Let's make a run, right? Then when I saw 2 for 120, I was like, are you kidding me? This dude's been, he missed a lot of games for Miami the last year or two that he was there. There was a lot of friction with him and Riley. And I realize Riley's difficult. He's a prickly guy. But I mean, extending Jimmy to me was a big mistake, and it proved to be a big mistake, right? And it's hamstrung the organization. I do like the Podziemski pick. Great pick. I mean, he's a good player. Is he going to be a star? No. But for a late first-round pick, yeah, I'm totally happy with Podziemski. Solid player, solid guy. But I just feel like what is that signature move for Dunleavy? Like I said, this is year 4. I mean, maybe it'll be Axel Lindenborg. I mean, I like the pick. But there's nothing where I can point to and say, man, Dunleavy did a great job. He made the team better. And that includes the Jimmy deal because of the 2 for 120. That actually hamstrung the organization. So,
yeah, City Boy, I appreciate the call. I think we see the Jimmy deal set differently because there's no Jimmy trade if you're not extending him. You don't give up. You don't give up. Right. He's not coming here. He's the same thing would have happened in Miami. He doesn't have the right to nix the trade, but you're not giving up a first-round pick and a valuable asset in Andrew Wiggins unless you are comfortable extending him. There's no trade for Jimmy unless you extend him. And you can say the deal that they have him on now is hurting them, and it's what you talked about. Jimmy, at that age, at that money, hurt. It's the reason they're in this situation. It's absolutely part of it. But you don't get the playoff run beating the Rockets in the first round without making the deal. And the price that you pay is not only the pick and Wiggins that you give up, but it's also the money that you pay Jimmy Butler as a result.
Ding, ding, ding. You nailed it, Mr. Grandy. And what I would just add is Jimmy equates respect with money. He has throughout the entirety.
Let's say they trade for him. They give up everything that they still gave up, but they don't extend him.
Yeah,
the same thing that he was doing in Miami, he would do with the Warriors.
Happen. So
it's unheard of.
The question becomes, and this is where, to everybody who is trying to figure out, all right, what do the Warriors do next? What happens next? The next big question to me isn't even so much, all right, LeBron, he's going to do whatever he does, but it's only for a year anyway. The next really big question is, what happens with Jimmy next summer? Because he wants to end his career here. Joe Lacob, Dunleavy played with him. I mean, they really respect him. They respect how he goes about his business. But how much less is Jimmy going to take? And there is no way anybody's paying Jimmy, who's coming off a torn ACL, $65 million in some kind of next max extension next summer. So where's the middle ground? And that, to me, as we look ahead to all the possibilities, is one of the most fascinating questions that there is.
Yeah, I'm with you. 888-957-9570. Mike in Napa is up next. It's our dose of reality 4-hour show here with Nick Friedel and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. What's up, Mike? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I'll try to keep it real. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what impact does high tax system play on these decisions of these athletes? I think the Golden State Warriors are a great destination, great organization, but they still have to get paid. And how many of these players want to see a big chunk of their paycheck be taken out in taxes? And I think that's a real issue. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Mike, it's always a point that's worth bringing up. I think it's why a lot of free agents in a number of different sports maybe have a desire to go to the state of Florida or the state of Texas. It's definitely part of it. The free agent that the Warriors are after is really just LeBron James, and that's just about it right now. There might be some smaller scale players as well. A player like LeBron, there's two things there. Number one, he's already a resident of California. So it's not like it's going to be a new thing for him. And number two, he's at a point in his career where he has stated, or at least his representatives have stated on multiple occasions, this is not a monetary thing for LeBron James. Who knows if, that's fully how he feels. I don't think he's going to take a minimum, but he's not going to get anywhere near what he has been making for each of the last 15 years of his career. We'll see how it all plays out, but I think in general that is a factor. I don't know if that impacts the Warriors' plans at all this offseason at all. 888-957-9570 as we continue back out to the phones again because Anthony has been patient in Ohio and wants to talk about Mike Dunleavy. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. What about you?
Pretty good. Frustrated with this GM you guys have.
All right, explain.
Honestly, man, he just don't know what to do when it's trade time to, let go of some players. We just lost Pat Spencer.
Yep.
We could have gotten a lot, we missed out on LaMelo. We missed out on a lot of good players. Like, I know, wasn't they going to get, what's the name instead of Pods? Who was that? Franz Wagner?
Franz Wagner. That was that was also the Kuminga and Moody draft, not the Pajemski draft.
Yeah. And then, we got the same coach. I love Kerr to death. But, I feel like we should move on from some things.
So you want to move on from Steve Kerr? Who else do you want to move on from?
Dunleavy for sure. He is horrendous.
All right, Anthony. A couple of the things that you brought up were not Mike Dunleavy things. Though that was Bob Myers when he was still in charge, being the general manager. So I think that's where a lot of this comes from. I feel like Mike Dunleavy, and I know I'm going to get some pushback on this, but I feel like Mike Dunleavy gets blamed for the lack of a better term, the sins of decisions that were not his.
The end of the Myers era.
Exactly.
And Grandy, man, as I listened throughout the last couple hours of the day, I can't imagine what you have seen and heard over the last couple of years because people are really upset and they're saying, in this case, Lance Dunleavy and he hasn't done this or that.
Could you imagine the phone calls after the back-to-back losses versus Utah and Chicago this year? Do you remember those? Those back-to-back losses? Do you wipe that from your memory?
It's clear.
I was looking back at the schedule the other day and I was like, back-to-back losses in Utah and then home to Chicago. Oh, man.
Home to Chicago was a wild one. Didn't Draymond have an insane turnover at the end of the game?
Maybe. That was an overtime game. I remember that.
Anyway, look, to anybody who's sitting there going, all right, well, dump out Dunleavy, and in that case, dump out Kerr.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for because there's always this hope, and it's been like this forever, and that's part of being a fan in a lot of cases. Well, if you just clear things out, things will immediately get better and instantly become more overwhelming in how things get fixed. Mr. Grandy, tell me who's coming in here and is going to be able to fix the cap situation for the Warriors. And that is, if everybody listening to us today and they're watching us on YouTube and they're going, Friedel, here we go. The rain cloud I didn't need or want to hear.
Oh, they are doing that.
On the 4th of July. Oh, yeah. I'm reading it all the time on the text line. But if you take anything away from this, take away that the cap is what it is. And you can tear your frustrations out and want to pull your hair out at they made this move or they didn't make that move. When you have a player that tears their ACL who makes $65 million, that's it. That is it. Whatever you were building towards, when you have that type of catastrophic injury to an organization, as far as winning or coming close to winning a title or whatever, when that happens and that player cannot perform and can't produce, and you can't really do anything with the contract, as we've seen, because there just aren't that many options out there, that is when pro teams get in trouble. This is exacerbated by the fact that Steph Curry, who is universally beloved, is 38 with a bad knee. When those two factors are in play, we could talk all day, and we have, about all the different possibilities that are out there. But you cannot do that much because you don't have that much space to play with from a salary cap perspective.
We're going to go back to the phones in a sec. I do, though, want to ask you, Nick, if you want to take advantage of an opportunity to be positive about Golden State basketball.
Please.
Because it's time to toast the sparkling performance of the week presented by Jay Vineyards. And this, of course, is about the Golden State Valkyries. They haven't played since Sunday, Nick, but that was arguably their win of the season, a 76-67 win over the New York Liberty, one of the best teams in the league, and it wasn't even that close. The Valks led by as many as 22 in the fourth quarter. It was a true team effort. Kayla Charles led the Valks with 13 points off the bench, equaling her season high. And big news today out of the WNBA, Gabby Williams, in her first year as a Valkyrie, has been named a starter for the 2026 All-Star Game. She's averaging nearly 16 points per game, over 35% from downtown. We know about her good defense. It's her second All-Star selection after being a reserve last year with the Storm, and she becomes the first Valkyrie to ever be named an All-Star starter, second Valkyrie ever to be an All-Star after Kayla Thornton last year. But the Valkyries doing well, and they got an All-Star starter in Gabby Williams, Nick.
Valhalla.
Valhalla.
I still haven't been, but
you got to get out to some games.
I have heard from my friends, specifically my boys Joseph Dykes and Kenzo Fukuda. They love themselves some Valkyries.
It is a ton of fun.
They love the Valkyries and the whole experience. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll get out there.
Yeah. So let's raise the toast to Kayla Charles and Gabby Williams. Jay Vineyards is proud to be the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at our winery in Healdsburg for an exceptional wine tasting experience. Jay Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle. All right. We got to hit a quick break here in just a second. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you on Willard and Dibs as we get ready for the holiday weekend. We do have local coverage, local programming coming up for you tomorrow, by the way, 8 a.m. until noon with Dan Devone and Carter Chickering. And then noon to 4, it'll be myself, Grandy, along with Ken Luttrell. So we got 8 hours of coverage talking a lot about the Dubs. Maybe we have a LeBron decision at some point tomorrow. If not, we'll continue to talk about the delay and what it means for the Warriors as well. When we come back, though, time for your calls. I see a D and I see a David. You two will be coming up first. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Friedel and Grandy continue next on 95.7 The Game.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's N-U-E-Vodka.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and you can even trade on who wins the whole thing. And right now, Argentina is trading at 14% to win the entire thing. And if you put $100 in your trade, that would net a $642 payout. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from James from Fremont. I chose R&S because they had a 5-star rating, did everything just as expected, showed up on time, explained options, and then did the job quickly. David was friendly, and when I need another garage door repair, I'll certainly call R&S again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and a Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. Save at AlamedaCountyFair.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
The U.S. plays on home soil with a squad full of big stars and a new generation of attacking talent. Their youthful, high-pressing style and a gifted forward who thrives in big moments make them a genuine threat to advance deep.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time, aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Don't stop now. Just keep it going, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you can't get enough of Nick Friedel, just log on to your Athletic subscription coming up shortly, and he's going to put up something about Pat Spencer leaving the Warriors. Is that what's going on right now, Nick?
Yeah,
a little behind the scenes?
Oh, yeah.
You're writing a column about how it's all over. Pat Spencer's gone.
You know what's interesting, Grandy, is the organization itself and the team, they're so popular out here. But there are players who come through who have different roles throughout their time. In all the time I've seen covering all these different organizations across the league, few players at the end of a bench who play spotty minutes are as well received as Pat Spencer was. And to see how he built that trust and respect within day-to-day, because, fans went nuts. I'm that MFer, everybody
hits a big three and runs down the court.
Everybody
I'm that
loved
mother
that.
bleeper.
But when you see the way his teammates and his coaches treated him, for a guy that started playing lacrosse, I feel like most people are familiar with his story.
Yep.
It was really impressive to watch how he handled that moment of just pure adulation and how he went in day to day and kind of gathered and earned the respect of his peers. And I think for somebody who has busted their butt to get to where he is, people will see Pat Spencer and he signed, okay, cool, it was a nice story. But I think internally, he really earned everything he got. And I think anybody can understand that kind of level of respect, no matter what their job is, because nobody ever promised that guy anything.
Yeah.
And he found his way into a standard NBA deal with the Warriors, and he made the most of it.
Yeah, and why we're talking about Pat Spencer is a bit of news, Warriors related, of course, because Pat, a Warrior last year, he has signed a two-way deal with the Phoenix Suns. So Pat Spencer. Yeah.
That became clear.
Thank you, Steve. Pat Spencer no longer a Golden State Warrior. Back to the phones in a sec. D, you're going to be up first. I did want to hit on this text that we just got a few minutes ago from the 757. The 757 writes, Grandy, and thank you, 757, for spelling my name right. You're about the only person on the text line to do that. The 757 writes, Grandy, so the Warriors couldn't get Ja from Memphis for a hurt Jimmy? Come on, man, with the excuses. They could go get Zach LaVine right now. Bucks got rid of Dame as soon as he tore his Achilles. I'm so tired of them not making moves because of feelings for players. This is the business. 757, I appreciate the call or the text, and I thank you so much for listening. Ja Morant, one of the most negative asset, not going to change anything for the Warriors, and the Zach LaVine shout might be even worse considering what his contract is. Those are players where we get attached. You were talking about this earlier. We get attached. You're talking about it with Anthony Davis. We get attached to the name, what they've done in the past. Those are not players that are coming in here and are changing the Warriors in any meaningful way. And particularly with Zach LaVine, there's a gigantic issue in terms of the money they are being paid. It's a non-starter on both of those guys from the very beginning.
Okay, I want to be cautious in how I respond to exactly this part of it. But with Ja Morant, a few years ago, play the drip. But I was in the room with Kevin Durant when he said Ja Morant's the next face of the league. The Nets season had just started. They were playing in Memphis.
How many years ago was that?
That was like 4.
Yeah.
4.5 now, probably. But Kevin Durant said Ja Morant is the next face. And it has just imploded from there. Why did it implode? Well, there are a variety of reasons, but specific to do you take Morant on or not? 1, he's not really playing that well anymore. 2, he's got a pretty well-documented issue with alcohol. When that starts to come up to the forefront in the league, you go, I don't know if I would run the risk at all on that kind of thing.
He's making a big chunk of money.
Because there's so much money involved with Zach LaVine. I think Zach LaVine, Granny, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that option he just optioned into is worth $49 million next year.
Oh, correct. Let's see. Yep, 48.9.
There you go. So $48.9 million for what? Like, Jimmy's going to come back next year. I don't know exactly when, so LaVine would play more, but what's the knock on Zach LaVine throughout the entirety of his career? He's not a winning player. He doesn't want to play defense consistently every night. So what are you going to make a move for a guy who is going to be out of wherever you're taking him as soon as next year starts? People get lost on the name brand recognition of what's gone on in the league so often. What they need to remember is you have got to be able to build a team within, what are the 2 magic words of the day, Mr. Grandy? The salary cap. Salary cap. You can't just Sign anybody you want.
And the reason the salary cap is what the salary cap is because of the Warriors.
Exactly.
This was made to stop the Warriors and to stop other teams from becoming what the Warriors became.
And it did.
It did. And OKC's feeling the same thing right now.
It did exactly what it was intended to do. But when you watch what's gone on, you have got to remember that the numbers are where they are, and I'm getting more frustrated as we listen to more callers who say, all right, launch Dunleavy and get rid of, whoever else. I have heard nobody still call and tell me, what do you want them to do differently right now? What have they screwed up so royally where you go, oh, my gosh, I can't take it?
Well, some people have. You just vehemently disagree with it.
All right, they wanted to trade for Jaylen Brown. That was the one thing I was Javier.
And the 757 says go get John Morant and Zach LaVine.
Okay, yes. So I have to allow that there have been possibilities, just none of them are any good. So keep calling. Let's find out
the Jaylen Brown one is way more realistic.
Absolutely. Yes. But okay, there's a reason why that was the return where it was.
Yep.
So let's just wait to see what happens the next couple of years.
I'm with you. Okay. 888-957-9570. D is in D.C. and is up next. What's up, D? You're on with Nick Friedel and Mark Randy on Willard and Dibbs. What do you got?
Mark, how you doing?
Doing good, D. What about you?
I'm all right. Mr. Friedel, how are you, sir?
D, it's great to hear you, man.
Happy 4th to both of you.
You too.
Listen, man, I think I have a response. For you. Although you're not going to agree with me, you're going to disagree vehemently. I think the mistake that Mike Dunleavy has made, number one, he should not have re-signed Steve Kerr. Number two, offering a contract to Draymond is diabolical. Reason for that is because there's two individuals. First of all, they have made it clear that they don't want to win. They don't want to win anymore. They don't want to play 82 games, man. Why bring people like that, keep people like that around when you know that they're not fully committed? So what I would do if I were him, as far as Mike Dunleavy is concerned, although I know that he has to respond to Lacob, who's overseeing everything, I would not have re-signed Kerr, and I would stay as far away as possible from Draymond Green. Try to bring in nothing but fresh blood, as in young players, to surround Steph Curry. How do you do that? Maybe by trading that Jimmy's contract, get rid of Moody and a couple of picks. That's the only way you can actually rebuild something or to look somewhat decent. Although I know you, again, like I said, you're not going to agree with my approach because based on what I've been hearing so far, you're disagreeing with everything that everybody's throwing on the table. I don't expect it for it to be any different for me.
Well, D, here's what I would tell you as far as Draymond goes. Are you're saying get away from Draymond, don't touch the new Draymond deal with a 10-foot pole. Draymond is one of the pillars of the organization. Unquestionably. One of the main reasons why the Warriors have won 4 titles.
You can admit had a bad year last year.
He was not good.
Yeah.
Forget his standards.
Anyone's standards.
He wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So you're just going to walk? You're just going to... And I'm sure that D is not alone, that there are people all over the fan base who say, hell yeah, you're going to walk. Okay. We've spent, Mr. Grandy, almost 3 hours talking about how well-respected the Warriors are in the framework of the NBA for a variety of reasons. If you are walking away from Draymond and you're saying, Draymond, we're not even going to offer you anything.
Could you imagine after he opted out to help you try to get LeBron?
After he opted out trying to make this happen.
Could you imagine?
That there would be such a backlash of people going, you're turning your back on one of the best dudes that has ever come through these doors? I mean, let's go back, and here's the comparison. With the Clay situation, they said, and this was Dunleavy, people are like, all right, Dunleavy.
Yep.
Let's find all these reasons why he's awful and get him out of here. Dunleavy and the Warriors said, all right, Clay, we respect everything that you've done. We want to reward you for something that's commiserate to where you're at right now in your career. And they offered him the deal, and he didn't take it. And that's fine. I think the Warriors have been proven very correct in their assessment because, sadly, Clay just isn't the player that he used to be. But to just walk away from a player, that's not how good business is done. That's not going to ever be how this works for somebody who has meant everything that he has meant to this team. Now, Mr. Grandy, is Draymond worth $28 million a year, like that player option that he just opted out of? Hell no. On the open market, I don't even know if he gets half of that given where he was at last year, but you're not just going to walk away from him. And the second part to what he's saying is, Kerr's got to go, and he doesn't want to win. Huh? You may not agree with Kerr, and you may not agree that he's coaching the team that you want, but I have never, ever gotten the sense that he doesn't want to win anymore. Part of the reason why it was so hard for him to decide which way he wanted to go is because he was sitting there going, I still love this. I still love coming to work every day because that is a grind. No matter how much money they get paid, no matter how many 5-star restaurants and hotels they get to stay in, that is a grind to do that job. So I don't agree. I know you're shocked and the rest of everyone listening to us are shocked, but I have yet to hear a good idea on what you want next for what's going on with the Warriors. And people are entitled to their opinions. Please call. Let's go through it. But there's no way you walk away from somebody of Draymond's caliber and what he's meant. And there's no way if one of the greatest coaches to ever coach still wants to coach your team, you walk away from him either.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the phones in a sec. Plus, there's a group of texts that I want to get to. Before that, though, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you on a Thursday as we get ready for a holiday weekend. Happy early 4th. And basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We're going to get to David in Maryland coming up in just a minute, but I want to read this group of texts that we just got a couple of minutes ago. The 415 writes, I'll bite. I would like to see the Warriors either turn the page on the dynasty once and for all or push all the chips to the center of the table. Trade picks away and go get something, or just blow the whole thing up and restart the rebuild now. This whole idea of riding out the glory years and then blowing it up in 3 or 4 years is driving me nuts. There is nothing worse than being on a treadmill. Either run outside or don't run at all. 415, in a vacuum, you're probably right. But we're not in a vacuum, and the reason we're not in a vacuum is because Steph Curry's on your roster. And as Steph Curry's on your roster, you cannot fully blow it up. I think everybody in a vacuum would probably agree if you have a player that is making a ton of money that is, maybe keeping you from being able to have the insane amount of freedom to go and fully reset everything, then the logical thing would be to just move off of that player and restart now as opposed to be mediocre for 2 or 3 more years. But it's Steph Curry, and you, of course, can never do that, and they never will do that, so you're kind of stuck in this middle ground where you have to try to thread a needle.
Mr. Grandy, we just programmed your pre- and post-game shows for the next year. Because that...
Can I just play that on repeat?
That is what's coming here, and it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable. Steph has meant everything to this team, to this area. He has earned everything that he's gotten. He should be paid so much more than whatever the final numbers will become on this next extension. The uncomfortable conversation is coming. And I can feel it building even in my 3 hours sitting with you in my spot start here that I get once or twice a year.
Call the bullpen.
It's going to get uncomfortable around here. Because Steph is still at the peak or close to the peak of his powers. He was incredible when he was playing last year, but that knee injury, there's no way he says this is a new normal without having thought about that about 3,000 times before he made it public behind the podium.
Yeah.
What is going to be very awkward here is the reason that there's not a full rebuild and you're not shuffling in all these younger players and there is not the change that so many people have now called and said, well, what about this? What about that? And what is because Steph is still here. and Steph means so much to what's going on. The second that Steph is no longer playing at the Steph level that he has spoiled everybody on for so many years, that is going to be very uncomfortable in the Bay Area.
888-957-9570. David in Maryland, as promised, up next. What's up, David?
How you doing, Grandy? Long time.
Yeah, man, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I'm just getting all the reactions that I'm seeing online on X, and I just wanted to present a question first and then go on a bit of a ramble. First, I want to ask both of you, who do you think we will be playing this year in the play-in? That's my first question. I want you guys to answer that by the end of this.
Okay.
And then two, I just want to say, I don't really understand, like, the reason why Draymond opted out of his contract. If, in a lot of fans' opinion, he would, as a rich client, be able to get some insight on whether LeBron would even really want to be on the Warriors ahead of anyone. I think if anyone had that insight, it would be Draymond. So you see, when LeBron announced he wasn't coming back, and then Draymond goes and he opts out, it kind of looks like there's something there, and the Warriors might have some kind of advanced knowledge as to if they're going to be able to get him, and then they don't get him. And then you see all this outpour of frustration from the fan base. It just kind of feels like what should the Warriors do? I'll answer you, Nick. What they should have done is just be honest, like how you are. When you come up to the station and you tell us, hey, this is what we're really going to be able to do, instead of doing this thing where it's kind of like shades of what happened with the Giannis trade. I guess you guys were all there for that, where not the Heat trade, but where before everyone was thinking that Giannis was going to get moved, and then it kind of just looked like a whole circus. It looked like cedar, and that pissed every fan base off. It didn't just piss off the Warriors, though it did piss Warriors fans off in particular, because they're over here thinking, oh, we're going to land a big guy like Giannis. And then the year before that, we think we're going to get LeBron, and then we're not going to get him. And then we keep doing this thing where it's like the fan base starts thinking they're going to get something because it keeps being presented to them. But in reality, as Nick is saying right now, there aren't any real moves. So I kind of don't really see how you can wonder why the fans are so frustrated when it seems like we're kind of being spun in both ways, where it's like we don't have any of these options. Okay, yeah, we know that. Oh, but we're going to get LeBron. Oh, but we don't really know if he's going to come. Okay, then why did Draymond opt out of his contract? It's like somebody's lying here, and we don't know who's lying. Is LeBron lying to Draymond? Is the front office lying? Who's lying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like a two-way street. We're just in the middle and wondering, okay, if we don't have all of these assets that we say we don't have, we know we don't have them, then why year after year, why are we getting Giannis? Like, why are we getting, it's like we're getting trolled almost, like, we can get him. Oh, no, but we really can't. So what do you expect us to do? Well, we expect you to kind of do what you're kind of saying you're going to do. Now, you don't really control if LeBron comes or not, but you do control whether you get to say, okay, this is enough. We don't really have the assets here to go and get this guy. We're going to run it back. Tell me that at the end of our play-in. When we lose to Phoenix and we're out on the podiums and we're giving our last speeches before we head into the offseason, tell us that we're going to stand pat. I know that's probably not really possible because it's a long offseason and anything can realistically happen, but can they really happen if, as Nick is telling us right now, we don't have the assets? It's going to be uncomfortable in Golden State for a couple of years. Tell us that, and tell us that early. Don't make us seem like we can get LeBron when we know we don't have the inside word if we're going to get LeBron. Just tell us the truth. Don't go into something. Don't opt out of your contract, Draymond. If you don't know for sure that LeBron's going to come in there, and there are other teams that are easily going to be able to beat your offer. It just seems like you're confusing the fans for no reason. Like, you can't get them.
Yeah, David, I appreciate the call, David. I think you bring up a lot of fair points, and I feel your frustration in terms of like the it hasn't been a promise from the organization, but all the rumors over the years of, they're in on X star, they're in on this star, they're in on that star, and they've all fallen through other than Jimmy Butler, and that one kind of came together at the last second, and they were lucky that it came together because they've tried to get Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant did not want to come here. As a result of that, the Suns could not generate the space needed to acquire Jimmy Butler. So when that trade fell through on the Heat's perspective, they had to turn to the Warriors. And as the only potential suitor left for Jimmy Butler, the Warriors were the team that acquired him there. So I feel your frustration. I would also say the Warriors haven't made any promises about that we're going to get LeBron. But you are right in terms of, at least in my opinion, and I know you feel the same way, there was some inside information that Draymond had, which precipitated him opting out. It did not happen the other way around. It was not LeBron says I'm leaving LA and then Draymond opts out. It was Monday morning, Draymond opts out, and then Tuesday morning, LeBron says I'm not returning to the Lakers. So clearly, Draymond knew something, because I guarantee you there's no way that he's turning down almost $28 million unless he thinks his move is going to be the reason why LeBron is his teammate in Golden State.
I mean, ding, ding, ding again for my man Mark Randy, everybody, right there.
Thanks.
Like, right there. What I want to say first and foremost is I respect the hell out of David for calling, and he said he was going to ramble a little bit, but what he's describing, Mark, is passion. I appreciate so much being out here in the Bay with passionate fans. They care. People, that's why they get so mad at me when I tweet something out that they don't like.
Oh, that happens all the time.
I mean, that's constant. But
every tweet.
It's like I appreciate that. But let's take what he's saying about Draymond, for example. And the seesaw that it feels like fans are on, and they're kind of emotionally drained by everything. Mm-hmm. Would you rather the Warriors just say, well, no, we have no interest in LeBron James. We have no interest in Giannis, because those are the two names. LeBron is certainly new in the last 48 hours or so. But Giannis, for years, it was like, just let us get a chance. Giannis, a chance. Maybe he'll come here. You don't think that those conversations were happening behind the scenes? Like, you'd rather just have everybody go, no, it's not going to happen. What they're doing is they're leaving themselves the option that it might. And that can get overwhelming and tiresome when it doesn't happen. But let's take the Draymond point from what he just described. There's no way Draymond didn't know that this was a possibility. But Draymond can't know for sure what the guy is going to decide. That's his choice. But you put yourself in the position for him to choose your team. So you'd rather say, no, we don't want to sit there for a few days and wait. We want to go about our offseason business. So, LeBron, good luck to you.
Yeah, what would have happened if they signed Anthony Simons today, and then they found out, or eventually you find out that LeBron would have come here, but LeBron now says, you handicapped yourself.
I would have signed with the Warriors, but you know what? When you guys went and signed Anthony Simons.
And you couldn't offer me $15 million anymore.
Or Colin Sexton.
Or whatever it was.
It doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not going to do it. Give me a break.
I don't think, and I'm going to generalize and speak for fans, and I'm going to make an assumption. I don't think fans are necessarily blaming the front office for what they're doing in this second, because you wait for LeBron to make his decision. Yes, of course you do. I think fans are more frustrated that they're in the situation that they're in, which is
mad about Wiseman and Kuminga.
Which is decisions that have been happening over the last 4 years that have led to this. Which I think is fair. But in this moment, I don't know what else they're supposed to do.
And that's the juxtaposition of where we're at today. You have every right as a Warriors fan to be so mad they whiffed on Wiseman. And, man, they wanted to make it work with Kuminga, but it just never worked. You can be all upset about that because I think you are spot on. Well, how did they get themselves in this position? Why didn't they have enough for Giannis? I've seen that over and over. If they had drafted well and they had grown their own picks and then they had future picks to attach, we're not in this conversation because Giannis probably is a Warrior. But it happened.
You're like, why did the deal happen with the Heat?
It happened.
Because Tyler Hero and Kel'el Ware are valuable pieces.
They grew within that Heat system and they developed. And it did
Even
not
Jaime
happen.
Jaquez, that's a valuable piece.
It didn't happen with Wiseman and Kuminga. You want to be mad at the front office and Lacob? Be my guest. All I'm here to remind everybody of is that this happens all the time in the NBA. It happens. Teams swing and they miss. And what has been so jarring for me coming back after being away from the Bay for 3 or 4 years is how upset everybody is. Oh my gosh, they're wasting the end of Steph's prime. They're doing all these different things. They won 4 titles.
Yeah,
4.
But what about 5?
I think that's what people have gotten so spoiled. They're just spoiled completely on the success, and I get it. I understand. I tried to explain and have.
That's the passion you're talking about that you love.
I love it. I'm a Cubs fan. I can't believe that Cubs team only won once. But I'm appreciative after watching them lose for so many years that they did win once. And it's like, I don't think the appreciation for what the Warriors have done in this run is even there right now. I think it will be in time. But I think the fan base is so angry and so upset that they're not understanding that reality of the basketball business has hit the Warriors, and the time with this core is just running out. You won 4 titles. 4. They got Kevin Durant here for 3 years. You've watched Steph Curry for the better part of 20 years absolutely dominate and lift the franchise out of the doldrums. But we're going to be so upset because James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga didn't work out, and Jimmy Butler got hurt, and the world is coming to an end. I understand the frustration, but you got it 4 times. 4. Come on.
Yeah, but that's in the past.
This is James Wiseman.
Oh,
what's up, James?
Speaks Mandarin.
That's in the past. What have you done for me lately, Nick? And what they've done for us lately is just make the play-in.
Great. and guess what? They could have done better in different areas, and I can't believe that they signed Horford for 2 more years. Just absolutely crush everybody for all these different things, but they won it 4 times. Mr. Grandy, the Bay Area, I actually love it out here, and I love it way more the second time around.
You're saying it like it's a surprise.
But I say this as somebody who has grown to love the area, and I love when fans come up and they talk and they say, I don't agree with you, but I listen to the station, I read your work. That is awesome. Let's just have some perspective. 4 NBA titles, and you got to watch one of the greatest players in history ever to do it. But we're going to get pissed off because Wiseman and Kuminga weren't who we thought they were. In the front office, they should have been getting the veterans, and they should have done this and that. 4 rings. 4 times. That is a hell of an achievement.
We're going to go back to the calls. James, I see you. I want to make sure we answer both parts of the last caller's question. I guess he started off by asking us, Nick, who do we think the Warriors will lose to in the play-in next year? I will put
Phoenix.
Actually, you know what? I'll go Houston. I'll say Houston is a team that they lose to in the play-in next year.
Against Kevin.
Who the hell knows if Kevin's going to be on the roster?
Still.
We'll find out. I'll put my money on Houston beating the Warriors in the play-in. James in Orinda is up next. What's up, James?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're doing good, man. What about you?
Just working, trying to get by like everybody else in this world.
Mm-hmm.
My big thing is the Warrior fans, they're acting pathetic. I'm sorry. They forget there was 25 years of pathetic, mediocre basketball before Steph and Clay came aboard. Okay? When they got drafted by Jerry West, he's the one that put together basically a good portion of the roster. Since Jerry West left, the Warriors have bombed in terms of drafting. Sure, during the heyday of the championship seasons, they were able to get a lot of the veterans towards, the end of their careers, but they were solid veterans. And they came in on the veteran minimum contracts and so forth. But towards the end here, like you guys have been saying, people are just not realistic. They got 4 chips. 4 chips. And then what? Eight times to the final, or to the conference finals, or to the finals, something like that. I can't quite remember. But what do they expect towards the end? I mean, you have Dunleavy. He's basically come in to clean up or try to milk the rest of what he can out of this. And his options are limited. You got 2 or 3 guys taking up 80% of the cap. So who are you supposed to bring in on that 20% to fill out the roster? It's almost a no-win situation for him.
James?
Yes.
Nick Friedel is 100% in agreement with you. I can tell you that. It's a no-win situation.
And Mr. Grady, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse in the next year, and I'm so nervous because one of the reasons that I came back out here to be in the Bay was to cover Steph and to see the end. And to watch every night as he's just raining down threes all over the place. Steph is 38 years old.
Yeah.
He's 38 years old with a chronic knee problem.
We don't know that it's chronic.
So old. It is not good. It's not good, Mr. Grandy. When you're talking about a new normal and, I just have to adjust. Steph's incredible, and he will do everything possible.
Do you think he's not playing back-to-backs no matter what this coming season?
If he's out there for a back-to-back, this is what I tell all my friends when they ask me, well, should we buy tickets for this or we should buy tickets for this? Mr. Grandy, if you are listening out there and you're wondering, should I, when the schedule comes out in August and all right, you start marking off the dates. Oh, man. What's funny is I was about to say, when he plays LeBron, well, what would be even better, of course, is if he plays with LeBron. Yeah. But let's say there are the 2 LeBron games out there. If he goes to the Eastern Conference.
The Sixers are in town.
Exactly. So one time out in San Francisco, what I tell my friends is, you could not pay me to purchase tickets to an NBA game before about 30 minutes before that game started.
Wow.
There's no way I would go out of my way to buy tickets, especially with how expensive they are now, and run the risk of, all right, well, Steph is hurt or he's sitting out the second night of a. Just don't do it. Don't put yourself in that situation. If you have to pay a little extra, then you have to pay a little extra in the moment. But there's assurances that you're going to go see your favorite player play. But no way would I buy tickets in advance for any regular season game because you never know who's going to be out there.
It's funny. A couple of the most recent texts we got. First from the 408. We need to pay Nick weekly on the show to pump some common sense and perspective into our entitled fans.
Hey, they do, baby. I'll come on more, though, if they need me to.
And then
I'm happy to do that.
A couple texts later, the 510, Friedel, why do you like triggering people?
My mom asks me that basically every week. So, I get that all the time. It's just I tell everybody who's mad at me today and listening to me, this is what my family feels when I try to dole out some advice to whatever's going on. And of course, then they come back with, well, you need to get your butt in shape. Yep, I got it. That's always that's the progression. You don't know what you're talking about, you idiot. Go ahead. Go work out. I'm trying. I'm eating some more salads. I'm getting some more sleep in the off season. Nick. It's great. But this is just the way I was built. And I think I feel the way I do, Granny, because I do respect the people out here and what they've poured into the fan base to make it to what it is. Because the fan base out here is incredible. I've traveled all around the NBA. I've been lucky enough to do that for a career for 20 years. The fan base out here, night to night, is unbelievable. And Steph is a huge part to that. But I was coming out to these games years ago, and people were still into it.
Oh, yeah.
And that was pre-Steph. So, when you think about what's happened up to this point, there's always the respect there. But when I have to say what I have to say, it comes from a place of love and honesty. That's what I would tell you.
888-957-9570. Eric is in Millbrae and is up next. What's up, Eric? You're on with Friedel and Grandy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah.
Oh, Eric, you there? I think we lost you. We had you for a sec, but give us a call back and we'll get you right back on. Gone. Cowboy T in Richmond is up next. What's up? You're on with Friedel and Grandy.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
All right. Just I wanted to comment on everything that was being said. I'm not so down on Dunleavy, but I do think that one of the main moves that he could have been a signature move was when he had the opportunity to choose between Draymond or Poole. And he chose Draymond. And for me, I thought that was a bad move. And for the last 4 years, to me, that's handcuffed the Warriors because they've been down that $100 million salary slot. And Poole really at that time was ascending. He hasn't played that bad over the last couple of years. He didn't play that well last year, but the first 2 years over there in Washington, he played well. And I just think that if he would have been here, Steph would have had a second option. Clay was also still here. Obviously, they wouldn't have getting rid of Clay. But I think to me, that was the beginning of the end right there when they had an opportunity for Dunleavy to really make his signature move. And I know individuals will probably say, hey, well, he didn't have a chance to make that move. That's what Joe Lacob wanted to do, and they wanted to keep Draymond. But if he's just a figurehead, then he's a figurehead. But to me, I always thought that was the beginning of the end right there when they chose to go with Draymond over staying with Poole, because I think Poole at that point in time was a fan favorite. He was a guy that could score. He was a guy that was really ascending at that time. I think that to me, that's one of the big moves that ultimately, and they still had Wiggins, I believe, at that time too. So I think to me, when we talk about Dunleavy and some of the moves he did or did not make, to me, that was his first signature move. And I think that if he makes that move, he takes Poole over Draymond, because Draymond's been declining, and we've been seeing it for the last 3 or 4 years, but he's still got that big salary slot. So to me, that's one of the moves that I kind of question when it comes to talking about Dunleavy.
Yeah. Cowboy T, appreciate the call. I think it's a fair point. I also think we got to remember where the Poole experience was at that point when he was traded. If he was playing how he was playing in 2021-22, when he started for a big chunk of the season when Clay was still recovering and helped them win a championship, like that's one thing. And we know what happened after, and it was not his fault. Draymond punches him, and it changes the course of history. He had a bad season on the court that year, and part of it, I'm sure, was because of what happened between him and Draymond. But he has never been anywhere near the player that he was in that 2021-2022 season since. And, I mean, he's hardly playing in New Orleans. If you can't play in New Orleans, that's the reddest of all red flags.
That should be on the tagline for every Pelican season moving forward here. Grandy, the caller would be absolutely spot on if Poole played like he did when he helped them win a title.
Exactly.
He's not close to it now.
We talk a lot about, Steve Kerr and how he doesn't like playing young players and the lack of development of young players on the Warriors. And you hear people say all the time, young players leave and they get better elsewhere. And that's just flatly not true. They haven't had a ton of really incredible high-profile players, but the ones that they have had, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, have they gone elsewhere and immediately shown the Warriors they were wrong? No. And for Jordan Poole, it's frankly been the opposite.
We've waited about 3.5 hours, but Kuminga, all the people that called into this station and said, you're giving up on an all-star. How could you possibly not give him the money that he's seeking?
Now 2 teams have given up on an all-star.
And then on top of the fact, how could you move him? Oh my gosh, this is going to be such a big regret. Kuminga looks like, unless something changes, he's going to be on a minimum deal somewhere next year.
You think it's going to be a minimum? That low?
I think it's going to be right around there.
6 or something from somebody?
It doesn't sound like there's a gigantic market either way. So
the Lakers may be interested.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, my God.
What do you think of the moves the Lakers have made, by the way? Walker Kessler?
I don't think they're that much better. I think they're a little better, but you don't look
Sexton?
You don't look at the guy, him and Simons. If you had only had Anthony, I can't wait to watch Anthony Simons just go off for 25 a game and everybody be like, see, and LeBron will end up in
Simon's not a bad player in the right role, but he probably wouldn't have the right role on the Warriors. He'd be asked to do too much.
And we're getting, Mr. Grandy, I know you're smart. I've been around you for a long time at this point, off and on. But I'm so proud of you through time in today's show because I have described what's gone on, and you put it through the Grandy brain, and you filter it out the way you need it. And I respect you for it because I know that everything that I'm trying to just spew out in our brief time together today, you'll remember down the line. You'll be like, oh, Friedel, I remember we were in there a couple days before the 4th, and he was trying to tell me all this stuff. But that's exactly part of the issue is people fall in love with players or what they did before. Poole is a perfect example. Poole was great in that year. He helped him win. He has not been good since. Kuminga had his moments, and he certainly has talent and has shown flashes. But he's never been the player that both the Warriors and the Kuminga fans have wanted him to be. And when you start to worry about what happens the next time around, and they should have made this deal or that deal, everybody who's called in and gone crazy about whatever frustration they had, they have to remember that things have played out the reason and the way they have because none of the younger players have developed the way that the Warriors have wanted, aside from probably in the last couple of years, Podziemski, Moody to a lesser extent, but now, unfortunately, he's hurt and out for the rest of potentially next year.
Speaking of Moody, he's the person that maybe would have to be moved to potentially get enough space to offer LeBron the $15 million mid-level if it all happens that way. Do you have any idea what like Moody's value is around the league? Like, would it take because he's hurt and you don't know exactly how? I mean, it's a patella tendon. That's a big deal.
You just don't know, right?
You don't know. Do you know? I mean, he's a young and he was a good player last year. Not a great player, but a good player last year.
A good player on a good deal.
Yeah, very team-friendly deal.
Yeah.
Well, if they were to move him, like, is it just someone finds value in Moses Moody, or would the Warriors have to attach something to him?
I don't think they would have to attach much because I think what you're banking on at that point is he's going to rehab. He's going to come back, whether it's the end of next year or the following, we'll see. But, Grandy, it's a good deal. He's still very young. He's going to have the chance to come back and play at a high level. But if you're the Warriors, you're just at that point looking to get off whatever the deal is to make that happen.
Just to save the space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they love Moses. You know, the hope is that he turns around in rehab and it'll be all right. But this is the reality of the business of the game. When somebody gets hurt and something like this happens, all options become on the table.
Yeah. The difference, for example, we were talking earlier about Jimmy Butler's contract, and he's injured. Moses Moody's contract, he's injured. The difference, of course, is the risk involved in that because Jimmy Butler's making an astronomical amount of money compared to Moses Moody's relatively team-friendly deal. So, and the youth of Moody is important there as well.
No question.
But say, for example, a team were to acquire Moses Moody and they don't demand a first-round pick or even a couple of second-round picks from the Warriors in order to do it. If it doesn't pay off and Moody either never takes forever to come back or doesn't come back as his normal self, it's worth the risk for that team acquiring him because they're not paying him all that much money. It doesn't sink them if it doesn't work out.
100%.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you. More time for your calls if you want to keep it going here on Willard and Dibs as we inch toward a holiday weekend. Still no news from LeBron James. At this point, doesn't feel like it's going to happen today. We'll find out if it happens tomorrow. We do have some local programming coming up for you tomorrow, beginning at 8 a.m. with Dan Devone and Carter Chickering. Then myself, it'll be Grandy and Ken Luttrell coming in from noon to 4 tomorrow. So from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. tomorrow, we've got local programming. Maybe a LeBron James, celebrate it, Steiny. Maybe a LeBron James decision comes down by that point. If not, we will continue to speculate and we will continue to freak out if it does not happen. A little bit of news to pass along, not related to the Warriors at all, but as we continue through free agency, restricted free agent Tari Eason has agreed to a 5-year, $81.5 million deal. He is returning to the Houston Rockets. That comes courtesy of Shams Charania of ESPN. Tari Eason, 5 years, $81.5 million deal back to Houston. Houston's a really interesting team this summer, Nick, because it did not go the way they wanted it to this past season. Of course, it began in the offseason when Fred VanVleet tore his ACL and missed the whole season. There was some drama around Kevin Durant, as there always seems to be. They're going to be one of the teams to watch in the West the rest of the offseason because they have them and Denver, for me, are the two most interesting teams in the West just because they're at kind of a crossroads at this point. The
West seems to be loading up a little bit more, Mr. Grandy. I mean, I know
you got some talent headed to the East, though. Kawhi's now in the East again.
I was going to say, I know that with what's going on, not only with the adjustment in Boston and now Jaylen Brown in Philly and Kawhi's in Toronto and what the Knicks just did, it just feels like there are a lot of teams jockeying for that position behind San Antonio and OKC. We know definitively who 1 and 2 is in the West. What we're going to try and find out here is what happens after that little bar of the top 2 contenders. And I'm with you. Like, there are a lot of different pieces in play. I tell you, haven't watched Houston, though. I just did not like the way that they looked at the end of that year. That was a bad body language team.
When I say an interesting offseason, I don't mean like to try to contend, but they have tough decisions.
They've got a lot of work to do for a group that a lot of people thought was going to be at a lot different place after this past season.
And Denver has the opportunity to kind of blow things up if they really want to as well. And what the latest rumor or the latest news around Jokic is that he's not trying to sign an extension right away?
Oh, boy.
You better get ready for Jokic to the Warriors rumors to begin.
Oh, me? What about the fan base that doesn't want to, they don't want their emotions toyed with anymore? Like, you've got to be sure if you're a Warriors fan, you better buckle up because that's a really good point. That's the next name that is on the horizon for. But if Jokic comes and he plays with Steph for one more year, it's coming.
It is.
It's coming.
888-957-9570. Lucky's in the city and wants to weigh in. What's up, Lucky?
Hey, what's up, Grandy? What's up, Nick Fidel? How you guys doing?
What's up, Lucky?
Doing great, man.
Well, I have an idea, man, because as a long-time Warrior fan, Nick, I do not want LeBron on my team, man. I just can't do it, man. If it does happen, I'll probably have the run for maybe the whole year he's here. I don't want to have that. Give me Clay, give me Looney, and let's just go ahead and ride these last 2 years out. What about that?
All right, Lucky.
Oh, my.
Just bring the whole band back together and ride off into the sunset together.
Funny?
Clay and Looney.
Lucky. You know what's funny? I thought about when I was walking in here, it would make sense to bring Clay back because in theory, he fits what we all agree that they need, which is some more scoring, some outside shooting.
Space the floor a little bit.
Space the floor out. The issue is, and I saw this at the very tail end, but Clay was so unhappy at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Because he knew and knows what he represents to the franchise. But because of all the injuries, his body won't allow him to play it the same way. So while the Clay reunion would be fun and everybody could hug and kind of get over what happened the last couple of years, I don't know if that's the best thing for anybody involved because it just felt like the breakup probably needed to happen. And for where Clay is now, I mean, you know, people want to crush. We had the caller who was ready to crush Dunleavy because he didn't stick with Poole over Draymond. Poole has been really bad ever since. And we're being honest here. Clay hasn't been very good in Dallas at all.
No.
So
Clay's reality has changed now. It still would probably be tough for him to be facing that reality here.
Exactly.
Because of what the organization represents.
Exactly. And what he means to them. I mean,
but he's coming off the bench in Dallas now.
Absolutely. And that's the problem. Steph, for all the different noise that is around him, the reason why he is still incredibly beloved in this moment is because he can play.
Still the best player on the team.
He's
by a wide margin
when he's out there.
Yeah.
The second that falls off a little bit, there's going to be a tough reckoning between fan base and team and which direction everybody needs to go.
Yeah. We have more soccer action going on today. And with that in mind, it is time for our World Soccer Championship update, which is brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. Today is the second to last day of the round of 32. 3 more tickets to the round of 16 either have been or will be punched today. First game of the day, Spain and Austria from Inglewood. This was a Spain rout. They win 3-0. They score in the 36th, add another in the 66th, and they put the final cap on their 3-0 victory with another goal in the 89th. Austria is out and Spain is through. Spain will play the winner of the game going on right now, which is Portugal and Croatia from Toronto. It is 1-1 in the 78th minute. Croatia scored first, Ivan Perisic in the 53rd minute, and then just about 10 minutes ago, Cristiano Ronaldo scored a penalty to tie things up at 1. It is currently, again, 1-1 in the 78th minute in Toronto between Portugal and Croatia. Winner of that game, again, will play Spain in the round of 16 on Monday. And then last game of the day today, Switzerland and Algeria, 8 o'clock from Vancouver. Winner of that game plays the winner of tomorrow's game between Colombia and Ghana. And we'll, of course, keep you updated on those scores as the World Cup continues. That is our World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. All right, we got to hit a break here in about a minute or so on Willard and Dibs. Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you, filling in as we inch toward a holiday weekend. You were trying to go down to the World Cup game yesterday in Santa Clara for the U.S. You didn't make it, though.
I don't have that kind of money. One day, maybe.
The next time the World Cup's in the U.S.?
The next time. Hey, Mr. Grandy, the
20
next
more
time,
years from
I
now?
hope I'm still kicking, but I hope that's a goal for me now, is I want to have enough money to not even think about it. Like, oh, yeah, $1,600 to get in the door. I'm there. Big party on the way in. But that, I will say, having just been in Seattle, the World Cup couldn't have been any better for the country itself. Because
It's
not
been
only
awesome.
do we see all the stories about all the people coming in from different places, and whoa, America's pretty cool. It's such a unifying experience on top of the fact that our team is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just fun. It was fun being in Seattle. I'm sure it was fun being in Santa Clara yesterday and seeing the excitement. That is a reminder of sports being such a unifying tool for everybody. And, in so many ways, it talks about a lot of the same themes you and I have hit on all day, which is, why do people care about the Warriors so much? Because for so long, they brought so much joy to people all over, not just this region out here, but all across the country.
Yeah, and these games have been awesome.
And the games have been awesome.
They've been amazing. It looks like we got another thriller, which is going on right now. Croatia and Portugal, 1-1 in the 80th minute from Toronto. Winner of that game, again, will take on Spain in the round of 16. Okay, time for a break. I see Guy. Is that Guy Santos? I don't know. We'll find out when we come back. Guy in San Jose, I see you. We will take your call on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs, but Friedel and Grandy in on this Thursday. Getting close to the 4th of July. Happy early 4th. We're sponsored by Safeway. More next. We'll wrap things up on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef mega pack 6 pounds or more for $4.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. We've got a little more than 10 minutes left with you here, but no Willard or Dibs today. They'll be back on Monday. They're off for the holiday weekend. It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you. We got time for a couple more calls. We'll try to squeeze you in. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. It's always funny when we talk about Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors general manager and all that, and Bob Myers. Bob Myers seemed like he had a really good sense of what was coming. He got out of here at the right time, Nick. He had a good idea of the pain and the frustration that might have been coming.
And I think in Bob's both defense and credit to him, he knew he was burned out.
Yeah.
And he knew that he wasn't going to be as good for the team he helped build if he couldn't give everything he had every single day. As somebody who has gone through their own burnout, I can tell you that you know it when you see it. And when you watched, and I think even more for me, when you listened to Bob Myers those last couple of years, not only did he know tough decisions had to be made, but he knew he probably wasn't the guy to make them. So people are still mad at some of the moves that happened at the end of his tenure. Yeah. Dunleavy has taken plenty of shots for things that he didn't do, but Myers helped this team win at an incredibly high level. And no matter what goes on from here on out, no matter what he does in Philly, I think he will always be respected out here for what he did.
888-957-9570. Last couple of calls. Guy in San Jose. What's up, Guy? It's Nick Friedel, Mark Randy with you. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Can you hear me? All right. Hey, great talking to you guys. I love both of you guys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, basically, I have a niche, kind of a different spin on this LeBron thing that may not have been kind of surfaced, I'm guessing. Is that, and I've heard the obvious, which is makes a lot of sense already, that I think, Nick, you kind of outlined before. People like to play for joy, and just for the love of the game kind of thing. And, I kind of believe that, but I also believe why Golden State's going to keep them, go get him, is the fact that in California, I believe it makes a lot of sense. He's only an hour away from his family. There's a lot of perks for him and his businesses to kind of stay locally and all of that. But I think there's another point that I want to make is I have a suspicion with LeBron that he's sensitive about tarnishing his image and legacy to a point where I think if he's perceived as chasing a ring, he might feel like, that might be where people are going to be leaving it. Whereby if he's saying he's just playing for the joy of it, well, that will lessen that. But I just have a suspicion that behind the scenes, secretly, I would think that both of them, both being Steph and LeBron, are probably saying, you know what, people don't think we can do this. They don't think that we have another chance of winning another title. Because how about, what would happen if we just shock the world and go out? And I think their egos are strong enough that they might even think that they can do it. Now, who knows? I mean, if Butler comes back and has a miraculous, recovery, and they get another piece or two, it could happen. I'm not, if they stay healthy. I'm just thinking that might be the sentiment behind the scenes. Like, you know what? It'll preserve his legacy, leave it in a better light, and then shock the world, and then imagine the satisfaction they both would have proving everybody wrong. Anyways, that's what my take is.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. I appreciate the call. I don't know exactly how LeBron would feel. I guess I wouldn't put it past him to maybe feel like highly protective of his legacy. In my mind, his legacy is set no matter what happens. I feel the same way about Steph. There is no doubt, though, if he were to go to a place and be perceived as ring chasing, there would be people out there who would maybe make fun of him for that, but that place is not here. You're not ring chasing here. You'd be ring chasing more so in Miami or in Cleveland. Even no matter how you feel about that, those are teams that are better positioned to be competing for a ring than the Warriors, in my mind. So that wouldn't be the case here.
Grandy, man, you're exactly right. On top of the fact that what would happen if you're LeBron, if you come out here, is you have the ability for the first time, maybe ever, to be the underdog. Absolutely nobody, unless you're some of the people, I guess, who've called us in the last 4 hours, believes that the Warriors can win a title next year. Jimmy, the injury concerns.
I'll give the Warrior fans credit. I don't think many think
I don't know. A couple of those guys who are coming after me, I think that, if they just kicked out Kerr and Dunleavy, I think that next year they could make it happen again. But I say that because if LeBron signs, he absolutely makes them better. But nobody still would think, all right, title.
Yeah.
Not happening. So what it would allow is LeBron to be the underdog and pair with Steph and pair with Draymond. And who knows? I mean, if you want the storybook finish, you go to Cleveland. That makes sense. I mean, if you're just looking to be happy, then the Warriors make sense. But I just don't buy that if you're the Warriors and you're looking at all these options, that there's going to be that much pressure these next couple of years to turn it back around, because I think people understand that they're kind of in the spot that they're in. I don't mean from the fan base, because the fan base is always going to want what it wants, which is the best possible way and finish that they can get. I mean from the outside world. The Warriors are, to use Kerr's words that he's heard many times, a fading dynasty.
Got him in trouble.
And the sun is all the way about down on where they're at, as hard as some people want to fight the reality of exactly that.
Yeah, that got him a call from the business office and said, hey, we would prefer if you would not refer to us as a fading dynasty in the future, Steve. Thank you very much. Carry along with your business. 888-957-9570. Time for one more call, so I guess I shouldn't have just given out the number. Don't call. We don't got time for your calls anymore. One more. Brett in Walnut Creek. What's up, Brett?
Gentlemen, happy 4th of July weekend.
You too, man.
Hey.
Yeah, man, let's pop some champagne. I can't really see LeBron moving the needle one way or the other. I mean, 37 wins might get to 45 wins, maybe 50. I think the interesting piece to all this is Jimmy Butler, because depending on how he does in his rehab, they might be able to move him before the break and get off his contract and maybe get something that could really bring, something that'll help them in the long run for a playoff push. That's my take on that. But as far as going back to Cleveland, he's already checked all the boxes. I mean, what's he going to do? I mean, you want to go back in Cleveland and hang out for 2 years? Why? You got wine out here. You got beautiful weather. You got, you're a 45-minute private PJ away from L.A. It makes no sense on why he wouldn't come out here. And playing with Steph and Draymond, hey, man, doesn't get any better than that. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Happy 4th.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Appreciate it. And he's got a bunch of really nice golf courses that he can play because he's caught the golf bug lately, too.
I don't think there's a better place in the country.
To play golf?
To play golf and drink wine.
Oh, yeah. Like, to play golf year-round,
in the Venn diagram of, okay, where can you do these two things the best in anywhere, almost in the world?
Yeah.
Play golf and drink wine. And the answer is the Bay Area. Very clearly
LeBron's a big fan of both those things.
Above anywhere else, on top of
Cleveland.
That's the part. I mean, truly, if you're thinking about those two places, you're thinking about a place that today is a perfect example. It is gorgeous. Please get outside. As soon as you and I finish, my girlfriend and I are going to go get some dinner and just go walk around because it is stunning out here. It's 70 and sunny. If you're LeBron, you've got to want that reunion real bad, because to sit and freeze for the last year potentially of your career in Cleveland, those winters are no joke. It is frigid.
Oh, yeah.
Would you have the chance to drink a lot of wine, play a lot of unbelievable golf, and play with Steph Curry?
Play golf with Steph Curry, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's the added bonus. Not just play with Steph.
Get some tips from Steph.
On his off day, you can that guy, the fact that he won that celebrity tournament
a couple years ago
was unbelievable. But
he's lived a charmed life.
If you're LeBron, you better be sure that you really want to go home. And nobody's going to fault anybody for wanting to go home, especially at the end of what he's done in a remarkable career. But if you're just looking to be happy for a year and you're looking for your basketball retirement home, this is the place for him to be.
And you're looking for your